Chapter 321. The War of the Demon Realm was not completely over, and humans needed to understand that. Elaris understood the message. Loya had no doubts, and Sakigar seemed clueless as to why it was necessary, but he didn't question it. Radia Schmidt was not to be deployed in battle. There was a risk of pointless trouble, so she was left under Elaris's supervision. The situation unfolded. After confirming that Sakigar took Olivia and Adriana away, they began to act. Once dropped off in a safe place, the girls would surely wonder why they were rescued, but they would run away for now. The mysterious massacre that happened today would be reported as the demon's doing. Sakigar was told to fly around in a devilish form to make sure there were witnesses for the rumors to spread. Of course, the people at the scene couldn't be witnesses, because they would all die. In the monastery, annihilated by Elaris's magic, every last one of them perished in this hellish, destructive magic. This massive destruction magic couldn't harm Loyar or me. The fact that someone could be exempt from such magic already showed that Elaris was an extraordinary mage. Only Loyar and I were free in this heat that should have turned our skin to charcoal. There weren't even corpses left of the weaklings, and the living ones had to fight in the extreme conditions of a lightning storm and a firestorm. During the demon prisoner incident, Elaris had conjured a firestorm but had no intention of killing anyone. But this time, the magic was cast to annihilate all enemies. The Holy Knights struggled to use divine magic to protect themselves in the extreme heat, but what remained were the elite Holy Knights led by Riveria Lands. R.O.O.O.O. Laura, transformed into a lycanthrope, fought this time with the intent to kill. Boom, crash, bang. Instead of pushing the Holy Knights away with magically imbued claws, he threw them into the ground, crushed them with both hands, and tore them apart. Squish, AGGGGH, Lawyer bit off a Holy Knight's head, gripping their torso while lifting his mouth upwards. PUDDDDDDUCK, Gog. Lawyer brutally chewed the head of the knight whose neck had been ripped off. Blood dripped from the silver beast's mouth, and a red frenzy danced in his eyes. Lawyer, I knew it, but her true nature was undeniably chilling. But as long as she was strong, that was all that mattered. It wasn't a full moon, but it was close. Both Elaris and Loyar would be at their peak. Crash. I parried Riveria Land's downward strike with a greatsword and took a few steps back. Among the elite Holy Knights, the key figure and the enemy that must be killed, Riveria Lands, he was my opponent. Why can the Demon King wield Tiamata? Because that's the will of the gods. Facing him was not the best choice for me, but I stood in front of Riveria Lands. His expression twisted at my mention of the will of the gods. If it hadn't been for this situation, I wouldn't have had the chance to cross swords with Riveria Lands even a few times. Riveria Lands approached me like a giant. If you had survived, you could have quietly lived out your life in the cramped walls of Darkland. You're risking your life chasing the glory of the past. Riveria Lands looked at me as if he were gazing at a naive child. He seemed to have already figured out that despite having powerful magicians and lycanthrope on my side, my forces were not that strong. This was a battle of commanders, but Riveria Lands was the strongest knight in his forces, and although I was a commander, I was weaker than my subordinates. So, my participation in this battle of commanders was merely a desperate measure. Even though I was able to harness the power of Tiamata, I was gradually being pushed back. With a stern expression, Riveria Lands struck again and again. That's right, there's no need for an organization like this. You've shown yourself well. Once I kill you, the root cause of the next demon war, and retrieve the relic of Toan, I won't need to engage in such menial work. Clang. Og! With just one sword clash, I was practically flung backward. From Riveria Land's stern expression and gaze, I could read a sense of euphoria. Is this the revelation of Toan given to me? He interpreted the situation of me holding the holy sword in his own way. Regardless of the cause, he thought he was in a position to grasp the honor of killing the next Demon King and retrieving the relic of Toan simultaneously. He seemed to think of my appearance with the holy sword of Toan as a pig bringing money into his house. Now that I had appeared, Olivia was no longer needed. Was she? Did he think Toan was offering him the relic and the young Demon King's life at the same time? Thunk! The heavy thrust of his sword couldn't be repelled just by me blocking it. There was no choice but for Riveria Lands to be delusional, as I was not in a position to face him now. Clash! It was difficult even to defend against his sword. and there were bound to be openings. Although the magical reinforcement and divine protection prevented his sword from directly injuring me, I could still feel the heavy impact. The pain felt like being struck in the solar plexus with a hammer, making it difficult to regain my composure. Riviera Land's intense attacks continued several times, and maintaining magical reinforcement became increasingly more challenging. He was incredibly strong, far beyond comparison to me. That was an undeniable fact. Bang, bang, crack. Gah! I knew this was a desperate measure. Even if I were to face the knights who were currently being slaughtered by Lawyer, I still wouldn't stand a chance. But I was not fighting alone. Rumble, flash, ugh! As four consecutive lightning strikes from a thunderstorm hit Riviera Land's body, he narrowed his eyes and retreated a few steps. I was not alone. Elaris had been casting large-scale destructive magic, preventing Riviera Lands from landing a decisive blow on me and buying me time. However, a mere mortal would have been reduced to ashes after just one hit, but all that it did to Riviera Lands was to slow down his steps a bit. Boom, bang. You may not be worth much, but your minions seem to have some use. I didn't have any intention of denying that. The steadfastly approaching Riviera Lands no longer appeared human in my eyes. Is this the true power of the Holy Knights? Can we really call that a human? If anything, it seems more like a monster than I, the Demon King. Holding the roaring Tiamata, I parry Riviera Land's greatsword coming down on me from below to above. Get lost! Screech, with a loud noise. Riviera Land's chest was blown open, and I thrust Tiamata into his chest. Flash, boom. The moment my thrust connected, I felt a heavy backlash, and Riviera Lands and I were flung in opposite directions. What are you? Riviera Land's expression hardened. It seemed he had detected that I was using some unusual power. I'm the Demon King, Tiamata cries out. It's reacting to my anger. The reason for my anger is nothing else. Because of you. I point Tiamata at him. I couldn't go to Miss Temple. What? Talent isn't what I need. That's not why I'm angry about missing it. She said all she needed was one vote, but I couldn't give that one vote. I worried about whom to choose if I went to the contest, but the need to worry about that had disappeared. Riviera Lands didn't understand what I was talking about. Rumble. In the midst of the flaming storm pouring down like thunder, I think about that. What could Ellen be thinking right now? Are you resenting me for not being there? You asked me to come, no matter what. Although you're not the type to say such things, you said it. Saying there was nothing I could have done had no meaning. Saying there was nothing I could have done doesn't solve anything. It just piles up and becomes resentment and sadness. But I couldn't not come. I couldn't abandon the people who were in danger because of me. So I created another situation where there was nothing I could do, and I made someone sad. I'm furious at this terrible malice, and at the one who created this situation. So die. I'm angry, therefore. My anger is enough. Woosh. I can't understand what you're saying, but there's no need to continue this conversation with the likes of you. Rumble. With powerful strides, he takes one step, then another toward me, and swings down his greatsword enveloped in divine power. Dangerous. With a strong sense of intuition warning me that I'd die if I took the hit, I threw my body to the side. Crash. I didn't get caught up in it due to the full force of my body thrown to the side, but the ground where Riviera Lands struck disappeared as if a giant beast had devoured it. It's an unbreakable shield, and at the same time, it exerts powerful physical force by drawing out a torrent of power. Riviera Lands is ultimately a top-tier existence in his field. If it weren't for the aid of magic, I would have been reduced to a bloody mess with just one swing of my opponent's sword. Is running away all you know how to do? Yeah, eventually your zombie-like vitality will run out. How dare you compare such a lowly and disgusting existence to this divine power? To be treated like an undead was the utmost insult to a holy knight who served Toan. Roar. From afar, Loya's battle cry pierced through the cacophony. Once again, Riviera Lands, covered in flames, charged at me. Again, he aimed his greatsword imbued with divine power at me. Ha! Riviera Lands was a holy knight. With overwhelming defense as his weapon, he barely bothered with defense, opting to fight by delivering heavy blows in single strikes. It was clear that he could afford to do so. In the midst of such high-level destructive magic, he could withstand the damage from any trivial attack with ease. Riviera Land's strike approached once more. The distance between us was roughly 20 paces. Standing still, he aimed his sword at me, concentrating his divine power. He didn't need to get any closer, as if there was no need at all. With a 20-pace distance between us, he swung his sword at me from where he stood. I had to dodge or die. Whoosh! My vision turned white as a torrent of divine power with physical force engulfed the spot I had just occupied. Gah! Though I dodged, I was a tad late. A part of my left shoulder was literally torn away, and a searing pain like fire rushed through me. The divine power surging from Tiamata was sealing the wound, but I had lost nearly half of my shoulder. I could endure the pain, but I couldn't use my left arm. Insane. This had long surpassed the realm of swordsmanship. Like Savelin Turner adding aura to her sword and using magical shockwaves, Rivria Lands could also strike beyond the reach of his sword, using it as a deranged divine power cannon. When pushed to the extreme, swordsmen too could perform bizarre feats indistinguishable from magic. The worst part was that my current opponent was such a person. Is your spirit broken? Demon King. Rivria Land's power was incomparable to mine. Elaris did her best to support me with long-range magic, but Land's defenses remained strong. Loa was also under attack from at least 5 holy knights, leaving her with no opportunity to assist me. I felt a wall. It was a different sensation from the wall I felt with Ellen. It wasn't the feeling of being unable to catch up, but the wall of death that seemed to be gradually approaching. What should I have done? Should I have waited for Adriana to die, for Olivia to be taken by this man? Should I have stood by and watched the Empire's division rapidly approaching? I knew that facing an opponent I could never defeat at my current level was reckless. But did that mean I had to stand by and watch someone die, to see sacrifices made? I know that not everyone can be happy, but understanding and accepting were two different matters. So I stood before Rivria Lands in my true form. I thought it was something I had to do. The pain in my shoulder gradually faded, but Rivria Lands once again placed his sword on his shoulder and began to imbue it with divine power. I couldn't block the surge of divine power at my level. I didn't know if I could dodge the attack this time, as it reached me with just a stab in a wide area. I survived being hit in the shoulder, but if that were my head, heart, or if it sliced through my body, I would die right there. That wasn't all. Loya couldn't handle all the knights. Captain, I'm coming to help. One of the knights who escaped Loya's offensive was rushing toward Rivria Lands, offering to help. Rivria Lands looked back at the rapidly joining knight and shouted, "Just tie him up for a moment. Go, Rondell." Yes, sir, it would really be the end if it became a one against many, with Rivria Lands already overwhelmed. Even if that knight held me for a moment, I wouldn't be able to block Rivria Land's strike. Just as the knight from afar started to join and rushed past Rivria Lands to charge at me. Wham! Og! Ah! I stared in horror as the knight's dark, forged nails pierced through Rivria Land's back and chest. The knight shouted, "Your Highness, I have arrived." It wasn't a knight, but Sakigar. Chapter 322. Sakigar had joined the fray, transforming into the guise of one of the holy knights. He then pretended to join Rivria Land's side, only to stab him in the back. The blade pierced through his heart, right between his shoulder blades. It was a fatal wound. But what I witnessed next was even more horrifying. Ah! Huff! Thunk! Rivria Lands, realizing the situation, repelled Sakigar with his divine power, who had stabbed his heart. Sakigar, whose nature was more vulnerable to divine power than mine, was flung far away, groaning in pain as he slowly got back up. The man's hand reached for his own heart, where his scarlet blood gushed out. Whoosh, the wound began to heal. I couldn't tell whether his shattered heart had regenerated or not, but despite the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Rivria Lands was coming back to life. Insane! Are you even human? Demon King, what nonsense are you spouting? Rivria Lands wiped his mouth, which was stained with scarlet blood, with a face as cold as steel. This is what it means to be human. As he recovered his broken heart, Rivria Lands finished preparing for another battle and spoke to me. God accepts my faith and makes the impossible possible. This is something that only humans can achieve. It is because of God's love for humanity that this is possible. It seemed Rivria Lands believed that divine power was a privilege exclusive to humans. So it is my duty and calling to recover the holy relic from an unholy existence like you as soon as possible. And it is a way to repay God's love. Rivria Land's fanaticism was different from Radia's. Radia Schmidt's fanaticism was fierce, but Rivria Land's fanaticism was refined madness. His cold fanaticism devoid of excitement, impatience, or anger, was honed and tempered. Riveria Lands stared at Sakigar, who had disguised himself as a holy knight once again. A being that wears the skin of another, truly a despicable servant. I had suspected that Riveria Land's strength was beyond ordinary, but I had never imagined it would be to this extent. He recovered from a pierced heart. That creature could not be killed unless its head was severed. I was now even doubtful if it was possible for us to deplete his stamina amidst the pouring lightning. At this rate, not only Sarkigar and I but even Lawyer should join forces. But would that even give us a chance? The Holy Knight's viciousness. I experienced it in the worst way possible, strengthening their bodies, protecting themselves with divine power, infusing their swords with divine energy, and even reviving themselves from fatal injuries. If that's not a zombie, what is? Not every holy knight was like this, but Rivria Lands was the pinnacle of those who met all the mentioned criteria. Rivria Lands began attacking Sakigar and me once again. Thud, crash, boom. Og! The real monsters were Sakigar and me. We were struggling desperately to avoid the frenzied onslaught of a rampaging beast, barely managing to dodge the relentless attacks. Swish! Knowing that Sakigar's attack could penetrate his defenses, Rivria Lands did not allow any ambushes. Sakigar managed to pierce Rivria Land's defenses with a black blade-like transformation of part of his body. However, even if he occasionally succeeded in striking, it made no difference. Ah, fatal wounds were never allowed, and even if injured, they healed in no time. It was impossible to gauge the limits of that man's divine power. The only chance of victory was a drawn-out battle, but it was uncertain if I could survive Riveria Land's attacks until then. Your Highness, you must also consider retreating. Sakigar's shout caught my attention. Right, I could end the battle and retreat. I knew that it was time to consider that option. I had successfully rescued Olivia and Adriana, and I had done this in Valia's name. But as a result, Adriana and Olivia could be in danger again. There would undoubtedly be those who suspect that the demons had rescued Adriana and Olivia. Even if the two knew nothing, they could face even worse consequences in the midst of people's misunderstandings and suspicions. Or maybe Riveria Lands would try to manipulate Olivia again, turning a blind eye to the truth. If I couldn't kill Riveria Lands here and now, what I did today would be worse than not doing it at all. No, either he dies or I die today. One of us has to die, so I won't back down. Do you think you have a chance? Demon King? Riveria Lands looked at me with cautious eyes. Yes, I won't die here. I'll kill you and survive. On what grounds are you so certain? Like Riveria Land's fanaticism, I had my own fanaticism. It's just how it's meant to be, in this world. A miracle that always happened for my sake would happen again this time. Of course, self-suggestion, spirit speech. I don't know about that. It's just a fact beyond belief. My second life is a punishment. My punishment couldn't just be dying to Riveria Lands in a place like this. More, there will be a greater punishment waiting for me, more trials that I must endure, more sorrows and pains that I must experience. If I die for something as trivial as this, and the miracle doesn't happen, I would be disappointed that my punishment was nothing more than this. There's too much prepared for me to die. I won't be killed before I taste all of it, although I may be crushed, trampled, driven mad, or killed in the midst of it all. Even if I could seize happiness by breaking through all of it, it's just not the time yet. Even if the guard who brought me here descends and tries to kill me, I won't die. Riveria Lands. This is not faith or suggestion, but simply a fact. With such conviction, a different light flickered in Riveria Land's eyes. You've gone too far, Demon King. Contempt. Fanaticism meets fanaticism, and hatred is felt. Now he felt what I felt towards him. I wouldn't die until all the prepared plans were laid out. I would not force any more sorrow upon Olivia. I wouldn't let Olivia, shackled by the title of saint, return to a life where she couldn't even wonder about her true self. For both Adriana and Olivia, I would rescue them from the pit of gods, faith, and belief. Every place where humans live, every realm where humans exist, may be a slum for its own reasons. But to make them realize that slums are not all that exists, I would grant the two of them freedom, a life of contemplating and choosing, not adapting and surrendering to what is forced upon them, but choosing a life at the end of their own agony. Adriana, Olivia, since I have decided to give them true freedom, I'll kill you. I made a more chilling promise than any I had ever made before. Riveria Lands gripped his sword in response to my words. He didn't say anything like it being impossible. He seemed to sense something had changed in me. Let another miracle happen. Come to me. There's still so much you want. Isn't there? I still have so many things to go through. Aren't you setting me up to let me fall? I'm not all the way up yet. A miracle that would allow me to take the life of Riveria lands, an enemy I could never defy at my current level. I want it. I prepared for a miracle. Anger. Burning the fuel called anger to generate a result called a miracle. I had to be angry. My will had always supported me in overcoming my practical limits. Riveria lands despised me, as if he didn't want to speak with me anymore. He prepared for another attack. Die. Demon King. Ka-ching! A shockwave that distorted the earth exploded from a single strike of Riveria Land's sword. I barely avoided a direct hit, but had to roll across the ground several times. Sakigar tried to intervene, but he only managed to inflict minor scratches. Riveria Land's iron wall was unyielding, a wall that, even when it crumbled, would rebuild itself. His sword began to concentrate a mix of blue and white light, an explosive discharge of magical and divine power. Just like Savalin Turner had shown, it wasn't only mages who could use wide-area attacks. He was ready to strike me down in one blow and leave the area. He prepared a devastating strike. Although Tiamata was the source of my divine power, I couldn't draw upon it from within myself. I could only harness the power of Tiamata under limited conditions. Riveria lands, a holy knight of Toan, Tiamata, a sacred relic of Toan. In the end, they both used the same kind of power, and I was losing to it. In a way, it was a standoff. As long as we both used the same kind of power, I had no choice but to lose in a battle of output. Whether he was a corrupt clergyman or a mad fanatic, the time and experience he had accumulated couldn't be fake. Disappear with the light. Having triumphed in the Demon Realm War, he was a war hero. He was a madman who wouldn't die unless it was a fatal wound that would sever his neck. Then, in the end, I had to rely on my own strength, rage, and self-suggestion and spirit speech, and the destiny that would be given to me. Since it hadn't come yet, I wouldn't die. The miracle that could kill this monster. I knew what it was. Facing the guy preparing for the collision, I also gripped Tiamata with both hands. As I held it, it was impossible to infuse power into it. I spoke, putting in my will and anger. Tiamata. As he strikes down with the collision, the storm of divine power with physical strength tries to swallow me whole. I command, facing Tiamata, which emits boiling divine power in all directions. Become a demon sword. Kroon. The white light that was boiling in Tiamata turned into a darkness that burned the light. Naturally, to kill a monster that regenerates infinitely with Toan's power. All too naturally. A power opposite to it was needed. Krororung, it's not over by burning it. In the midst of the waves of light pouring onto me, I pierced through the waves, wrapped in darkness. You, what have you done to Tiamata? I jumped towards Riveria Land's horrified cry. My thoughts were correct. I couldn't win against Riveria lands with the same power. So, I summoned the opposite power and penetrated it with the power of opposition. With the opposing power, I could break through his armor-like defense and cut off his breath. I had only one chance. Cut off his breath before he grasped the situation, piercing through the rushing light. Wrapped in a darkness that light could not invade, I quickly arrived in front of the horrified Riveria lands. In just a moment, life and death are twisted, and history is reversed. I knew that. The line between life and death is ultimately a matter of moments. Revision. Use 1. 0 achievement points. And, with the power of revision, I shouted at Riveria lands, who tried to stab me while retreating with his great sword, spirit speech. Stop! Cow, this is. One step, one nudge. Life and death diverged by such a small difference, towards Riveria lands, whose movement was momentarily blocked by my spirit speech. Poof! Gah! Huck! I succeeded in plunging the demon sword Tiamata into his heart. I transformed Tiamata into a demon sword. That was the miracle I desired. And I enhanced the power of spirit speech using revision, blocking Riveria Land's movements at the decisive moment. As a result, Riveria Land suffered a fatal wound. This time it was a truly fatal wound. Ka! Huck! He grabbed the demon sword Tiamata that was pierced into his heart, but he could only vomit blood. The Holy Knights were already weakening as time went on. The ones who had reached their limits, even in enduring, began to flee as they saw Riveria lands, with his heart pierced. Neil, rather than prolonging a losing battle, they must have thought it would be better to survive and report the situation. Ka, ka, ka. Persistent, aren't you? Even after his heart was pierced by the cursed sword, Riveria Lands didn't die easily. Seeing the white light swirling around his body, it was clear that he was clinging to life with divine power as much as possible. Having taken the full brunt of the opposing force, he could still use Toan's power, albeit weakly. I hadn't expected him to be such a monstrous opponent. How is Tia Mata? But fighting against the corrupting power of the cursed sword that was consuming his body must have already been his limit. Although born from the same existence, the opposing force, Riveria Lands might have survived Sakigar's attack, but he couldn't overcome the unholy power flowing within the cursed sword Tiamata. All he could do was prolong his life in a grotesque display of power. I merely looked down at Riveria Lands, who was kneeling before me, trying to pull the cursed sword from his heart, but unable to move even a finger. As I watched Riveria Land's last moments, Loyal in the form of a wolf approached me. Your Majesty, I'll pursue the fleeing knights. Good, go with Sakigar. Although Sakigar was quite shocked after witnessing me turn the sacred sword into a cursed one and fight, he hadn't forgotten what needed to be done right now. Don't let a single one escape. No one can know that I had Tiamata. Yes, yes, your Majesty, to be precise. Olivia shouldn't see the Demon King holding the sacred sword. Sakigar must have placed Olivia far away. There was no possibility of Olivia witnessing this scene. Who? Ah, you, Riveria Lands mumbled through bloodied lips. The Demon King. Why did you attack us? Why, Olivia, facing imminent death? It seemed that Riveria Lands finally had doubts. Why did the self-proclaimed Demon King save Olivia and Adriana? What was he talking about regarding Miss Temple? He spoke in a dying voice. Let's cooperate, Demon King. What? Riveria Lands whispered quietly in his dying voice. You want to rebuild the demon world, don't you? Then the Empire's division would help you if we cooperate. Our common goal. You can't refuse such an offer. I couldn't help but be incredulous at his words. You should have said something like that earlier, negotiating a pathetic truce only when faced with death. It's like you're begging for your life. You need me. If he had said this while sober, it would have seemed like fanaticism, betraying humanity for the sake of the divine realm. However, now, with his life hanging by a thread, Riveria Land's words were nothing more than desperate thrashing. At this moment, he had essentially laid everything bare in the face of a desperate crisis. In the sense that you beg for your life from an enemy when you're on the brink of death, you're not pure. It's not that you don't discriminate between means and methods for your purpose, but seeing how your means and methods change depending on the situation, your intentions aren't pure either. Riveria Lands. You're disqualified in too many ways to serve Toan. At my words, Riveria Lands stared at me with dying eyes. Are you really, the champion of Toan? Well, do you think otherwise? Riveria Lands struggled to look up at me. He stared intently into my eyes. Maybe, so, as if trying to find something he had lost within my eyes. Yes, the champion of Toan was originally an existence that punished humans. The champions of Toan were originally human hunters, not demons or undead. They had been entrusted with the task of hunting down and killing corrupt dark magicians and cultists from generation to generation, and my predecessor, the last champion of Toan, was also killed fighting cultists. A Toan champion is someone who kills humans, not demons or undead. The fact that the Demon King is the champion of Toan, maybe, it's not that strange. After all, he looked up at me. Only when faced with death did he accept that I was the champion of Toan. Did he accept everything because of his defeat? Did he believe that his defeat was the will of Toan? God is right. So, I face death because God has abandoned me. Therefore, I am wrong. His fanaticism was unshakable even in the face of death. Even when faced with Tiamata that had turned into a demon sword, he seemed to have no choice but to accept it in the face of death. There was no way he could have been defeated if Toan was truly on his side. In the end, he had to admit that I could only be the champion of Toan rather than any of the doubts he had about me. I pulled Tiamata out of his heart and aimed it at the kneeling Riveria Land's neck. He spoke. I believed I was pure. It sounded like a protest, but it wasn't. I was the champion of Toan, who had come to kill a paladin who served the god of purity, wielding Tiamata. That's why he left his last excuse, believing he was pure. He could have been truly pure. He could have believed that the justice he believed in was the right path. That's why he left his last excuse as a testament. With a slash from top to bottom, I completely cut off Rivria Land's breath with Tiamata. The corrupt priest's life was taken by the corrupt relic. In the end, Rivria Lands fell twice to the same person. I stood blankly in the ruined, abandoned monastery. It was a place where the heavens and the earth had once trembled. But now there was nothing but the charred ruins, rising smoke, and the pale moonlight of winter illuminating the world. Ignoring the headless corpse of the former commander of the Holy Knights and the powerless rolling head, I stared blankly at the sky. In the end, I couldn't make it to where I had to go. What should I say? If I say that I couldn't be there this time because of some unavoidable circumstances that I couldn't explain, what would Ellen say? No. Did I even have the right to say such things now? I had planned and successfully executed the outrageous task of annihilating the secret religious group and the former Holy Knight commander to prevent the Empire's division. Yet I was worried about what excuses I should make to Ellen. It should have been a humorous situation, but it didn't feel that way at all. Under the winter night, a message appeared before my eyes. Special achievement unlocked turning point in history, the death of a major character who should exist in the original world line, Riveria Lands, has been confirmed. A turning point in history caused by killing someone. This was the first time. As a reward for unlocking the special achievement, you have acquired the Apostle trait. Apostle description. You have become the true master of Tiamata. It was simple. I seemed to know what it meant. Tiamata as a demonic sword. Tiamata as a holy sword. I became the first ever true champion of Toan, capable of wielding both, deep in the night. The heat was still overflowing at the Miss and Mr. Temple contest venue, where cheers erupted like thunder. The long contest had come to an end, and only the announcement of the winners remained. Sparkling pollen fluttered from the auditorium ceiling. Olivia Lands, who had been mentioned as a strong contender for victory, couldn't participate. The reason for her absence was unknown. This year's Miss Temple is a first-year Royal Class student. It's Ellen, however. Ellen had defeated all the other strong candidates and was elected as the glorious Miss Temple of the Year. Amid the applause and cheers of the crowd, a crown and bouquet were handed to Ellen, dressed in a white gown. Her Royal Class classmates also congratulated Ellen and applauded. But Ellen's expression was stiff as she held the crown and bouquet, symbols of victory. Ellen just stared blankly down, not really focused on anything. Ellen, who needed just one more vote, had received plenty, all but one of the votes. Many people had chosen her. Yet, Ellen couldn't shake the feeling that the world had abandoned her. Chapter 323, Senior. What on earth? What's going on? I don't know. What's important is that we shouldn't get involved in that mess. Olivia and Adriana were making their way through the forest. Olivia was leading the way, tightly holding onto Adriana's hand so as not to lose her. When a demon-like creature suddenly kidnapped Adriana, an already serious situation became even more severe. And when the demon captured Olivia as well, her heart sank. As they were suspended in midair and dragged away, she didn't dare use her divine power, fearing it might cause Adriana to fall. So she watched the situation unfold. And then, when the demon unceremoniously dropped them both in a distant forest and simply left, they couldn't help but be bewildered. They had expected to face some danger or a threat to their lives, but the demon didn't say a word. It released Adriana and Olivia, then spread its massive black wings and shot away like an arrow. Olivia had been pondering how to confront the never-before-seen demon, but there hadn't even been a chance to fight. She had been considering summoning Tiamata, but that moment never came. When lightning flashed and a red storm of flames surged in the distance, Olivia knew all hell had broken loose. She wanted to confirm what was happening, but her priority was to ensure Adriana's safety. That's why she led them away from the scene as quickly as possible. Adriana was just as confused by the situation. Listen carefully, Adriana. Yes. Senior, don't tell anyone about what happened to us. Yes. Adriana understood why Olivia was saying this. We don't know what this is, but if someone finds out, it won't end well. Yes. Given the circumstances, a large-scale investigation would surely begin soon, even in the remote areas of the Empire. Worse still, the demon had rescued them for an unknown reason. If that came out, they might be branded as collaborators with the demon, and their silence would only be effective if all the holy knights in the area were dead. Olivia didn't know what was happening, but one thing was clear. They needed to get out of there. Clutching Adriana's hand tightly, Olivia kept walking and walking. It had been quite a commotion, and there would undoubtedly be an investigation and the dispatch of forces to the scene. Did you take care of everything? Yes. That's why we regrouped at a location far from the abandoned monastery. Me, Sarkigar, Loa, Elaris, and even the trembling Radia Schmidt. Radia Schmidt hadn't seen the whole situation, but she had seen a demon flying through the night sky, a powerful vampire unleashing destructive magic, and the silver beast Loa. And just the four of them had slaughtered the elite holy knights, including Riveria lands. It was a battle that shouldn't have been possible even if they had fought in their best condition, fully prepared. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have been able to face Riveria lands. Riveria lands could have fought even in a place where top-level destructive magic that could instantly turn a person to ashes was deployed. He lost his life due to an unexpected variable, the demon sword Tiamata. Strictly speaking, this was just a stroke of luck created by revision and the demon's sword Tiamata. It wasn't that my skills had improved significantly. However, the fact that I faced Riveria lands and killed him remained unchanged. The retreating knights were all dealt with by Loya and Sarkigar. You, who are you? In this incomprehensible situation, it must have seemed to Radia Schmidt that my subordinates and I appeared like the absolute rulers of the demon world. Now, I had to decide what to do with the terrified Radia Schmidt. What I needed was the whereabouts of Riveria lands, and I had obtained that information and resolved the whole incident. So, Radia Schmidt had become useless. I stared at the frightened Radia Schmidt. The other three hadn't referred to me as Your Highness, so Radia Schmidt still didn't know my exact identity. However, by controlling the demons, my identity could already be somewhat guessed. The re-emerged Demon King. I couldn't just let Radia Schmidt go peacefully. She knew too much that she shouldn't have. Either kill her or turn her into a vampire. I had to choose one of the two options. Your Highness. But then, Elaris quietly called me. Could I take care of this child? You want to take responsibility. Elaris didn't enjoy killing. However, today Elaris had unleashed massive destructive magic at my command. The elites had been taken care of by Law, but those without the strength to protect themselves had all been annihilated by Elaris. That's why Elaris's expression was quite unpleasant. She hadn't protested against my orders, and she had obediently done as told, but the pain was unavoidable. It seemed like she wanted to avoid any more killing if it wasn't necessary. I'll take responsibility and make her harmless to us. The one who gasped at that statement was Radia. Pete, please, 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 kill me, please. Radia collapsed, sobbing and curling up. Elaris looked at Radia with a lonely expression. I don't mean to make her a subordinate. Then what? That's something we'll have to work out gradually. Elaris seemed to be trying to find a better solution in a situation where she had to either kill Radia or turn her into a vampire. All right, I'll trust you. Thank you, Your Highness. Elaris forced the trembling Radia to stand up. Loar and Sarkigar seemed to have nothing to say to Elaris. If it was Elaris, she would somehow manage not to kill Radia. At least it would be better than leaving Radia to Loar and Sarkigar. Above all, Radia Schmidt was one of the elite knights left here, a powerful force. If she could become a reliable ally under my command, there would be no downside. We returned to the royal capital through Elaris's mass teleport. Elaris was holding onto Radia Schmidt. Radia's face was pale with fear of what might happen to her, but she didn't seem to be able to resist. What was Elaris planning to do with Radia? I wasn't sure, but I had faith that Elaris always had a plan. I could check later to see how the issue had been resolved. Leaving the two in Elaris's semi-basement room, Loya, Sarkigar, and I went out to the street. Your Highness, why is it necessary for us to let the Empire know of our existence? Sarkigar finally brought up a question that had been bothering him. I think the sense of crisis will unite humanity, and that unity will not be good for us at all. It was a valid concern. I agree, Lawyer, who had been silent, spoke up. They did as they were told, but it was hard to suppress their doubts. I had mentioned Tiamata while sharing recent information, so they didn't question that part. I have a plan. I'll explain it soon. Just wait. I'm just a little busy right now. Sakigar seemed to understand and closed his mouth, and Lawyer appeared to accept it. There would be excuses if I thought hard enough, and I could convince them somehow, but now was not the time to spare for such things. Let's go. The only thought in my mind was to return to Temple quickly. It was already close to midnight. The official events of the festival were all over on Friday. Ellen was crowned Miss Temple. Unfortunately, Cliffman didn't win the Mr. Temple contest, but he managed to charm many female seniors with his awkward appeal on stage and claimed third place. After the contest, there was even a parade led by Miss and Mr. Temple. Ellen didn't know about such an event, but it was fine. During both the main contest and the parade, Reinhardt did not show himself. With Liana's help, Ellen changed her clothes. There must have been something going on. Liana just blurted that out without any hesitation. Ellen was not dumb enough not to understand what she meant. The classmates who congratulated her seemed to look at her with pity. Ellen knew why they looked at her that way. Harriet hugged her wordlessly. Harriet seemed genuinely sad, which made Ellen feel even more miserable. On a day when everyone should have been congratulating her, Ellen couldn't remember a single word she had heard or said. It felt like her soul had briefly left her body and then returned. What had happened today? What had I done? It felt like a brief dream, empty and hollow. The moments when he had tried so hard felt empty. After Liana had left, Ellen sat in a daze on her bed, having washed off her makeup and taken a shower. The cheers and applause of countless people echoed like distant reverberations. She wanted to win for someone. She wanted to receive a vote, but neither of those things happened. Were they together? Ellen felt miserable for even thinking that. She had received everyone's cheers and praise, yet somehow it felt like she had failed at everything. Ellen looked at the trophy in her room, the proof of her victory as Miss Temple. She didn't need it, although it wasn't bad to have it, and it was definitely proof of someone's recognition. Ellen stared at the trophy for a while, then opened her door. She felt the need to change her mood. Ellen opened the door. She just wanted to go for a walk. There was no other reason, and for no reason. She looked around the hallway and the lobby, checking if anyone had returned, checking if anyone was there, just trying to change her mood. Ellen silently scanned a class dormitory and headed outside. She was dressed in light training clothes, though not much had changed. Ellen found her reflection in the window curious. Clothing seemed to be very important. Ellen felt this as she looked at herself in the window, dressed in training clothes. The gap between her former self and her current self was enormous. She had felt miserable when she was dressed in a glamorous dress, heavily made up and fully adorned. Now that she had returned to her original appearance, she looked even more miserable. She wanted to show it. What kind of expression would he have when he saw her like that? She was curious. She was wondering what to say in that appearance. Suppressing such thoughts, Ellen headed outside the dormitory. Wouldn't he come back today? Perhaps something big had happened. Ellen was confused by the thoughts that kept pushing their way in, even though she tried not to think about them. He didn't come when she asked him to, so there must be a good reason. And as it always had been, was he going through another dangerous situation? If so, shouldn't she be worried instead of feeling hurt that he didn't come? Shouldn't she go find him? Feeling her imagination run wild, Ellen headed toward the dormitory entrance. And then she saw him. His back was turned. A familiar figure, dressed in casual clothes instead of his temple uniform, was sitting on the steps at the dormitory entrance. The numerous confusions, questions, and feelings of hurt that had been floating in her head subsided for a moment. Ellen quietly approached him. "What are you doing?" "Ah, ahem." Startled by her voice from behind, Reinhardt almost rolled forward as he got up. "Ah, that's." It was a cold day. Reinhardt's face was red, probably from sitting there for a long time. He looked at her with a flustered expression. His fingertips, face, and nose had all turned red. Instead of going inside, he just sat there on the dormitory stairs, staring blankly outside. Ellen watched Reinhardt with a puzzled tilt of her head. "Aren't you cold?" "Well, I..." Could it be that even though it was cold, he couldn't bring himself to go inside? He could have gone in, but was it that he just couldn't? He knew he needed to say something, but it seemed like there were no words that would make her understand. Reinhardt had returned earlier in the evening, but he had been unable to muster the courage to enter the dormitory on such a freezing night. He didn't know what to say if he came face to face with himself. He didn't know if he would encounter himself in the dormitory lobby or elsewhere. So, unable to decide whether to go in or not, He had simply sat outside the dormitory. Ellen looked at the shivering Reinhardt. It was clear that he wasn't shaking from the cold, but for some other reason, he looked so foolish. "Aren't you cold?" "Ah, a little. I feel like going for a walk." At Ellen's words, Reinhardt shook his head vehemently. "No, it's not cold at all. This is nothing." Ellen smiled at Reinhardt's response. "Let's go." As if she were dragging him along, Ellen led the way, and Reinhardt followed. Chapter 324. Sinners were never ones for conversation. That's why Reinhardt remained silent, merely observing the situation. Ellen, too, walked without much to say. And so, they maintained a comfortable distance from one another, Ellen walking slightly ahead and Reinhardt trailing behind. The festival would continue through the weekend. Even though it was nighttime, the main street was still filled with bright lights. They walked up a hill near the royal class, enjoying the view of the illuminated temple. They walked together for quite some time. Though they didn't run together, they both followed the same route each morning. They were familiar with every corner, knowing exactly where everything connected, even at night. They walked a well-trodden path known to them both. At the bench on top of the hill with a great view, Ellen took a seat first. Reinhardt carefully sat down beside her. "I didn't say you could sit." "Ah, sorry," startled by Ellen's words. Reinhardt quickly stood up. Ellen laughed at his reaction. "What does it matter if I said you could sit or not?" "Well, I just sit down." Reinhardt nervously sat, looking serious and on edge, as if he had done something terribly wrong. Ellen gazed at the night view of Temple, silent as Reinhardt sat tensely beside her. Had Reinhardt truly done something so terrible? Why was it a mistake? Ellen couldn't quite explain it, but she felt as if the whole world had abandoned her. She felt heartbroken and sad. In truth, that wasn't the case. Instead, the whole world had chosen her, and only one person had turned away. Why did it feel as though the entire world had abandoned her? Perhaps it was because Reinhardt was her whole world. Ellen looked at the falling petals before her. No, they weren't petals. Snow. Yeah, before they knew it, snow had begun to fall. The snowflakes, like white flower petals, fell gently. It wasn't exactly a warm and cozy situation. Unsure of what to say to each other, afraid that any wrong word could lead to hurt feelings. Reinhardt didn't know how to explain his circumstances. Ellen didn't know how to explain her pain. Both knew that one wrong word could lead to a huge fight, so they remained silent. In the end, "Who are you? What are you? What are we exactly?" When those words started to surface, they knew they could only hurt each other. So they said nothing. On a snowy winter night, Ellen and Reinhardt sat on the bench, silently letting the snow fall upon them. The cold weather prevented the snow on the ground from melting. As soon as it landed, the snow would be swept away by the wind. In that way, it piled up in corners, driven by the wind. Snow was like that. What are we? How did we end up like this? Where did it all go wrong, leading us to this point? Ellen tried to think, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact moment it started. Was it during their first sparring session in swordsmanship class when Reinhardt was knocked unconscious by her training sword? Or when Reinhardt woke up from his unconscious state and suggested they share a strange, unheard-of meal for lunch? When had it started? When Reinhardt began interfering with her incessant eating habits in the early mornings? The first time he had cooked a meal for her? Or when, unable to bear the countless intrusions, she began teaching him swordsmanship? Or after they went to the Darklands and experienced terrible things? Ellen pondered each moment, eventually realizing there were numerous instances scattered everywhere, and they accumulated into something significant. Snow continued to pile up. Piled snow could be cleared away, but accumulated time could not. That's why, in the space of his heart, the name Reinhardt became etched, as layers of time stacked upon one another. Her heart was filled with Reinhardt-labeled moments. Now, she wanted to hate Reinhardt, but Ellen couldn't quite do it. Even if she filled the margins of her heart with hatred and resentment toward Reinhardt, there was already too much occupied space. She wanted to hate, but she couldn't, and it was strange. She already knew. Even though Reinhardt couldn't say it, he was deeply sorry. So sorry that his hands and face turned beet red as he idly killed time outside. He was probably sorry for not being able to explain anything about what had hurt him again. Although Ellen was the one who felt hurt, Reinhardt seemed to be suffering even more. He seemed to be in pain because he couldn't even apologize. Ellen wondered what was tormenting Reinhardt, but as always, Reinhardt wouldn't say, "You didn't have to come see me." "What? You didn't really have to come. Ellen quietly said that. They weren't obligated to each other. So, don't feel too sorry. In response to Ellen's gentle words, Reinhardt didn't have to feel obliged, nor did he need to feel guilty for not fulfilling that obligation, and Ellen didn't have a reason to feel hurt. Reinhardt silently looked at Ellen. It wasn't that he was unaffected. He stared at Ellen, who pretended to be unaffected. Wham! Ah! Suddenly, Reinhardt hugged Ellen. Just be angry. I'm more scared of you holding it in, and I feel even more sorry. Although her head reasoned there was no cause for anger, her heart couldn't help but feel hurt and angry. Were they in a relationship where they could be angry and hurt with each other? Ellen couldn't be sure. However, Reinhardt was hugging her. It was even colder. She didn't know how long Reinhardt had been outside, but because of his chilled body and hands, Ellen felt even colder in the embrace. Yet, shivering from the cold, Reinhardt still held her close, not knowing what had happened but feeling so sorry. If he was suffering even more, if it was this bad, it must have been something truly unavoidable. Ellen convinced herself, people don't understand what they can comprehend. They understand only what they want to understand. Ellen wanted to understand Reinhardt at that moment, believing that he must have had something important going on. She accepted that there must have been something significant happening, considering how distressed he seemed. Biting her lip in Reinhardt's cold embrace, Ellen's tears gradually dampened his shirt. I'm sorry. I tried so hard to prepare. As Ellen trembled and choked out her words through her tears, Reinhardt held her tightly. No matter how much I searched, I couldn't find anything I asked, begged you to come. I'm sorry. Even as she cried, Ellen thought that it should be Reinhardt, not her, who needed consolation, yet she couldn't stop her tears. Tears are like that, after all. It was a deep, dark night. After sobbing for a while, Ellen pulled away from Reinhardt's embrace. Then, she stared blankly at Temple below them. Reinhardt didn't tell her what had happened, and Ellen didn't press him for answers. Naturally, Reinhardt was restless. He didn't know what to do, since Ellen had suddenly stopped crying and was now staring blankly at the night view. Was she still upset, or did she need something else? In reality, it was the opposite. Ellen was gritting her teeth, not because of anything else, but out of embarrassment. She was mortified by her behavior, crying as if the world had ended because her friend hadn't come to the beauty contest. She finally realized what she had done after crying for so long. He might not have been able to come after all. Now that she felt better, Ellen was actually the one who found it difficult to handle the situation. Because of that, she could say nothing and just stared blankly at the night view with a stiff expression. She couldn't understand why she had felt so devastated over such a trivial matter. Reinhardt hadn't been there. That was why she felt as if the world had abandoned her. Now, Reinhardt was by her side. Simply because of that, everything was all right again. Ellen suddenly glared at Reinhardt. Now that she felt better, she couldn't help but feel mischievous. Do you have something to say? Reinhardt, still in a rather awkward posture, stuttered as if he was willing to do anything she asked. I need you with me. The mischief that had risen within her vanished just by looking at his face. Ellen stood up from the bench. Snow was falling. Considering how icy Reinhardt's body had felt, they couldn't stay outside any longer. Are you cold? It's fine, I can handle this. As they walked on, Ellen studied Reinhardt. You've been outside the whole time. He had already been waiting outside, trying to be considerate, and walking around outside had only made him colder. Reinhardt just kept walking as if he was fine. You can go inside if you're cold. Worried that Reinhardt might catch a cold, Ellen said that. I just want to be like this with you too. Oh, at that moment, Ellen's heart seemed to skip a beat. It seemed like such an insignificant thing to say. She thought he had said something similar before, but it made her overthink everything. Ellen wondered if she was going crazy. Just a while ago, she had felt lonely and miserable, as if abandoned by the world. Now she had this strange feeling, as if she owned the entire world. Could a person's mood really swing so much in an instant? Could one person feel like everything to her? If that person smiled, she was happy. If that person liked her, she was happy. Was it okay for all her feelings to stem from just one person? Was it okay for her life's master to be someone other than herself? The two of them walked down the snowy night street. As they turned down a slope, Reinhardt glanced at Ellen and said, Be careful, you might slip. Ah, crash. Seeing Reinhardt, who was warning her not to slip, fall back on the slope, Ellen tried to help him up. Slip. Thud. In trying to help, she slipped as well and landed on her rear. What are we doing? I know, right? They got up and brushed off their bottoms, maintaining a reasonable distance. The two of them continued to walk down the snowy night street. From the bottom of the hill, they could hear the distant sound of people reveling in the bright night scene of Main Street. Even at night, there were stores open 24 hours selling food. Ellen quietly alternated between looking at the distant night scene and Reinhardt. Do you want to go? With her cheeks flushed, Ellen nodded quietly. Yes, she said. She wanted to go at this particular time, not just any time, on a snowy night like this, because they were together. If you want to go, we should. The festival was drawing to a close. It wasn't the last night, but it was close to the end. But Ellen felt like the festival had just begun. Only now, when she and Reinhardt could be alone together near the end of the festival, did Ellen truly feel the festival. Even though it was past midnight, Main Street was still bustling with people. Inside the temple, alcohol was prohibited, but there were plenty of sights and activities to enjoy during the festival's ambitious nights. Of course, yum yum in Ellen's case, that was limited to food. This is delicious. Ah, yeah, Ellen handed a skewer of rice cake to Reinhardt with a chubby expression, and he ate it without a word. Some emotion that was similar to anger but not quite anger had already dissipated. However, Reinhardt still seemed to consider himself a sinner, following Ellen silently without protest. It wasn't exactly a warm atmosphere. As they walked the streets, they looked at various things, watched street performances, and bought food from stalls. Of course, Ellen felt a bit special today. That person, it seems like it. Reinhardt couldn't help but hear the whispers directed at them from the surrounding people. A group of men and women on the street cautiously approached and blocked their path. Reinhardt scowled as he was interrupted. What do you want? Blocking the way like this? Aren't you Miss Temple? Suddenly, at the unexpected words, Reinhardt froze and Ellen calmly nodded her head. Yes. What? Somehow, even in casual clothes, you seem to shine, seeing Ellen calmly admitting it, and the crowd causing a commotion as they realized they were right. Reinhardt lost his composure. You, were you chosen? Reinhardt mumbled in disbelief, having never imagined such a thing, while Ellen started to smirk at his shocked reaction. So, is there a problem with that? No, that's not it. Ellen, with her mouth pouting, seemed annoyed as she began to walk ahead with long strides. Reinhardt managed to appease the annoyed Ellen with just a warm cup of lemon tea. No, it's not that I thought you'd definitely be rejected, but you didn't say anything, so I thought you didn't make it. I see. The two sat on a bench, sipping their warm lemon tea. Ellen, having not only been at the contest venue, but also in the actual parade procession, was recognized by quite a few sharp-eyed people on the street, even in her casual attire. While no one came up to talk to her directly, many murmured as they walked past, "That Miss Temple, I guess so. Who's the guy next to her, her boyfriend? Damn. What, are you jealous or something? No, who said anything like that? Anyway, she's Miss Temple, and on top of that, she's a royal class. Really?" As people walked by, they each had something to say about Ellen, and by extension, Reinhardt couldn't help but hear it all as well. Ellen's mouth began to pout once more, this time for a different reason. Annoying. It seemed she found it annoying that people recognized her. Ellen didn't care about such things at all. She only thought it was annoying that people recognized her, nothing more. The young woman who had worn a pure white dress and received the cheers and applause of countless people as this year's Miss Temple was now wearing a black tracksuit as she roamed the winter streets at night. Annoyed that people recognized her, she made it quite obvious. Ellen glared at Reinhardt. It's all your fault. Ah, I'm sorry. Reinhardt didn't know what to do, feeling as if he'd failed to achieve what he wanted and only caused side effects. Ellen and Reinhardt left the main street, perhaps annoyed by the people who recognized her, whispered about her, or occasionally approached to talk to her. It was night, and once they left the main street, the crowd significantly diminished. With snow falling, a little bit began to accumulate on their heads and shoulders. Miss Temple, congratulations on being chosen. ... It doesn't mean anything. I see. Ellen, who had participated for a different reason, didn't want to hear any congratulations, especially from him. As they continued to walk, more snow piled on their shoulders and heads. Stay still for a moment. After walking for a while, Reinhardt stopped Ellen, as if something bothered him, and brushed the snow off her shoulders and head. Just as he was about to start walking again, Ellen looked at Reinhardt's shoulder. There, too, the snow had piled up. Without even considering brushing the snow off his own shoulders and head, he brushed the snow off of Ellen's shoulders. He probably didn't even think about it. He could see the snow piled on Ellen's head and shoulders, but he didn't think that there would naturally be snow on his own shoulders. So, as Reinhardt couldn't brush it off himself, Ellen just watched him silently. Why? This time, Ellen quietly brushed off the snow that had accumulated on Reinhardt's shoulders and head. As she did so, she said in a small voice, "You're an idiot." All of a sudden, confused by the sudden comment, Reinhardt followed Ellen's lead and walked beside her. Reinhardt was a strange guy. "You're weird." "I've heard that a lot." Ellen walked quietly. "I thought you were strange from the beginning, and I still think you're strange now." "Is that so?" Exhaling a white breath, Ellen took a sip of her lemon tea. It was somewhat cold, perhaps because she'd been carrying it for a long time. "But the strangeness I felt when I first thought you were strange, and the strangeness I feel now when I think you're strange, seem to be very different." Reinhardt, who would pick fights with anyone and everyone, was strange. However, as time passed and Ellen came to know many aspects of Reinhardt, he was a much stranger person in a different sense than before. "I wish you weren't a strange person. I sometimes think that, but—" Ellen exhaled as if sighing and looked at Reinhardt. "If you weren't strange, it wouldn't have ended up like this." Mumbling to herself, Ellen turned her gaze away from Reinhardt and looked ahead. "Did you really want to come today?" "What a silly question. Answer clearly." Ellen stopped and turned Reinhardt to face her. Then, she looked straight into his eyes. It seemed as if she was asking for a definite answer. Their relationship was filled with ambiguous words, always beating around the bush, afraid that something would break if it became clear. Reinhardt and Ellen had a strange relationship, where they were nothing yet couldn't be nothing, trying to make something certain, but because Reinhardt couldn't come, it became vague again. But she wanted to be certain about this at least. Ellen stared straight into Reinhardt's eyes as if to say, "Don't avoid the answer," she asked bluntly. "Did you want to see me today?" She wouldn't question why he couldn't come. She wouldn't ask what had happened. She wouldn't speak of sadness and bitterness anymore. Ellen demanded a clear answer. "Yes," Reinhardt nodded his head, but Ellen didn't intend to stop there. "How much?" At that question, Reinhardt looked at Ellen quietly. After contemplating for a while, Reinhardt finally seemed to give in. He spoke as if confessing, "I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life, not being able to go today." A lifetime. Regret. Regret isn't a good word, but the combination of those two words provided quite a pleasant resonance. A lifetime. You have the power to influence my entire life. It felt like she had heard those words before. "Shall I show you?" "Yeah." At Reinhardt's immediate response, Ellen couldn't help but burst into laughter. His expression was just too foolish. He must have really wanted to come. He must have been truly unable to attend. Countless excuses and reasons were unnecessary. A single question, "Shall I show you?" and the foolish expression with the answer that leaped out. That expression wiped away the last bit of resentment Ellen had left. The two of them returned to the dormitory. "It's strange." "What's strange?" "I can't put it on by myself." "Ah, I see." Ellen tried to put on the dress she wore today in her room, but ended up making a mess of it. Unable to tighten the corset by herself, the dress looked half-worn and deflated. She said she would show him, but on the way back, Ellen realized something was wrong. From the beginning, it was a dress that Liana had helped her put on. So, on the way back, Ellen realized she wouldn't be able to put it on at all. Thinking it would somehow work out, she returned to the dormitory and struggled to put on the dress in her room, only to realize it was impossible. It was Ellen, not Reinhardt, who got carried away by the atmosphere. Worries about not having makeup and undone hair were all in vain. She couldn't wear the dress by herself. She couldn't wake Liana up, as it was already dawn. Looking in the mirror, she saw herself, a complete mess with the dress barely hanging on her body. She couldn't show him this. In the end, this was how it turned out. She couldn't show him. Ellen felt unfairly angry. She kicked the floor with her foot in frustration. Thud, thud, thud. "Why, what's wrong?" "No." In a fit of pique, Ellen tried to take off the dress she had barely managed to put on. Of course, putting on a dress is difficult, and so is taking it off. Snap. In the end, Ellen tripped and fell. Her foot tangled in the dress. What on earth is going on? Chapter 325. Ellen had changed back into her training clothes. Ellen was furious. The situation itself was unbearable, which made her even more irritable. Above all, she couldn't show Reinhardt what she wanted to, and it was infuriating that he found this situation amusing. She had promised to show him her dress, but in the end, she couldn't put it on by herself and was angry at her own incompetence. Reinhardt found that too amusing. However, Ellen was a bit intrigued. Reinhardt had responded to her statement about not being able to put on the dress alone with, "I see," rather than asking why. It was as if he had experience putting on a dress himself. Of course, that couldn't possibly be true. Anyway, it seemed like Reinhardt understood that she couldn't show him that side of her, and it couldn't be helped. The two were now in the dining hall. It had been a while since they'd eaten a late-night meal together, as they had both been busy during the festival. "What do you want to eat?" So, Reinhardt decided they should eat something and brought Ellen to the dining hall. Beef stew. Still irritated, Ellen ordered a dish that took a long time to prepare and was a hassle to make. "All right." Reinhardt, however, agreed to make it without any complaints. Ellen was slightly surprised that he didn't grumble about her choice. She quietly watched Reinhardt as he entered the kitchen and started preparing something. She wanted to show him, but in the end, she couldn't. But was that really important? Chop, 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 chop. As she watched Reinhardt start chopping ingredients, Ellen smiled. She kept watching him cook. Sigh. Soon after, she heard a sound from the hallway and turned her head. "Oh, Ellen." A very tired-looking Harriet was walking down the hallway when their eyes met. Had she been working late in the magic research lab? Harriet slowly approached Ellen, who was sitting in the dining hall. "Why haven't you slept yet? What?" She tried to continue her sentence, but then Harriet looked at the kitchen and her eyes widened in surprise. "Reinhardt." Her astonishment lasted only a moment. Ellen could see the fury rising in Harriet's eyes. "Hey! Harriet marched into the kitchen and yelled in a shrill voice. "Where have you been today? What? Why all of a sudden? Why didn't you tell me where you were going? Why didn't you come to the contest? Oh, well that, you know, what? Hurry up and tell me. There was a situation. What kind of situation, you jerk? Oh, why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me when I'm holding a knife? I'm holding a knife. Ack, you bad, bad guy. Ellen watched as Harriet's face turned red with anger, hitting Reinhardt's back. Ellen blankly stared at the scene, feeling that it should have been her own anger. Instead, Harriet's face turned red as she furiously vented her frustrations. "Is this really how you're supposed to use your strength? Strength? You just keep hitting me lately. Do you want me to show you my strength too? Shouldn't you be thankful that it's only strength being used? What if I used my special ability? Do you want to try that?" "No, no, that's not it." "Then, just take it quietly. It's not like it hurts when I hit you." "How will it not hurt if you keep hitting me?" Harriet was furious. Perhaps Harriet should have wished for Reinhardt not to come. Ellen thought so, but Harriet was genuinely enraged, furiously pounding Reinhardt. It was strange. Ellen felt she understood why Harriet was so angry to some extent. As much as Harriet cherished Reinhardt, she must have been worried about her. That's why Harriet didn't celebrate her Miss Temple victory, but rather comforted her as if consoling her. Ellen couldn't really get angry. Harriet was getting angry on Ellen's behalf. It was amusing. Also, Ellen was grateful, and she felt sorry. So sorry. Ellen laughed. While laughing, she didn't know why tears were coming, but she wiped them away quietly as she laughed. "So you're just going to attack me now, just because you can? Is that why you developed that?" "Of course." At some point, they had gathered around a pot of completed beef stew. Harriet had joined them somehow, but Ellen didn't feel uncomfortable. "It's snowing outside." Harriet looked out the dining hall window and commented. Both of them had just come in from the snow, but Harriet had apparently been holed up in the magic research lab. "Shall we eat on the terrace?" Harriet seemed to imagine a picturesque scene of eating warm stew while watching the snowy landscape. Harriet de Saintoin had a subtle preference for romance. "Why not?" Not feeling any reason against it, the two went out to the dining terrace, placing the pot of stew on a table there. The night breeze was chilly, but not unbearably cold. The three of them sat at the terrace table, each taking a bowl of stew and eating it slowly. It wasn't a blizzard, but rather a gentle snowfall. It had been snowing for quite a while, and a fair amount had piled up. "I remember making snowmen," Harriet said, smiling quietly as if reminiscing about that time. "It wasn't a snowman, it was a snow giant." "Anyway, you're an idiot." Ellen had made a snowman, and Harriet had made a massive snow giant. They had returned to Epinex Castle and learned that it was haunted by ghosts. Suddenly, Harriet's face changed as she looked back and forth between Reinhardt and Ellen. But you know what's funny? No, I don't know. Do you have to refute me like that? It's really annoying. Why are you so short-tempered lately? That's a sickness. You know, Reinhardt's teasing turned Harriet's face bright red. Do you really have to get under someone's skin at least once a day? Why are you like this? Technically speaking, it's you. It's only you that I tease like this. You're the only one I can't do without. Don't use that phrase like that. It's so annoying. Harriet's lips quivered. Watching Reinhardt's smug expression as he tormented Harriet was unbearable, even for an observer. Sometimes, even though it wasn't directed at them, onlookers would clench their fists in anger. So, what was the funny part? I don't know. You annoyed me so much that I forgot. Grumbling, Harriet scooped up a spoonful of stew and ate it. Of course, she hadn't let the piping hot stew cool properly, and her eyes widened as she flailed her arms and stomped her feet, unable to spit it out. Spit it out! What are you doing? Reinhardt looked at her with disdain, and Harriet struggled for a while, eventually swallowing the stew, unable to spit it out for the sake of her dignity. My mouth is burnt. Her mouth open and panting, Harriet looked miserable. It must be hot. Have something cold. What's gotten into you? Are you getting water for me? Wait, what are you doing? Cold stuff. Harriet's face paled as she watched Reinhardt, who promised her something cold, gather a handful of snow from the terrace railing. You're not. You wouldn't, would you? Harriet knew Reinhardt was up to something crazy, but for a moment, she didn't react because she thought he wouldn't go that far with her. But Reinhardt was undeniably a madman who would follow through. Smack! Yikes! As a snowball was jammed straight into her mouth, Harriet screamed in shock. Cool. Huh, you. What? What did you just do to me? For a moment, Harriet was too shocked to be angry. Of course, that didn't last long. With trembling hands, she wiped the snow from her mouth and reached for Reinhardt, her face turning red with fury. You're gonna die. Smack. Ah, wham. A blue magical line appeared on Harriet's arm, and Reinhardt, hit by the shockwave, was flung off the terrace and crashed into the ground. He must be really insane. No, if it's hot, you have to add something cold. Right, Reinhardt, who had been flung out onto the first floor and then climbed back up by grabbing the terrace railing, sat down again. Despite her irritation, Harriet dusted the snow off Reinhardt's clothes. Anyway, if it's hot, you should spit it out. Why would you force yourself to eat it? I wasn't raised on the streets like you. I was taught to behave with dignity. Really, does choking and gagging count as dignified behavior? Choking, you. What? Oh my. Really? And when did I act like you? Reinhardt had just exaggeratedly mimicked Harriet's recent actions, twisting his body dramatically, which caused Harriet to become even more upset and start grumbling again. The two of them could go on for quite a while, making pointless noise. Their conversations, although lacking any real substance, seemed to make time fly by. Eventually, after going back and forth for a while, both of them grew tired and started eating their stew in silence. It's beautiful, Harriet murmured, staring blankly at the snowfall outside. Thanks. I wasn't talking about you. Ha ha, I won't fall for that. I won't fall for it, you hear. Despite her apparent immunity to such teasing, Harriet always ended up reacting to his random remarks. The night of the festival, it wasn't as boisterous as one might expect. In the end, the three of them just quietly enjoyed their beef stew on the snowy night. These moments were a common occurrence. It wasn't a particularly special day. However, Ellen knew that these moments wouldn't last forever. There would come a day when they wouldn't be able to spend time together like this. And then they would reminisce. Every day they had spent together would seem special, or so she thought. Ellen vaguely guessed. Perhaps this was enough. As they had been up until now, they would continue like this forever. Continuing in this manner would be enough. Without getting any closer or further apart, Ellen discovered that she could be content. I'm thirsty. Fetch some water. You're talking to me. Who else would I be talking to? Don't order me around. Oh, come on. I cooked for you. Can't you at least fetch some water? Ah, fine. I'll get the water. Reinhardt was probably the only person in the world who could be so disrespectful to the princess. Ellen couldn't help but find Harriet's reaction adorable. The princess. As that thought crossed her mind, Ellen recalled a question she had forgotten. By the way, I've been wondering. Ellen tilted her head slightly. What's on your mind? Harriet had been fetching water, but stopped to look at Ellen curiously upon hearing her question. How did your parents know Reinhardt? Oh, that. Their strange reactions caused Ellen to tilt her head even more. Having heard the full story from Reinhardt, Ellen nodded. Ah, that's Senior. Yeah. Ellen had known about Adriana's sudden withdrawal, but hadn't been aware of the details. Of course, Reinhardt hadn't explained the situation either, just mentioning that he had business in the Saint-Ouen Duchy because of it, and had stopped by the White Palace in Arnoria on his way back, where he had become acquainted with them. When Adriana's name came up, Reinhardt's expression darkened slightly, but Ellen assumed it was due to concern. Harriet spoke, as if confessing to Ellen, "Isn't he weird? I mean, I know we're both in the royal class, but still. He just showed up at our palace, banged on the door, and demanded priority access to the warp gate. Can you believe it?" Right. Arnoria wasn't a place one could visit as casually as a friend's house, and even if it were a friend's house, it would be rude to visit at that hour. But it wasn't a friend's house. It was a visit to the palace of an entire country. No, without telling you I was absent. You guys seemed like you would try to kill me if I didn't show up, Reinhardt protested in a small voice. Moreover, Ellen was even more amazed that the Grand Duke had opened the door for them after such an intrusion, and the whole family welcomed him. It was curious what had happened, but the fact that Adriana's issue was involved was very surprising to Ellen. Thinking about it, Ellen had a rough idea of when Reinhardt had visited the Saint-Ouen Principality. Even so, he had traveled that far in just a day. Ellen found Reinhardt's actions inexplicable, with their forgotten questions resolved. The three of them tried to eat their stew again. Over there. But Harriet spotted something in the scenery outside the terrace and pointed at it. The first-year dormitory was on the first floor, and from the terrace, the outside scenery was even clearer. In the spot Harriet pointed at, Ellen could see a person who had disappeared earlier that day. At Senior. And the situation was even stranger. The senior who had just mentioned that they had dropped out was with her, Adriana. Olivia was walking with Adriana toward the royal class dormitory. Reinhardt immediately stood up from his seat and looked at the two of them. Some strange emotions flickered in Reinhardt's eyes, but Ellen couldn't tell what they were. Olivia and Adriana couldn't help but lock eyes with the three of them watching from the terrace. Ah, Reinhardt. Olivia Lands, Jr., Adriana. Sorry, I'm a bit busy now. Let's talk later. Before Reinhardt could say anything, Olivia quickly led Adriana toward the dormitory entrance. Harriet and Ellen tilted their heads as they watched them go, and Reinhardt sat back down. Olivia placed second in the unlimited tournament, and she didn't even participate in the Miss Temple. And then, in the dead of night, she returned to Temple with Adriana, who had suddenly withdrawn. Is there something going on with Olivia? Yeah. Reinhardt took a sip of water. I'll ask her later. Reinhardt said so and took another sip of water. Ellen watched Reinhardt. He had gone all the way to the Saint-Ouen Principality when he heard Adriana was dropping out. There was no way Reinhardt would just sit there and wait to talk later. Reinhardt wasn't that kind of person. Ellen looked at Reinhardt, who was quietly staring in the direction where Adriana and Olivia had gone. Reinhardt knew something. It wasn't intentional, but Ellen knew Reinhardt too well. Naturally, Ellen realized it. Chapter 326, the following day. A huge commotion had taken hold of the royal capital. Rumors had spread quickly about the battle that took place on the outskirts of the southern part of the royal capital the night before. It was said that a demonic creature, suspected to be a demon, flew through the night sky, casting large-scale destructive magic that affected the weather. The demons appeared, naturally. Such rumors inevitably reached Temple. I silently watched Kono Lint excitedly sharing the gossip he had picked up on the streets. Demons, all of a sudden. Apparently, demons appeared in the southern part of the royal capital yesterday, and chaos ensued. What happened exactly? I didn't get all the details. They just said demons appeared. Since the incident had occurred just the night before, detailed information was yet to be revealed. It was only natural for the kids to be shocked by the sudden news of demons during the festival. It was breakfast time, and Ellen looked at me with a serious, stern expression. Could it be those demons from back then? Probably. What's going on this time? I don't know. Ellen, Harriet, and Liana, along with their classmates, were all bewildered by the unexpected news of the demons. I couldn't possibly be suspected. Even if I didn't reveal my whereabouts yesterday, thinking I was involved in the attack would be an excessive leap. In the first place, it was absurd to suspect that one's friend might be a demon. At most, Ellen might suspect the possibility of involvement in a crime through the rotatory gang. Sometimes, something was so implausible that it didn't warrant suspicion. It was certain that Charlotte and Bertus would be busy again, and the conclusion was clear. A state of emergency would be declared in the royal capital, and the festival would not continue. As expected, Charlotte was absent, and Savelin Turner, who had been serving as a temporary dormitory teacher, was nowhere to be seen in the dormitory, presumably having returned to the royal palace. It was inevitable, considering that the elite knights were massacred near the royal capital. Had the demons attacked the royal capital itself, rather than its southern part, the loss of life would have been tremendous. Considering that tens of thousands would have been killed easily if the high-ranking demons had launched even a single top-tier destructive spell on the royal capital during the crowded festivities. Thus, the party was over. It was time for everyone to go home. On the top floor of the dormitory, in an empty clubroom, I sat with Olivia and Adriana. Last night, Adriana had stayed in Olivia's room. It would have been impossible under normal circumstances, but it seemed she had managed to sneak into Temple during the festival. "Did you have a good time, Junior?" Well, Adriana had used the excuse of visiting for fun, but her pale complexion made it impossible to hide that something was going on. Olivia's situation hadn't been much different. Adriana had been used as bait to lure Olivia out. It must have been a great shock to her. She already had growing distrust towards the believers, and she had tried to erase such concerns through life in the monastery. But even there, she experienced more disappointment. Adriana's mental state couldn't have been normal. Although I had rescued both Olivia and Adriana, they didn't know that. I didn't want to show off, nor could I. A mix of gloom and guilt filled Olivia's expression. She probably thought that I was upset about her disappearing yesterday. Olivia glanced at Adriana, as if seeking agreement. I could see Adriana slightly nodding her head. "Did you hear about the demon raid?" "I'm not sure about the details, but yes." Olivia trusted me. "We were there when the demons attacked." Rather than making excuses, Olivia seemed to want to tell me everything. Hearing the story I already knew from Olivia's mouth was awkward. Pretending to be surprised was harder than I thought. Of course, the story I heard from them wasn't that long. The head of the Artuan monastery, where Adriana had been, was part of a secret religious group called the Nameless Order, and she had handed her over to Riveria lands. The monastery headmistress, in essence, had been deceived as well. She wouldn't have expected Adriana to be used as bait, afraid that speaking out at the scene might endanger not only herself, but also the monastery headmistress. Adriana had no choice but to be taken away in silence. As expected, the head of the Holy Knights lured Olivia, and she headed to the scene as soon as she received the letter. There, she fought against Riveria lands, and suddenly, demons appeared. The strange thing is, those demons, they saved us. Confusion clouded the expressions of both Olivia and Adriana. As they were being dragged away by the terrifying and eerie demons, Olivia was thinking about the battle after Adriana's safety was secured. But oddly enough, the demon dropped the two of them far away in an abandoned monastery and left them. Olivia and Adriana could only run away in panic as they witnessed the massive magical attack on the monastery. "I can't understand it." At my words, both Adriana and Olivia nodded. Pretending not to know, acting surprised was difficult. However, the situation was severe, so it wasn't hard to take it seriously. Fortunately, they told me. Now I could discuss alternatives with them. I don't know about other things, but it would be best not to tell anyone. We were thinking the same thing. I don't know why the demons acted that way, but if the fact gets out, you might be accused of colluding with demons. In any case, I doubt that there are any surviving holy knights. There were no survivors. There might be people who saw demons flying from afar, but I had made sure to thoroughly instruct them not to leave a single survivor among those caught in the battle, and all the fleeing holy knights had been dealt with. The rumors spreading throughout the royal capital now were not from those who had directly witnessed the battle, but rather from those who had seen the demons flying and the large-scale magical attacks from a distance. The fact that there were holy knights involved in the battle had not yet become known to the general public. I'm not so sure about that. It was only natural that Olivia and Adriana would say this since they didn't know the exact situation of the battle. Still, let's think about it under the assumption that the holy knights were annihilated at that place, because there were no witnesses to the battle. I looked at Adriana. Do you think other people would know that our seniors were there? It would be a problem if the members of the Nameless Order in other regions knew that Adriana and Olivia were there yesterday. If everyone there was killed by the demon's ambush, there would be no excuse for their survival. I'm not sure, Olivia said, biting her lip. I don't know about the others, but the abbotess, she knows that I was with the people from the Nameless Order. Adriana spoke with a somber expression. The very person who handed Adriana over to Riveria lands. She might not know now, but once she finds out that the Nameless Order was annihilated by the demon's ambush, she would undoubtedly doubt Adriana's survival. She would inevitably have to face the question of how she managed to survive when everyone else died. Adriana, you shouldn't go back to the monastery. I guess so. The inexplicable situation of being protected by the demons is a disaster in itself if any investigative agency were to find out. So, if they decided to remain silent, Adriana must not return to the monastery. It was better for Adriana to be considered dead. One must be grateful that this world is not developed in terms of communication and media. It would take a long time for the news from the royal capital to reach the Artuan monastery in the Saintoan territory. It would take even longer for the news to reach the provincial cities of the Saintoan territory. Since real-time information sharing is not possible, Adriana doesn't need to hide. Still, it should suffice if she lives quietly in a place far from public power and influence. For now, let's go somewhere with me. Adriana, I can find a place for you to stay. The Rotatory Gang headquarters. For the time being, under the protection of Lawyer, they needed to consider Adriana's whereabouts. What about you? What about me? Both of them didn't know that I belonged to an organization called the Rotatory Gang. It's a hassle to explain, so just think of it that way. Thanks, Junior. There was no need to brag about being affiliated with an organization close to crime, so neither of them knew my background. As far as I know, only Harriet Ellen, the Crown Prince, and the Crown Princess were aware of my connection with the Rotatory Gang, and those three no-good brothers who used to make fun of me for being a beggar. Let's get moving. Keeping Adriana at Temple for a longer period was not a good idea. I immediately led the two of them out of Temple. The atmosphere at the royal capital was tense and uneasy. People were bustling about, hurrying to and fro. Demons have appeared. We need to get back quickly. The queue for the gates is a mess. It's chaos. Are demons attacking the royal capital too? It's possible. Rumors that demons had appeared in the southern part of the royal capital had already spread like wildfire. Because it was the festival period, the magical train, which had been crowded, was now even more packed with people, making it impossible to consider as a means of transportation. I guess we'll have to walk. Yeah, we don't have a choice. It was utter chaos, with a mass movement to escape the royal capital as quickly as possible. There was pandemonium near the large warp gates, not to mention the magical trains. Please enter the queue in order. There are no privileges. Far more soldiers than usual were controlling the gate queues, and it was the same for people flocking to medium and small warp gates as well. First, let's get out of the royal capital and return when things calm down. There seemed to be quite a few people trying to move far away from the royal capital. It appeared they planned to return to the royal capital once the commotion died down, and then use the large warp gate to return to their hometowns. Due to the chaos that had occurred yesterday, all the tourists at the royal capital were in a state of panic. Cold sweat broke out. The fact that so many people were affected by my actions filled me with fear. I had killed Riveria lands. I still believed it was necessary, but the fact that my actions could potentially turn the world upside down was laid out before me. Demons, and the Demon King. I could feel how much influence they held in this land of humans. The demon war had ended. Afterward, people should have gradually forgotten about the Demon King and the demons. The Demon King has returned. Don't say such unlucky things. You fool, the Demon King is taking revenge. He wasn't dead yet. Artorias failed to kill the Demon King. No, it can't be. However, due to my actions yesterday, people were making assumptions and treating them as if they were facts. The Demon King didn't die. Or the next Demon King is taking revenge. If not, the remaining demon remnants would continue to plunge the continent into chaos like this. Countless bizarre rumors were growing and multiplying on their own. Fear paralyzed people's rationality. If the demons had truly attacked for revenge, they should have targeted the royal capital or the royal palace instead of the abandoned monastery in the south. But nobody talked about that. If the demon king really resurrected, who will kill him? All they worried about was who would have to kill the new demon king in their stead. Adriana and Olivia followed me silently. Having been rescued from the demons, they must have been the ones feeling the most confused in this situation. It had taken quite a while to get there on foot. There was no way people could leave the crowded royal capital like the ebbing tide in just a day or two. As people flocked towards the gate, the other side was relatively quiet. But why did the demons attack the holy knights? I don't know. At Adriana's question, Olivia shook her head with a stern expression. They didn't know why the demons had saved them or what their purpose was. It was too strange to even make a guess. There was no way they could guess that I, walking ahead, was actually the son of the demon king and had used my subordinates to attack not the holy knights, but the nameless order to save them. The demons attacked the holy knights before, too. Yes, that's right. Did they bear a grudge? Adriana might not know, but Olivia knew the truth behind the previous attack, the corruption and degeneration of the holy knights, including about the demon prisoners. She knew that the demons' attack was to rescue the succubus prisoners. It wasn't an attack on the nameless order, but a revenge against Riveria Lands, the former holy knight leader. They didn't even have to go that far. Riveria Lands, the former Holy Knight leader, was a war hero of the Demon Realm War, and therefore an enemy of the demons. He had lost his power and influence, so attacking him now, when he was weakened and distant from power, seemed quite plausible. Revenge, perhaps. Olivia's inference was somewhat logical. She understood that yesterday's incident was an attack to kill Riveria Lands, not the Nameless Order. In reality, it was completely different. But if Olivia interpreted the demon's intentions that way, it was good for me. Of course, even with that thought, rescuing Adriana and Olivia was still a strange thing to happen. Olivia muttered as if she realized something. This may be a stretch, but what is it? Olivia looked at me and Adriana and spoke. If the demons attacked the holy knights for revenge yesterday, then leaving us alone, was it because we're outsiders? What? Adriana tilted her head at Olivia's words. I mean, the place itself is hard for outsiders to be in, but the reason they rescued us, was it to prevent collateral damage to targets other than their own? Olivia made a different inference. She believed the attack came first, and the rescue came later. If their intention was to harm humans, there would be no need to attack the Holy Knights. So, their original intention must have been to attack the Holy Knights. But upon discovering outsiders there, they didn't want to involve the two of them unwillingly, so they rescued them. That was the inference she made. Do the demons care about such things? It seemed incomprehensible to Adriana that the demons would consider humans, all of whom should be their enemies. It was as if Olivia was saying that the demons were somehow kind. It's common sense that demons hate and want to kill all humans. Naturally, Adriana would have such thoughts too. However, the demons did save them. Maybe. It's a bit strange. I don't really know either. Neither Adriana nor Olivia. Overcoming deeply ingrained prejudices seemed difficult. Of course, rescuing the two of them came first, so no matter what inference Olivia made, it could only be wrong. So as Olivia furrowed her brow, pondering why yesterday's events had occurred, I couldn't help but find it adorable. Chapter 327, the headquarters of the Rotatory Gang, was located in the southern part of the royal capital. It was a place where people rarely visited, and the grounds were quite spacious. It wasn't the perfect place to hide, but if one made up their mind, they could live without catching the attention of outsiders. You want me to take someone in? Yes, she's my senior. Her name is Adriana. Ah, hello. Adriana bowed her head slightly as she looked at Laura. Adriana hadn't grown up in the royal capital, and during her time at Temple, she had behaved modestly. Therefore, she wouldn't have heard about someone with the nickname of Wild Dog like Laura. The same applied to Olivia, who was meeting Loya for the first time. Even if they weren't part of a dark organization, only those who knew about these places knew about their business. Both of them had no choice but to see the disheveled white-haired boss of the Rotatory Gang for the first time. Although she appeared human, Loya exuded a beastly aura just by standing there, which made Olivia and Adriana freeze for a moment. Above all, they seemed even more surprised that I was serving such a person as my boss. In truth, Loya was one of the main reasons the royal capital was in chaos at the moment. The main culprit behind the night attack, the demon King Valia. Lycanthrope lawyer. Naturally, the two couldn't recognize her. Since Sakigar was the one who rescued these two, Loya was also meeting them for the first time. I need to stay here for a while because I have some business to take care of. Is that okay? Well, it's not impossible. Loya quickly scanned Adriana from top to bottom, making her shiver as if she had been electrocuted by her gaze. We don't have any empty rooms, but we can make one. However, there are only men here. You know, the gang members now looked like decent humans due to improved circumstances. Yet, despite the improvement, Loya was the only one who still looked like a beggar. Nevertheless, this place was filled with rough people who had experienced the world's trials, so Loya seemed worried all of a sudden. She can take care of herself, so there's no need to worry. Yeah, well, if she's a temple-trained girl, she might not look like much, but she can throw a punch. Lawyer didn't ask for more details, probably knowing she was involved in yesterday's incident. I looked at Adriana. As Lawyer said, now that I had brought her here, there was a chance that Adriana might find this place difficult to endure. In fact, I didn't know the disposition of every member of the organization. If you're uncomfortable here, I can look for another place for you. No, it's fine, thank you, Reinhardt. As if she couldn't rely on me any further, Adriana nodded without asking where we were or what we were doing. Lawyer seemed to have understood well enough that Adriana needed to stay here quietly. Where should I make a room for her? Lawyer seemed to ponder for a moment, clearly annoyed by the situation. Although there were no vacant rooms, they said they could make one, which probably meant evicting someone who had been living there. Wasn't this a bit of an awkward situation? Lawyer seemed to ponder for a moment before motioning for Adriana to follow her and opening a door behind her office. Thunk, use this room. Lawyer suddenly offered what was obviously her own room. Olivia, Adriana, and even I couldn't help but be surprised by her abrupt decision. I'm not sure what to call you, but isn't this your room? Nuna. Is that rude? Then how should I? Hearing the word Nuna, Laura's eyes widened, and she grabbed Adriana's hand, pulling her into the room. No, you're definitely using this room. Yes. Tell me if you need anything. I'll prepare it right away. After saying that, Laura placed his hands on Adriana's shoulders. From now on, keep calling me Nuna. It seemed Loya really liked being called Nuna by Adriana, despite always being called Aunt by Ellen. Ah, yes, Nuna, heh. It seemed as if Loya's non-existent tail was fiercely wagging. It was clear that training with Ellen had led her in a strange direction. Although Ellen had continually pestered Loya to the point where she fell for the word, Nuna, it was a good thing. Leaving Adriana alone in a gang made me uneasy, but it was the best solution for now. Adriana couldn't be exposed to the outside world. On our way back, after entrusting Adriana to the rotatory gang's headquarters, Olivia absent-mindedly looked up at the sky and said, "What's happening to the world?" Although I didn't think that everything would be fine once the Demon King died. I still thought that the countless people being dragged to the battlefield and dying meaninglessly would stop. Having witnessed the horrors of war firsthand, Olivia knew better than anyone how terrifying it could be. She didn't know about the revolutionary forces. However, she knew that the five great divine faiths and the Empire were igniting a new conflict. I wonder if people wouldn't kill each other if the Demon King hadn't died. It seemed Olivia wished, to some extent, that the rumors about the Demon King were true. An external threat always stopped division. To some degree, Olivia seemed to have accepted the necessity of the Demon King. Don't go around saying I talked about this. It's suspicious. Olivia smiled at me. What's the point of me saying that? We'd only be leaving Adriana at the rotatory gang for a short time. We'd soon have to find her another place to stay. The royal capital was not completely safe. Maybe somewhere far away. For instance, if it were a place like Edina Archipelago, where Iris was, I would have been relieved. But even if I were to send her there, how would I explain my connection to that distant island nation? It was hard enough to accept today's events. By the way, Reinhardt, what on earth was that place today? Olivia, who seemed to have the same question, asked me about the rotatory gang. It's like a hometown for those from the streets. I briefly explained the rotatory gang, about how we came from a group of beggars to where we are now. I see. That's a good thing. Upon hearing that the beggars from under the bridge were now living in a decent building and paying for their meals, Olivia gave a bright smile. The problem was that the boss, Loyal, still looked like a beggar. I was shocked, thinking that you, Reinhardt, were involved in some kind of criminal organization. I had been involved with them in the past, and there was not an absolute lack of connection with the Thieves' Guild, but I did not correct Olivia's assumption. Because, in reality, we were now officially doing business through collaboration with the Merchants' Guild. If we were to check the background, it would be the royal family. Ha! Olivia let out a sigh, seemingly full of worries. Adriana's problem was one thing, and her own problem was another. There would be a lot on her mind. With Riveria Lands dead, there would be no more conspirators trying to make Olivia Lands the Empress of the Holy Empire. But you never know. Considering the demon's problem as well, it was bound to be complicated. And then there was another thing. In the end, Olivia didn't win the tournament, nor was she elected Miss Temple. Olivia, who needed money, got involved in various issues and missed out on everything she wanted. She was the one who had only pitiful experiences at this festival. She was probably under a lot of stress from other things, but the money problem was surely bothering Olivia as well. I couldn't solve all of Olivia's problems, but I wanted to help her out, even if just a little. You know what? What is it? The orphanage sponsored by you. Ah, is that in Royal Capital? Ah, yes, it is. Let's go there. Upon hearing my words, Olivia's eyes widened in surprise. No, no. Reinhardt, you don't have to do that. It's my problem. You don't have to spend your money. Who said I'm spending money? What? She seemed to think that I was going to pay the sponsorship money she couldn't afford. Of course, it's only natural for her to think that, but unfortunately, I had no intention of spending any money. I'm not going to pay the sponsorship, just show me around for now. Ah, oh, sure. With a hesitant step, Olivia took the lead. Olivia personally sponsored several orphanages. The fact that it was not just one was surprising. She had been sponsoring them with the allowance she received from Riveria Lands, but as her financial situation became difficult, she had no proper way to pay the sponsorship. That meant Olivia would only be sponsoring the places with financial difficulties. She wouldn't be sponsoring those with enough funds. The place where Olivia volunteered struggled to operate without donations. Are there two more places like this? Yes. I was standing in front of an orphanage building located in a quiet area on the outskirts of the eastern part of the royal capital. The building wasn't falling apart, but it was old, and the facilities were visibly outdated. However, the site was quite large, and the children were playing in the central open area among the three buildings. The orphanage didn't have a fence, so the children could see us approaching. Oh, it's Olivia. Olivia's here, Olivia. Ah, hey, kids. The children swarmed Olivia, who must have visited often. Nuna, my leg's all better now. Thank goodness. Billy. Olivia tended to the children as they rushed her and shared their various stories. She seemed to know how to love the children. Nuna, he fought with Will again. Scold him. Really? I told you not to fight with your friends. Didn't I? But he started it. He said I don't even have a mom, but he doesn't either. I do. You idiot. My mom's just too busy to come. That's bullshit. I know where your mom's grave is. Hey, you, didn't I tell you not to say mean things? The children's conversations were filled with teasing words that tested each other's patience, but Olivia's scolding, intervening, and comforting presence was a side of her I'd never seen before. I had a feeling she would be like that, but it was still surprising to actually see it. The children's attention on Olivia was only temporary, as they soon focused on me. Who's this guy? Is he your boyfriend? Ah, no. He's a junior, a close junior. Olivia's face turned red as she rapidly shook her head. Her reaction was completely different from her usual demeanor. I had expected her to say, "Of course he's my boyfriend," while laughing, but she was visibly shy. Why does her personality change here? Nuna, you must like this guy, huh? Your face is all red. No, that's not it. Are you trying to tease me? As Olivia stammered, the girls giggled, and the boys began to stare at me with cold eyes. I could tell from their gazes. Who the hell are you? Although I didn't know their exact thoughts, their looks meant something similar. What do you do? Do you attend temple too? Are you good at fighting? Amidst the boys' hostile gazes, I felt uncomfortable. Even my classmates were children by my standards, let alone these younger kids. While Olivia might not know, I didn't like kids and didn't know how to handle them. Children were a distant existence for me. As I stood stiffly without saying anything, the kids began whispering to each other. He looks like he can fight. He looks scary. No, guys like that usually can't fight. I felt dizzy. I didn't come here to see kids. It wasn't just the boys. The girls were whispering too. That guy is totally my type. Do you think his face is going to feed you? He looks like a thug, you know, the kind of guy who uses and tosses girls aside. A man needs to be rich. Money is the best. He might be rich, you never know. No, he's a born loser. I can tell by his face. So you'd marry a bald, fat grandpa if he had a lot of money. Actually, that's not bad. He'd die quickly, right? Then all the money is mine. Really? After that, I just have to snag a good-looking guy like him. You idiot. Marry again. Why not? Why can't I do it 2 times? The kids spoke with an unusually mature tone, discussing things my classmates wouldn't even talk about. What's with these kids? What do these kids see and learn that makes them grow up so fast? I wasn't here for fun. I tried my best to ignore their whispers while observing their appearances. Worn-out clothes, not rags, but I could tell they didn't have many clothes to wear. The kids were all skinny. Their nutritional status seemed poor. It was clear that this was an orphanage with poor conditions. If sponsorship money decreased, it would inevitably affect them. So I understood why Olivia tried so hard to maintain the funding after seeing this situation. Oh, Olivia, it's been a while. Ah, yes, ma'am. As the children gathered, a middle-aged woman in a white dress appeared, probably wondering who had come. She greeted Olivia. She had a kind expression. She greeted Olivia and then naturally looked at me. Ah, Reinhardt, greetings. This is the director of Sunshine Cradle, Miss Bell. Hello. Olivia's friend. Yes, my name is Reinhardt. She reached out her hand and I shook it. It was a soft touch. Naturally, the adults were not alone in managing this place, and a few could be seen coming and going. The director of the sunlit cradle. I didn't like kids, nor did I know how to handle them. I had no idea how to interact with them. As long as they didn't cry, that was good enough for me. I wasn't here to see the kids, nor was I here to donate money. I looked at Olivia and said, Senior, could you take the kids over there for a bit? Ha! I have some business to discuss with the director. Although Olivia seemed a bit puzzled, she herded the children and headed in another direction. Like the Pied Piper, when Olivia moved, the children, both boys and girls, flocked after her, introducing herself as Director Bell. Ah, Reinhardt, do you have something to discuss with me? Yes, let's go somewhere quiet first. Since it wasn't a conversation to have in public, I followed Director Bell's lead and entered her office. It was a place where no one could eavesdrop. What is it you'd like to discuss, Reinhardt? Standing in front of Director Bell, who had a kind smile on her face, I smirked. Please explain. Pardon. How are you misusing the funds so that the kids are in such a state? After the Great Demon War, the royal family immediately started providing maximum support for orphanages catering to war orphans. There should be enough money pouring in that the children don't have to worry about being overweight. Yet why are they living like this? Funds shortage. I knew for a fact that there was no way such an issue could arise in an orphanage located on the royal capital. Chapter 328. One couldn't distinguish a person's goodness or wickedness from their appearance alone. At first glance, a seemingly harmless individual might actually be a demon, feeding on the blood of children. Miss Bell looked genuinely flustered and distressed. I don't understand what you're talking about. Why bring up such a topic suddenly? Naturally, she would deny it. I don't know how the orphanage support project is structured, nor do I know the routes and methods through which the funds are provided. I can't know. I'm not an insider. I sighed deeply. After the Great Demon War, the government promptly started a support project for the many orphans it left behind. When I first fell into the royal capital, I seriously considered whether I should go to an orphanage-like place. I knew for sure that support would be provided in this area. There was even a provision that war orphans with potential could receive free education at Temple, though not at a royal class level. So it didn't make sense that there were orphans in the royal capital with no money, no clothes, and starving. Someone was stealing the money through some hole, leaving the children hungry. It was certain that the funds meant for the children were being embezzled somewhere along the way. The places Olivia supported were all like this money was being embezzled, and the actual places in need of help weren't receiving it. So when I heard this story from Olivia, I didn't say anything about her support itself, but I had a grasp of the underlying issues. I decided to lend a hand since it crossed my mind. I crossed my arms and looked at Miss Bell, who wore a terribly wronged expression. I didn't know how the orphanage project was run. In reality, this person might be innocent. Ma'am, Did you know that I won first place in the temple tournament for first-year students? So what? The winners of the temple tournament have the opportunity to meet His Majesty the Emperor. Watching Miss Bell's face turn pale, I smirked. What do you think would happen if I told His Majesty that this orphanage seems to be embezzling the support funds and funneling them elsewhere? WH, what are you talking about? Do you think we'd be safe if you said that? If you're innocent, you should be. What are you saying, student? I never. I haven't done anything. Mr. Bell's face turned pale and she began to tremble. The Emperor might issue orders upon hearing my story, or he might not. But just the thought of me speaking about this issue terrified her. An innocent person could be accused of a crime they didn't commit. In that case, someone who is actually guilty would undoubtedly be exposed. Could this person truly be innocent? Just looking at her expression, as if she was about to suffocate at any moment, I knew she had played games with the children's meals. Please, student, spare me just this once. There won't be any more incidents like this, I promise. Smack. Ouch! I pushed away Miss Bell, who clung to the hem of my clothes. Why should I decide whether you live or die? I looked down at the trembling, middle-aged woman with a kind-looking face, lying on the ground. How many people must have been deceived by that innocent appearance? I didn't know what she did with the money that should have gone to the children. All the money Olivia had raised, even by selling her personal belongings, must have been embezzled like this. If she had received prize money and donated it to this orphanage, that too would have been siphoned away. It's the Empire's law that decides, not me. Outside the window, the children and Olivia were playing, laughing heartily. I was in the principal's office, watching the orphanage director kneeling before me. I didn't think Olivia needed to know about this. I didn't want her to discover that what she had been doing all this time had actually been fattening the pockets of the wrong people. She already had enough to deal with. I didn't want to burden her further with this kind of issue. After watching Olivia and the children play for a while, we left the orphanage. The children were disappointed, and Miss Bell didn't dare come near me. What did you talk about? It was about when the support policy would start, and various other things. Really, I hope it starts soon. In fact, it had already been implemented a long time ago. Olivia and other sponsors were deceived with the excuse that they had been excluded from the support targets. I decided there was no need to reveal this truth. I didn't know how sad she would feel if she knew. There's no need to know every truth. Sometimes, it's better not to know the truth that would hurt you, and Olivia had already been hurt too much. I may not have punished her directly, but I could at least file a complaint. I don't know what punishment everyone would receive, but I plan to investigate the other orphanages that Olivia supports. If Olivia wants the children to eat well and wear nice clothes, it will happen soon enough. Reinhardt, you really struggle with kids. I don't like kids. Ha, I didn't know you had such a weakness. Why is disliking something a weakness? I thought you'd at least say something harsh like you usually do, but you couldn't even do that. Isn't that a weakness? Since I wasn't driving them away with harsh words as I usually do and was stammering instead, it was obvious. Heh, you'll have to play nicely with our child, okay? No, what are you talking about? Olivia laughed heartily, seemingly in a much better mood. That was enough. Go ahead and eat, startled. It's human food. I know that. Radia Schmidt cautiously accepted the bread and milk the vampire had offered and set them down beside her. Although the vampire had given her food, Radia couldn't bring herself to touch it. Huddled in a corner of the basement, Radia Schmidt trembled in fear. The vampire had casually left for a while and then returned. She could have tried to escape, but fear prevented her from even attempting it. The terror came from knowing that the vampire wouldn't leave her so vulnerable to escape. Well, at least she's not a foolish child. That's fortunate. The vampire, who had bought the bread and milk, seemed to know that she hadn't tried to escape and even gently stroked her head. Everything was frightening, but what terrified Radia the most was that it was currently broad daylight. A vampire? How can you be out during the day? It was common knowledge that vampires only moved at night. Even though the vampire had disguised herself as an ordinary merchant yesterday, she had been indoors, and when the battle had taken place, it had been nighttime. But the vampire had confidently walked around in broad daylight. She had even bought bread and milk. Gazing at aghast Radia, the vampire smiled. There's no such thing as absolute in this world, is there? It was a surprisingly gentle smile. The creepy gaze and vicious words from yesterday, as well as the powerful destruction magic that she had never seen before, seemed to have vanished. The being in front of her was a vampire mage capable of slaughtering tens of thousands with a wave of her hand. Reinhardt, who had such a powerful mage as a subordinate, the Demon King. Radia now knew that Reinhardt was such a being. She didn't know why the Demon King was the master of Tiamata. All she knew now was that she had become so terrified that she just wished to die peacefully without being turned into a vampire. What did the vampire intend to do with her? Radia didn't know. All she could do was pray to the gods for a peaceful death. The vampire studied her closely. Are you cold? It's winter, so it must be chilly, and there's no heating in here. She touched the floor and shook her head. Click! Suddenly, a heating element was summoned, and warmth began to circulate in the previously cold room. How about that? Is it warm now? All Radia could do was shrink away even further. What did she want from her? She couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what the terrifying vampire would do to her, so all Radia could do was shiver in fear. The vampire let out a deep sigh and looked at Radia intently. Don't be so scared. If you need something, just say it. As if to say, don't be afraid. The vampire sat down beside her and supported Radia's trembling shoulders. I understand that you're scared because of the situation, but you don't need to be that afraid. I won't hurt you, so you don't have to worry. The more the vampire treated her kindly, the stronger Radia's fear became. What? What do you want from me? Thus, Radia had to overcome her fear and muster up all her courage to speak. At her question, the vampire tilted its head. Nothing. Then, why are you holding me like this? I'm not turning you into a subordinate or a familiar because you don't want it. And my lord still doesn't trust you. Radia Schmidt looked at Elaris with a despairing expression upon hearing those words. Could you, please, kill me? Normally, knowing Reinhardt's true identity, Radia couldn't even come up with a defense for herself. She had betrayed her fellow believers because she feared becoming a vampire. No matter how much the Demon King was Toan's apostle, her sin was deep. That's why Radia, drowned in guilt, now simply longed for a clean death. I'm afraid I can't do that because I don't like it. Was she to be trapped in this dark basement forever, unable to die? Would she have to stay like this until she herself said she would become a vampire? Had she become a human being groomed by vampires? Seeing Radia's expression, Elaris seemed to understand something and lowered her head. You won't be able to return to Temple, but you can at least go out. Of course, you'll have to go with me wherever you go. People might recognize you, so I'll make some minor changes to your appearance. If you want to go somewhere or eat something, just tell me. If you want a change of scenery, I can teleport you to a faraway place. Don't worry about the distance. Radia Schmidt thought this vampire was somewhat strange. If you have family, you can visit them too. Of course, I'll have to keep an eye on you from a distance. You understand that much, right? Ah, no, I don't have a family. Ah, I see, I'm sorry. Ah. No, it's okay. Was she really being groomed? Radia began to suspect that she might have been under a huge misunderstanding. The vampire before her, and Reinhardt. Radia couldn't figure out how the situation was unfolding. In the imperial palace in the center of the empire, Tetra, the emperor sat in his study with the crown prince and princess after a hastily called meeting with his ministers. Bertus and Charlotte didn't engage in their usual psychological warfare. They knew this was an unusual situation. Defying the Emperor's mood right now would be absolutely forbidden. Last night, Riviera Lands was found dead along with several elite holy knights at the abandoned monastery on the southern outskirts of the royal capital. Emperor Neliath de Gardias calmly relayed the facts. It is presumed to be the work of demons. Is it related to the previous incident? At Bertus's question, the Emperor nodded. I cannot confirm, but it seems highly likely under the circumstances. The demon war had ended, but powerful demons still survived. They were strong enough to cause a massive assault on the royal capital. There were no casualties last time, but this time there were. Riviera Lands, the former commander of the Holy Knights and one of the heroes of the demon war, had died. But the expressions on the faces of the emperor, prince, and princess were all strange. Is the divine helping our empire? Both Charlotte and Bertus trembled at the emperor's words, but they could only nod blankly. The appearance of high-ranking demons on the royal capital was a disaster among disasters, but the three of them knew that, although the situation was embarrassing, it would be a blessing in the long run. Were the ones who died at the scene not only Riviera Lands, but also the anonymous priests of the Nameless Order? We don't know the exact composition, But it's likely. The Emperor nodded again at Charlotte's question. The religious secret society organized by Riviera Lands, the Nameless Order, was already known to the royal family. However, it was impossible to act on it due to the sensitive nature of religious matters and the potential for a large-scale uprising. Assassination was also difficult. Not only was Riviera Lands an outstanding individual, but the leaders of the Nameless Order were also veterans well acquainted with combat. Even if they managed to assassinate them, it would be obvious that the royal family was behind it. So, the royal family of the empire had been troubled by how to deal with the growing seed of division without taking any action. And then, in one night, they were all wiped out. Moreover, several civilians had seen the flying demons in the vicinity. The royal family couldn't be implicated as the instigators, and there was no chance of being misunderstood as such. The emergence of the remaining demon forces was a disaster, but the Empire had managed to eliminate the threat without lifting a finger. Do you know why the demons attacked Riviera Lands and not Holy Knight's order? Other than perhaps having a personal grudge against Riviera Lands, I'm not sure. Bertus could only make such an inference. I think it's more important to know whether the demons knew about the Nameless Order and attacked them. If they knew, they should have left them alone. Exactly. If the demons knew the purpose of the Nameless Order, it would be to their advantage to leave them alone to weaken the Empire. So they must not have known, which was their conclusion, and it was reasonable, since it was impossible to assume that the demons were trying to protect the Empire. Even those at the heart of the Empire could not know the true nature of the situation. So they had no choice but to be in the dark. While they had gotten rid of one problem, they had replaced it with another. Very powerful demons still survived and could attack the royal capital at any time. It was unknown whether the Demon King had really been resurrected or if there was a successor. All that was known was that the demon war had not yet ended, and everyone in the Empire became aware of this fact. They knew that this would have a positive effect on the Empire for the time being. After the Emperor's audience, Bertus and Charlotte were walking down a hallway in the central palace. Tetra, what do you think, sister? About what? The child you're looking for, the possibility that he's involved in this. I don't want to hear that nonsense. Despite her words, Charlotte couldn't deny that her mind was in turmoil. If that kid turns out to be the Demon King's son or something like that. Shut up. Charlotte glared at Bertus with a grim look in her eyes. What are you trying to say? That I'm alive because the Demon King's son was brought with me. So, all of this is my fault. Is that what you want to say? That I should have quietly died by your hand? Are you trying to say something like that? At Charlotte's hostile words, Bertus lowered his head and smiled. No, I just wanted to say that it would be a relief if that were the case. I almost made a fatal mistake, didn't I? There's no competition without the Empire. Seeing his malicious expression, Charlotte felt nauseous. Someone needed to hear this conversation, but there was no one who could. Even if someone heard it, nothing would change. You're an unlucky bastard. Bertus's wish that the child would be the Demon King's son or something similar was understandable. Charlotte knew what he was thinking. Even if remnants of the demon race were left, they couldn't bring down the Empire. Darkland had been effectively destroyed, and the Demon King's castle had been conquered. The remaining demons could do no more than guerrilla warfare. So, if a focal point for the surviving demons arose and caused a disturbance, the Empire might face chaos, but it wouldn't split apart. From this perspective, Bertus wished for the existence of the Demon King's successor. Charlotte knew that too. Even though it was incomprehensible, this situation was ultimately good for the Empire. Could that child really have a connection to the Demon King? He seemed too ordinary, a child without any abilities. But Charlotte also knew that she couldn't completely rule out that possibility. Now, about the name of the Imperial Palace, Tetra. This is a lot more nuanced than it seems, so I decided to explain it here. Tetra, Court Heterodaenus, has basically two meanings. The first one is that it's in the center of the four seasonal palaces, spring, summer, fall, winter, as such. It's tetra because it combines all four seasons in one place. Tetra is a prefix that means four and can suggest a sense of stability, balance, and order. By using tetra in the title of the imperial palace, the author may have been highlighting its importance as the center of power and authority in the story, and emphasizing the stability and order that it represents. Or maybe I'm thinking too deep, and it's just the four seasons combined. Chapter 329. The festival itself had ended, but Temple, which was scheduled to be open until the weekend, began to control the number of visitors right away. Immediate measures were taken throughout the royal capital. The military controlled all the gates of the royal capital, trying to restore the chaos. Of course, all of this happened outside Temple, so for me, it only felt like the remaining days of the Temple festival ended a little early. It's quiet. Yeah. Ellen and I were once again strolling through the peaceful temple. Even though Ellen had been crowned Miss Temple, she was still just Ellen. She hadn't changed much and didn't seem to attach much importance to it. If anything, it seemed like a bother to her. The festival was over. The tournament was over too, so it was expected that an audience with the emperor would be arranged, but due to the circumstances, that opportunity might not come. The issue of the orphanage's funding fraud would be resolved later. In the end, Ellen became Miss Temple, even though she couldn't participate in the contest, and Cliffman had ranked among the top. I wasn't sure if his confidence or anthropophobia issues were resolved. It seemed like he was being scolded by Liana, asking why Ellen had won but he hadn't. Was this a recovery method for anthropophobia or just a new bully coming to life? There was also the matter of Radia Schmidt. Radia Schmidt was missing, even though her graduation was near. Radia Schmidt was still a Temple student and an unlimited tournament champion. Her disappearance would soon become an issue. Elaris, who had taken her, would handle it, but Radia Schmidt had been affiliated with the Nameless Order. She was bound to be a key witness in this case. For now, all I could do was hope that Elaris would keep her hidden well. Therefore, it's vacation time. Yeah, winter vacation had begun. While the royal family would be in chaos, I had finished my task by killing Riveria Lands. What are you going to do on this vacation? Ellen looked at me and asked. Well, I don't really have anywhere to go, so I'll stay at Temple. There was plenty to do. Negotiations with the Vampire Council, reconnecting with the Black Order, gathering information on Cantus Magna, deciding where to keep Adriana, making contact and taking action against the revolutionary forces. Although it wasn't my responsibility, there was also the matter of the Magical Research Club. Rather, I had the feeling that I had postponed things I couldn't do during the semester to the start of my vacation, so I was busier now than during the semester. Ellen walked quietly beside me. I'm going home. Home. Yeah, home. Naturally, Ellen's parents were alive and well. She hadn't been able to return home all year, so it seemed she wanted to go back during this winter vacation. Ellen's family background and such details hadn't been set in great detail. Ellen was neither nobility nor a commoner. Hero Lagan Artorius was an adventurer who grew up in an ordinary village, from an ordinary family. So his younger sister Ellen was just a girl who grew up in an ordinary village, from an ordinary family as well. Ellen was originally a woman of few words, but she never talked about her hometown. Of course, it was more like she didn't have a particular reason to talk about it, rather than not wanting to. I never asked in the first place. If I started asking about that, Ellen would ask me back, and I wouldn't have anything to say, so I deliberately didn't ask. By the way, if she went back home, she would be with her family for the first time in a while. So did she plan to stay there during the entire vacation? When will you come back if you go? I don't know. It seemed she had no thoughts or plans beyond going home and spending time with her family. Did she plan to come back after the vacation ended and the new academic year began? Then how many months would that be? Even if she came back in March, she would be away from Temple for 2 whole months, right? Why? I didn't know how my expression looked, but Ellen tilted her head as she looked at me. Do you want me to come back soon? No, you're like this. You have that thing, where you suddenly swoop in and say something unexpected. Do you think I'll miss you if I don't see you for a long time? You stare at me with that kind of expression. You're really... Yeah. In the end, I said that, feeling like I was dying from the pain. No, if I don't see you for too long, I'll worry. Even if you're staying at home, you never know what could happen. Isn't that right? It's definitely not because I think I'll miss you without you around. It won't be, probably. Ellen seemed to ponder for a moment, then tilted her head. Do you want to come with me? What? To my house? Do you want to come with me? I momentarily lost my words at her unexpected question. This is like, if it seems like she'll miss me while I'm gone. She's just saying, let's go together. It's something. Now I don't even know what's going on between her and me. I told her I had nothing to do, so there's really no reason for me to decline her invitation. But it's not my place to ask why I should go there, especially since I barged into Arleneria without Harriet. If you don't want to, never mind. Ellen just kept walking calmly. She didn't seem angry or anything like that. She's not mad, right? When she gets mad, her lips jut out, but it doesn't seem like that. But Ellen's parents, the parents of Hero, Lag and Artorius, I was curious. I had only set them up casually as the hero and his sister, but there was no need to explain who their parents were. Who were their parents that both of their children turned out to be monsters? No, aside from that, just I was curious about the environment Ellen grew up in. But there was so much to do during this vacation. I couldn't afford to be away. I'm sorry. What do you have to be sorry for? There was no reason to feel sorry for not being able to go together. Ellen shrugged her shoulders as if to say it was fine. Adriana had been feeling quite embarrassed these past few days. Of course, it was different from the embarrassment she experienced while being held captive by the nameless order. Hey, do you need anything? No, I'm fine, Nuna. After Reinhardt had dropped her off and left, this person who seemed to be the boss of an unidentified organization kept hovering around her whenever there was an opportunity. Heh, well, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm always here. At the top floor of the building, she lounged on a sofa in a place that should be called her office, doing nothing. Adriana spent the entire day in the room behind it. But if you give me a room, where do you sleep? Nuna, last time you slept on the floor. Me, I don't really care about those things. From the beginning, she didn't really use a room and just stayed near her office. Last night, Adriana was startled when she went to the bathroom in the middle of the night. She saw the boss, who had given her a room, sprawled on the floor of the office. Sleeping, she gave Adriana a room and slept on the floor. She was so surprised that when she told her not to sleep in such a place, the boss laughed, scratching her belly, and said, I usually sleep like this, before lying down again. She didn't seem like a bad person. Adriana felt strange every time Lawyer, a person she had never seen before, hovered around her. What are you doing? Aren't you bored? Wanna go for a walk? Is there anything you want to eat? Is everything comfortable? When Adriana tried to meditate in her room, Lawyer kept circling around and striking up conversations. Adriana didn't find it annoying. On the contrary, she thought Lawyer's constant circling and asking questions resembled a puppy. Although she knew it was rude to think that way, she couldn't help but feel like a large dog was circling around her. The sight was oddly adorable, and Adriana felt strange every time she saw her scruffy-looking boss. What kind of person is she? Adriana didn't know exactly what kind of place this was, or why the person called the boss was the most shabby-looking one here. The others wore decent clothes, even if they weren't expensive, and bathed regularly. But this person always looked disheveled, with hair sticking out in all directions, like a dog that hadn't bathed after getting caught in the rain. Adriana had lived in a monastery. Her life focused on self-cultivation, and self-care was a given. She was extremely strict about cleanliness and keeping her surroundings tidy. Having lived a neat and tidy life as a nun, Adriana realized for the first time that she had a strange obsession while living with Lawyer. Regardless of who Lawyer was, regardless of how terrifying she might be, seeing someone live like that was just too grating. Nuna. Huh, what? What's up? As Lawyer approached, Adriana backed away with a slight grimace. Maybe you should wash up a bit. Wash up? Why? Well, you'll look better and there won't be any strange smells. Isn't that right? I don't mean you smell bad, just, it might be healthier. Laura cocked her head and sniffed her arm. Does it smell? This is my natural scent. No, it can't be your natural scent. Uh, um. Adriana couldn't say that Laura didn't smell at all. She couldn't tell her she smelled like a wet dog either, so she bit her lip. Adriana's momentary struggle to find the right words was short-lived. Then I'll just wash up. With that, Laura quickly disappeared somewhere. When Adriana saw the white-haired woman, now dripping wet, she stared at Lawyer in silence. I washed up. Do I still smell? It was clear she had only briefly splashed water on herself. She was still wearing the same grimy clothes. And yet she claimed that since she had washed, everything was fine. Adriana felt as if something important within her had been shattered. She now understood, to some extent, why Reinhardt sometimes charged into situations without thinking. Like a madman, this must have been the feeling. Smack. Ow, follow me. With a determined expression, Adriana began to lead Lawyer away. Splash. You, I hate this smell. If you don't like the smell of soap, what do you like? Ah, don't put that on, it's slippery. Just stay still for a moment. The rotatory gang members all exchanged glances at the noise coming from the shower room. What's going on? You know, the girl Reinhardt brought here recently. What about her? She seems to be washing Nuna. Nuna, come here. No, I don't want to. I'm leaving. Where do you think you're going all naked? Hurry up and come here. Splash. The gang members passing by in the hallway stood with their mouths agape. Someone was trying to forcibly wash Irina's wild dog. The sound of someone being grabbed tightly by someone else could be heard, but it seemed that it was not Adriana but their boss who was being caught. Their Nuna was known for hating anything bothersome and found bathing or changing clothes extremely annoying. She would just splash water on her face and claim she had washed. Stop it. I said stop. Where do you think you are going? In spite of Loya's protests, the girl from Temple was forcibly washing her. Loya made noises like she was a dog, trying to escape, but eventually she was caught and washed against her will. Temple people are really something. Yeah, Nuna can't do anything. Everyone commented on how remarkable Temple was, and they all had something to say as they passed by. Washing a big dog that had gone crazy was a tough task. Naturally, the person washing the dog would end up drenched. Adriana was soaked, not only her hair but also her clothes. Of course, the one being washed, Loya, had changed into new clothes, and her wet hair was being carefully dried by Adriana with a towel. Look how much better it is after a bath. Is it? Loya, looking at her reflection in the mirror, wore a somber expression. After drying Loya's tangled hair well, Adriana started combing it gently with a brush. Loya didn't know about other things, but the sensation of the brush gently scratching her scalp and hair felt nice. So, she entrusted her body to Adriana's touch and closed her eyes. Her tangled and shabby white hair was reborn under Adriana's touch. Although it wasn't properly maintained and wasn't silky, it didn't look like the unkempt mess it had been just a moment ago. From now on, please wash yourself properly. I don't know. Loya tapped her own head. Comb my hair a bit more. In the end, Adriana combed her hair for quite a while. When they saw Loya looking like a human for the first time, the gang members were stunned. The lady sure looks like a human now. She does. What are you guys saying? Everyone confirmed that the lady was indeed a human, nodding blankly. The tourists all around the royal capital quickly evacuated under strict control. Although the sense of crisis still lingered on the royal capital, the chaotic atmosphere gradually subsided. The imperial royal family had to make an announcement to prevent indiscriminate rumors from spreading among the people. Demons had appeared in the southern region of the royal capital and massacred Riveria lands, the former Holy Knight commander, along with the worshippers of the five great divine faiths at a nearby abandoned monastery. The identity of the attacking demons was unclear, and the royal family was investigating the incident with all their might. It was an emergency, but they warned not to confuse it with baseless rumors related to the Demon King. The announcement was basically like that. There was no falsehood in it. There was no reason to mix falsehoods either. In a situation where a large-scale rebellion could break out if they clashed with the five great divine faiths forces, the demons took the blow instead. The enmity of the five great divine faiths towards the Empire was transformed into enmity towards the demons. I was now sitting quietly in a dimly lit underground waterway, with a single bonfire lit. Clap! Someone appeared in the distance. Along with the sound of footsteps, it was Count Argon Pontius, Sarkigar. You came. Yes. Your Highness, sit. Yes. Sarkigar sat down opposite me. Elaris appeared out of thin air after a short while. Where's Radia? She's in her room. She won't run away, so don't worry. Elaris sat down quietly next to the bonfire. There were things to discuss regarding the previous incident and other matters, so I had called all my subordinates to the former base of the rotatory gang. As soon as Lawyer arrived, we could start the story. How long had we been waiting when, along with the sound of footsteps, someone revealed themselves? What? Upon seeing the person who appeared, the three of us couldn't help but tilt our heads in confusion. With all of us showing bewildered expressions, the person who had come also tilted their head. Lawyer. It doesn't seem like her. It's not like white hair was common. It was Lawyer. But she looked so different from usual that the three of us couldn't help but be taken aback. The usual Lawyer always looked like an unkept dog, so we would keep our distance when she approached. But now, Lawyer's outfit and hair were in perfect condition. Number did Lawyer always look like that. Surprisingly, she looked quite decent. Did you take a bath? At Elaris's question, Loya nodded her head. Is there a problem with that? Why on earth? Both Sakigar and Elaris were shocked by the mere fact that Loya had bathed and changed clothes. Loya, what kind of life had she been living, and why did she bathe? The fact that someone was surprised by bathing was already absurd enough. Loya slumped down, defeated. His Majesty entrusted a child to me, and she washed me. Adriana. Yes. Listening to someone proudly say that someone else had washed them felt quite strange. Was this girl actually a dog or something? Chapter 330. Adriana had grown close enough to Loya to give her a bath herself. It seemed like Loya liked Adriana. You look good. You should always be like this. You used to smell like a wet dog, and it was unbearable. When Elaris said this with a grin, Loya glared at her. It's none of your business whether I take a bath or not. Buy some insecticide on the way back and spray it on her. I'm sure the fleas and lice that lived on you have moved on to her. Really, why are you doing this to me? I didn't have any fleas or lice. If you didn't have any, it's even weirder. Were you so dirty that not even fleas or lice could survive? Shut up. Elaris surprisingly teased Laura quite a bit. Laura's feisty responses seemed to be enjoyable too. It might be in the same context as me playfully bullying Harriet. Anyway, Laura, the white-haired beast, had changed from looking like a wet dog to a human. All right, last time the situation was urgent, so I couldn't explain properly. I called you all here today because there's something we need to discuss. Last time, we did what needed to be done without properly explaining the situation and my intentions. We hadn't had a chance to talk since returning to Temple. Most importantly, Sakigar. Elaris and Loya might not care, but I needed to explain the situation to Sakigar. Last time, it's true we tried to save Olivia, and it's also true we tried to save Adriana. The three of them were silent at my words. Olivia shares Tiamata with me, and she plays an essential role in inscribing divine magic on Tiamata. She's an irreplaceable existence. Of course, I won't just use her for that purpose. Adriana and Olivia are both important to me. Your Highness, you have too much affection for humans. No, never mind. Sakigar seemed worried and tried to say something, but closed his mouth. It seemed he knew he couldn't persuade me on this issue and gave up. Is your biggest question why we let humans know about our existence? Yes, Your Highness. If humans know there's a new demon king, they'll unite, and they'll try to find us somehow, revealing the existence of the demon race's remnants to prevent the Empire's division. While it was good for the Empire, it was the worst possible situation for Sakigar, who dreamt of rebuilding the demon realm. However, reasons could always be found. Sakigar, want to hear something interesting? What is it? Riveria lands just before he died. Asked me to join forces with him. At my words, shock appeared on both Elaris and Sakigar's faces. He said it would be good for me if his forces caused chaos in the Empire, that we should join forces. The Holy Knight Commander said that. That's what humans are like. I lowered my voice. For their own benefit, they will easily join forces with non-humans and try to kill their own kind. Human wickedness and selfishness. That's what I was talking about. So then, all we needed to do was join hands. Right, I told you. Riveria Lands wanted two things I couldn't concede, so I couldn't negotiate with Riveria Lands. I had no intention of hiding that Adriana and Olivia were dear to me. Right now, our power is weak. If humans are divided now, and the Empire manages to quell it, when the real division within the Empire should happen, everything might already be settled. Now isn't the time. It's better to have a solid foundation, be fully prepared, and then take things one at a time, like the revolution or the establishment of a holy empire. As I spoke, Sakigar's expression gradually changed. From suspicion and doubt, his face showed that he was finding answers. The Holy Empire isn't a problem that disappears with Riveria Land's death. Within the five great divine faiths, factions desiring independence are emerging. They might find another focal point besides Riveria Lands, and those factions might join hands with us if necessary. Revolutionary forces, they're no different. The Empire is a massive monster. The monster that the revolutionaries must face is huge and powerful. It's obvious they'll try to join hands with us if they think the power of a new demonic force can shake the Empire. Of course, if the Demon King from the past was still in power, they would never join hands with us. They just want to use us too. In other words, we can only join hands now when we're both weak to face the monstrous Empire. So, Revealing ourselves now isn't for the sake of uniting humanity. It's to let the anti-imperial forces know of our existence. So, we approach them one by one and exchange each other's value for mutual use. We can discuss the timing and the moment to tear the empire apart in detail. So whether it's a revolution, the establishment of a holy empire, or the reconstruction of the demon realm, it's better if it all happens simultaneously, right? It'll be an offer they can't refuse for achieving each of our goals. In other words, this is the starting point for creating an anti-imperial alliance. The main goal is to let humanity know that the demon realm is still powerful and to stop their divisions. However, depending on how you explain it, it could also be about revealing our existence to join hands with the anti-imperial forces and use them. An anti-imperial alliance. Everything depends on how you present it. Elaris, who knew my true intentions, looked at me with a baffled expression. Even Elaris, who knew everything, was astonished, thinking that everything I said about the future might be a lie and my real goal could be this. Even Elaris, to whom I had told everything, was surprised. Your Highness's foresight. I am in awe. Sakigar had no words. His questions were answered. They had to be, even though it depended on how one explained it. I truly believed that I could do it if I tried. If bringing down the empire was the priority, the revolutionary forces would join hands with us. Of course, after the empire fell, they would probably try to strike at us, but it was only natural to join hands with the future enemy out of necessity for now. First, we would bring down the most immediate and significant enemy, and then take care of the smaller enemies we had allied with. If I really wanted to do it that way, I could. The contact with the revolutionary forces will be made under the name of Darkland. I understand, Your Highness. Sakigar seemed to be in awe of my grand plan, as if he couldn't have imagined it himself. In reality, it was all lies. The matters of the revolutionary forces and the Holy Empire. During my contacts with the core factions and sharing information, the only thing I had to say was not about revolution or the collapse of the empire, but rather, the time is not right yet. I just needed to buy time until the gate incident occurred. About a year from now. If I could keep them at bay for that long, my goal would be achieved, and the rest could be postponed. My head was already about to explode from dealing with the gate incident, so I couldn't even think about how the things I had started would lead to other events later on when the incident wasn't properly resolved. I roughly finished explaining my intentions. The most important thing was for Sakigar to be convinced, and it seemed that he actually was. Sakigar enthusiastically promised to find a way to make contact with the revolutionary forces as soon as possible and then quickly left. Despite appearances, he was thorough and good at his job, so I wasn't worried. Don't you have anything to say? If your Highness says so, it must be that way. Laura just sat there blankly after listening to the entire story. It seemed as if her mind was completely elsewhere. In any case, the conversation was over. How is Adriana? She seems to be doing even better than I expected, considering you've even been bathed by her. At this point, Laura had a lot of issues since she was talking about being bathed by someone who was much younger than herself. Compared to that rebellious brat, she's like an angel. She's well-behaved, kind, and always wants to help, which is quite annoying. Although she said that, she couldn't help but smile when talking about Adriana. Laura was completely disarmed by her little sister. Wasn't that too easy? Well, I guess dogs are like that. When it came down to it, Ellen's personality was more like a cat's. She didn't easily show her emotions and seemed uninterested, but she would suddenly come and sit on your lap. Perhaps Ellen and Laura were fundamentally incompatible. I had been considering sending Adriana somewhere else. Seeing Laura like this after only a few days, I began to wonder if Adriana was doing well. Of course, that was Laura's own opinion, and Adriana's thoughts might differ, so I felt I needed to visit her later. As Laura's footsteps grew lighter and she left the sewer with a skip, I looked at Elaris one last time. How's Radia doing? She's pretty scared of me. I understand that it can't be helped. But if you trust me, I believe there will be good results soon. Since Radia Schmidt was originally meant to be killed, but was spared because of Elaris's request, I believed she would handle the situation well. Tuesday. The commotion that had occurred lately seemed to have subsided to some extent. Those who wanted to escape had almost all done so, and the investigation seemed to be ongoing, but it must have been lost in the dark. There was no way any traces would have been discovered or tracking would have been possible. At the moment, I was in the student council president's office. The student council president and vice president, I had seen them before during the club funding issue. Temple's student council president, fifth-year Rain Carley. Vice president, fourth-year Herman van Regerius. The Temple festival had ended, and although there was a sense of liberation, the two still seemed exhausted. From now on, you will all have the opportunity to meet the Emperor. Tournament winners get to meet the Emperor. I thought that the chance to meet the Emperor might be cancelled due to this incident, but it seems that it was not. A total of 6 people, from first to sixth-year tournament winners. One unlimited tournament winner, and there was an unprecedented event. This time, both Mr. Temple and Miss Temple would get to meet the Emperor. That's why Ellen was also present at this meeting, where we were learning about the process and precautions for meeting the Emperor, not just me. I didn't know who Mr. Temple was. He was an ordinary class guy, lucky to be so handsome. He was a fourth-year student. I didn't care. While talking about various precautions, Student Council President Rain Carley seemed to be bothered by something. I knew what that was without her saying it. 7 tournament winners, Miss Temple and Mr. Temple. There should be a total of 9 people, but there were only 8 present. Radia Schmidt, the unlimited tournament winner, was missing. Radia Schmidt's disappearance. That must have been another significant issue. If it were the royal family, they could assume that Radia Schmidt was involved with the Nameless Order and was caught up in the previous incident and died. But a disappearance is a disappearance. Those who know about the Nameless Order would know that the search for Radia Schmidt is tied to this case. If there are people who saw Radia Schmidt and me at the Allaga shopping district and remember it, the situation would become complicated. I also took a risk to save Adriana and Olivia. If that part becomes an issue, I could release Radia Schmidt and make her commit perjury. Elaris's decision not to kill Radia Schmidt might somehow work in my favor. Under the guidance of the Imperial Guard, we set out from Temple in order to meet the Emperor. I'm hungry. Ellen, who was elected Miss Temple, grumbled with a dull expression beside me, claiming she was hungry. She was the younger sister of Lagan Artorius and a classmate of Bertus and Charlotte. One might wonder what kind of person Ellen was. Also, the Emperor knew that I had improved Charlotte's condition. Savelin Turner once said that the Emperor would call for me someday. It was unexpected that I would go to meet the Emperor under the pretext of being a tournament winner, especially with Ellen. The means of transportation were different than usual since we were going to meet the Emperor, accompanied by the Imperial Guard. Instead of a magical train, we were able to move directly from the warp gate beyond Temple's exit to the gate near the Imperial entrance. Ellen didn't seem particularly excited by the situation. She looked indifferent, as if she was just doing it because the Emperor wanted to see her. I, on the other hand, was quite amused by her nonchalant demeanor. No, but when I think about it, shouldn't I be the most scared in this situation? Am I even more nonchalant than Ellen because I am only slightly nervous about such a topic? As I was lost in these pointless thoughts, we entered the Imperial Palace. Like last time, we boarded the prepared tram, which took us towards the Central Palace. Everyone was astonished, as it was their first time riding a tram inside the Imperial Palace. There's a tram here. Ellen seemed mildly intrigued as well. It's so big. It needs one. I, on the other hand, wasn't particularly excited. It would be inconvenient to move within the Imperial Palace without something like this. Have you been here before? I almost choked at Ellen's question. No. There were Imperial guards and students I didn't know here. No one should know that I had been to the Imperial Palace. More specifically, the Spring Palace, on official business. Bertus shouldn't find out that I played a significant role in saving Charlotte's life. Ellen nodded her head in response to my answer and looked out the window. The Winter Palace and Spring Palace were visible in the distance. I wondered if Charlotte and Bertus were there. We all got off the tram at the Central Palace, Tetra, and walked in line. The main entrance of the Central Palace was wide open. Everyone seemed overwhelmed by the simple yet majestic appearance of the Central Imperial Palace. It was indeed a palace that exuded dignity through its simplicity. As we passed through the central hall of the palace and entered the audience chamber, there were nobles or high-ranking officials lining up. At the very end of the audience chamber, someone sat on the throne atop 5 steps. A middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and robe, draped in a red cape. There sat Emperor Neliath de Gardias of the Empire, Chapter 331, the initiation process wasn't that complicated. The dignitaries applauded us as a welcoming gesture, and we knelt before the emperor to listen to his speech. I couldn't tell if it was prepared or impromptu, but in the end, it was all for show. Seeing the excellent talents cultivated in Temple, an institution preparing for the empire's future, he said he felt delighted and hoped that we would continue to lead the empire. Ultimately, from my point of view, it was a bunch of empty words. It was similar to the principal's preaching. The emperor stood us up and shook hands with each of us, urging us to keep up the good work, and as expected, there was a typical scene. Work hard. Sniff, sniff, this is the honor of my life, your majesty. Hum. There were those who sobbed. No, that reaction was the majority and was natural. Work hard. This glory and honor, I will engrave it on my soul and devote my life to the empire. Good. There was even someone who seemed to be saying prepared lines. Anyway, everyone was overwhelmed with honor and squirmed. Work hard. Yes. Ellen nodded once while shaking hands with the emperor, responding as if she was talking to a teacher. Work hard. Thank you. I had thought about making a show of gratitude, but since I didn't consider it an honor, I simply responded. Ellen and I had the strangest reactions. Whether or not the emperor had been informed of Radia Schmidt's absence, he did not point out the issue. Afterward, a banquet with the emperor was scheduled. The temple students and the emperor moved to the banquet hall and sat at a long table to dine together. Like the meal I had at the palace last spring, the courses began with appetizers and dishes started to come out one by one. Om Nam. Since the appetizers are usually small, Ellen popped it in her mouth, chewed, then stared at her plate. What the heck? Why is there only this? That's what it felt like. For Ellen, who lacked patience around food, a course meal meant waiting too long for the next dish. She preferred ordering and eating everything at once, then ordering more. As soon as a plate came out, she quickly ate it and then stared blankly at her plate. Seeing this, the emperor must have been watching the students carefully while dining. The emperor whispered a few words to the serving girl attending to him during the meal. After that, Ellen received 3 servings each. It seemed he had discreetly given instructions after seeing her appetite. If he had spoken openly, it might have been embarrassing. Om Nam Nam, with the portions now visibly generous, Ellen was able to eat at a pace more aligned with the others. Of course, Ellen didn't have any questions about the sudden abundance of food. She just ate her fill. Why are you looking at me like that? As I stared at her, Ellen tilted her head. Sometimes I think you're a bit. Yeah. What? Never mind. She had nothing to be ashamed of. Her appetite was so strong that it warranted the emperor's attention. I knew I shouldn't be embarrassed, but I was. While everyone else was tense and eating cautiously in front of the emperor, Ellen was chomping away, and I was openly scolding her. They stared at us like we were some kind of spectacle. No, shouldn't she be the weird one? After the banquet, we briefly toured the central palace, Tetra. We didn't go as far as the emperor's bedroom, but we did visit the training hall, the guards' waiting room, and the gallery, completing a full circle. I thought the meeting and the banquet would be the end of it, but the emperor seemed to have set aside a significant amount of time for the formal event. Everyone else was tense, waiting for the emperor to speak, but he didn't address Ellen or me. We soon found out why. As the students, including us, were about to leave under the escort of the guards, "You too, come here." Savelin Turner, dressed in Shanaple's uniform, called out to Ellen and me, "Do you remember me?" "Yes, you're the head of Shanaple." Although they hadn't met before, Ellen had seen Savelin Turner's face when she was appointed as a dorm supervisor during our first year. "Good. The Emperor has personally summoned both of you. Follow me." The other students left, and Ellen and I followed Savelin Turner to an unknown destination. "Knock, knock, your majesty. I have brought them. Enter." "Yes." Savelin Turner looked at Ellen and me. "I trust you'll handle this well." "Yes." Nard Savelin Turner seemed worried about me, even if she didn't know Ellen's true nature. As if I would go crazy in front of the Emperor. When Savelin Turner opened the door, we noticed the high ceiling and the walls filled with books. And there, sitting in a wooden chair in front of a table by the window, the Emperor was bathed in backlight. The Emperor's office, or perhaps his library. It seemed like that kind of place. On a nearby armchair lay the robe, scepter, and crown he had been wearing until now. They must be cumbersome, so he probably didn't wear them when he didn't have official duties. Though luxurious, his casual clothes were not ostentatious. Without his robe, scepter, and crown, Neliath de Guardias looked like a scholar. Gulp, come closer. You don't need to kneel. Following his command, Ellen and I took a few steps toward the Emperor. The Emperor looked at Ellen and me. How much do you two know about each other? It was an unexpected question, but I understood what he was getting at. Ellen was hiding the fact that she was the younger sister of Artorius. I, too, was hiding the fact that I was the master of Tiamata. He was asking if we knew each other's secrets. If not, it must be to protect our secrets. We may not know everything, but we know enough about each other. Before I could say anything, Ellen spoke up first. We may not know everything, but we know enough. Her words seemed to strike a chord in my heart. Then the conversation will be easier. Good. The Emperor gazed at us quietly. As the Emperor of the Empire, it is an honor to meet the champion of Toan and the apostle of Mencius. As the Emperor said this, we couldn't help but be taken aback. The Emperor stood up from his seat and stared out the window. The gods do not choose champions meaninglessly. I couldn't tell if he was a believer in the five great gods. However, since he couldn't deny the existence of gods, he must be talking about divine providence itself. Champions always had their roles, and they exist along with their relics because there are tasks in the world that require them. Eleanor Torius. Yes, the Empire has possession of Alspringer. The sword of war guard Alspringer, was Ellen's brother's legacy. I thought so. As if it was no surprise, Ellen merely nodded. If Alspringer chooses a champion, then there will be 3 owners of the 5 divine relics in the world. 3 relics had appeared in the world. 2 had already chosen champions, and the whereabouts of Alspringer was certain. During the Demon War, there were only 2 relics in the world. Alspringer, wielded by Ragan Artorius and Lament, and only Alspringer was actually used. The Emperor continued to gaze out the window. But now, after the end of the Demon War, one more relic has appeared. What do you think this means? Does it mean that more dangerous events will happen? Perhaps. Ellen responded to the Emperor's words. The gods do not let relics wander around the world aimlessly. Even during the Demon War, the biggest crisis for humanity, only 2 relics had appeared. But now one more had emerged. The Emperor seemed to interpret this as a warning sign for humanity's fate. However, this was a misunderstanding. The 5 great gods are not just gods for humans. It was clear that even the Emperor could not escape this bias. The Emperor turned his body and looked at Ellen and me. You must know about the rumors causing a stir on the royal capital lately. Yes, Your Majesty. Indeed. About 20 elite Holy Knights, including the former Holy Knight Commander Riveria Lands, were killed by a group of demons with unknown identities. All of them were war heroes who had made great contributions during the Demon War. Although it was already a public fact, it felt novel to hear the story from the Emperor himself, especially since I was one of the masterminds behind the incident. We can assume that this is the work of mere remnants of the demon army, but the royal family is considering the worst-case scenario. The Demon King might not be dead or may have a successor. At that, Ellen swallowed nervously. The Demon King. To Ellen, that name was one she could never escape from. As the sister of the hero and someone with even greater talent than Ragan Artorius, Ellen had always been expected to become a hero herself. You all possess sacred relics, making you invaluable talents, but you're still young. They had the potential to become heroes, but were just budding sprouts not yet ready for the role. Even so, will you be prepared to fight the Demon King when the time comes? Ellen and I remained silent in response to the Emperor's question. We couldn't say no. But Ellen once said she wouldn't want to live a life where she had to sacrifice herself for the world. She vowed not to follow the same path as her brother. Yet, at the same time, she was willing to risk her life to prevent innocent people in Darkland from dying. The Ellen from the beginning of the semester and the current Ellen were different. If the Demon King desires humanity's extinction, and if destroying everything I love is their goal, Ellen spoke calmly. Yes, I will fight the Demon King. Unlike the original story, Ellen had made many precious things. She had risked her life for the world even when she had nothing to lose, but now the meaning was different. If the Demon King's goal was to destroy all of humanity, she would kill him. Ellen said so. The Emperor then looked at me. I feel the same way. It wasn't just about killing the Demon King. I was ready to fight for that, and I was already fighting. The Emperor looked back and forth between Ellen and me, who had given similar answers, and nodded with a stern expression. Thank you. The gratitude from the Emperor's mouth caught me off guard. From now on, the Empire promises you its utmost protection and cooperation. To the Emperor, we were the weapons to defeat the Demon King. That's why he promised not only protection as temple students, but also unlimited cooperation from the Empire until we became strong enough. All without knowing that the one they so desperately sought, the Demon King, was the subject of their cooperation. And Reinhardt, yes, your Majesty. A slightly different emotion appeared in the Emperor's eyes this time. So far, they had discussed the future of the Empire and humanity, but now there was a hint of emotion in his gaze. Thank you for saving my daughter. It was something that could be called paternal love. Naturally, Ellen didn't understand what he meant, so she tilted her head in confusion. After exchanging words with the Emperor, Ellen and I left the palace under the escort of the Imperial Guard. The Emperor spoke after sending Ellen away first. Soon, there might be something you need to do for Charlotte. Is that so? I'm not sure what it is yet, but can you do it? The answer was predetermined. Yes, thank you, Reinhardt. There was a deep resonance in the Emperor's pure gratitude that I hadn't anticipated, something I had to do for Charlotte. I didn't know what it was, but if it was for Charlotte, I had to do it. Of course, that was just an added remark. The Emperor's real purpose was something else. As the holders of sacred artifacts, in this situation where the Demon King might have returned, the Emperor decided that Ellen and I should be treated with the utmost importance in the Empire. As a promise to risk our lives in the fight against the Demon King later on, we were to receive nearly unlimited support from the Empire. Ellen and I each tucked the items we received onto our arms. It was the same royal crest we had briefly received from Charlotte. With this, the Emperor personally explained that we were not just Temple Royal class students, but we had gained tremendous authority, surpassing even that of some great noble families. We would be treated as if we were royalty wherever we went, and in serious cases, we could even mobilize troops. In simpler terms, now we had free access to warp gates and a free pass. Of course, neither Ellen nor I felt this immediately. Explain what's going on. With just the two of us left, Ellen asked bluntly. I had no choice but to explain the situation in detail to Ellen. What happened at the Spring Palace, Charlotte's rampage, and the battle in the Spring Palace with Savelin Turner. When Ellen heard the dates, she seemed to recall the days when I hadn't returned to the temple and figured out when it happened. You said you've never been to the palace. Sorry, you lied again. I had just told her I had never been to the palace today, but it was revealed that I had been to the palace, talked with the Emperor, and even saved Charlotte. I had to. It was something that couldn't be heard by anyone. It's not that you shouldn't have heard it. There were other people around, too. Ellen shook her head slightly. Fine, it's not your problem. It's Charlotte's problem. You revealing that to me, it's like revealing a secret of the royal family. It must have been difficult for you to tell. Ellen raised her head as if convinced. It was a matter I couldn't decide to tell or not tell anyone. Ellen seemed to be contemplating something. She hesitated, wondering whether to say something or not, then suddenly lifted her head. Is it okay to feel hurt? What? It seems like something I shouldn't feel hurt about, but I'm hurt. Well, that's your feelings. She seemed to be asking for permission to feel hurt. Then I'm hurt, Ellen said, her lips beginning to pout. Ah, I'm sorry. You always just say you're sorry, Ellen grumbled, kicking a random rolling stone. I want to hear something else. Ellen didn't say what that something else was, seemingly trying to change the subject. She turned her head. She stared quietly at the main gate of the imperial palace behind her. Then she took out the royal crest she had received from the Emperor. He said, we're now treated almost like royalty. Right, we're not real royalty, but that's what he said. Then, can we just go in there? Ellen tilted her head. I don't know. Maybe it's not impossible. The statement about being treated as close to royalty wasn't something the Emperor would say lightly. The Emperor considered us weapons for fighting the Demon King in the future. We were champions who had dedicated our lives to fighting the Demon King, so he decided to provide us with the highest level of protection and treatment until we became strong. Ellen stared blankly at the entrance of the palace. I didn't know why she was curious about such a thing. Let's go back. Ellen began to walk briskly, not towards Temple. Shall we use the gate? Yeah, we can use it. Ellen was heading towards the warp gate. It seemed I wasn't the only one who thought of it as a high-pass ticket for the warp gate. In hindsight, The most frequently used perk of being treated like royalty was priority access to the warp gate. It may not seem like much, but to me, it felt like an incredible privilege. No, even real royalty like Charlotte used the magical train on the royal capital. It was a bit. Wasn't it a nuisance for us to use the warp gate so casually? Of course, while thinking that, I followed Ellen, who was walking briskly towards the warp gate. If we could use it, we should use it, regardless of whether it was a nuisance or not. It was a reassuring presence that conveyed such an attitude. Chapter 332. You guys must kill the Demon King, so while we buy you as much time as possible, focus on getting stronger and receive the maximum support that the Empire can provide. It was the Demon King who heard these words. It was funny, but there was no choice given the situation. In fact, that's the point, but there was no way around it. The Emperor recognized it, and the break had begun. And soon, the last day of the year was approaching. On the day the year passed, some like-minded fellows gathered in the A-class dormitory and had a small party. I prepared the food, and everyone except Bertus gathered. Today, even the utterly hopeless Cliffman joined us, and we all enjoyed ourselves in the dining hall. I made the food, and Ellen helped me on the side. Ah, no, Reinhardt. Did you make all of this? What, shouldn't I? It was the first time the utterly hopeless fellows tasted my food, so their eyes widened. Cliffman had occasionally snuck some food on the side, so he wasn't particularly surprised. It was a day spent eating food and having fun. Of course, the stubborn Liana outdid herself and made a trip to bring alcohol from the ducal house. Pour it up, drink it up. Of course, no one else even tried it, but Liana and I drank and got extremely drunk. I was subdued by Ellen, and Liana was subdued by Harriet de Saint Owen. Luckily, due to being subdued early, there were no unfortunate incidents of being caught by the supervising teachers. The new year had dawned. Sarkigar made contact with the revolutionary forces, and Elaris stayed in the royal capital because she didn't know when the Vampire Council would ask her for a favor. Ellen wanted me to go to her hometown, but the circumstances didn't allow it. What a pity. You can go alone. Who doesn't know that? I walked alongside Ellen, who was dragging a large trunk. I didn't know when Ellen would return from her hometown, but at least she would be away for a few weeks. Temple had already left, and all Ellen had to do was enter the huge gate in front of Temple. Moreover, she could even use the royal emblem for a free pass, so there was no need to wait. If only she could pass through the gate quickly. How should I put it? What a pity, I suppose. As soon as the break started, she said she would leave immediately. Ellen's hometown is a literal backwater village that doesn't even appear on the map. Ellen, dragging her trunk, tilted her head towards me as she saw the gate in the distance. I'm going. Yeah. When Ellen saw me staring at her, she tilted her head awkwardly. Should I not go? Ha! If you say not to go, I won't go. That's insane. She shouldn't be coming at me like this. No, you should go. Your parents must be worried since they haven't seen your face in a long time. Ellen's parents must have been worried about how their daughter was doing too. I had a lot of things to do myself, and I might have to leave the royal capital for a few days, so it wouldn't make sense to tell Ellen not to go just to keep her close. She followed me this far for a reason. Ellen stared at the gate for a while, and then stared at me for a while. Suddenly, she pointed to a cafe down the street. Should I go a little later then? If there's no rush, Ellen said she could kill some time and then go. Sure. At my curt response, Ellen smiled faintly. In the end, her departure was delayed by almost 6 hours as we idled away the time in the cafe with our drinks. It's not like we had a particularly interesting conversation. We just sat there, watching people pass by, and when we got hungry, we ordered desserts and ate them to pass the time. Speaking of which, I felt like a soldier on leave about to return to duty, not wanting to part with his girlfriend, so they cling to each other awkwardly. Of course, the situation was reversed. Ellen was the one leaving, and I was the one staying. As the time became awkward for both of us, Ellen tilted her head. Should I just go tomorrow? I swallowed down the eager agreement that almost came out. No, I'm sure this will happen again tomorrow. Just go already. Ellen's lips pouted slightly. I don't mean it like that. I'm just sure that's what will happen. I know. We wasted more time, and finally, Ellen stood in front of the gate. I'll be back. All right, take care. I didn't know what she needed to be careful about, but I said it anyway. You too. Be careful with everything. Ellen nodded and walked towards the giant warp gate. Feeling a bit sad, I watched Ellen as she passed through the gate until the very end. Just before entering the gate, Ellen looked back at me, waved her hand slightly, and then disappeared into the gate. Somehow, that girl and we cling to each other quite a bit. Not that it's a bad thing. Can I try this? The safety test isn't finished yet. What are you going to do if something goes wrong? Will I die? Well, you might. Oh, really? I put the bottle containing the unidentified blue potion to my lips and then set it back down. The Magic Research Society mansion. I was here to check on the progress of the moonshine and power cartridge projects. It felt like I was some kind of supervisor, which wasn't far from the truth since I was the president of the Magic Research Society. Christina, who majored in alchemy, said that the potion seemed to be taking shape, so I tried to taste it. However, when she mentioned that I could die if something went wrong, I hesitated and put it down. So when do you think it'll be finished? I can't be sure. Honestly, just getting this far feels like a miracle. Christina couldn't believe the progress she had made so far. In fact, it seemed almost impossible since the Magic Research Club had been established less than 6 months ago. Yet, in the original work, it was an item that was created very quickly, so I was confident that it would be completed before the end of the vacation. It's amazing. I know it's funny to say this, but it feels almost like fate. Christina said, feeling a strange sense of destiny in the process of figuring out how to create the impossible item she had been tasked with. Well, that's a good thing then. Yeah, it was impossible for this not to happen. Considering that I knew the future, Christina was not the problem was elsewhere. Reinhardt. What? Do you want to try drinking this? Anna de Journa, the girl, who was one of the main characters in the alchemy experiment along with Christina, was the problem. Anna held up an unidentified pink fluorescent substance with a gloomy expression. What? What is this? It's good for your body. No, I'm healthy enough that I don't need to be any better. I'm sorry. She's too scary. Every time I came here, she tried to sneak something for me to eat, and it never looked like her intentions were pure. I couldn't easily trust her. Unlike Liana, it seemed like she had some kind of goodwill toward me, but I couldn't tell what she would do if that goodwill turned into malice. Anna, stop trying to feed Reinhardt weird stuff. Fortunately, Christina stopped Anna, and Anna put the bottle back in her arms with a sulky expression. Tusk, really scary. Every time I come here, I firmly resolve not to eat anything, even by mistake. The next step, of course, was the power cartridge. The goal of the Magic Research Club was to focus on moonshine and power cartridges. Uwang in the mansion's underground safe room, designed to withstand as much shock as possible. Harriet clenched a blue artifact and concentrated with all her strength. Uwang. The blue artifact vibrated, emitting light and vibrations. Myself, Adelia, and little senior Rudina watched it with bated breath. The vibration from the glowing blue artifact intensified. Kakak, kayak. In the end, the power cartridge exploded, shattering into pieces. Harriet was unharmed thanks to the protection field she had set up around her body. But if it had exploded while she was unprotected, the explosion would have been powerful enough to blow away an arm. It exploded again. Adelia sighed, disappointed. Does it explode often? Pretty much. Isn't this process too dangerous? Harriet emerged from the safe room, protected by her shield from the explosion, her hair sticking out in all directions. Why are you doing this so dangerously? How else am I supposed to do it? As if to say that there was no better way. Harriet placed her hands on her hips and retorted, Well, I have nothing to say to that, but I'm just worried. I understand you're worried, but there's no other way. In the Magic Research Club, Harriet was the most skilled in magical manipulation. That's why she was the only one who could attempt to use the unstable mana inside the cartridge like her own magic. If a less skilled person failed, it would be unclear whether the failure was due to their poor magical manipulation or a defect in the cartridge itself. So, it was always Harriet who conducted the power cartridge experiments. Lately, they had succeeded in storing magic in the cartridge, but there seemed to be a problem with using it. Every time a cartridge exploded, so did their budget. What could be the problem? I felt the artifact's mana trying to harmonize with the body, but it's still weak. So when I try to cast a spell, it seems the circuit can't withstand it. Is it a durability issue? It doesn't seem to be just that. Juniors, let's review the circuit design again. The three magic major students were discussing something incomprehensible. It seemed that progress had been made, but they were still stuck in the middle stages. Moonshine and power cartridges, one way or another. It seemed they would be completed by next year. Harriet had successfully reduced the casting time of her magic spells. All she needed was more magic power. If the power cartridge was completed, it would unleash an incredible force. And then there was the person who inspired Harriet to awaken her new method of using magic. In my opinion, we should use an open system. Do you think so? Try it, and if it doesn't work, we'll know, little Rudina. Harriet had imitated Rudina's talent. If Rudina's no-casting talent could be combined with the power cartridge, it would undoubtedly show its true power. Things were going well, but a bitter taste still lingered. The thought of all their work culminating in war couldn't help but leave a bad taste in my mouth. These young people would soon be thrown into a fight where they would kill or be killed, and some of them might not make it out alive. While he didn't want to deny the necessity of their work, he couldn't help but feel uneasy, knowing that everyone would get hurt in the end. After a long discussion, the three decided on the direction to take, and Adelia proposed redesigning the power cartridge based on the new blueprint. Hey, what? Hey, got some time to step outside of temple for a bit. Harriet seemed to have some sort of errand to run. Dimensional magic research. It's time to begin. Harriet's original role was to research dimensional magic. With the tournament over and the holidays upon us, it seemed like she was planning to start the research in earnest. Why should I go along? Just come. You dummy. Harriet dragged me along as if telling me to shut up and follow her. Harriet and I left the magic research mansion. She carried a small backpack, though I had no idea what was inside. I wonder if Ellen made it back home safely. Probably. Everyone knew that Ellen had returned to her hometown. I'm a bit curious about what Ellen's hometown looks like, aren't you? It's just a countryside village. What's there to be curious about? Well, it's also the hometown of Lagan Artorius. Ah, now that I think about it, Ellen's hometown is also Lagan Artorius's hometown. So, maybe she was thinking of it as a visit to the birthplace of a hero. However, the general public didn't know which village Lagan Artorius came from. If they did, it wouldn't be a simple countryside village anymore. Setting aside the debate on whether Lagan Artorius's sacrifice was justified or not, Harriet seemed to personally admire and respect the hero, and who wouldn't? Should I ask if we can visit later? Well, that's up to you, but remember, it's just a countryside village. So what? It sounds like a quiet and peaceful place, like something from a fairy tale. Do you really think that kind of place would have running water if you turn the faucet? Ah, don't assume that the standard of living would be similar to the royal capital anywhere on the continent. Harriet seemed to be taken aback by my comment, as if she had never even considered that possibility. You'd be lucky if you don't pass out after using a traditional toilet. Traditional? What is that? Harriet tilted her head as if she had never heard that term before. Right, there's absolutely no reason for you to have the importance of a toilet in your mind. I never thought I'd have to explain the concept of a poop bucket to you. Listen carefully, you blockhead. WH what? If you're going to talk about something disgusting, just don't. In places without modern sewage systems, people dig a big hole and bury a large container in it, then build a toilet on top. That's where they do their business. Since stop it. Of course, the waste doesn't go down a sewer pipe, but just piles up. Every time you go in, you can see the layers of life's remains accumulated so thickly. Stop it, I said. Ah, I think I'm going to vomit. But that's not all. Once it's full, they scoop it out with big ladles, then mix it with straw and let it ferment. Smack. Stop it. In the end, I got hit once. Harriet had quite an imagination. It seemed like what she heard from me got stuck in her head and she couldn't help but imagine it. That's impossible. The smell. Doesn't it stink? Wouldn't it? Then how do you do it? You just endure it. Ah, ah, ah. Harriet's face crumpled into a tearful expression. Even though we had seen all sorts of unpleasant things on the deserted island, that would still leave a traumatic memory. The moment she entered a traditional bathroom, she would surely pass out. Just because it's a place like a fairy tale doesn't mean we live like one. You're really heartless. Harriet frowned at me for needlessly shattering her fantasy and strode ahead. You didn't think that such a place was like that. Now did you? I didn't know. Now don't you feel bad for Ellen? Just shut up. Harriet's expression turned tearful. and she pleaded for me to be quiet. Harriet and I emerged near the huge warp gate at the entrance of Temple. Although the atmosphere of the royal capital was still uneasy, the commotion had subsided, so it wasn't overly crowded, except for the lines at the warp gate. Dimensional magic. Although he had used the excuse of wanting to go to another world, Harriet seemed to have been researching dimensional magic on my behalf in her spare time. Of course, she was busy with other things, so it would have been difficult to achieve any significant results. Do you remember me saying that dimensional magic is used in various magic fields? Yes. Do you know the difference between dimensional magic and spatial magic? How would I know? I only knew that magic existed, not the principles behind it. Even if Harriet explained it, I doubted I would understand. Harriet took me to a quiet, open space outside Temple. From this spot, we could see Temple's warp gate in the distance. I can't use teleport yet, but you've seen me use blink. Yes. Now watch. Harriet seemed to concentrate, and soon she appeared about 3 steps to the right of her original position. This is blink. Oh, I see. She must have chosen a secluded place so that people wouldn't be startled even if she used magic. This is the concept of my body moving. Teleportation isn't much different. It's the concept of swapping the spatial coordinates where my body is with the target location. You don't understand this, do you? No, not at all. Seeing my eyes lose focus as I listened to her explanation, Harriet sighed as if she was deflated. Anyway, teleportation and blink are both magic dealing with space. Space and dimensions are similar concepts, right? Um, Similar, but a little different. In magic, dimensions are a higher concept. Harriet pointed at the distant warp gate. The warp gate system is not magic that deals with space, but magic that deals with dimensions. What exactly is the difference? How should I explain this? There are many types of magic related to portals and gates, but ultimately, they're about connecting two spaces together. Harriet spread her right and left hands apart. Let's say my left and right hands each represent a gate from the same system. In that case, this space is actually separate, but the magic makes it connected in a one-way or two-way manner. That's what a gate is. Well, I guess so. I've used a warp gate before. A warp gate creates a dimensional door that functions as if two distant spaces are connected. The difference is whether my body moves or a dimensional door connects the spaces. You understand? Is connecting the spaces a higher level of magic? I'm not sure if higher level is the right expression, but the basic premises are completely different. Spatial movement requires accurately calculating my spatial coordinates and target coordinates, while a gate involves creating a portal that connects two separate spaces. The basic concepts of warp gates and teleportation are different, even though they both involve moving through distant spaces. Of course, it's not entirely incorrect to call spatial movement magic dimensional magic. However, gate-type magic is more about precisely interfering with dimensions. The concept of dimensional magic itself is vague, as it is used to some extent in most branches of magic. Actually, the method to go to the other world you're curious about isn't that difficult. Really? Is it that easy? What's she talking about? It would be possible with infinite magical power and accurate knowledge. So, it's not possible. If you knew exactly where the other world is, you could use infinite magical power to open a dimensional door leading there. Of course, a regular dimensional door wouldn't work. Okay, so it's not possible. Yep, Harriet confidently provided the answer. The method itself was simple. The only issue was that infinite magical power didn't exist, and since the location of the other world was unknown, even if they knew, they couldn't do anything about it. However, ultimately, the requirement of infinite magical power wasn't strictly necessary among the two conditions. As long as connecting the other world with a dimensional gate didn't require infinite magical power, it would work. In any case, the warp gate was designed to connect to the other world, which meant that they didn't need to fulfill the condition of infinite magical power. Separate from my little epiphany, Harriet was staring at the distant warp gate. Turns out, I learned something while studying on my own about that warp gate. Yeah, it's a much more advanced and complex spell than I thought, and there are a lot of secrets to it. There's hardly any public knowledge, and the Magic Association and the royal family strictly manage it. Well, that makes sense, right? It's obvious. Warp gates can't be created by just anyone. Since warp gates were crucial infrastructure for humanity, their maintenance would be thorough, and keeping the technology secret was essential. Harriet tilted her head as she looked at the warp gate. So, I've been curious. About what? Can someone create a private warp gate? And if they do, can they connect it to that warp gate? If someone can interfere with the dimensional gate system of the warp gates, wouldn't that be a huge problem? Harriet hadn't foreseen the gate incident, but she seemed to have gained some awareness of the inherent risks associated with the warp gates themselves. Chapter 333, to put it in modern terms. It seemed like Harriet was considering the possibility that someone might hack the warp gate server. It wasn't impossible. If someone had knowledge of warp gate design, they could create a private warp gate that would function just like the existing ones. Moreover, all warp gates were interconnected. Let's assume one could create a warp gate connected to another world. Then, with just a single gate, they could scatter everyone who passed through it across the continent. There's no need to make one if the possibility exists. If just one warp gate is turned into a warp gate connecting to another world, all the warp gates on the continent could potentially unleash monsters from the other world. It was like walking on thin ice, a method to open a dimensional door connected to another world, a method to hack the warp gate system. With just knowledge of those two, the continent would be prepared to face a gate catastrophe at any time. So, in the end, if I understand the warp gate system better, my understanding of dimensional magic might improve. But as you know, it's confidential, so I can't find out. It's a bit overwhelming to do it alone. Harriet let out a deep sigh. She had information, but it was the Empire's top secret, so she couldn't access it. Even with Harriet's high status, she couldn't access the top secret information of the royal family in the magical world. I think I can help with that. You can. I pulled out the royal emblem from my pocket. Why do you have this? I got it a few days ago. The royal emblem. It allowed me to receive the maximum cooperation from the Empire anywhere, and it granted me treatment equivalent to the royal family. Harriet was surprised and flustered to see me carrying the royal emblem. Wouldn't this work? There's a chance it won't, but it's worth a try. I couldn't ask them to tell me about the warp gate system itself, but I could ask if they could share knowledge about dimensional magic. Harriet, who had lost her composure for a moment, started to show excitement on her face. Ah, really? Will it really work? I don't know that yet. Let's try something quickly. Harriet was a magician. She was more excited than I was at the prospect of acquiring new knowledge. It was uncertain whether the royal family would provide information about the warp gate, which was the Empire's top secret, but there was always an open channel for me. Bertus was occupied with his own work this time and seemed to be staying in the Winter Palace during the break, while Charlotte was back at the royal class dormitory. Since her health could worsen at any time, she wanted to be as close as possible to me, who could deal with any situation. Thus, naturally, Evelyn Turner also returned to her position as a royal class dormitory supervisor. So, naturally, Charlotte, not Bertus, became the one Harriet and I went to see. Dimensional magic research. She wants to study it for mainly academic reasons, and I figured the Empire would have a lot of knowledge related to that, right? Of course, I didn't spout any nonsense about other worlds to Charlotte. Is what's in temple not enough? Charlotte wasn't a mage, so she seemed not to understand why we would need the royal family's cooperation in this field. Instead of the hesitating Harriet, I explained various things. Dimensional magic research materials could only be abundant within the royal family and the Magic Association, who had developed the warp gate system, and because it was considered highly confidential, it was information that couldn't be accessed. If it's confidential, there must be a reason for it being confidential, so it's not something I can easily decide. However, I think I can request some cooperation from the Royal Magic Division. Really? Harriet was so happy that she almost jumped on the spot. Even for a princess of the famous magic nation of Saintoin, getting access to the royal family's confidential research materials was a dream come true. Charlotte quickly wrote a document in the break room and handed it to Harriet. I'll do the talking, so don't go right away. Bring this to the Royal Magic Division tomorrow. Thank you, Your High. I mean Charlotte. Well, you're welcome. As if to say she did it as a favor to me, Charlotte glanced at me with a subtle smile. Reinhardt, come see me later. All right, Charlotte said it as if she had something to tell me. Returning to the A-class dormitory, Harriet's expression was flustered, having obtained permission so easily. Staring blankly at the permit, she carefully folded it, placed it in her pocket, and looked at me with a puzzled gaze. But come to think of it, why are you so close to the princess? I mean, Charlotte. It seemed like Harriet just now started thinking about this issue. She couldn't think of any reason why Charlotte and I, who were in different classes, would be close, especially to the extent of having a separate conversation. Wasn't the timing of her question a bit late? Because I'm good looking. How am I supposed to respond to that? Harriet looked genuinely disgusted. Wow, she's really offended. Harriet stared at me intently, as if to ask me to tell her the real reason. Hey, why did we become friends? Ha! At my counter-question, Harriet furrowed her brows and seemed lost in thought, as if recalling the past. Numerous past events flashed by like a revolving lantern. It all started when she stood up to the insane classmate who was bullying the seniors and got called names. Then, her nickname became Idiot as she ran wild and eventually burst into tears. The memories that followed, all connected. That's right. Harriet's complexion began to pale. Why? Why did I become friends with someone like you? She couldn't believe that someone with a lofty pride, noble background, and exceptional talent like herself had become friends with a street rat who constantly teased her. There are people in this world who enjoy being tormented, and it seems you're one of them. No, I don't. I hate it. You dummy. At my remark, Harriet's face turned beet red. Really, how did this happen? How did I end up? Well, it just happened like you said. What? To be honest, I never intended to become friends with Harriet either. It was just one of those things that happened. As I teased her, she started to look cute, and when she cried, I felt sorry for her and took care of her. Not everything goes as planned, and among the things that don't, there are good things as well. What's different between you and Charlotte? I could only explain the friendship with Charlotte and me as something that just happened, like with her. When I hid the fact that I was Valia and joined another class, there was no way for me to befriend Charlotte. It all started when Charlotte approached me first to find Valia. Is that so? Harriet mumbled absent-mindedly, and after a while, smack, smack. Gah, you're so infuriating. Why did you do that to me? Why? Ouch, you've been hitting me all the time lately. Her face reddening, Harriet smacked my shoulder repeatedly. It didn't hurt at all, which made me feel even more sorry for her. Harriet would continue her research on dimensional magic with the help of the Royal Magic Department. I didn't know what she would discover in the process, but she was the kind of person who could master many things once she understood one aspect of magic, so there was a chance she could find something useful. I was able to find a few leads just from our conversation today. The gate incident might be an incredibly easy thing to trigger if we knew the method, a dangerous clue. After some time, I headed to the B-class dormitory as Charlotte had asked me to talk. You're here? Yeah. Charlotte was waiting for me in the dormitory common room. No one else was in the common room, and I didn't know what they were doing. The development had greatly diverged from the original work. Savelin Turner had become a permanent resident, and Ludwig had opened his eyes to the desire for power. So, Ludwig, who would have normally gone on a trip during this vacation, seemed to have decided to exhaust this winter break by receiving training from Savelin Turner instead. Well, a good thing is a good thing, and this was better than the original development. Charlotte prepared black tea for me, and although I still couldn't taste it, I sipped the tea. Charlotte savored the black tea while gazing at the winter sunlight outside the common room window. They say you've met His Majesty, along with Ellen. Yes, that's right. And you've received the royal insignia. Yes. Charlotte set down her teacup and carefully placed her hand on top of mine, which was holding the cup. There was an emotion in Charlotte's gaze. It was a tinge of sadness. She must know what it means for Ellen and me to have been given the royal insignia. You have been granted unlimited privileges, so risk your lives in the fight against the Demon King. That was the meaning, which Ellen, Charlotte, and I were all aware of. I've been thinking that he might be the mastermind behind this. Really? Charlotte already knew that Valia was no ordinary person, despite knowing that. She had cut ties and ceased contact to avoid doubting him further. If Valia was indeed the mastermind, Charlotte, who knew Elaris's whereabouts, could have tried to capture Elaris at any moment she desired. Of course, he wouldn't be caught easily. Charlotte gazed out the window. She was still holding my hand. If he truly is the surviving heir of the Demon King, what should I do? Charlotte looked at me. Tears had formed in her eyes. I hate the fact that you have to risk your life fighting against him. Charlotte's sadness originated from an unexpected place. Both Valia and I were precious to her. I had been chosen as an opponent to the Demon King, as the owner of Tiamata, alongside Ellen. Charlotte, who didn't want Valia to get hurt, had kept Elaris's whereabouts a secret. If she suspected Valia as the mastermind, she could have acted at any time, but she hadn't. But now, the situation had changed. Since I had been chosen as the opponent to the Demon King, I might die in the process of fighting him with my life on the line, and that terrified me. Valia and me. She felt as if she was standing at a crossroads, forced to choose between the two of us. Her sad dilemma was understandable since she couldn't know that we were the same person. For my sake, she should find Valia. At the very least, she should determine whether or not he was under suspicion. But Charlotte was torn, fearing that she might learn an irreversible truth. Elaris would have to leave the royal capital or move to another place. For now, that much was certain. Although I trusted Charlotte, her faith in Valia had been shaken. Because of me, her fellow existence. I'll tell that sorcerer to run far away. What? Then it'll be all right. Charlotte's expression turned blank, as if she had just heard something completely unexpected. I don't believe that the demon realm, so devastated, and the successor of the Demon King, can amass such powerful forces to threaten the Empire any time soon. Even if there are a few strong demons, what could they possibly do with them? Since I'm the one who will have to fight the Demon King if he becomes a dangerous threat later on, I have the right to make such decisions. And it's not even clear yet if that child is really involved in this incident, so don't feel too guilty. It was all lies. I had to tell those blatant lies in front of Charlotte without changing my expression, pretending to sacrifice when I wasn't really sacrificing. Charlotte stared at me blankly. My words that I would bear the risk in the future, so we didn't have to chase the child right now. In the end, Charlotte, who heard my words, began to cry in front of me. I'm sorry. Reinhardt. Charlotte seemed truly apologetic for not being able to easily decide what the best choice was for me in such a difficult situation. But more than Charlotte being sorry to me, a guilt dozens of times heavier weighed on my heart. I'll forget about that child now. Charlotte said this was the last act of kindness and mercy for Valia. From now on, she would always stand by Reinhardt's side. She told me, Valia and Reinhardt. I hadn't thought about this issue. Charlotte was aware of the suspicious aspects of Valia, but didn't want to delve into them. However, the fact that her trust in Valia was shaken due to her concerns for me was unexpected. This happened after the Emperor gave the royal emblem to Ellen and me. Now that the demon forces had shown their power, Charlotte had no choice but to eventually clarify Valia's whereabouts, because if it was for my sake, that's why I went to see Elaris right away. We'll need to move. You should also be careful when contacting each other in the royal capital. Let's communicate through the rotatory gang for most of our messages. Delays in communication will happen, but it's not the time to worry about that. Yes, Your Highness, I understand the meaning. Elaris's basement room. Elaris fully understood my words that we needed to move because of the changed situation after I had met the Emperor and Charlotte's emotional state. Normally, that would have been the end of it, but lately, there was another person to worry about in Elaris's hideout. Leaving this child locked up like this is pitiful, so it would be nice to go somewhere where she can live more freely. Flinch, what are you scared of when I haven't said anything? It was Radia Schmidt. Radia trembled as if she was on edge under my gaze. Somehow, she had become the only temple student who knew that I was the successor to the Demon King. Elaris, being the character she was, probably wouldn't have tormented or abused her, but Radia looked quite pale and despondent. Damn, I suppose it was because of that useless act that we were able to save Olivia. Was this a case of reaping what I'd sown? If Radia Schmidt hadn't wasted our time, I would have had to watch Olivia either make a drastic choice or fall into the clutches of Riveria lands. Or perhaps I wouldn't have even known about Adriana's death. Radia was trembling on the ground, constantly watching me with fearful eyes. Her gaze seemed to beg for death. I had no feelings left for Radia Schmidt, but I couldn't just let her go like this. There was a limit to how much one could be swayed by petty approval, and Radia Schmidt knew far too many things she shouldn't. So, what do you plan to do? First, I'm thinking of going to the council. There, she won't be able to escape and can live more freely. There will be a meeting soon, too, the Vampire Council, a place known to humans as the High Castle of Epifax. It seemed that Elleris planned to take Radia Schmidt there to live for a while. It wouldn't take long to settle things at the store. Did you set a date? It should be soon. I'll inform the gang when the exact schedule is determined, so just be there at the appointed time, and I'll escort you. All right. Got it. Radia probably didn't know what was being discussed. I crouched down in front of the terrified Radia Schmidt. Senior. Why, yes. Radia Schmidt's eyes darted down quickly. Her strong will and faith had crumbled easily at the mention of becoming a vampire. Even though she wanted to believe in me as an apostle of God, it became impossible once she knew I was the Demon King. Radia Schmidt had no choice but to break. Elleris isn't that bad. At least, she's better than me. You can live more comfortably with her. Pat. I patted Radia Schmidt's shoulder and stood up. My plan was to leave her in Elleris's care. If she broke, she broke. If she adapted and became used to it, then that's just how it would be. I'm leaving. Take care. Your Highness. Elleris took to the royal capital. I felt as though things were finally starting to move in earnest. But rather than in earnest, it seemed more like things were moving toward a point of no return. That thought kept nagging at me. Chapter 334. Elleris moved with incredible speed. Anticipating that Charlotte de Gardiers might begin her pursuit, she set off down the path. It's going to be cold. You need to dress warmly. Of course, Elleris knew that they were heading to an extreme cold region, given that it was already winter. She had Radia Schmidt put on a thick coat and cold weather gear. Apart from that, Elleris only packed a few essential items. Elleris didn't have any particular sentiment about leaving the royal capital. It was a place he could return to any time. However, she felt the heaviness in her heart, knowing that her return to the Vampire Council marked the beginning of some vast current. Something was about to start. Whether it was a path to protect the world or to bring about its destruction remained unknown. Hoping that Valia's words were true, Elleris cast mass teleport. Whoosh, the place was known as High Castle Epifax to humans, but its original purpose was to serve as a meeting place for the noble vampire families. Elleris and Radia Schmidt arrived at the snow-covered castle. Where are we? Haven't you been here before? Reinhardt mentioned that he came here during a temple group mission last time. No, this is my first time. Probably no one else is here besides us, but stay close just in case. Radia shivered as she followed Elleris, who confidently led the way. Elleris opened the side door of the cold, barren castle and went in. Huck, WH, who's there? Who's there? Radia was startled by the weeping sounds echoing from all around. It's just lowly spirits. Although they were mere low-ranking ghosts, they were annoying. Radia Schmidt's face turned pale as she watched the ghosts moving freely through the walls. What kind of place is this? She would have thought to exterminate these impure beings, but the fear deeply ingrained in her consciousness made her weak. Elleris's calm footsteps echoed through the chilly, gloomy corridor. From now on, I won't be watching you closely. You won't know where you are, and even if you try to escape, there are no human settlements for hundreds of kilometers around here. If you run away, I'll come after you. But remember that it won't be to punish you. It'll be because I'm worried you might die. Radia Schmidt could only nod dumbly at Elleris's words. Of course, I'll make sure you have food, clothing, and a place to sleep, so don't worry. If someone wasn't a mage capable of using teleportation, they couldn't even reach this environment. If Elleris abandoned Radia here and left, she would have no choice but to wither away and die. But if you commit suicide because I'm not watching you, I'll turn you into a vampire out of spite. Elleris said those words as he turned to look at Radia. Do you understand? Yes, Radia spoke quietly, as if she had known that speaking would lead to trouble after Elleris had warned her to be silent. I don't think anyone will harm you, but it's best not to converse with beings other than me. Elleris advised Radia, looking at her. Keep that in mind. You're the only human here. Elleris firmly cautioned her. Southwest of the Kernstadt Empire in the Second Post country, near the borderlands, a place where ordinary people didn't even know a village existed. The mountain village, Rizera, the hometown of Ragan Artorius and Ellen. After a long time, Ellen had returned to her hometown, Rizera. The villagers welcomed her warmly, and Ellen, who had originally come from the countryside, lived comfortably with her hair tied up casually. She caught up with old friends from her hometown and talked about the royal capital. What held no fascination for Ellen was a series of astonishing things for the children of Rizera, such as the magic train. A feast was held in the village to celebrate Ellen's return during her break. A lavish spread of meat and bread was laid out. After the grand feast, which was quite impressive for a mountain village, Ellen went for a night walk with her parents for the first time in a long while. Sitting between her mother and father on the northern hill of Rizera at night, Ellen chatted about various things. She shared stories about her experiences at temple and about her many new friends. Her parents were delighted that Ellen was doing well and living innocently. As she talked about the seemingly insignificant but ultimately meaningful events that had occurred, Ellen's heart grew heavy. The conversation started light, but eventually only the heavy stories remained. There were things she didn't want to say but had to. Although she had returned to rest, Ellen had something to say to her parents, something she had to say. The full moon shone brightly in the winter night sky. After sitting still for a while, Ellen finally spoke. I think the Demon King is either not dead or a new one has appeared. At these words, both of Ellen's parents' expressions hardened. Just as Ellen had lost her brother to the Demon King, they had lost their son. The name of the Demon King was never easy to mention. I met the Emperor recently. Ellen's parents listened silently to her story. He asked if I could fight the Demon King. That's what we talked about. Ellen's mother gently took her hand, while her father embraced her shoulder. I still don't understand my brother. Still, if the Demon King wishes for the things I love to disappear, and if the Demon King is such an entity that wants that, I said I'd fight the Demon King. Ellen looked at her parents. I'm sorry. They lost their son in the fight against the Demon King, and now they might lose their daughter in the next fight against him. Ellen didn't want to cause such sorrow to her parents, but Ellen knew. If Lagan Artorius was the only one who could stand against the Demon King, then she must be the only one who could stand against the next Demon King, and she wasn't alone. There were people who would fight with her. Ellen could make such a decision. If the world would force her to defeat the Demon King, then she had no choice but to accept her fate. She apologized to her parents in front of her, before her, a daughter who decided to fight a life-threatening battle at such a young age. Ellen's mother and father exchanged glances for a moment. Ellen, can Mom and Dad talk privately for a bit? Yeah, wait for just a moment. As if they had something to discuss with each other, Ellen's mother and father left Ellen sitting quietly and headed somewhere. Ellen stared up at the sky. When her brother was outside doing various things, Ellen didn't know what her mother and father had talked about regarding him. Sometimes he came home briefly in the middle of the night, gently stroking Ellen's head as she slept by the bedside, and then left. Her brother always shared important conversations with their parents, and she was never included in them. Ellen didn't know what her parents thought about her brother's decisions and actions. However, she remembered being slapped by her always kind father when she had cursed her brother's final appearance. It was a rainy day. Her mother and father must have been even sadder. Ellen still hated herself for that moment. Now, time had passed, and her parents saw their daughter making the same choice as their son. Ellen couldn't know how that felt. Would her parents object? Having lost their son in such a way, they might not want to send their daughter into such a dangerous situation. What should she do then? If she didn't fight, Reinhardt would have to fight alone. Of course, Reinhardt wouldn't be alone, but in a situation where there needs to be one more person with a sacred weapon, what if she was gone? The world wanted a second hero, and without Ellen, Reinhardt would be forced to become the second hero. Avoiding a fight with a powerful, unknown entity would put Reinhardt in even greater danger in an already dangerous battle. And so, Ellen had no choice but to face the battle. After a considerable amount of time had passed, her parents returned. Ellen's mother took her hand. Our daughter. Ellen met her mother's sad eyes. Can't you change your mind? Naturally, they couldn't help but oppose such a decision. Having already lost a son to a similar situation, the thought of losing their daughter too would be devastating. Ellen looked down. I'm sorry. Mom, Dad. She couldn't avoid the fight. She might have been able to if she were alone. But if she didn't step in, Reinhardt would be left to face the Demon King alone. So Ellen couldn't help but feel even more guilt in front of her parents' sorrowful pleas. Both her mother and father were silent for a while. They didn't try to persuade her for long, nor did they beg. It was as if they knew that if their daughter was this determined, there was no breaking her resolve. After all, parents know their children best. Then, why don't you go somewhere with Mom and Dad for a while? Where? You'll see when we get there. Ellen's mother took her hand and led the way. Since they were familiar with the mountain paths, Ellen's parents found their way easily, even in the middle of the night. The place where the Ellen family arrived was a valley near Rosera. It was a place familiar to Ellen, as she had always played in the water here when she was young. Her mother slowly approached the fairly large frozen waterfall and gently touched the frozen wall. Ellen couldn't help but be surprised by the sight unfolding before her eyes. As if space itself was distorted, the center of the frozen waterfall suddenly cracked open. It wasn't that the ice broke, it was as if something had created a gap in the space itself. What? What is this? Ellen was at a loss for words, having never seen such a sight before. However, her mother and father calmly grabbed Ellen's hand and stepped inside the waterfall. Ellen had lived here her entire life, but it was her first time seeing such a space behind the waterfall in the valley, which she had visited occasionally. She had seen the back of the waterfall blocked several times before, but there was a cave behind it. Ellen, just follow us for now. Her mother led the way, and as her father manipulated something, a faint light began to swirl around the cave. Amidst the pale blue glow, Ellen, unable to understand the situation, slowly followed her parents into the cave. Your brother didn't intend to go on an adventure from the start. What are you talking about? He originally went outside the village to find a certain item. Lagan was very skilled, so the village council decided that he should go. Ellen had no idea about any of this. She had thought that Lagan Artorius simply liked to go on adventures, but that was not the case at all. What kind of place was Rosera? Ellen realized that she knew nothing about the place where she had spent her entire life. As a result, he met many people, experienced many things, and made many friends, so eventually he came to value the world's affairs more than those of the village. That's how it was. What is that? What about our village? Later. Her mother grabbed Ellen's hand. I'll tell you later. My daughter. It was her mother's words. One of the things Lagan was looking for was the lament you possess, Ellen. Those were her father's words. The cave soon began to take on a structure resembling a building. In the corridor with well-polished walls, numerous passages and corridors came into Ellen's view, following a pale light. Ellen could not see what was there. As if they had a designated place to go, her parents headed for a specific location inside the waterfall cave. Pop! The light brightened in the hollow, and Ellen could see something in the center of the empty space. There, a cloak with a light like blazing flames flickered like fire. This, this is. Ellen's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart upon seeing it. This is one of the two things Lagan went to find, along with your lament, the cloak of the sun god, Shalem's sacred relic, lapeled. It was right before Ellen's eyes. Her mother, holding the sun god's cloak, slowly approached and carefully draped it over Ellen's shoulders. May the blessings of the moon and sun be with you. With those words, her mother lightly kissed Ellen's forehead. Chapter 335. It had been a week since the break began. Harriet was practically punching the clock at the Royal Magic Department for her research on dimensional magic. I didn't visit the magic research meetings too often, as it would only be a disturbance for me to check on their progress. Elaris had left the royal capital. According to the rotatory gang, a vampire council meeting was scheduled for a week later. Elaris would be back by then, so if I went to the rotatory gang around that date, I'd be able to attend the vampire council. 5 vampire families. If I could gain their cooperation, it would be as good as having an army at my disposal. Whether it was through threats or persuasion, I needed to obtain their power, but it was still uncertain if that would be possible. It was unknown how to convince or threaten those who had refused to cooperate, even during the Demon War. I also had to prepare to gather information about Cantus Magna for negotiations with the Black Order, who would contact me again. If I couldn't obtain such information from the Vampire Council, I might have to resort to crazy tactics like using the Golden Week to lure Cantus Magna out. Furthermore, I had some grasp of the gate situation through information on the warp gates themselves. The brooch that Charlotte had given me was already a clue. When you activate the brooch-shaped artifact and pass through the royal capital's warp gate, you are directed to the warp gate in the basement of the Spring Palace. I couldn't understand the exact process. What was important was that there was already magic technology capable of interfering with the warp gate system. Of course, this was an authorized artifact. What was important was obtaining information that magic technology capable of interfering with the warp gate existed. no matter how the gate's path was set. The existence of the artifact Charlotte had given me already suggested a possibility. So, starting now, I was officially diving into the problem of saving the world. My head felt like it was going to explode. I had no leisure for thoughts, and depending on the outcome, not only would my life be on the line, but there was also a chance my true identity could be exposed. Of course, amidst all of this, there were still countless trivial matters to attend to. Clang, clatter, hew, not bad at all. After a round of sword practice with Olivia, I hung my training sword on its rack, feeling the tingling sensation in my palm. There was no one to practice swordsmanship with since Ellen was gone. That's why I was practicing swordsmanship with Olivia in the training hall. I could have practiced with Cliffman, but in the end, he hadn't yet awakened magical reinforcement, so he wasn't a suitable opponent for me to use my full power. Of course, I could have sought out Savelyn Turner for swordsmanship lessons, but I thought it was better for her to focus on teaching Ludwig. So there I was, practicing swordsmanship with Olivia. Olivia, who had been skillfully swinging her training sword, now casually slung it over her shoulder. Olivia's skills became well known after the tournament. Until then, she had never offered to teach me swordsmanship. Of course, when I asked, she did agree to come to the training ground with me. Her skills were definitely impressive. The output and stability of magical reinforcement, as well as her own swordsmanship, were incomparable to mine. I tried my hardest with intuition, self-suggestion, and magical reinforcement, but it felt like I couldn't even keep up with her. I couldn't help but realize that being able to kill Riveria lands was due to my achievement points, spirit speech, and luck. Shall we try again? Sure, holding her sword. Olivia looked at me with calm eyes. I took out my training sword and began magical reinforcement. Clang, thud. In an instant, Olivia lunged at me, roughly pushing my training sword aside. Opening, swish. As she pushed my sword away and exposed my chest, Olivia wrapped her arm around my neck and kissed my cheek. Ah, seriously, stop doing this kind of thing. If you don't like it, then get stronger than me. That would be nice. Sometimes her bizarre antics were problematic. After much struggle, I eventually collapsed onto the training ground floor, almost out of energy. My stamina had improved significantly compared to before, but dueling while using magical reinforcement brought a stronger sense of exhaustion. It was a different kind of fatigue than simply losing energy. Fortunately, I hardly felt any damage to my magical circuit from using magical reinforcement itself. My pure magical power had increased, and I already had 2 talents for magical control and sensitivity. It would be strange if I didn't adapt quickly. You're really weak, Reinhardt. It's just that you're unusually strong. Senior, in a royal class full of weirdos, isn't it good to be especially weird? That's true, I guess. Olivia, who had crouched down next to me as I lay sprawled on the floor, poked my cheek. She went back to her home tone. Right, yes. Tusk, you're really too much for me, you know. I couldn't argue with her criticism, which seemed to suggest that I only sought her out because Ellen was gone. Looks like you feel sorry since you can't say anything. Olivia said that, but she didn't seem extremely angry or insistent. I had a lot to apologize for to Olivia. Still, neither of them knew that I had taken considerable risks to save Olivia and Adriana. I didn't want them to know. Yet, I couldn't seem to act nonchalant. I wanted to forget everything and act cool, but it just didn't work. It's frustrating that I can't act indifferent. I don't want to say it, but I can't help feeling annoyed in this situation. I couldn't believe I had risked such a danger far beyond being caught in a cross-dressing contest because of Nuna. It felt wrong for her to be upset with me over this. Reinhardt. Yes. Did you do it? What? What was she talking about? Did she figure something out? What could be the clue? There was no way Olivia could have any evidence or leads to suspect that I was the Demon King. Seeing my expression, which seemed to have frozen, Olivia gave a sad smile. The orphanage I was sponsoring, the director and teachers, they were all arrested. Ah, I was caught by my own trap. Even though I was pricked by an entirely different conversation, I accidentally caught onto the wrong thread. Yes, I did that. I couldn't tell the Emperor, but after assuring Charlotte that everything was settled for Eloris to take refuge, I asked her to solve the orphanage-related issue. I already knew about the orphanages Olivia personally sponsored. It seemed strange for them to be poor in situations where they couldn't be. It happened just a few days ago, and it seemed like Charlotte took action right away. Olivia seemed to have realized that too. Olivia looked at me with a sad expression. You, Did that right. Yes. I wished Olivia hadn't found out, but it was an issue she couldn't help but know about eventually. In the royal capital, there are already support programs for war orphans. So, I just couldn't understand why there would be orphanages with financial problems. Olivia didn't seem happy. There was no way she could be. The children could live a prosperous life under more thorough management, but Olivia felt betrayed by the people she trusted. Olivia sank down to the floor of the training hall. I didn't think they were capable of that. I never even suspected them. I thought there was no way a person would. Embezzle money meant for orphans. Trust in humanity. Trust in human kindness. Olivia had such love for humanity. Disappointed in religion and faith. Would she now be disappointed in people too? After a long silence, Olivia spoke up. The funeral starts today. The funeral? Yes, for my stepfather, Riveria Lands. His death was a big deal not only in the religious world, but also in the Empire itself. Despite his fall from grace, he was a war hero. Moreover, he died fighting the demons. So, regardless of the actual circumstances and the issues entangled in his death, his passing was a very tragic event for the public. That's why, with the turmoil subsided, a funeral was being held to mourn the death of Riveria Lands. Reinhardt, can you go somewhere with me for a moment? I couldn't refuse Olivia's request. Inside Temple, it was impossible to tell, but it was clear that Riveria Land's funeral was being held at the level of a state funeral. Black flags were hung as a sign of condolence on every house in the street, and there were people selling flowers for tribute. The funeral procession was said to move from the closed monastery, where the body had been retrieved, to the headquarters of the Holy Knights. In the southernmost part of the royal capital, the path leading to the Holy Knights was controlled by guards as the funeral procession entered the city. What can we do about this? Damn those demon bastards. Most of the people gathered to see the funeral procession were likely believers of the five great religions, while others were civilians mourning the death of a war hero, unrelated to the faiths. Hatred for demons and fear of the demon king were pervasive among the people. It didn't matter why Riveria Lands was there on that day. At that place, people believed that Riveria Lands had died at the end of a fierce battle with the remnants of the demons, and in the end, that was the truth. They just didn't know the inside story. Nobody knew the real face of Riveria Lands, who tried to regain his lost power by threatening his adopted daughter, and ultimately sought to join forces with the Demon King when his life was in danger in order to cause the Empire's downfall. Olivia Lands would find this situation appalling. Thanks to the demon attack, she was safe. It would be hard for her to accept this situation where Riveria Lands, who had threatened her using Adriana's life, had become a hero in death. At the southern end of the road, the grand funeral procession appeared. The procession was escorted by holy knights and priests. They were followed by dozens of ornately decorated coffins brought by the carriages they were leading. These were the coffins of Riveria Lands, the holy knights, and the believers of the nameless order. Riveria Lands had his throat cut by me. I don't know how they managed to retrieve the bodies that were torn apart by Loya, shattered, and then burned by magic. I couldn't tell what the overall opinion of the Holy Knights was, but I saw Elaine Bolton leading the procession on a white horse at the front. Both the Empire and Elaine Bolton would be pleased with this situation. Still, they feigned sorrow for the ignorant citizens' grief and led the funeral procession with solemn expressions. As the funeral procession appeared, people started to cry as if something was incredibly sad. Oh my! Some sobs began to spread, and the contagion of tears was quite unfamiliar. They didn't know Riveria Lands. I don't know why they were so sad about his death or even shedding tears. I don't know whether it's because of their faith or something else. However, I had no right to doubt their tears. I was the least human of all in this place. Whether they deserved to die or not, I was a madman who had come to watch the funeral of the people I had killed. In no time, the crowd around Temple had become a sea of tears, though there were quite a few people who didn't cry. However, those who didn't cry seemed to be full of awkwardness. It was as if they were sinners for not crying, and they couldn't sit still. Tears are like involuntary actions. Unless one has practiced it, one cannot cry simply because they want to. Tears come up, not something that can be brought up. Olivia watched the approaching funeral procession with a calm gaze. Reinhardt. Yes. Do you think all this is too disgusting? Am I too bad for thinking so? Olivia spoke softly. She watched the coffin containing her father's body approach. All of this was ultimately just a show. People didn't need to know about him. They're just doing this because it's a nice picture to make Riveria Lands a hero in death. Olivia probably disliked Riveria Lands, but she also disliked the way his death was being exploited. From all of this, Olivia felt disgusted. I think that's possible. Olivia nodded at my words. As the funeral procession drew closer and entered the southern region of royal capital, the surrounding area grew louder with people's cries. Under Elaine Bolton's guidance, they would head towards the headquarters of the Holy Knights. People would gather to throw flowers and shed tears as they watched the long procession. We were watching the spectacle. Over there, is that the Saintess? If she's the Saintess, she's the former commander's daughter. We had been watching for too long. Olivia was a well-known face. That's why there were plenty of people who could recognize her. In the sea of tears, someone waved to Olivia, and in an instant, people's gazes were drawn to her. The Saintess of Iridian. Although she was the protagonist of Riveria Land's downfall, people didn't care about that now. A former Holy Knights commander and a war hero who died honorably fighting demons. It was important that his daughter was here. Oh, Saintess. Olivia's expression hardened, and in no time, the crowd around us began to flock to Olivia and me. Oh, Saintess, what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do? We must take revenge on those filthy, disgusting demons. Saintess, you must also take the lead in the extermination of demons in honor of your father's legacy. Oh, Saintess, I'm too scared to live. Saintess, Saintess, you must save us. With the hero gone, what are we going to do? In an instant, the surroundings had turned into chaos. As if Olivia were some kind of deity, countless people knelt before her, wailing and pleading. They couldn't see the reason Riveria Lands had been deposed or that Olivia had abandoned her faith. The Demon King had returned. But now, there was no hero. Someone had to stand against the Demon King. Someone other than me, someone great and brave, good and possessing powerful strength. Someone who would defeat the Demon King in my stead. People prayed. We must defeat the Demon King, Saintess. There is no one but you, Saintess. Oh, Saintess, please save us. They didn't know Olivia's true capabilities. They only knew that she possessed a very powerful divine power and was called a Saintess due to her excellent character. Countless people, as if they were kings themselves, knelt begging, asking her to die in their stead. Many people boldly asked her to sacrifice herself for their sake. I saw the focus fade from Olivia's eyes. Olivia was tormented by excessive pressure. She suffered in the midst of countless people harassing her to regain her faith. She saw the disgusting acts of those who would freely take others' lives for their own use and witnessed such deaths being praised. The funds she had been collecting so far were being embezzled by others beyond the issues of faith and religion. Now, in places completely unrelated to faith and religion, she saw people wailing and boldly demanding that she die in their stead. She saw people who used their tears as a shield while pushing someone to death calmly from behind that shield. It seemed as if something crucial, still remaining within Olivia's heart, had broken. Why me? An emotionless and cold voice flowed from Olivia. Why on earth do I have to do this? Olivia was broken. Chapter 336, Why Should I Die for You Lot? With these words, Olivia pushed through the frozen crowd and left the street behind. Disgusting. Her face hardened as she spoke. Human beings are so repulsive. As the last shred of her love for humanity crumbled, Olivia muttered with a hand covering her mouth. She had confronted human depravity too many times and had finally lost any lingering sympathy for them. Don't be too harsh on them. They don't know any better. Olivia clicked her tongue. Right. They would have acted differently if they knew. She looked at me. They would have claimed she was a filthy, impure woman saved by demons and should be burned at the stake. Olivia's eyes changed. In her usually sad eyes, a dark abyss seemed to emerge, similar to the look in Radia Schmidt's eyes. Human wickedness and repulsion had ultimately broken Olivia. I couldn't refute her words. I couldn't deny Olivia's claim that humans, whether ignorant or knowledgeable, engaged in such repulsive acts. The Demon King. Yeah, I don't know why the demon saved me, but if his goal is to rebuild the demon world and kill all humans, Olivia gripped my hand tightly. I'll fight to protect the few people I love. I'm not fighting for those wretched beings. Olivia embraced me, just like Ellen had. Olivia had decided to fight too, but her fundamental reason for doing so had changed drastically from her previous attitude. It couldn't help but change. Olivia was a person who could be described as having a soft exterior but a tough core. She was kind and friendly to many, but she was also resolute. Yet even someone like her could be pushed to the breaking point. She grew increasingly weary of gently refusing and pushing away the numerous people clinging to her. Recent events had driven Olivia to the brink of emotional collapse. Discovering the orphanage she had been supporting was embezzling funds and starving the children, Olivia felt betrayed. And finally, she encountered people who weaponized tears and demanded her sacrifice. Olivia, who had realized there was no reason to live a life for such individuals, had changed. If she had to fight the Demon King, she would, but it wouldn't be for humanity, as she had made clear. Given the situation, it seemed possible that she would join forces with the next Demon King to bring about humanity's destruction if she knew it was me. However, I didn't want to exploit Olivia's broken state. I didn't want to burden a pitiful person who was already struggling with some strange mission. After all, I didn't wish for the extinction of humanity either. Of course, Olivia hadn't changed much compared to her usual self. Get lost. Stop annoying me. WH what? Nuna. What are you? Didn't you hear me? How many times do I have to say it? Are you an idiot? WH what? What? Nuna. After that, I saw Olivia hurling harsh words at others a few times. Radia Schmidt wasn't the only one demanding Olivia's return to the religious world. Olivia seemed to have expressed her reluctance to such demands until now, but she had started to respond more aggressively, outright refusing those requests. I thought that was a relief. Hey, Reinhardt, want to have lunch together. But seeing her treat her juniors so harshly and then flash a bright smile at me, and watching her suddenly run up to me, grinning and linking arms, somehow, it felt like my Nuna had become even crazier than before, and it scared me a little. My Nuna had changed. Still, the changes seemed positive on the surface. People kept pestering Olivia because she was overly kind-hearted. To put it nicely, she appeared too easygoing. When Olivia started acting more aggressive, people seemed too scared to speak to her casually. Olivia wasn't weaker than anyone else in terms of strength. If someone tried to use force against her, they'd only end up getting hurt. So, I thought it was better for Olivia to be assertive, even for her own sake. One day during the vacation, I met Elleris in the southern forest near the rotatory gang's headquarters. Are you ready? Yes. From now on, I will explain the council to you. You must remember everything. A meeting with the Vampire Council. For that purpose, Elleris began informing me about everything I needed to know, from start to finish. Today's meeting would significantly change the future, so I couldn't afford any mistakes. With a flash, teleporting back to the fortress of Epiax, the place had become even more brutal and frigid than before. The fierce blizzard that engulfed the fortress seemed to make the atmosphere more oppressive than ever, perhaps because of the beings within. Where's Radia? I told her to stay in her room during the meeting. Good, damn it. I didn't have much affection for her, but since Elleris was taking care of her, I couldn't help but worry. Swish, using Sarkigar's ring, I returned to Valia's appearance. The second thing I did under the name of Valia, not Reinhardt, attending the Vampire Council, a meeting where the heads of the 5 vampire lord families gathered. Last time, during the temple's group mission, it had been a place where we played a mafia game and held a meeting. Thinking that this place now had vampire lords, whose mere appearance could turn the entire continent upside down, it felt both terrifying and amusing. As I opened the door to the conference room, 4 people were already sitting at the round table. Since they didn't belong to the demon realm, they didn't exactly show me respect. Some looked at me with interest, some with indifference, some seemed to look down on me, and some were inscrutable. Nice to meet you. I am Valia. Considering their age and the fact that they didn't belong to the demon world, I decided to use a respectful tone with them, not overly formal but still polite. As soon as I took my seat, a cold laugh echoed in the conference room. The master of the non-existent has arrived. The non-existent, it must have referred to the already vanished Darkland. I didn't bother to respond to the provocation. The vampire who laughed at me, a pale woman with captivating red lips, putting aside her beauty, there was one distinctive feature about her. I had already heard about it from Elleris, so I wasn't particularly surprised. Nice to meet you. I am the ruler of Thursday, Chinese letter, among the 7 knights. Luvian, long ears. There could only be one explanation. She was an elf who had been extinct long ago, was living with the label of a vampire attached to her. The fact that the vampire lords were ancient beings was evident just by the fact that the first vampire lord was well known. An elf is an elf. But the more astonishing thing was the being next to her. "Nice to meet you, young demon king." A solemn voice flowed from the person sitting next to her. "I am the ruler of Friday, Chinese letter, among the seven knights. Galosh." The enormous figure had skin as tough as rock, with red eyes and teeth that jutted out above the lower lip like tusks. Galosh, the orc vampire. It was a strange feeling just hearing about it, but the oppressive atmosphere was no joke. It was said that all vampire lords were exceptional magicians, but this one seemed more like someone who should be swinging a stone axe than a vampire. Next up was a vampire looking at me with curious eyes. "Hello, Archdemon. I'm Lucinil, the Lord of Wednesday, Chinese letter. Nice to meet you. I'm older, so let's be casual with each other, okay?" Yes, well, somehow. The vampire was high-strung. It had the appearance of a young girl and acted like a child. Each of them is unique in their own way, but they're not ferocious. They've lived long lives, so they're quite polite. You may consider the Lord of Wednesday harmless, though it had the appearance of a young girl vampire. It was not human in the first place. Certainly, I heard it was a homunculus. I couldn't even imagine that a homunculus could become a vampire. I also wondered who created such a homunculus and how it became a vampire. Lucinil would be the most peculiar existence among the vampire lords present here. Lucinil looked at me with a curious expression. "And lastly, it's an honor to meet such a great being." The elderly priest, who had been wearing a hat, deeply bowed to me. "I am Antarinus, the Lord of Saturday, Chinese letter. He looked at me with an unreadable smile. I heard he was human. Antarinus appeared to be the most ordinary in this gathering, but that made him seem the most extraordinary. In reality, Elleris warned me to be cautious of Antarinus, calling him an enigmatic person. "The Lord of Tuesday, Elleris. The Lord of Wednesday, Lucinil. The Lord of Thursday, Luvian. The Lord of Friday, Galosh. And the Lord of Saturday, Antarinus." 5 of the lords of the 7 knights were present at the vampire council. "Now, let's proceed with a meeting attended by the archdemon." Antarinus softly declared the opening. Chapter 337, all 5 vampire lords from the 5 vampire families stared at me. "There's no need to beat around the bush. I need your help." They must have anticipated such a request. It was the only thing the last heir of a fallen nation could ask for when seeking the help of remote powers. Luvian opened her mouth calmly. "You're aware that we didn't participate in the Demon Realm War, right?" "I know." The corners of Luvian's mouth curled up. "Even during the time of the previous Archdemon and Demon King, Valia, who was the most powerful being in the world, the Vampire Council did not participate in the Demon Realm War. We didn't cooperate even when the Demon Realm was strong. What reason would we have to join hands now, when the Demon Realm has fallen?" Her words implied that there was even less reason for them to help now that the Demon Realm had crumbled. Luvian looked at the prince of a non-existent world with a mocking smile. Galosh stared at me silently. "The Vampire Council never owed anything to the Darklands. Our existence and yours were never necessary to each other, nor were they detrimental or beneficial. Even the peculiar power of the archdemon couldn't dominate us. That's why successive demon kings left us alone, and we didn't get involved in the affairs of the Darklands. It wasn't exactly a formal agreement, but it was a long-standing unwritten rule, at least until the Vampire Lord of Tuesday pledged loyalty to the Darklands." Galosh, unlike Luvian, wasn't mocking me, but he didn't see any reason to cooperate either. Next to speak was the young-looking vampire Lucinil. "Archdemon, what do you plan to do after rebuilding the demon realm?" Lucinil innocently asked a more fundamental question. "Are you going to kill all humans? You can't. Human blood might not be the only option, but there's nothing like it. I don't want to prolong my life with tasteless blood. I have no intention of killing all humans, and it wouldn't be possible anyway." "Really? So, are you planning to kill half of them?" Why was she so obsessed with killing? "I'll be spending my entire life just trying to recover some power for the Darklands. Even if I wanted to, it would be difficult." That's true, since the Darklands have completely collapsed. Even if the Archdemon lives longer than ordinary mortals, it would take so long to reach the previous Darklands level. Mm. Lucinil started pondering after saying that, tilting her head as if deep in thought. Finally, Antarinus, the vampire lord of Saturday, looked at me with a gentle smile. If you don't dream of war and yet need power, isn't that a contradiction? Your greatness. Rebuilding would be impossible without the power to protect ourselves. The Demon Realm War began not with the intention of destroying each other, but to protect ourselves. Of course, humans started the invasion first. He seemed to imply that the power for self-defense was just an excuse. When humans see the reuniting tribes of the Darklands, they will crush them. Then, we must endure the bloodshed to protect the still weak powers of the Darklands. As for the justification and reason for doing so, no matter how much I think about it, I can't seem to understand. Luvian seemed to nod in agreement, and Galosh was no different. Lucinil appeared to be lost in her own thoughts, not even listening to the conversation going on around her. No matter how much we think about it, we have nothing to gain by cooperating with the Archdemon. Even if we wanted something, there's no way the Archdemon could provide it. Luvian's words were valid. While her scoffing was annoying, there was no denying the truth. The Vampire Council had no reason to cooperate with me, and there was nothing for them to gain from me. If we had an alliance and only needed help, there would be no need for cooperation. I had nothing to offer, and they had nothing to gain. Speaking of which, may I try something? At my words, Antirianus gently smiled and nodded. Immortals have nothing but time. Go ahead and try. Now that the Demon Realm War is over, it seems the 5 great divine churches are trying to gain independence. My words left Luvian and the others visibly confused. What does that have to do with anything? During the war, humans united for the cause, but after the war ended, various military and interest groups didn't disband and started to harbor other ideas. A prime example is the Holy Knights Order, which aims to establish an independent state for the 5 great divine churches. The formation of an independent state by the 5 great divine churches. At these words, both Luvian and Galosh's expressions hardened. Divine power was the antithesis of a vampire's power, so the birth of a religious state was bound to make them uneasy. Of course, I did kill Riveria Lands, the former Holy Knights Order leader and the core figure of the independence-seeking faction, along with Elaris here. The threat that once existed was now gone. At my words, Luvian tilted her head. So, you're saying since you removed the Council's threat beforehand, we should feel grateful and cooperate? Is that it? Luvian asked if I meant that they owed me for taking care of an enemy they would have feared in the future, to which I shook my head. Not at all. If I say that, then all you have to do is praise me and that's it, right? Yes, that's true. Luvian narrowed her eyes as she looked at me. But before Riveria Lands died, he said something like this, that he was willing to cooperate with me. If I wanted the Empire to weaken, I should have left him alone. I see. I was curious about that too. If you had left the anti-Empire faction alone, it would have greatly benefited you. Everything is a matter of perspective. Seeking the Vampire Council's cooperation under the guise of rebuilding the Demon Realm, even though I had no interest in it, was also a matter of perspective. The reason I killed Riveria Lands was a matter of perspective as well. Why would I leave him alone when it's clear that the independent state of the 5 great divine churches would belong to Riveria Lands? I should just take it for myself. Right, at my words, everyone wore a puzzled expression, except for Elaris. Elaris's mouth dropped open in astonishment. She seemed to grasp what I was saying. You mean, consuming the power of the 5 great divine churches? What are you talking about? In response to the bizarre idea of how the demon lord could come up with such a monstrous thought, and whether it was even possible, I placed my hand on the table. Swish, I am the champion of Toan. And seeing something appear in my hand, the vampire's already pale complexions turned ghostly white. What? What is that? Thud. Lucinil jumped up from her place and fell back immediately. Tiamata is like a seizure button for the undead. Elaris was startled when she first saw it, and she still couldn't look at it properly. Lucinil fell back, Luvian retreated in horror, and Galosh furrowed his brow menacingly. Ho, the champion of Toan, you say? Antirianus, on the other hand, seemed intrigued as he stared at the Tiamata in my hand. Although it was unlikely, I banished Tiamata back for the vampires who might have a heart attack from the sight. I didn't mean to threaten you, but do you understand what I'm saying? Everyone seemed to lose their spirit after seeing the thing that undead fear the most. You almost made me drop my heart. You little brat. Enraged, Lucinil jumped up and down, yelling at the top of her lungs. I apologize, but if I didn't show it, how could I prove it? If you have something like that, you should warn us first. Tiamata, I feel yucky. She even showed Luvian her arm, claiming it gave her goosebumps. Come on, Lucinil, that's not possible. Luvian clicked her tongue and patted Lucinil's head. It almost happened. It really did. Anyway, everyone except Antirionus seemed to be on high alert after the appearance of Tiamata. Even Elaris had a hard time hiding her discomfort. This object poses a particular threat to us undead. I understand what you're trying to say. As the champion of Toan, you're suggesting you could become the master of the 5 great divine churches. I don't think it's impossible. Riveria Lands wanted Olivia to take the lead, but the idea of becoming the master of the united power of the 5 great divine churches using Reinhardt's name didn't seem impossible. Very well. Oh, great one. Then why have you sought the council? Whether you control them from behind, become their actual master, or form an alliance with them, that's your business. Now we're getting to the main point. With my arms crossed, I stared at their faces. Because if I become a representative of the 5 great divine churches, or something similar, I'll wipe you all out for not cooperating. At those words, even Antirionus's expression hardened. Isn't it a good deal? A new coalition led by the champion of Toan and 5 great divine faiths is formed under the new pretext of eradicating the undead forces, with the champion as its leader, obviously, with the objective of exterminating the undead. The first target are the vampire lords' families. If a massive force of holy knights were to come and destroy your factions one by one, would you be able to handle that? It was a threat not as the Demon King, but as the champion of Toan. Are you threatening us, young Demon King? Galosh looked at me with eyes full of anger. As you all said, I have nothing to offer you, so your statement that we cannot trade from the beginning is absolutely correct. I have nothing to give, but I need your help, so what can I do? Threaten. Sorry, do you think I like doing this to the elders? When the pillars of the house are being uprooted, I have to do everything I can. Swash, once again. I summoned Tiamata and placed it on the table. Please help me, if not, I'll kill you all. Finally, the smile disappeared from Luvian's lips, who had been scoffing at me all along. Wow, such a brazen bastard that it's actually impressive. Lucinil let out a hollow laugh as if she couldn't believe it. Chapter 338. The atmosphere, which was already chilly, grew even colder with my explosive declaration that if they refused to cooperate, I would hold a grudge against them and join the 5 great divine faiths to start hunting them down. Lucinil stared at me with crossed arms, clearly incredulous. Do you think you can get out of here alive with that kind of talk? Don't you value your life? Do you think we won't be able to take your head off even with your Tiamata? Elaris will somehow manage. She's always managed to help me through any situation so far. I beg your pardon. The one most flustered by my words was Elaris herself. It seemed she hadn't anticipated my approach at all. Aren't you taking life too lightly? Do you really want to try it? It's your prerogative to try and kill me, but you should be prepared for what will happen after I manage to escape somehow. I dismissed Tiamata as I had no intention of actually fighting. I knew that attacking their pride wasn't the best approach, but in the end, I had no card to play beyond threats. I had nothing to offer, and they had no reason to cooperate. Frankly, if I could make them help me by discarding my pride and begging on the floor, I would, but even that wouldn't earn me their cooperation. So this was the only option I had. Technically, the 5 great divine faiths have more power and a larger organization, so it would be more profitable for me to join them. However, I came to the council first because I thought it would be more appropriate to visit my closer neighbors. And if I became the mascot of the 5 great divine faiths while wearing the mask of a Toan's champion, it would be impossible for me to maintain any relationship with you. It was a trashy argument, even to my own ears, that I had come here first, despite having a more lucrative offer, out of the kindness of my heart. Galosh didn't hide his displeasure, and neither did Luvian. Both seemed to have already developed animosity towards me for making such outrageous statements. The same went for Lucinil. Let's cooperate. But then, out of the blue, Antirionus expressed his willingness to cooperate. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Excuse me. What did you say? However, the most flabbergasted person was me. Why would he? Why are you surprised? You ask for cooperation, and I will cooperate. Oh, great one. Antirionus looked at me with an inscrutable smile. Lucinil glared at the old man with a nervous gaze. Antirianus, what filthy scheme are you cooking up now? It's just that it's interesting, isn't it? One of the relics of the five great divine faiths, and not just any relic, but Tiamata, has fallen into the hands of an archdemon. The old man grinned at me. Are you not sensing the malice of the gods? For the first time in history, a demon became the master of Tiamata, even an archdemon. It doesn't matter if the demon king loses everything or is able to achieve his dream at the end of the day. Won't it be interesting to watch? A deep malice could be felt in Antirianus's eyes. The misery and happiness, sorrow and joy of others. Such malice aimed to alleviate the boredom of eternal life by merely observing these emotions. Are you out of your mind? Antirianus. All Antirianus did was grin at Galosh's words. It seemed clear why Elleris had warned to be careful around Antirianus. He was the only vampire lord who said he would cooperate with me, but his presence made me feel more uneasy. It was fortunate that he said he would cooperate, but I didn't expect the situation to unfold in such a bizarre context. If a being who has lived such a long time is still sane, wouldn't that be the real problem? Antirianus's argument that all his decisions must be equivalent to those of a madman after living through an unimaginably long time was surprisingly persuasive. Therefore, I, Antirianus, the ruler of the clan of Saturday, will cooperate with the Demon King. Wouldn't more interesting things happen than during the great war of the demon realm? So, consider touching the Demon King as touching me. I really don't know what he's thinking, do you? Luvian, as if this is the first time he's done something crazy. Antirianus's antics seem to be far from his first time. After deciding to cooperate, Antirianus tapped the table with his index finger. Anyway, the immortals, have plenty of time. There's no need to decide everything right here. So, wouldn't it be nice to take a few days and have a leisurely conversation? Antirianus stared at me and said that. I could sense that he meant to take a short break, cool our heads, and have a separate conversation. It was good for me. There's nothing more terrifying than unfounded goodwill. That unfounded goodwill was pouring out, making me feel as if he was strangling me. I felt such an odd sense of pressure. You little archdemon scum, let's have a talk. Lucinil, the silver-haired, red-eyed, homunculus vampire, gestured at me as if it was perfect timing. Elleris nodded as if it was okay. It felt like the nicest person at the table ended up disliking me the most. Thanks to Antirianus's intervention, the council meeting was temporarily halted. Although his intentions were uncertain, the fact that he agreed to cooperate had clearly changed the atmosphere and caused ripples. After instructing me to follow, Lucinil silently led the way out of the meeting room, the ruler of the clan of Wednesday. Elleris had said that Lucinil would be the least harmful among them, but as far as appearances were concerned, she seemed to be the most upset. Where did you learn such bad habits? Did the Demon King teach you that? She made a sarcastic comment, but since I didn't harbor any good feelings towards the previous Demon King, I didn't get angry. What can you do about one's nature? Lucinil led the way, then turned to look at me when she reached a window overlooking the blizzard outside. You know, there's no good in acting like that. Lucinil stared at me quietly and spoke. Antirianus and I may not care, but Luvian and Galosh will be really upset. Well, does it matter? This is the only thing I can do. You might die before the demon realm's reconstruction or anything like that. An ending where I get killed after threatening the vampire lords would be ridiculous. However, the fact that Lucinil warned me instead of getting angry made me certain that Elleris's words were not entirely wrong. I was interested in Valia's successor, but I'll remember you as an arrogant, stubborn, and overly confident fool with nothing to back it up. Due to my flawed personality, Lucinil seemed to have a very negative perception of me. But the reason I agreed to cooperate with a guy with such a bad first impression is not that you're pretty, but because I owe Elleris a personal debt. You should know that. However, separate from that, Lucinil seemed to have agreed to cooperate with me, a debt to Elleris. I didn't bother asking what it was. It didn't seem like she would answer. Lucinil bit her lip in irritation and glared at me. Damn, Elleris must have known I would do this. I don't know what debt she owes, but Elleris must have known that Lucinil would reluctantly agree to the cooperation request because of it. The fact that she said I was harmless was in a similar context. Lords of Wednesday and Saturday. Both had promised to cooperate with me for their own reasons. Lucinil folded her arms and tilted her head. Anyway, you've now secured the cooperation of 3 out of the 5 families, right? So isn't that enough? Why not stop stirring things up and just go back? It seemed like she thought that even if I continued to attend the council, I would only provoke Luvian and Galash without any positive outcomes. Shouldn't I try to persuade everyone if I'm going to do this? I knew you would say that. You're such a shameless guy. Lucinil clicked her tongue and sighed. Follow me. As if to say this wasn't the place for a conversation, Lucinil dragged me out again. Leaving the palace building, Lucinil walked through the deep snow. Whoosh, as expected, when walking through the piled-up snow with her small frame, her feet sank, and she couldn't walk properly. Damn it! Bang! With a wave of Lucinil's hand, a shockwave exploded, and the piled-up snow flew in all directions. They really built the council in the wrong place. Why did they build a palace in a place where it snows all year round? I don't understand. I guess the Lord of Wednesday wasn't there when they built the palace. This place was built a long time ago, when there were still Sunday and Monday. No one knows exactly when it was constructed. Of course, it has undergone many renovations since then, but in the beginning, it was quite crude. Lucinil grumbled as if the location of the council had nothing to do with her. She led the way through the blizzard, and I followed closely behind. I'm not sure if this is the right expression, but I'd like to know the order of seniority. Can you tell me? Seniority? Ah, you mean age. Yes. Lucinil casually spread her fingers as if it wasn't a secret. As you can see, Luvian is the first, then it's Galosh, followed by Elaris, then me, and finally Antirhinus. Lucinil and I left the main palace and arrived at a place that could be called an annex. Ah, even wandering spirits keep clinging around here. Why is this place so terrible? Ghosts wailing filled the air. Lucinil clapped her hands as if she was annoyed by the spirits' cries, causing them to scatter and disappear into thin air. It's strange to hear a vampire complain about a bad location. Even if we chase them away, they keep coming back. We entered a reception room in the annex. Lucinil sat on an old sofa, and I sat across from her. Let's say I don't know what Antirhinus is plotting, but you want to persuade Luvian and Galosh. Right, if possible. Yes, you're just a little archdemon. We all have lived for such a long time that it's hard to measure. Right, I suppose so. What made all of us become vampires? It's impossible to be born a vampire. Each of them had a life before becoming a vampire. Luvian was an elf, Galosh was an orc, and Lucinil was a homunculus. Isn't it different for each person? It can't be that different. Lucinil looked at me sideways, resting her chin on the arm of the sofa. It's because we didn't want to die. The 5 great vampire lords. The reason they became vampires was simply that they didn't want to die. I didn't expect some grand reason, but the fact that it all boiled down to that felt somewhat peculiar. Antirhinus was contemplating becoming a lich or a vampire, and he chose to be a vampire. He thought living as a skeleton would be more inconvenient than not being able to see the sun. Now, as a vampire lord, even though it's painful, he can see the sun if he wants to, so he considers himself lucky. Anyway, he became a vampire because he didn't want to die. No, that's a bit creepy, but okay. I was a homunculus. Homunculi are unstable magical beings. I was quite exceptionally stable, but I had no way of knowing my specific lifespan. I was terrified of facing death someday, so I tried various methods to avoid it. In the end, I chose to become a vampire. Again, it was because I didn't want to die. Lucinil looked at me, and then she closed his mouth without saying what she wanted to say. Anyway, the reasons vary, but ultimately we became vampires because we didn't want to die. Although Luvian, Galosh, and Elaris didn't explain their situations, Lucinil said that becoming a vampire was a refuge for those who feared death. So, in a way, your threat is the most effective way to deal with us. Our greatest fear is death. For immortals who have almost everything they could want over a long period of time, the only way to intimidate them is to threaten their lives. They fear death. But that's only possible to some extent. We've really lived for a very long time. It's not just us who have been the lords of the 5 great houses. The lords have changed several times. How do you think that happened? I don't know. Vampires like us wouldn't be hunted or killed. I read something in Lucinil's eyes. Suicide. Yes, boredom. Most of the times, when the lords of the 5 great houses were replaced, it was because of cases like that. Well, there are other cases too, but you don't need to know about those. Powerful vampires hiding away from the world wouldn't be killed. They don't even reveal their existence to the world. So, There's no way the lords would be replaced in any other way than giving up on life. So, in the end, you're saying they don't fear death, although they became vampires because they didn't want to lose their lives. If the vampire lords eventually grew bored of living for too long, then threatening their lives wouldn't accomplish anything. No, it's the opposite. Lucinil showed a subtle smile. Despite living for so long and becoming bored of living, they still, sadness filled the vampire's eyes, they still have a reason to live. So, coming back to the point, the current lords must be beings who still have at least one reason to live. The fact that they haven't given up on life is already proof of that. Lucinil was giving me information. Chapter 339, an excessively long life inevitably brought boredom, and so the weary vampire lords had turned their backs on the world themselves. Lucinil had advised that there must be at least one reason for each of the 5 ruling vampire lords to cling to such a tedious life. Thus, their lives were still precious to them. Of course, even if you try to kill us all, it would only be a minor annoyance, but if it's really possible, Luvian and Galash might cooperate. From our standpoint, your lifetime is but a short time, and by helping you during that time, we avoid troublesome matters and clear a debt in Darkland. The demon realm and the council had a tense relationship, but the council could help reconstruct Darkland in exchange for clearing their debts. Moreover, the Demon King even had Tiamata, which in itself was an issue. To top it off, 3 of the vampire lords had already promised to cooperate with me. Luvian and Galash had become the minority. Lucinil narrowed her eyes as she looked at me. So, since I agreed to cooperate with you too, the situation will naturally work in your favor, so stop talking nonsense like before. Got it? I'm not the type to do that for no reason, so don't worry. No, you are. Your face says it all. How did she know? Had the traces of my words and actions remained on Valia's face? And should a vampire from Homunculus be talking about physiognomy? Anyway, it seemed that Elleris had initially thought Lucinil would be on my side, and Antirionus had agreed to be on my side too. And, well, I wasn't sure about the other vampire lords yet. How did Elleris end up with someone like you as her master? Sigh. Why was she so kind? She grumbled, but in the end, she explained everything and even offered advice. Her harmlessness went beyond mere liking. Whether I was flustered by her excessive kindness or not, Lucinil seemed not to care as she lay on the sofa with her arms folded. She had said that the other vampire lords had a reason to live. That meant that Lucinil herself had confessed to having at least one reason to live. I don't know if I can ask about this. If you're hesitating, it's polite not to ask, Archdemon. What is your reason for living, Lucinil? So you're asking anyway. You really have no shame. Lucinil glared at me with a frown. So, what if I tell you, will you do something for me? At the very least, I can help you think it through, can't I? You're all talk, all talk. Lucinil stared at the high ceiling of the castle, her arms still crossed. As if it wasn't a secret, she muttered quietly, I want to have a soul. At those vague words, I felt as if my breath was being stifled. In that one statement, I could sense the long life as a homunculus and the unfathomable sorrow of having to live as a vampire. She longed for a soul. What could that mean? She didn't want to be human, nor did she want to be something else. She simply wanted a soul. It was unclear if only intelligent races possessed souls or if some life forms had them and others didn't. One thing was certain. Homunculi, beings created artificially, did not possess souls. Lucinil longed for what she lacked. She turned her head toward me and laughed. Pathetic, isn't it? A being like me dreaming of something so trivial. No, not really. I figured it was a desperate issue in its own way. Of course, I couldn't completely empathize with it. She wanted a soul. Lucinil never explained why she desired it. It's just one of those things. It's not like I'll die if I don't have it. Her attitude as she spoke was nonchalant. She just wanted it, nothing more. She spoke as if it wasn't a grand yearning or desire. However, Lucinil had lived an immeasurable amount of time with that single desire. While Valia conversed with Lucinil in the Star Palace, Elleris was talking to Antirionus. Antirionus? Yes, Elleris. What are you up to? At those words, the old vampire could only smile awkwardly. His Majesty the Demon King requested help, so I offered assistance. What hidden motive could there be? Ha ha. You refused to cooperate during the Demon Realm War without any hesitation. Why are you suddenly offering to help now? Can't I be suspicious? The reactions of Luvian and Galash were natural. That's why Antirionus, who agreed to help without any reservations, seemed strange. Well, the old vampire continued to wear his soft and kind smile. The demon realm war wasn't interesting, but this seems more entertaining. Entertaining? Yes, entertaining. Throughout the conversation, Antorinus, who had been constantly smiling, carefully opened his eyes. The red eyes of the vampire stared at Elleris. To endure such a dreadfully long time, don't we need some occasional amusement like this? Amusement? No matter if Antorinus agreed to cooperate. He was approaching this as a way to pass the time, and that was Elleris's concern. Choose your words more carefully, Antorinus. Ah, my apologies. Elleris, I didn't mean to belittle or disregard your cause. But why be so angry? Whether I help wholeheartedly or view it as amusement, I'm still cooperating. Tap, tap, the old vampire tapped the floor of the castle with the end of his cane and smiled. I am offering my help, after all. Leaving those words behind, the old vampire walked past Elleris. Elleris stood still, watching his retreating figure. With the council's help, Valia would gain a force akin to a mighty army. But was it truly right to accept the help of that sinister vampire? Elleris couldn't be certain. During the council proceedings, it would take some time for a proper conclusion to be reached. As such, I had to stay in the Epiax fortress for at least a few days. Hey, Archdemon. What? Just when I thought she had lost interest, she suddenly appeared in front of me, walking down the hallway, and began to follow me around. Honestly, aren't you grateful that I'm helping you? I am grateful. But what's your point? Lucinil stared at me intensely. I'm just curious about the taste of archdemon blood. Can I just try a little bit? What? What are you talking about? I was on the verge of having a fit at the sudden question. Is this something one can say casually, like asking for a glass of water? No, don't worry, I won't turn you into a vampire. I just want to taste it, just a little. Ah, I'm really curious. Seriously, can't you do that for me? No way, what kind of nonsense is this? Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Ha, I'm just curious. Who's saying I'm going to eat you? Scary. But wait, if she were to really try to turn me into a vampire, would it actually happen? That's too frightening. Only then did I truly realize that I was facing the highest-ranking vampires among their kind. Am I going to be all right here? She looks kind. But is she really kind? Will she suddenly bite my neck and declare, from now on you are my slave? But she still seems like a child. If she bites me, the picture of her sucking just a little bit of blood seems plausible. Suddenly, I imagine myself being bitten by Galash. Isn't that being eaten? Not sucked. I was coming here a mistake. Ah, are you really going to be an archdemon and act so petty? Don't talk nonsense. I ran down the hallway of the fortress, and Lucinil annoyingly followed me, teleporting short distances freely. Hey, just give it to me. Give it. She clung to my waist, even making strange noises. In the end, I went to find Elleris with Lucinil hanging on my waist. Lucinil. Elleris looked down at the young vampire with a cold expression, upon learning that she wanted my blood. What can I do? I'm really curious. Lucinil made a fuss, arguing that there was no chance she would ever taste archdemon blood. Your Highness, if we collect the blood in a container and let her drink from that, she can taste it, but it may not be the best idea to cause harm to your body. Ah, there was such a way. Upon hearing this, Lucinil looked at me with excitement. Oh, that'll work. Hey, give it. No, why would I give you my blood? The ruler of this demand was quite a nuisance, unlike anything I had experienced before. After a long quarrel, I was the one who ended up giving in. If I didn't, she might just sink her fangs into my neck while I was asleep. To be honest, I was scared and gave up. I don't know why I have to do this, but since you said you'd help, I'll do it. Aha! In the end, I cut my own flesh with a knife and let blood flow into the bowl that Lucinil had brought. Elleris seemed anxious, watching in case something happened. The strange thing was, I now felt indifferent to pain like this. Your Highness, the wound. Ah, it's too deep. I was fine, but Elleris was the one who couldn't stay still. I dropped a few drops of my blood, and Lucinil licked the plate and looked at me. Her expression was a bit sour. Bitter. That was her only comment. I didn't know why I was angry at the remark that my blood tasted bad. I was annoyed for no reason. Elleris bandaged the wound on my arm. I couldn't use Tiamata's divine power during normal times. Lucinil grumbled that the taste of archdemon blood was bitter and disappeared somewhere, as if her task was done. Since we had to stay here for a few days, we had no choice but to eat, and I wasn't the only one who needed to eat here. Radia Schmidt was here too. Elleris brought preserved food for Radia Schmidt and me to eat. As soon as Radia saw me, she froze. But when she heard that we had come to eat, she quietly ate her food while glancing around. You've set up quite a bit in the meantime, huh? Whether Radia had chosen a place to stay, her room was quite spacious. The crackling sound of the fireplace and the warmth circulating in the room, along with a bed, sofa, and desk, were among the items that wouldn't have been there originally. Elleris seemed to be trying to provide as many necessary items as possible for someone who had to live in seclusion in such a remote place. The environment was extreme, but the size and standard of living of the room itself were enough to make one believe it was for royalty. In fact, this was a palace. Once the council is finished, you'll be able to move around freely. Please bear with the inconvenience for a while. Yes. Radia glanced at Elleris and quietly nibbled on a piece of bread. Chapter 340. The night at Castle Epifax was bitterly cold. The relentless snowstorm showed no signs of stopping. Yet strangely, the well-maintained Epifax managed to keep the drafts out. Of course, that didn't mean the castle's interior was warm and cozy. On the contrary, the nights at Epifax grew even colder and more chilling. However, the castle's true masters remained unaffected by such frigid temperatures. The night at Epifax, elf vampire Luvian and orc vampire Galosh sat across from each other in a meeting room. Do you think Lucinil will cooperate? Yes, she's been feeling guilty for not participating in the Demon Realm war with Elleris. Hum, assuming Lucinil won't help us. Luvian narrowed her eyes, gazing down the corridor. I can't figure out what Antirionus is thinking. Luvian's long ears drooped down. It wasn't often that the Vampire Council convened, but they had existed for a very long time. Though they didn't see each other frequently, they had no choice but to become familiar with one another over the years. That is, everyone except Antirionus, who had relatively recently ascended to his position. As a result, Galosh knew that Luvian's drooping ears signaled her concern or sullenness. He's inscrutable. I even have doubts about the true nature of his ascension. At Galosh's words, Luvian's ears perked up. So, you've been thinking that as well. Didn't you harbor some suspicions yourself? Well, I've heard that Antirionus has a history of mysterious behavior, but I can't be sure. Luvian's response seemed hesitant, and Galosh nodded. Regardless, I am certain. Galosh's red eyes bore into Luvian. I'm sure he killed the previous Lord of Saturday. Why would he do that? If Maximilia had chosen death as Antirionus claimed, and he was the next in line, then it would have been after the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. But that never happened. That's true. A reason to live. The previous Lord of Saturday's goal was to create the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the pinnacle of alchemy. In pursuit of that goal, he became a vampire and the Lord of Saturday. Suddenly, Maximilia died without fulfilling his lifelong quest, and Antirionus appeared, claiming to be the next Lord of Saturday. Galosh had been suspicious of Antirionus from the beginning amidst these odd circumstances. He believed that Maximilia hadn't chosen death, but was murdered by Antirionus. At Galosh's words, Luvian tilted her head. Yet, is it even possible for a family member to kill their lord? It should be impossible. Antirionus was a mage before he became a vampire. That's true. He might have found a way, a method to avoid being controlled. Perhaps, Galosh murmured quietly, his muscular arms straining as he crossed them. Antirionus became a vampire lord, and in just 20 years the Lord of Saturday. That's definitely suspicious. Indeed. It is. 20 years might be a long time, but to them it was as fleeting as an instant. To their eyes, it seemed that Antirionus had become the Lord of Saturday the moment he joined their ranks. Antirionus was suspected of killing the previous lord and taking over the position. Ultimately, since it was another family's affair, there was no reason for them to interfere. Even if it were true, it would be an internal matter of the family. However, both agreed that, regardless of the truth, Antirionus was dangerous and unpredictable. That's why Elleris was wary of Antirionus, who had easily shown willingness to cooperate. But this time, he's cooperating with the Demon Lord, Galosh muttered with a serious expression. An orc's serious expression was quite different from a human's. From a human perspective, it looked like he was considering who to devour and kill. Who knows if he plans to kill the Demon Lord and become the new one once the Darklands are restored. Ah, come on, he's not an archdemon. Luvian shook her head slightly, as if to say that it was too simple of a thought. Toward her, Galosh muttered quietly, "There are many ways, countless." At his words, Luvian's ears trembled in horror. If one possessed an archdemon, one would possess the demon realm. Whether or not Antirionis had a reason to do so, there would be a way if he tried. Mages were the kind who would find ways if there were none. Galosh, folding his arms in contemplation, then opened his eyes wide as if making a decision. "I'll cooperate, if only to keep an eye on Antirionis." "What?" Luvian's eyes widened at the sudden decision. "I can't just stand by and watch his suspicious actions anymore." I didn't know Galosh hated Antirionis that much. "Luvian, I hate you even more. Why do you keep forgetting what you already knew and make me explain it over and over?" Oblivion. At that, Luvian laughed. "That's how I can endure the passage of time." Every 200 years, Luvian would erase all of her memories, except for the most essential ones. That's why, despite being the oldest living vampire lord, she could remain sane. As a result, Galosh had no choice but to get angry every time he had to explain something from the past to Luvian, who had forgotten it. It wasn't that he didn't want to mention old times. Luvian would actively and annoyingly ask about what had happened in the past, as if listening to her own forgotten deeds was extremely entertaining. Galosh found this tiresome. "Do you remember why Maximilia wanted to create the Philosopher's Stone?" "I don't." "Oh, right, was it for Lucinil?" "Yes," Galosh spoke quietly. "It was to give a soul to Lucinil. The Philosopher's Stone, said to be capable of bringing about any miracle. The pursuit of the ultimate goal of alchemy, a thing that everyone knew didn't really exist, but something that every alchemist dreamed of at least once. Maximilia, the former head of Saturday, had pursued it. That's why Galosh couldn't believe it when Antirionis suddenly appeared and claimed that the former head of Saturday had taken his own life. If Antirionis had killed Maximilia— Luvian's ears perked up, and she showed a subtle smile. "So, are you worried about Lucinil rather than the Demon King or the Demon Realm?" At that subtle laughter, Galosh scowled as if it wasn't worth getting upset about. "I had a relationship with Maximilia that could be called friendship." His expression alone could have easily frightened away half a dozen men, but Luvian seemed to be teasing him like a child. "That's all." Galosh firmly nailed it down, as if not to be misunderstood. At his words, Luvian looked at Galosh with an expression that seemed to sparkle. "And with me, an irritating relationship. I feel left out." Luvian's ears drooped sadly. As long as things were going favorably according to Lucinil's advice, there was no need to provoke Galosh and Luvian with further nonsense. Just getting the cooperation of the two vampire lords was a considerable achievement. If Galosh and Luvian had decided not to cooperate, there had been no intention to attack them. "I'll cooperate." However, the next morning, when Galosh agreed to cooperate, I couldn't help but be surprised. What happened? Had there been some change of heart overnight? For what reason? But that ferocious-looking orc vampire didn't seem to have succumbed to a threat of murder, nor did he suddenly appear to have any newfound goodwill towards me. It felt just like the situation with Antirionis. He said he'd help, but why did it feel so cheap? Working together is always more fun. Lucinil jumped up excitedly, latching onto Galosh's massive arm. It looked like a cicada clinging to the arm of that giant. "Don't bother me," smack. Ouch! Of course, when Galosh swung his arm, Lucinil was pathetically flung away. "Ow, that hurts. You monster. I know, I don't like being clung to, and don't call me a monster." Lucinil whined from the side, but Galosh completely ignored her, as if it were a common occurrence. It was that kind of feeling. Among the old vampire lords, only the one who looked young acted like a real child, while the other aged vampires watched this like they were amused by their granddaughter, and only Galosh was disgusted by it. Was it just a gathering of excessively old elderly people, the Vampire Council? Perhaps it wasn't such a formal gathering after all. It felt so strange, like watching some bizarre role-playing, that it became almost unbearable. It was like a group of elderly people living alone, with one of them suffering from severe dementia and acting like a baby, wasn't it? Of course, Elaris might not have known, but once they returned to their territory, they would probably live with their subordinates as a vampire lord rather than living alone. "Anyway, I will cooperate with you wholeheartedly." "Then, that naturally leaves one person." Following Antirionis's words, everyone's gaze naturally shifted to the last person, the elf vampire, Luvian, why did I become a minority faction in just a day? Back when they were laughing about the non-existent king, Elaris had been the only one on my side in this room. Regardless of the specific circumstances, Luvian had ended up isolated like a duck in the river. Ah, no. If I say I'll cooperate here, it would seem like I'm just being swept up in the atmosphere and acting impulsively. Luvian frowned, as if annoyed, and stomped their foot before sighing deeply. Phew. Well, Galash did say yesterday that he would take your side, and I did give it some thought. But, Luvian shrugged their shoulders, you should know that I'll only help, not swear loyalty with my life or anything like that. Not loyalty, but loose cooperation. However, considering the opponents, even that much was enough. Antarianus showed a satisfied smile as he looked at me. With this, you've gained the power of the 5 vampire families. Oh, great one. I was the one who asked for help, and I was the one who achieved my goal. But for some reason, I couldn't shake the strange feeling that the situation was unfolding just as Antarianus had desired. Regardless, I had accomplished a great feat by forming an alliance with the 5 vampire lord families of the Vampire Council. I hadn't expected the results to be this good. I thought it would be a great success if only 1 or 2 showed their willingness to cooperate, but I managed to secure the cooperation of all the vampire lords in the end. The important thing is that, although their cooperation is helpful, I shouldn't be overly optimistic. I must put aside the notion that they are entirely on my side. It's a partnership, not servitude. Antarianus, who praised me as a great being and appeared the most subservient, made me feel the most uneasy. Of course, I didn't just gain the power of the vampire lords, I also gained the influence they possessed. Antarianus explained to me about the families of each house. The council was just a meeting place, not where they lived. Luvian's base was in a vast coniferous forest area called Rainwood in the northwest of the continent. Galash had his base in a desert area called Jelkorgiz in the south of the continent. Antarianus mentioned that he had his base in a small village in Alphanera, one of the secondary countries of the empire. That also included their families. I imagine you might have guessed this already, but I'm alone. Elaris said that she was the only one of the Hwao tribe. I had anticipated this, as Elaris had never mentioned anything about her tribe despite being the Hwao chief. I'm the same. Lucinil, too, did not have a tribe to call her own. Seeing her, it was somewhat expected that she wouldn't be able to lead a group. Powerful vampire lords and their tribes. It felt like I had gained an army with just a few words. The fact that I was getting deeper into danger and achieving some success made my blood run cold. Now, I was truly capable of waging war. The weight of that thought made it hard to breathe. However, I couldn't hesitate. I was determined to stop the gate crisis, no matter what. The reason I sought you all out was not strictly for your strength, but for your knowledge. As if to ask what that was, they all stared at me intently. Could this be the key? If it was the key, I would be liberated from all the troubles that had been haunting me, hoping that this could be the beginning. First, do you know how to open a dimensional portal to another world? I asked the vampire lords and powerful magicians to reveal the secret that would free me from my wretched fate. Second, if not, do you know any magic experts who might know and their whereabouts? For example, like the Black Order or Cantus Magna. At that, they all wore puzzled expressions, which was to be expected. A dimensional portal to another world, Luvian tilted her head. Why are you curious about that? Galash showed the kind of expression an orc would make when confused. I've never heard such a bizarre thing in my entire life. Lucinil seemed to have given up on understanding. Another world. Antarianus wore an intrigued expression. In the end, the core question was why I wanted to know that. They wouldn't believe me if I said it was to save the world, and I had initially gained their cooperation under the pretext of rebuilding the demon realm. Darkland has lost much of its power. We've experienced almost irreversible losses. Even with your cooperation, it would be difficult to bring down the Empire. As flimsy as that excuse might seem, I had no other choice. So, I intend to join forces with beings from other worlds. Since there were so few who would lend me a hand in reality, I made the almost absurd statement that I would summon an army from another world. At my words, they all wore even more puzzled expressions, which was inevitable. There was an uproar. They said it was nonsense, and even if such a world existed, there was no reason for them to help me, especially Luvian and Galash, who knew I was odd. but now seemed horrified to think I was clearly insane. They found it disturbing that I was making such an unbelievable claim. Lucinil stared at me with wide eyes. This guy must be crazy. That seemed to be her conclusion. Antirionus, on the other hand, laughed heartily, seemingly caught off guard by my outrageous claim. It was incredibly creepy when he laughed like that. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but there's no harm in trying. Isn't that what they say, that there's no other way? There was nothing to lose by trying. It was just a matter of discussing things at that level. Although it wasn't something to talk about so casually, in the end, there was no other excuse to bring up. So the answer to the first question, whether they knew or not. Luvian, Galash, and Lucinil all seemed like they hadn't even considered such a thing, judging by their expressions. Antirionus was no different. The Vampire Council members didn't know how to travel to another world. All right, if you don't know. That's fine. What about the next question? Information about a mage who might know such a thing. Once again, their reactions were lukewarm. No matter how long they lived, these immortals led somewhat stagnant lives. So, they couldn't possibly be sensitive to worldly information. But then, as for Cantus Magna, I was once involved with them. Antirionus suddenly said that. Really? Yes, Lucinil. It wasn't me who blurted out the surprised remark, but Lucinil. It seemed that none of the other vampire lords in the room could hide their astonishment, as if they were hearing it for the first time. That was before I became a vampire, though Antirionus had been the key to reaching Cantus Magna. Chapter 341. Antirionus was not just knowledgeable about Cantus Magna, but had been active within it. Surprisingly, Lucinil seemed even more flabbergasted than I was, and she abruptly stood up and bombarded him with questions. Is that okay? It's not a place you can easily enter and leave, is it? Of course it isn't. Lucinil. Her eyes were not only sparkling, but also seemed to be leaning towards Antirionus, as if wanting to hear more. So how on earth did you manage to get out? They demanded my life as the price for attempting to leave. Antirionus calmly spread his arms. They had tried to kill him to prevent his escape, and yet he was still alive now. It was a clear statement that something had happened. Antirionus had been part of Cantus Magna, escaped from there, and fought in the process. Lucinil stared blankly, her mouth agape. Antirionus, why did you join Cantus Magna in the first place? Elaris, who had been watching the situation, suddenly asked him. I wanted to become an immortal being. He pointed to his own body, the body of a vampire lord. I'm talking about true immortality, not this half-hearted version. He seemed to think that even the body of a vampire who had overcome the sun was only a half measure. According to Lucinil, he had debated between becoming a lich or a vampire, and ultimately chose the latter because it seemed less inconvenient. His elderly appearance was likely because he had failed to find the true path to immortality while he was old and became a vampire instead. It's not really my place to say, but Antirionus seems to talk about grim things quite casually. At Lucinil's comment, Antirionus let out a laugh. Haha, isn't that true for all beings, especially for us? None of the other vampire lords seemed to disagree with him. Luvian looked at Antirionus with interest. So, was there no way to achieve immortality? I'm not sure. Everyone's expression became strange again at that answer. Not sure. Cantus Magna collects the forbidden magic, but not for their use. They don't even review what they possess, and as generations pass, they forget what magic they have. I tried to seize the opportunity to study their secret arts, but I was discovered midway and severed my ties with Cantus Magna. He had joined the magic organization in search of immortality and worked as a member, but after being discovered, he fought and fled. It was a bit disconcerting how casually he spoke of such a sinister past. It was almost fitting for a vampire lord's past. Antirionus, who had failed to find the perfect way to immortality, had debated between becoming a lich or a vampire and ultimately chose the latter. Antirionus had been active, but he wasn't knowledgeable enough about Cantus Magna. It felt a bit crude, but saying it bluntly made it seem less so. Why do they collect forbidden magic then? They're not going to use it, and they'll probably forget they have it right, Lucinil asked. Could it be, like the rumors say, that they seal dangerous magic to protect the world? Is that true? Luvian inquired. The purpose of the forbidden magic hunters, Cantus Magna, was unclear. I was curious to hear Antirionus's response, as I didn't know either. Magic outlaws had their own goals and were neither good nor evil. No, absolutely not. Luvian, haha, they certainly don't have such noble intentions. Antirianus burst into laughter as if he had heard something ridiculous. Luvian, annoyed by his reaction, perked up her ears and glared at him. Then, what is their goal? In response to Galosh's question, Antirianus wiped the smile from his lips and spoke softly. It is to complete the Akasha. Akasha? Even the vampire lord seemed to be hearing the term for the first time. It sounded like the Akashic records, though I couldn't be sure if the concept was an exact match to what I remembered. I don't know if it should be called an artifact. Of course, I don't know what it looks like either. However, Akasha is an artifact that holds magic. Cantus Magna's goal is to complete such a peculiar object. No one knows how much it needs to be filled. So, to be precise, they're not hunting forbidden magic, but rather filling the container with magic. Since they've already stored completed magic, they need to find new magic to add, hence their pursuit of forbidden magic. Of course, they also develop new magic themselves, but forbidden magic has complex rituals and intricate structures, so its capacity is quite large. That's why they're so obsessed with it. The mysterious artifact called Akasha seemed to be an object designed to contain magic. Cantus Magna's goal was its completion. The mere mention of it sent shivers down my spine. What will happen once Akasha is complete? I asked, and Antirianus shook his head. I don't know. The leader of Cantus Magna or their top officials might know. What would happen once Akasha was complete? Would it pose a threat to the world? Would the completion of Akasha lead to a gate crisis? Or is that too far-fetched? What could happen due to the completion of such an incredibly powerful artifact with an unknown purpose and origin? Let's assume it's possible, regardless of whether it is or not. If Cantus Magna could access all the magic and forbidden spells gathered in Akasha, there might be a spell to open a portal to another world. Of course, it's not certain. What is certain is that most of the magic that has existed in the world is stored there. For a very long time, they had been collecting mana, and if they could access the Akasha, they might be able to figure out how to open the dimensional gate. Of course, it's been a long time since I was in Cantus Magna, and time has passed. They've probably stored even more magic in the Akasha than when I was there. Perhaps they've even completed the Akasha by now. The possibility was substantial. I didn't actually need magic to open a gate to another world. My goal was to destroy it if it really existed. Cantus Magna collected not only mana, but also magic itself. So, they would be studying magic on their own, as well as accessing public magic. If there was magic that could open a path to another world, it would be embedded in the Akasha. Although I didn't really need that magic, if it was in the Akasha, how would the gate incident unfold? But now I could distinctly sense that I was getting closer to the truth of the gate incident, which had been unclear until now. I didn't know what would happen when the Akasha was completed. But now, I had to find out. The completion of the Akasha might be linked to the gate incident. I want to know how to contact Cantus Magna, Antirianus. Suspicious and dangerous looking, but ultimately, he was the key. Isn't that too risky? I don't know what Akasha is, but they look incredibly dangerous. It seems like you're trying to meet dangerous people for something that might not even be worth attempting. Lucinil strongly objected, as if it were a terrible idea, but Antirianus shook his head. Putting aside whether it's possible or not, if we can possess the Akasha, wouldn't the method to reach another world become irrelevant? The Akasha itself would be a source of immense power. Right, that makes sense. The method of reaching another world eventually became insignificant. After all, I had mentioned the other world under the pretext of wanting power. From now on, I would claim to want the Akasha under the guise of needing power. And besides, it's not an unknown matter. Lucinil, what isn't? Like how the true method of immortality might be in the Akasha, which I haven't found, there might also be a way for you to have a soul. At those words, Lucinil stared blankly at Antirianus, seemingly shocked. Lucinil had said that she wanted a soul for some unknown reason. We didn't know what magic was in the Akasha, but it was now a vessel of possibilities. Just as I might find what I wanted there, Lucinil might also find what she sought in the Akasha. Antirianus, if you knew about that, why haven't you mentioned it until now? Galosh asked in a low voice, and Antirianus narrowed his eyes. If it were such an easy task, I wouldn't have given up on immortality and become a vampire. Even now, I'm not particularly eager to confront Cantus Magna. Antirrhinus looked at me. Of course, if everyone in this gathering had the same objective, the story would be a bit different, he said. If I had to fight, I might not have to fight them directly. I could make Cantus Magna and the Black Order fight each other. Of course, no matter how that battle ends, I would still have to secure Akasha somehow. I will help, Lucinil said, standing up as if entranced. Having a soul was Lucinil's deepest desire. That's why I didn't tell you about Akasha, Galash, Antirianus said. Galash crossed his arms. You deliberately hid that information from me just to release it now. Unbelievable. Antirianus hadn't mentioned Akasha because he knew that once Lucinil got a hold of the clue, she would become obsessed with it. But Antirianus had deliberately mentioned that there might be magic within Akasha that could grant her desire. It was clear that Antirianus wanted Akasha as well. However, he didn't want to take the risks himself, so he tried to make Lucinil take them instead. If left alone, Lucinil, Elaris, and I would risk danger and sacrifice ourselves to approach Cantus Magna. I appreciated the information, but he was still cunning. So, do you know where Cantus Magna is? I asked. I know, but obviously, they must have moved by now. It's been a long time since they lost me, Antirianus replied. Neither Antirianus nor I knew Cantus Magna's current whereabouts. So, unless you have a golden chalice that would tempt Cantus Magna, finding them is nearly impossible, Antirianus said. His words were no different from what I had told Elaris before. To find the chalice hunters, one must have a chalice. It's better to let them come to us instead of searching for them. Fine, let's think about that problem later. There's no hurry for now. At least, not yet. Chapter 342, the day after the council. After the meeting was adjourned, Elaris and I stood side by side in a desolate corridor where the sound of a howling wind echoed from outside. I leaned against the corridor wall, while Elaris stared ahead with a stern expression. Is this the right decision? We can only hope. Your Highness, I have lived a long time, but I have never even heard of an artifact called Akasha. I am afraid, both if it exists and if it doesn't, for I cannot know what Antirianus's intentions are. I understood Elaris's fear. I was just as afraid. The anxiety that something worse than the gate incident might happen was overwhelming. Wouldn't it be better to do nothing and face the predetermined gate incident? Once entangled with Akasha, an ancient artifact of unknown origin, something completely unexpected could happen. The future was uncertain. Of course, it was natural, but never before had it been so terrifying. I spoke out of turn. Seeing that I said nothing, Elaris gently took my hand. Her cold body temperature was transferred to my hand. I should not be afraid when your Highness is undoubtedly the most fearful. Yet here I am. Could my fear be felt without saying anything? Elaris seemed to have assured herself that I had no malicious intentions to destroy the world. Things might not go perfectly, but we had to believe. If we weren't going to do anything, we shouldn't have started at all. Everything will be fine, I said, borrowing the power of spirit speech, but my voice echoing in the corridor was hollow. After the meeting reconvened, we asked Antirianus several more questions. Through what route did he first come into contact with Cantus Magna? In the end, his thought process wasn't much different from mine. Antirianus dabbled in numerous dark magics and forbidden arts in search of the secret to immortality. Originally, I wanted to summon the forbidden arts hunters, but if I could obtain immortality in the process, it wouldn't be so bad. There were people within my knowledge who had pursued immortality and engaged in bizarre activities. That's why it felt strange to look at Antirianus. It was as if I was witnessing a mid-early episode villain who dreamed of immortality but had achieved their dream without being defeated by the hero. I didn't know the extent of the evil deeds committed by the vampire lords present, but Antirianus was truly a wicked dark mage. Would it be appropriate to compare him to the appearance of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who achieved immortality several hundred years later? Can we really just leave him be? So the forbidden arts hunters came, and I asked to join them. I was able to become one of them in exchange for all the forbidden arts I possessed. Is Cantus Magna known for easily accepting new members? Not exactly. They accepted me because I had an extensive collection of forbidden arts, and trying to take them from me would have resulted in bloodshed. They probably planned to dispose of me soon after. Antirianus didn't bother making any flimsy excuses for betraying Cantus Magna. as the latter would have purged him soon anyway. It seemed that Antirianus wasn't the type to care about justifying his actions. Antirianus and Cantus Magna had temporarily cooperated for their own needs, but in the end, Antirianus had only suffered losses, having paid gold and not even glimpsing the Akasha. Of course, Cantus Magna had also failed to eliminate Antirianus, thus exposing their secret aspirations to outsiders, so both parties suffered losses. Thus, contacting Cantus Magna could be surprisingly easy if you have your own unique brand and gold. He said, the Vampire Council wasn't much different from a secret society. The Black Order knew about the existence of the Vampire Lord, but it was uncertain whether they knew about the 5 vampire families. Ultimately, the gold or magic that only they possessed might not have been secured by Cantus Magna yet. So, if the existence of the council were revealed to Cantus Magna, or if the vampire lords exposed their existence, contact would be easy in the form of them seeking us out. It seems like a matter that requires careful consideration, Galash remarked, and I agreed. I don't like it, Luvian flatly refused, seemingly unwilling to take on that level of risk. Honestly, I agreed with her as well. Exposing ourselves doesn't seem like a wise approach. What do you propose then? Antirianus asked, as I folded my arms. I've had contact with the Black Order before. I killed one of their operatives, not a big deal, just a low-level one. The important thing is that I told them I could give them information about Cantus Magna. It was highly likely that the Black Order didn't know about Akasha. They probably weren't ignorant of how to contact Cantus Magna. However, as they were hostile to each other, they would prefer to size each other up before starting an all-out battle. They would want to fight in the most advantageous conditions, hence the need for information. The Black Order not risking a direct confrontation with Cantus Magna must have had its reasons. Could this information make the Black Order and Cantus Magna fight each other? And was it the right thing to do? Let's try negotiating with the Black Order first, see their attitude, and make a decision from there. No need to take unnecessary risks, I suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. If we got proper information from the Black Order, Cantus Magna might not be a concern, although the existence of Akasha was still unsettling. Regardless, I successfully prepared information about Cantus Magna before the Black Order contacted us. I managed to gain the cooperation of the Vampire Council and obtain information about Cantus Magna. There was nothing left to do at the Council until the Black Order issue was resolved. For now, that concludes my business here. Their help wasn't needed yet, and I hoped it wouldn't come to that. I had thought it might take quite a long time, but the Vampire Council only took 2 days. I was curious about Antirianus's intentions, but important information and a change of atmosphere had occurred on his side, making it rather ambiguous. I couldn't tell if they were enemies or allies, but for now they were helpful. That's how most alliances are. After all, the revolutionary forces would ally with us knowing that they'd eventually turn their swords against each other. The council was over, and tomorrow we would return to the royal capital. With nothing specific to do, I wandered around Epifax. The falling snow had stopped, and the sharp sound of the wind had ceased. Under human management, Epifax wasn't a place people could visit often. So, the fortress was empty most of the year. I aimlessly walked and entered a room. The Pantheon. Here, I had seen Elaris's statue and realized it was related to the vampires. As I looked up at the 7 statues, I suddenly felt something was off. If these were statues of the lords, there should have been statues of the elf and orc Galash and Luvian. But there were no statues with long ears or anything that resembled an orc. Of course, Lucinil and Antirianus's statues were there, as they should be. Since it came into the sight of humans, it had to been changed. Turning to the voice that came from behind, I saw Luvian standing there. We decided not to let humans know what kind of place this is, so if there are statues of suspicious orcs or elves, people might say it's an illegal place. Indeed, the statue in the position of Thursday, which was supposed to resemble Luvian, had shorter ears but did look like her. Of course, the statue in the position of Friday, which should have been Galash, looked like an ordinary person. Luvian stood in the center of the Pantheon, gazing in a certain direction. I heard that I am the oldest of all Lord Vampires. You heard? Why would she talk as if she heard it from someone else? Sensing my confusion, Luvian gave a faint smile. I erase my memory every 200 years. Oh, Perhaps that's one way to endure immortality. Then Luvian, the oldest existence, would have the least memory of the past. Luvian chose to erase memories rather than face death. It must not be that I chose to forget, but I had to. Luvian stood in the center of the pantheon, her arms crossed, looking in a certain direction. I'm so curious about what I knew before erasing my memory. Her gaze seemed somewhat wistful. Why did the elves become extinct? What happened to Sunday and Monday? What kind of beings were they originally? I must have known it all. Why did I have to erase those memories? Or did I really erase those memories? Luvian looked at me. Rather than curiosity, it was closer to longing. She had erased her own memories, but she couldn't know why she had to erase them. So Luvian seemed to long for those lost memories. She would have known everything. She was curious about the reason she had to erase those memories. Luvian stood silently, looking at the statues of Sunday, Monday, and herself. In a different sense from Antirianus, the vampire lords were complex beings beyond good and evil. Do you have any sort of aspiration? Like Wednesday? Like Lucinil? Did Luvian also have something like Lucinil, who wanted to possess a soul? If I had to say, perhaps it would be regaining my true memories, all the memories I've forgotten so far. Luvian said this, and then bowed her head. But if I find all of those memories, I will surely go mad. She wanted to regain her memories, but she didn't have the confidence to cope with them. That's right. I don't particularly have any aspirations, but I don't want to face death. So, I'm just postponing death like this. I'm living my life with only the very important memories left intact, like the fact that I'm a vampire lord and that I have a clan. She was accumulating time, discarding all the useless memories except for magic, power, and knowledge. Living. Ha! As if compressing herself. Luvian seemed to mull over her last words, then shook her head. Maybe she thought the word living didn't suit an undead. Rather, it seems more appropriate to say that I'm slowly dying. Postponing death indefinitely into the future. She was slowly dying. When they can no longer endure the immortal time, they choose death. So Luvian said, it's not that they're living, they're just slowly dying. It seemed no different from living, but the nuance was terribly different. What do you plan to do after you've accomplished everything and truly rebuild Darkland? Luvian looked at me and asked me this. From this ancient being, I could read a deep emptiness. She seemed to be living, but she was aware that she was leading a meaningless life without purpose. If I become the Demon King, then what comes next? And after that? And after that? Is that what she's asking? Unfortunately, I have no intention of becoming a true Demon King, so such a question is pointless. I've never thought about it. I'll do something. Right, I'll do something. I won't do nothing. Even if that were the case, I wouldn't do nothing. So I had no choice but to say something like that. At my words, Luvian burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha, is that so? Yes, I'll do something. I'll do something. I didn't know what was so funny about my words, but Luvian pricked up his ears and laughed. Good, maybe it's better to think that way. I couldn't know what kind of resonance my casual answer gave to Luvian. However, after saying that it had been a long time since she laughed like this, Luvian quietly walked down the hallway and disappeared. Emptiness is not for those who have given up on thinking. It is because they think too deeply that they fall into emptiness. Realizing this, Luvian's footsteps seemed quite light. The following day, there was no immediate business with the other vampire lords, but they had agreed to cooperate. Though Akasha was a powerful source of strength in itself, Antirianus said he would investigate the method of opening a dimensional gate to the other world I had mentioned. It's a subject we've never considered before. It's quite intriguing. Those were Antirianus's words. Regardless of whether it was possible to collapse the empire through cooperation with the other world or not, he seemed to like the idea of exploring the existence of the other world. It seemed like the wizards, who had nothing left but time, were simply intrigued by the idea. If the Demon King requests our help, the council will reconvene, Luvian said. The council would hardly ever meet unless there was a special occasion. However, since the Vampire Council had agreed to establish a connection with me, they seemed to be taking on the responsibility of an alliance. Everyone was cooperating with me for their own reasons, even though there wasn't much they could offer. I silently watched as they began to leave Epifax one by one through teleportation. Elaris had left the royal capital for now. There was no reason to return to the royal capital until she had secured a new hideout or disguise, so she would likely stay in the castle for a while as a contact. I figured we could meet any time through teleportation, but it felt somewhat sad as the distance grew increasingly vast. It was nice having her within reach. In the massive hall of Epifax Castle, Elaris bowed her head to me. Please take care. Your Highness. Ha! What was she talking about? Shouldn't you accompany me? Are you telling me to go alone? Ah, Elaris tilted her head when I said that. It seems Lucinil hasn't told you yet. I wondered what she meant, but Lucinil was suddenly standing next to me. Archdemon, you're coming with me. Why? Since I need to stay here for a while. Lucinil will help you if you need magic. Ah, that's what she meant. Lucinil had no family and was alone, so she was more free than the other vampire lords. Moreover, since Elaris had decided to stay here for a while, due to her responsibilities with the council and Radia's supervision, I wouldn't have her support for some time. This meant that when I needed powerful magic or had to go somewhere through teleportation, Lucinil would assist me from now on. Lucinil is much more versatile than me, so she will be able to serve you better. Why did they help me so much? It seemed like Elaris trusted Lucinil quite a lot, even if she didn't know the other vampire lords well. Serve, Elaris. That makes it sound like I'm his subordinate. Ah, sorry. Lucinil, let's call it protection then. Tusk, protection, that makes me sound like I need a babysitter. Don't you? Tusk, I had to admit it. Having an archmage by my side was convenient, instead of having Elaris, the other archmage, who's busy with other matters. She had attached another archmage to me. Although Lucinil seemed like a simple-minded child on the surface, she was actually a homunculus vampire merely cosplaying as a young child. Get ready, it's time to go. Lucinil signaled me as she finished casting. Your Highness, please take care. Elaris looked at me with worried eyes. You too, be careful, somehow. It felt strangely and bizarrely like parting ways with my parents. As I was mulling over that thought, Lucinil activated the mass teleportation spell. Chapter 343 with a flash. Lucinil and I returned to the outskirts of the royal capital. Before I knew it, Lucinil had transformed from a vampire with snake-like eyes into a girl with silver hair and blue eyes. I, too, had returned to my Reinhardt form instead of Valia. So this is your disguise. Yes. Lucinil glanced up and down at me in my Reinhardt form and crossed her arms. You certainly look like you have an attitude problem. What? Exactly. There was no one else around. It's been a while since I've been to the royal capital. Lucinil gazed at the sprawling landscape of the royal capital. Do you have a place to stay? I was told to find a guy called Count Argan Pontius. She said he'd help me somehow. It seemed like Lucinil was planning to leave herself in Sakigar's care. There was faith that Sakigar would take care of things somehow. After all, he was a competent guy. Lucinil thought deeply while crossing her arms. You've also been in contact with the Black Order, right? Yes. I don't know how you've been getting by so far, but from now on, it's going to be really dangerous. So, try to stay within the range where I can help you. Cantus Magna and the Black Order. As I started to get seriously involved with the determined ones, I couldn't help but face dangerous situations more often, so it seemed Lucinil was planning to provide something like close protection. She had a point. Lucinil was right. Didn't you know that I'm going to Temple? Temple. I knew this wasn't the right time to say it. Compared to the conversations we've had so far, this was something I shouldn't say. But I really needed to go to school. Even though it's winter break right now, Temple was my priority. Strictly speaking, that was the most important place. In many ways. Ah, you were infiltrating there, right? It seemed like Lucinil had heard something from Elaris, so she tilted her head. Infiltrating. Was that right? Or not? Forget it. Isn't this not the time for you to do that? Lucinil stated the obvious, as if I had started playing in the water just before a typhoon came. It felt weird to be lectured by someone who, although not a child, looked like one. No, I have to be at Temple. I have so many ties there. Really? Are you serious? Yes. Lucinil looked at me, licked her lips, and desperately held back the flood of curses she wanted to unleash. No, there are reasons, to be honest. My staying at Temple wasn't just an excuse. How important it was to build relationships with the influential people at Temple under the pretext of rebuilding the demon realm. Furthermore, my classmates were the future successors of the Empire, and I had told them how much influence I had on them. Now that you mention it, does make sense. Lucinil nodded, as if it made sense when I mentioned that I was infiltrating Temple to maintain relationships with influential figures in the Empire. It is quite dangerous, but I won't interfere too much. Lucinil crossed her arms and looked at me. It won't be a loss for me if you die in some ridiculous way. Just be careful for Elaris's sake. It seemed that Lucinil had no intention of meddling more than necessary in my affairs. If she had dug a little deeper, she would have realized that I was living in Temple for a slightly different reason. That would have complicated things, but fortunately she didn't. For now, I'll follow Elaris's advice and look for Count Argan Pontius. In that case, I could contact her through the rotatory gang. When Lucinil was needed, I could send a message to Sarkigar. Or, when Sarkigar visited to report, I could ask him to call Lucinil. For now, I parted ways with Lucinil, another great mage. Lucinil, the ruler of Wednesday. Elaris said that Lucinil was more versatile than herself, but I still couldn't quite understand what that meant. After Lucinil entered the royal capital first, I began to enter as well. Harriet would be researching dimensional magic using the materials from the palace's magic department. However, expecting results in just a few days would be difficult. The results came from my side. It was quite an achievement for just a few days away from the royal capital. Your Majesty, the investigation results show that no traceable evidence has been found. I see. Bertus was reading the written reports in the Winter Palace's office. The investigation by the royal family and the Holy Knights into the recent death of Riveria lands had just ended. The funeral was already over, but they continued to investigate the demons who attacked them. It was certain that non-human beings had attacked. Most of the corpses had exploded and turned to ashes, but some were found torn apart. The corpses appeared to have died while fleeing. Bertus was looking through photos of the battlefield, which were recorded using magic. There were no photos, but there were multiple witness accounts of something in the shape of a demon flying in the night sky. Why did this happen? Bertus was lost in thought. There were countless reasons for the demons to attack the Holy Knights. Moreover, it was assumed that the demons who attacked this time were the same ones who attacked the Holy Knights before. Last time, a powerful mage, lycanthrope, and a dragon appeared. Of course, it wasn't a real dragon, but they still didn't know what kind of demon it was. During the previous attack, they had activated a warp gate and escaped with the demon prisoners. However, there were no casualties back then. This attack made it clear. In the previous attack, the demons hadn't been unable to fight the Holy Knights. They had chosen not to. Soon, it became apparent that the demons at that time had no intention of killing. But this time, the attack had been far too ruthless. Not only had all the knights been killed, but even Riveria lands had been slain. Perhaps they hadn't fought back then because evacuating the prisoners had been the priority. Bertus felt like his thoughts were becoming increasingly tangled. It wasn't just suspicious. There were far too many strange points. He could understand the use of large-scale destructive magic, but there were multiple witness testimonies of something resembling a demon roaming the night sky. Why on earth? Did it look like they were advertising that this was an attack by demonkind? It would have been better to disguise it as a conflict among humans, but the demon had flown through the night sky, flaunting its presence. Did the demons know about the Nameless Order? Were they completely ignorant of the current continental situation? If they knew, the demons should have disguised it as a human conflict, not as a show of their existence. The fact that there were actual witness accounts of demons made things worse, and some even started to whisper that the royal family or pro-empire faction had disguised it as the work of demons to assassinate the Nameless Order and its leader, Riveria lands. Had there been no demon sightings, this incident would have likely ignited a powerful conflict against the Holy Knights and the five great divine faiths. Knowing that, they shouldn't have staged the attack this way. If he were in a position leading the remnants of the demon realm, he would never have done it like this. It can't be stupidity. This was the most foolish thing the demons could do. It would only help the Empire. One shouldn't make the mistake of thinking that the remnants were that foolish. It might have been just an emotional move, but it fit the situation for the Empire too well. Did they really help the Empire? But why? There was no reason for it, but it seemed like the demons had attacked the Nameless Order to help the Empire and deliberately revealed their existence. Why did they have to do it that way? Why did the demons take such risks to do something that would only benefit the Empire? It was overly optimistic to see this as a mistake by the remnants. The demons had helped the Empire. Although the situation was such, Bertus couldn't understand why they had to do it, and his thoughts were getting more tangled. He couldn't even begin to understand their intentions. As Bertus furrowed his brows, trying to sort out his thoughts on his own. "Your Highness, and about the matter you ordered me to investigate last time." The subordinate cautiously interrupted the prince's contemplation as he made his report. Deep in thought, Bertus furrowed his brows even more. "Previously, what are you talking about?" "Ah, to investigate the silver-haired girl." "Oh, that." Due to the massive incident, Bertus had completely forgotten about that matter. As the memory of the enormous blunder he had made returned, Bertus's face turned slightly red. "So did you find out anything?" An unknown, silver-haired girl. She had a subtle resemblance to Reinhardt, which made him casually wonder if they were long-lost siblings. He had encountered a silver-haired girl before, who bore a subtle resemblance to his classmate Reinhardt, which made him think they might be related. Even though he had almost forgotten about it, the memory was still quite fresh for Bertus. Technically speaking, this was stalking. The empire belonged to the emperor, and the first prince was one of the most powerful successors to the throne. So, if the prince openly stalked someone, it would cause quite a commotion. First, I checked the registration information of the royal capital citizens. And the first prince could search the entire royal capital if he wanted, if not the entire empire. There was no registration information that matched the conditions you mentioned. Since the silver hair could be dyed, I figured there wouldn't be. Hoping for a perfect match with the limited information Bertus remembered was difficult. Silver hair, golden eyes, and beautiful. The information was too vague. So even if she was actually a citizen of the royal capital, it would have been difficult to find someone who met the conditions. So I looked into Reinhardt, who you said was your classmate. I wanted to start with his registration information. Well, that would have been the most likely possibility. Reinhardt was from the streets, but he had registration information. Starting from his origin, it would have been possible to find out more. However, his subordinate seemed to have trouble and scratched his head. But Reinhardt's first registration was early last year. I couldn't find any information before that. What? Bertus tilted his head at that remark. It happens quite often. The poor sometimes live without registering at all. And those who live their entire lives as street beggars sometimes don't have any registration information at all. Since you said Reinhardt was from the streets, Reinhardt's registration information was first entered last year. That meant he had lived as an unregistered person before that. It wasn't unusual. Certainly, it wasn't that strange. However, Bertus had once suspected Reinhardt of being a successor raised by a criminal organization. Reinhardt denied it, and Bertus didn't believe his words but didn't investigate further. His subordinate said that tracing Reinhardt's birthplace was practically impossible since he had lived as an unregistered person for quite some time. By now, Bertus knew that some of the misconceptions he had about Reinhardt were not true. The rotatory gang, to which Reinhardt belonged, was just an organization of beggars. Reinhardt was simply a beggar. He was sent from the rotatory gang to the temple. His registration was in early last year. As soon as he registered his identity, he entered temple and enrolled in the royal class. So, it meant that he had obtained an identity to enter temple. Bertus thought that Reinhardt had no education, but he had a discerning eye. He knew a lot for someone who came from the streets, but it was possible that he gained his discernment by picking up various things from the gang since he was young. However, Bertus suddenly became curious. Was Reinhardt really from the royal capital? Where was he born and how did he grow up? Well, I'll just ask him directly. Where are you from? Do you have any siblings? When he had time, he could drop by temple and ask him. It was simple. Deciding to think about Reinhardt's case later, Bertus started pondering about the demon group again. His head still felt like it was about to explode. A few days had passed since he returned from the Vampire Council. Nothing had changed much. Harriet de Saint-Ouen was busy with her work, as were the Magic Research Club members. So I spent my days busily training with Olivia and waiting for Ellen to return, just like usual. But then, "Hey, where are you from?" When Bertus, who had returned from the palace out of nowhere, suddenly asked that question, it felt like my heart dropped. Ah, royal capital. We're in royal capital. What's going on? Did he find out something? My heart pounded like crazy. However, I desperately maintained a calm demeanor through self-suggestion. I don't know the details. I was abandoned when I was too young. Would a street rat like me remember such a thing? Really? He must have thought about how I grew up during this time. But if Bertus had found something out and knew my true identity, I would have to leave the royal capital. But so suddenly. If he knew the truth, he wouldn't be asking me so calmly, right? It was just an attitude of asking something trivial. Bertus crossed his arms and stared at me, seemingly contemplating something. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? In the end, I asked him. Bertus seemed to hesitate for a moment, then let out a deep sigh. It's a bit awkward to say this. Well, anyway, Bertus placed his hand on my shoulder and spoke quietly. Do you, by any chance, have siblings? Ah, could it be? Was that it? Ah, no, not at all. At least not in my memory, I think. Last festival, I saw a girl who looked very similar to you. So, I was wondering if she was your sibling, and I wanted to find her, but it's difficult to find someone you only know by face. Ah, yeah, that's true. I felt dizzy. I felt like throwing up. So I thought that if I knew where you were from, I could try to find her. But your identity registration was only last year. At those words, goosebumps broke out all over my body. The fact that I had encountered Bertus while cross-dressed was leading to an investigation into my background. It was certain that Bertus didn't know anything yet, and he didn't find it suspicious that I had registered my identity for the first time last year without any previous records. Dangerous. It would be truly dangerous if he delved any deeper. So, it might be a bit awkward to say this, but if your parents abandoned you and then your sibling was born, you might have a sibling you don't even know about, right? I mean, I won't do it if you don't want me to, but if you do. I was thinking of looking into it personally. No, he could find out. I had to stop him. It might start with good intentions, but he could end up discovering my true identity. This wasn't a joke. My life was genuinely in danger. There was no other choice, almost as a reflex. It's me. I had no choice but to tell the truth. Huh, what? Bertus seemed unable to understand what he had just heard. It's me, I said. I was curious about the expression on my face, even myself. What? What did you say? Bertus began to doubt his own ears. I had escaped death, but I wanted to die. Chapter 344 Bertus, and I used to chat on the terrace from time to time. There, Bertus trembled as he poured tea, and likewise, I drank tea with my hands, shaking so much that the water spilled over. I hung my head, unable to look at Bertus. I wanted to die, and Bertus would want to kill me. Why on earth did you do that? Bertus asked softly. Money. It's because of the money. Money? What does money have to do with cross-dressing? Well, there's this cross-dressing contest. Cross-dressing contest? You mean at the festival? Yeah. Weren't your finances getting better these days? Well, there's no harm in having more. With my head bowed, I explained in a crawling voice why I had cross-dressed. Wasn't this the punishment that had befallen me? This felt like a climax, right? There couldn't possibly be a more difficult situation in my life, right? I think I could believe that I had received all my punishment, and from now on, only happiness would lie ahead. Bertus barely managed to take a sip of tea, and I could see his trembling hand as he put the teacup down. What on earth? I mean, really, this? Bertus seemed to be at a loss for words. The mask had come off of Bertus, but not in the usual way. It had been stripped off in a different sense. Heh, really, what is this? Ah, heh. It seemed like Bertus was remembering the moment when he saw me in drag, the moments when I was messing around with the knights, my trembling hands, the nonsense I had spewed about alcohol addiction, all those moments, all those times, it was all me. In a mixed state of self-loathing and regret. What the F in the end? I silently listened as the convicted Bertus cursed softly. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for, you bastard? You say you're sorry. I'm not, I mean. Something else. No, it's not that. You my brother, just out of kindness. You this crazy, really. Who said what? Bertus finally exploded. And I was the one who ended up getting more cursed at for apologizing. Bertus's gaze towards me changed. I had become a crazy person who would do anything for money. Fortunately, it seemed that Bertus had no intention of holding a grudge against me or spreading rumors. Feeling as if his mind was polluted just by mentioning or thinking about that day, Bertus staggered into his room with a soulless expression. I had thought that I might get caught participating in the cross-dressing contest, but I never imagined that I would confess it myself. While it felt like hell, it was a relief. The incident where I had run into Bertus by chance was leading to a strange direction of investigation behind my back. Even though I had prepared excuses about my origins, hometown, and detailed past, there were still bound to be gaps in my story. No matter how well I handled the situation, the fact that I had suddenly appeared last year would not change. It wouldn't be too difficult to figure out if someone started digging deep enough. It was a situation where Bertus could have discovered my true identity from an unexpected angle. Instead, it was fortunate that I confessed to participating in the cross-dressing contest, making Bertus emotionally back off. At least, because of his anger, Bertus would not delve into this issue. The cross-dressing contest mission. The rewards were great, but it could have ruined me from an entirely unexpected angle. I had knowingly taken the risk with the Riviera Lands affair. However, the real danger was what had stemmed from the cross-dressing contest. Had Bertus continued to dig into my background without asking me directly, it could have become genuinely dangerous. But why, in a life-threatening situation, did I feel more embarrassed and mortified than anything else? For a while, I couldn't do anything but sit in my seat, feeling rooted in place. Although there was an incident that caused both Bertus's and my mental states to explode, Bertus still rarely showed up at the Royal Class dormitory due to his busy schedule. Even I was now barely aware of the numerous events that were burning like a fuse. Ellen hadn't returned yet. In the end, I had to carry on with my routine. Worry and anxiety couldn't solve anything. I sparred with Olivia in swordsmanship, but what I was focusing on recently was the control of magical power itself. I was alone in the training hall. Magic power level has reached 20A. Special conditions have been achieved. Magic control and magic sensitivity talents evolve. You have acquired the talent Magic Domination. Through the training hall mirror, I saw myself enveloped in refined mana. Finally, I managed to attain one of Ellen's talents, Magic Domination. The cross-dressing contest had almost exposed my identity, and I had been severely embarrassed. But because of it, I was able to get very close to magic domination. When I first acquired the talents of magic sensitivity and control, I hadn't been able to grasp their true power. However, the fact that I could eventually acquire magical reinforcement meant that the help of those two talents was significant. Now, without self-suggestion, I could use magical reinforcement, and I had obtained the higher talent of magic domination. My magic rank was now A, which was quite high. KRRRK. As I felt the surge of magic power from my body, a new and different sensation of magical reinforcement became possible. My control of magic power became more precise and detailed, and the output itself had become stronger. Obtaining magic domination was not the end. As I became more familiar with it, the magic domination talent would make me even more potent. I wouldn't be on the same starting line as Ellen. She was still superior and would become stronger at a faster pace than me. With the help of numerous cheats, I had merely become able to walk a little faster. I couldn't afford to be satisfied at this level. The moment I became complacent, it would be the end. My journey was still far from over. Nevertheless, with just the talent of magical control, my understanding and utilization of magical reinforcement had improved significantly. I was becoming unnaturally powerful at an alarming rate. Although my abnormal progress was generally accepted under the name of royal class, I wondered how long this could last. After finishing my training at the training ground, I returned to the dormitory, showered, and changed my clothes. Chirp, tap, tap. A sparrow pecked at my window with its beak. Squeak as soon as I opened the window, the sparrow flew inside, and in the blink of an eye it took the shape of a human. "I'm here to see you, Your Highness." Right, it was Sarkigar, who always appeared as a maid when entering the dormitory. I was sitting in a chair, and Sarkigar stood silently in the center of the room with her hands clasped. "The head of the House of Wednesday has come." I figured. How did it go? I was a bit flustered since I didn't receive any prior information, but I agreed to take care of the matter after hearing the circumstances. To be honest, considering Lucinil's age, it seemed a bit odd to say she was taking care of it. It would be more accurate to say she was looking after the young girl. She didn't expose herself to the outside world, did she? No, she came secretly late at night. Sakagar was also infiltrating. So, Lucinil should have been careful not to expose herself to the outside world. I briefly explained to Sakagar what had happened at the Vampire Council. That's quite an extraordinary feat. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. To be honest, Sakigar seemed satisfied with how well things had worked out beyond our expectations. However, we must be careful. I don't know much about the vampire lords, but Antarianus seems dangerous. That's true, But we can't choose our allies in this situation. Since we couldn't be picky, we had to side with anyone suspicious who would support us. And Cantus Magna and Arkasha, they seem excessively dangerous. Indeed, but there's a high probability that what I want is there. It's bound to be an incredibly powerful force in and of itself. Causing a collision between the Black Order and Cantus Magna and seizing the opportunity seems ideal. But it's troubling that we don't know what Arkasha is. It was unclear whether provoking Cantus Magna without knowing what Arkasha was would be the right move. Sakigar seemed to think I could be interested in Arkasha because of my desire for power, regardless of whether it was possible or not. Things seemed to be falling into place, Your Highness. Sakigar flashed a sinister smile. I had gained the power of the Vampire Council, and the head of the House of Wednesday had joined forces with me on the royal capital. Sakigar was genuinely delighted that something resembling a force was now being formed from the four remnants of the demon clan. But could you please not smile so beautifully? It feels like cognitive dissonance when you smile like that with such an innocent-looking face. Of course, this was not the end of the mission. How is the contact with the revolutionary forces going? We're cautiously searching, as acting rashly might ruin our efforts. Although we don't know the entire leadership, we have been able to identify a list of those who are definitely involved. Sakigar showed a list of several individuals. The names included Oscar de Gradiers and many others. Most of them were bureaucrats from commoner backgrounds, but there were also some nobles among them. Especially, there are a lot of illegitimate children discarded by noble families. I suppose so. Illegitimate children of noble families would sometimes enter temple, hiding their family name. They could have entered the Orbis class as well. Children who inherited noble blood but were abandoned. Their resentment could have transformed into a desire for revolution. Most of the names on the list were probably verified by Sakigar, so they must be the actual conspirators. But in the end, I don't need these small fries. What I need are the core factors. It is my job to establish a cooperative structure between the demon clan forces and the revolutionaries. And from the list Sakigar compiled, I was able to find a familiar, if not well-known, name. I pointed at the name. This gentleman, while he might not be part of the leadership, I'm sure he's quite an important figure. I suppose so, Owen de Gethmora. The name of the Merchant Guildmaster was on the list. The Merchant Guildmaster had provided a substantial amount of research funding to the Magic Research Society. It was paid to me as a bribe for collusion with the royal family. Since then, there were no specific requests or connections with the Merchant Guild, but they were making a fortune now. They were supplying all the goods for the magical train shop business, and I had no problems with them either. Sakigar's investigation concluded that the Merchant Guild Master was definitely involved in the revolutionary forces. So, the guy who gave me money to bribe the royal family is supporting the revolutionary forces from behind. I couldn't tell if he just wanted money or if he truly dreamt of a revolution. If he is part of the leadership, his importance comes from that, and even if not, he is an important link to the leadership. All right. Get in touch with Owen de Gethmora. If necessary, you can contact him in the name of Darkland. Also, depending on the situation, I might meet him face to face. Keep that in mind. Sakigar looked cautious. Please keep in mind that he might be too scared of the Demon Realm's name to join hands with us, Your Highness. I doubt he'd be that scared. Sakigar's words, suggesting that there might be a negative outlook, made me feel a bit skeptical. Once they were caught, they knew that if we reported this to the Empire, terrible things would happen. They would have no choice but to join forces with us or face certain death. The revolutionary forces had to make a choice. They had no choice but to realize that if they did not join hands with us, we could topple them in other ways. We didn't have to do it ourselves. All we had to do was hand over the list of names we had secured to the Empire. They might try to deny it, but the Empire was in a highly sensitive state due to its rivalry with the Holy Knights. If they detected the additional threat of a revolutionary force, they would do everything in their power to annihilate it, so they couldn't afford to turn their backs on us. I will infiltrate the revolutionaries. Your Highness, Sakigar was entrusted with making contact with the revolutionary forces. If necessary, ask for Lucinil's assistance. You're more likely to need magic than I am. Understood, Your Highness. For the time being, Lucinil would assist Sakigar in her mission. Things were progressing step by step, as more and more tasks were carried out under Valia's name. I would gradually distance myself from the identity of Reinhardt. I watched quietly as Sakigar, transformed into a sparrow, flew away. Chapter 345, the day my cross-dressing was discovered. I issued crucial instructions to form a united coalition of anti-imperial forces. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of person I had become. The difference between what I should do as Reinhardt and what I should do as Valia was quite significant. In the midst of all this, I had also awakened a superior talent called magic dominance. Moreover, I became aware of the risk that the butterfly effect of all my actions so far could hit me at any time. After experiencing the implausible situation where my cross-dressing contest participation led to Bertus's investigation of me, I felt like I was walking on thin ice. And when would Ellen return? That night. My body felt heavy as 1,000 pounds after the long training session, but with so many things on my mind, I couldn't fall asleep properly. After tossing and turning for a few hours and finally falling asleep, I wasn't sure how much time had passed. Grown Rain, Reinhardt. Ah, ah, I was jolted awake by the desperate grasp of my hand. As I sat up in bed, I saw Charlotte holding onto my arm, almost lying on top of me. Charlotte, Rain, Reinhardt. Half of Charlotte's face was shrouded in deep darkness as she looked at me, sobbing. Fear struck me more than surprise or horror, and I snapped to attention. I thought it had subsided. Was it not entirely over yet? Please, help me, do something. Oh, all right. Not knowing what to do, I instinctively embraced the trembling Charlotte. It's okay. Everything will be okay. Ah. Tears poured down Charlotte's face as she continued to shake in my arms. I thought it was over, but was it not? Focusing my mind despite just waking up, I spoke urgently, almost like a prayer. You'll be okay. Charlotte's power hadn't disappeared. Nothing will happen. Would Charlotte have to live in this agony forever if this power didn't vanish? I whispered over and over that everything would be all right, stroking Charlotte's back. Spirit speech. Whether it was the power taking effect or not, Charlotte's trembling subsided, and the darkness enveloping her gradually retreated. Was it really a response to my spirit speech? Both Charlotte and Savelin Turner understood it that way. However, I couldn't tell if it was a response to my demon control power, spirit speech, or something else entirely, but one thing was certain. Ah, sob. Ah, I seemed to be the only one who could improve Charlotte's condition. As her trembling gradually subsided and Charlotte returned to her usual appearance, I finally noticed her state. She wore a camisole and was barefoot. Her body was soaked with cold sweat to the point of embarrassment. Charlotte couldn't get away from my embrace. It seemed that as his condition improved, he couldn't help but think about the state he was in and feel anxious. I carefully pulled down the blanket and draped it over Charlotte's shoulders. Feeling better? Ah, yeah. In the darkness, Charlotte nodded, wrapping the blanket around her like a cloak. I helped her to her feet from where she had been crouching on the floor and carefully sat her down on the bed. My bedroom door was closed, and when I checked the lock, it was locked. How had she gotten in? What happened? This time I didn't lose consciousness, but suddenly this happened. She used to be taken over by the shadows while unconscious or asleep. However, this time the shadows began to consume her body while she was awake. I had to come to you, but if I went into the hallway, I didn't know who might see me. Even after doing it, Charlotte seemed terrified, her body trembling. Before, when she was completely consumed by the shadows, she had shown the ability to move through the shadows or darkness. It seemed she had used that power to come directly from her room to mine. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be able to do this. Although Charlotte had been able to come to me without anyone noticing because of that power, the very fact that it was possible seemed dreadfully frightening to her. Her fear seemed to be clouding her judgment. Stay with me, Reinhardt. All right, I'll stay with you. As Charlotte clung to my waist, she looked up at me in the darkness. Her large, terrified eyes were filled with tears. It felt dangerous. Charlotte, who had been unstable, seemed to be on the verge of falling apart again after thinking she was safe and experiencing this situation again. Together, always together, as Charlotte's lips parted slightly. It's okay. I pulled Charlotte's head to my chest. You don't need to be so scared. It's all right. It felt like something irreversible was about to happen. I had no choice but to do this. Nothing will happen, I promise. Charlotte stayed silent in my arms, motionless for a very long time. As her fear subsided, Charlotte fell asleep as if she had fainted. just like during our time in the palace last spring. I guarded Charlotte's bedside. How long had it been since Charlotte fell asleep? Thump, thump, thump. The sudden, urgent knocking on the door made my body tense up for a moment. Reinhardt, it's me. The voice from beyond the door immediately eased my tension. It was Saverlin Turner. I carefully got up and opened the door to find Saverlin with a pale, anxious expression on her face. Gulp, Reinhardt. Is Her Highness. She's here. She let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Charlotte lying on the bed through the gap in the door. She adjusted her posture and entered my room, gently placing a hand on Charlotte's sleeping forehead. She disappeared so suddenly. I was worried and came to check on her. Saverlin Turner had been at Temple for Charlotte's protection. Although she didn't share a room with Charlotte, she would periodically check to see if Charlotte was sleeping soundly. Then, suddenly, Charlotte disappeared, and Saverlin came looking for me in case something was wrong. Charlotte was in a deep slumber. It doesn't seem like her consciousness has been consumed this time. However, her power seems to have activated suddenly, and she seems to have arrived in my room riding her shadow. I see. Her consciousness wasn't being consumed, but her power was acting on its own. Both Saverlin Turner and I couldn't help but realize that Charlotte's condition hadn't completely improved. With a troubled expression, Turner gazed at the sleeping Charlotte. It's almost as if it's a stroke of luck that you can calm her condition. She seemed to think that my very existence was a great fortune for Charlotte. But to suppress her power with such an incomplete method like this, it's just a temporary solution. It was uncertain how long I could keep Charlotte stable. Saverlin Turner seemed to think that we needed a more fundamental solution, and I agreed. But where could such a solution be found? Searching for a sealing mage was a futile effort. In the end, my thoughts couldn't help but reach that direction. Akasha. I didn't like treating it as an all-powerful tool that could fulfill any desire, but I had no choice but to consider it right now. Could there be a way to seal Charlotte's power there? As Saverlin Turner gently wiped the cold sweat from Charlotte's forehead with a handkerchief, she spoke softly. Reinhardt. Yes. It's clear that her power is related to the Demon Lord. You know that, right? Yes. I knew that better than anyone. Do you think it's a stretch to think that there might be a clue to solve her condition in the Demon Lord's castle? Saverlin Turner's melancholic tone was mixed with her sadness at being unable to help the suffering princess. But the Demon Lord's castle, it wasn't a place I longed for, but it was the starting point. I still didn't know what was there. I'm not sure. Didn't we already bring back everything we could from the Demon Lord's castle? That's true. But the Demon Lord's castle is a very important place in the history of Darkland, which is as long as human history. We may not have uncovered everything yet. There were still things left undiscovered in the Demon Lord's castle. That's why many items, including treasures, had been brought out, and they continued to investigate the remaining secrets. Listening to her words, I realized that the fall of the Demon Lord's castle and understanding it completely were two different matters. What I was doing was merely suppressing Charlotte's power using spirit speech, a transcendent power, and even that wasn't certain to be the true power of spirit speech. I agreed with her statement that a more fundamental solution was needed. Could there be a clue in the demon realm? Are you planning to go to the demon realm? There's no need for me to go personally, as numerous people have already been dispatched to search for it. There was no need for her to go personally. She had more than enough people at her disposal who could handle the situation without her direct involvement. Your Majesty suggested that you might want to visit the demon realm personally. It's undoubtedly dangerous. We have been opposing it because of the danger, both me and Her Majesty. She looked at me with her hand on Charlotte's forehead. Charlotte knew that her condition wasn't fully recovered, so she thought there might be answers in the demon realm and wanted to go there. Turner must have been against it, considering the possible dangers. But today, Charlotte's power had caused another outburst. Saverlin Turner, with her head bowed in front of Charlotte's sleeping face, spoke in a gloomy voice. Reinhardt, may I ask a difficult favor of you? I didn't need to hear what she was going to say to know what it was. Let's go together. If something related to Charlotte's power happened, I would be the only one who could handle it, so it was obvious that she was talking about going to the demon realm together. Without even hearing her request, I replied, and she trembled her shoulders while gently holding Charlotte's sleeping hand. Thank you, Reinhardt. I thought it was something that needed to be done. Was this what the Emperor had been talking about when he said there was something I had to do for Charlotte? The next day, with Savelyn Turner's help, a refreshed Charlotte returned to her room, washed up, prepared, and met with me again. To the demon realm, you too? Yes. Apparently, Turner had already explained everything, as Charlotte's expression was apologetic. It could be dangerous. How dangerous could the demon realm be after the demon king died? Even while saying this, I felt no guilt. To me, the demon king was nothing more than a worthless creature. Although we would need the Emperor's permission, we would be able to go to the demon realm. Charlotte may not know, but we once escaped the demon realm together, and now we're going back. It brought a strange sensation to me. Charlotte looked at me with a complicated expression. From losing her senses and crying in my arms yesterday to hearing that I would accompany her to the demon realm, her emotions were mixed. Her expression, a blend of embarrassment, gratitude, and guilt, was indescribable. Thank you, really. You said you're always taking from me. So, I'll give you whatever I can. Charlotte thought of that with a bright red face. I wasn't going to depart for the demon realm right away. Savelyn Turner had gone to ask the Emperor for permission, so some time was needed. At the very least, there had to be a few days. I had things to do as well. I left Temple and headed to the rotatory gang. Are you getting by? Yeah, everyone's kind. Adriana replied with a bright smile to my question. For some reason, Loya had become like a dog that Adriana was raising, and the other gang members naturally took care of her since Loya seemed to like her so much. I wasn't without concerns, but it was fortunate that the other members had a favorable view of Adriana since Loya easily fell for her. Adriana had a diligent personality, so it seemed like she was helping with various chores at the gang's headquarters. As a result, I was sure it wasn't a mistake to feel that everyone's condition was cleaner than before. Since we were here, Adriana and I took a walk around the rotatory gang's area. I wondered how Adriana felt. She had been hurt by various incidents and was now living in hiding. How is your senior? Adriana seemed more concerned about Olivia than herself. Well, her personality changed a bit, but it seems like she's coping well in the end. That's a relief. Adriana had a dream of a future, but had given it up. She tried to regain her original life, but that was snatched away too. Adriana must have felt vague and empty. She wouldn't know what to do next, just like how Olivia had become disillusioned with humanity after losing faith in religion. I wondered if Adriana was walking through the stage before that. Those who were taught to love me threatened me, and those who were taught to hate me all their lives saved me. Everything she believed in her life had been completely denied. It was clear that these thoughts tormented Adriana, even though she was quietly staying here. In fact, if she had returned to temple or entered a monastery, she would have been summoned right away to be interrogated about what had happened. And just the fact that she was rescued by the demons would have been fatal. Even now, she didn't know, but she was being protected by the demons, by Loyar and me. I'm not sure what to live for anymore. Adriana looked up at the clear winter sky and smiled sadly. Forced to learn the truth she didn't want to know, Adriana had lost her way. Although I was the prince of the demon realm and the heir to Darkland, I didn't know what was in the demon realm. But that didn't mean I would blindly go searching. Even if I didn't know, there were those who would. After a short walk with Adriana, I called Loya outside. It hasn't been long since the council ended, and where are you going again? Well, she talked as if I was constantly wandering around. I'm thinking of going back to the demon realm. The demon realm? You mean? At the mention of the demon realm, Loya's expression changed slightly. As you know, I've lost my memory, so I don't know what's in the demon realm. So, do you know if there's a secret space there, somewhere humans couldn't have searched? Loya tilted her head at my question. How would I know that? Weren't you in the demon realm before? You said I used to torment you. Laura glared at me with a dumbfounded expression. Did I accidentally trigger some kind of PTSD? Your Highness, there's no way I, who wasn't a noble or a royal in Darkland, would know. I don't know if such a place exists. Right. It was my own memory loss that led me to ask Laura something I should have known myself. Naturally, she wouldn't know. So Elaris and Sakigar wouldn't know either. Isn't that highly likely? Only the royals would know about such a restricted area. I could search blindly, but there was no need to do so. Excluding myself, who lost his memory. There was one royal from Darkland. Would Iris know anything? Isn't that highly likely? She repeated the same words. Did she not like talking to me? Although it would be inconvenient to go all the way to the Edina archipelago to ask. It was important to get accurate information. It would be better than making a fruitless trip. Quite some time had passed since my first meeting with Iris, so I also needed to find out how she was doing. However, there was no warp gate connection to the Edina archipelago. Thus, unless I went with a mage who could use teleportation magic, I would have to travel by boat, which would take a very long time. But with Lucinil's help, I could quickly come and go without having to leave my post for several days, returning to the demon realm, and the things that might still remain in the demon realm. Would Iris know anything about them? Chapter 346. In order to head to Edina Archipelago, I needed Lucinil. It wasn't a pressing matter, but there was no reason to delay either. So I entrusted a letter to be sent to Count Argan Pontius through the rotatory gang. Although I had to be cautious about my movements, I had no intention of visiting Count Argan Pontius's house directly, even if I wore the Sarkigar's ring. I left the rotatory gang's headquarters and headed to the prearranged contact point. As it would take some time for the message to reach its destination, I waited until nightfall. The meeting place was in the lower part of Irene, slightly off the royal capital. It was a place rarely frequented by people. Waiting like this was doable if there was time, but it would be difficult in urgent situations. Although I was currently staying at Count Argan Pontius's mansion, I couldn't help but think that I needed to find a more convenient way to contact Lucinil. How much time had I killed by the riverside in the darkness? Swish, a faint mist gathered in the air, soon taking the shape of a silver-haired girl. "Click hello, archdemon," she said, as she lightly landed on the ground and looked up at me. "You're here." "Yeah, I'm here. But what was that just now? Was it something like teleportation?" "Ha, oh, this." Lucinil briefly blurred her body, turning into mist before materializing again. "It's a vampire's ability. It's not instant teleportation. It just allows me to move quickly." The ability to transform into mist, Elaris never demonstrated such an ability. Perhaps it was a power unique to a specific lineage. Could each lineage have its own unique ability? While I was pondering that, Lucinil put a hand on her hip. "Anyway, you need me." "Yes, you have to go somewhere with me right now." "Where?" "A place called Edina Archipelago in the southern part of the Empire. Do you know it?" At my question, Lucinil crossed her arms as if she couldn't believe it. "How old do you think I am? I know a fair bit about geography, though there have been cases where some countries I knew end up disappearing." Had I asked too simple a question for someone who'd lived for countless years? Lucinil tilted her head as she looked at me. "So, what's the reason for going to that southern island nation?" "There's someone I need to meet there." There was no point in giving Lucinil a detailed explanation, as she wouldn't understand anyway, so I left it at that. Lucinil seemed to have an attitude of letting me do whatever I wanted. She didn't seem to be opposed or supportive. Lucinil looked around. "All right, there's no one around to see us, so should we go now? It's quite a distance, so I'll have to cast it multiple times." "Yes, let's go." Lucinil focused her mind and began casting mass teleport. Whether it was Lucinil or Elaris, their personalities were quite different, but one thing they both shared was their reliability. At the southernmost tip of the empire lay Edina Archipelago, a place so far from the mainland that it was beyond the range of even the massive warp gates. Under normal circumstances, one would have to take a boat to reach the islands. Although there were warp gates on the islands for travel between them, they weren't connected to the mainland. Pop! Lucinil cast several consecutive teleportation spells. I was able to arrive in Lazark, the port city of Edina Archipelago, where I had visited the Grants family's villa before. Upon our arrival at the outskirts of Lazark, Lucinil's eyes lit up. "Wow, it's snowing here." Edina Archipelago was not a tropical area, so it was winter here as well, and large snowflakes were falling around us. Lucinil excitedly stepped on the snow. "You've seen snow plenty of times at the council." Hadn't she complained about being sick of it back then? "Archdemon is the snow that comes in a place with winds so strong it feels like your face will be ripped off, the same as this peaceful snow falling quietly in a cozy port town like this." "What's the difference?" "Ah, it's quite refreshing to see someone much younger than me acting like a grumpy old man." It was truly bizarre that Lucinil's sensitivity hadn't died down even after living for such a long time. Anyway, we stood on the outskirts of Lazark, watching the snow-covered port city. "Anyway, who do we have to meet?" "A friend, colleague, someone like that who runs a bar." To be honest, I could barely remember anything about Iris other than her pink hair. I could have asked last time, but I didn't. Lucinil tilted her head at my words. A bar? What does your grand dream of rebuilding Darkland have to do with your colleague running a bar in the southernmost corner of the continent? I decided to think of it as the first step toward controlling the imperial finances. The details are complicated and ambiguous, so it's hard to explain. I see. I guess that's how it is then. Yep. Lucinil seemed to accept that, staring blankly at the falling snowflakes. This girl, always helping with everything but never caring about the results. A feeling like, as long as I help, whether it works out or not is not my problem. Elaris at least was curious about my intentions. I should just go with the flow. She's helping, but if something goes wrong, it's not her fault. Was that what being versatile meant? Anyway, don't call me Archdemon in public anymore. I don't want to draw any weird attention. Even though I knew there wouldn't be anyone who could recognize me here, I had changed my appearance to something completely different from Reinhardt. All right, Reinhardt. Good. I was no longer Reinhardt in appearance, but still Reinhardt in name. It wasn't a particularly rare name, so it was acceptable. I entered Lazark and tried to inquire about Iris's tavern. I didn't even know the name of the place, and merely asked if there were many taverns frequented by attractive women in the area. The last time I had been here, it was already famous enough to cause havoc in the city, so I thought if I simply asked around, I would quickly find it. However, the passing pedestrian frowned upon hearing my question. What are you talking about now? Pardon. That tavern has been closed for quite some time. With that said, the pedestrian quickly walked away. Closed. During all this time, Elaris had been busy with matters related to the royal capital and hadn't been able to pay attention to the happenings in Edina Archipelago. Had something happened to Iris in the meantime? Seems like a peculiar situation. Indeed. Lucinil and I stared at each other, but we couldn't find an answer to the situation since neither of us knew anything. I walked a bit further and asked more pedestrians. Most of the responses were that they knew about the tavern, but it had been closed for a while and there was no point in going there. Ah, that tavern, too bad. I used to go there quite often. He was clearly a drunken patron from the look of it. The heavily intoxicated man licked his lips. Are the tavern staff, are those people safe? At my question, he frowned. Safe? You ask if they're safe? Heh, heh, heh. He laughed incredulously and walked past me. Had something happened to Iris and the succubi? Were they discovered to be succubi, causing them to suffer or even die? Their business seemed successful, but it also appeared that they had caused quite a few family disasters. Had that eventually become a problem, leading to an explosion of public discontent? Such dreadful possibilities swirled in my mind. I stopped the next pedestrian to ask. This time, it was a middle-aged woman. I heard there was a famous tavern with many attractive women in Lazark, but it seems to be closed now. Do you know what happened? Why do you ask? The middle-aged woman frowned upon hearing my direct question. I was just wondering if any of them got hurt or anything. Hurt, hurt. My foot, excuse me. Who'd hurt those good-for-nothing girls? I wish they'd just drop dead, tooey. The middle-aged woman spat in disgust and walked away. What was going on? What on earth had happened? The answer came from the next person I asked. Oh, those women you're talking about. This person didn't seem to have much interest in alcohol, as there was no hint of disappointment in their voice. They quit the alcohol business quite a while ago and switched to money lending. No way. What on earth did that mean? The old man I was speaking to pointed in one direction of Lazark. There, even from a distance, stood a rather large stone building that stood out. They don't do business with commoners like us. They mainly lend money to ship owners leading trade fleets and nobles. It seems to be going well for them. They must have given up on their original business. It wasn't that the business had failed. On the contrary, it had gone so well that they no longer needed to run it. As a passerby walked by, Lucinil grabbed my sleeve with a blank expression. Is this that thing you mentioned earlier, the Empire's financial power or something? Well, it seems like it. Why do you also seem like you didn't expect it? I merely suggested that they should try to gain the Empire's financial power, but they closed the pub and already transitioned to the money-lending business. Just how much money did they make? Lucinil and I walked toward the building that the passerby had pointed out. Iris's pub had been running successfully. So, the regular customers seemed disappointed when they saw the transition to a money-lending business. Pawn shops, loans, money lending. It seemed to be called various names, but the stone building Lucinil and I arrived at was as big as a financial institution. When a pawn shop gets this big, what's the difference between it and a financial institution? I expected to see a pub bustling in the middle of the night, but when did they build this building? Angel Capital. The name of the company was even engraved on the high entrance. I don't know much about finance, but angels and money lending seem like a really incompatible combination. I think so too. Even Lucinil's exasperated muttering. Despite it being midnight, bright light flowed from the inside. Moreover, there was some commotion near the entrance. A young woman in a black suit and a middle-aged man with a protruding belly. It wasn't Iris, but the feeling was that it was definitely one of the succubi I had rescued. Hey, just let this one time slide. I told you many times my money is tied up right now. Huh, Captain, how many times have I told you? Please keep the interest payment deadline. We're also running our money tight. And if the deadline isn't met, it's not just one or two things that get ruined. I told you several times to be careful about the penalties when the deadline isn't met, and in return, we lowered the interest rate. Ah, I know, of course. I know, but who knew things would turn out like this? Just 1 week, wait just 1 week, and I'll pay triple the interest I couldn't pay on time. Seriously, something happened, and suddenly my funds got completely stuck. I've never had this problem before, you know. I'm sorry, Captain. I really want to help you, but it's not something I can decide on my own. I've been strictly warned to follow the guidelines. The amount of interest isn't important right now. We once lost a big deal because we extended the deadline at our discretion, which caused financial difficulties. I'm really sorry, Captain. Yuria, please, I beg you. Do you think I care about the small amount of interest? I'm the captain of a Lenos-class trading ship. I'm not the kind of person to fret over such a small amount of money. You know, I've never been in a situation where I've regretted something like this. Just look at my face. Please, how can it not work? Do you think it makes sense for me to default on this amount? If you help me just this once, I'll repay you later. Watching the unfolding scene was giving me a headache. What on earth was going on? The middle-aged man's persistent pleas seemed to wear down the succubus named Yuria, who sighed heavily. I can't help it. I've known you, Captain, for more than just a day or two, but you must know this is the last time, right? If the due date is late next time, it's not just your problem, but my neck will be on the line too. You got that, as much as you value me. Of course, when have I ever broken a promise with you? Ha, except well this time, ha ha. Fine, I'll extend the deadline by a week, but you have to be prepared next time. You know it's difficult even with my authority, right? Of course, not only the interest, but I'll also repay the principal in a week. The middle-aged man burst into hearty laughter upon hearing the assurance and left. The capital employee, presumably a succubus named Yuria, looked at us blankly standing near the entrance after the man left. Are you visitors? You could say that. At my words, Yuria scratched her cheek with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Angel Capital only provides financial services to carefully selected VIP customers, and we don't accept new customers. Unless you have a recommendation from an existing member, it's difficult to use our services. This was a loan shark business, but it wasn't an ordinary loan shark targeting commoners. It was unclear how we ended up here from the bar, but considering the scale, it was obvious they made a fortune. Right now, I was neither Valia nor Reinhardt, so they wouldn't recognize me. Tell the boss that the last remaining family has arrived. They'll understand. There were many ways to summon Iris, though not related by blood. We were the last remaining family, the royalty of Darkland. Except for Iris herself, I was the only other family member left, and they would certainly understand. I will escort you, this way. And if Yuria was a succubus, she had no choice but to understand. Chapter 347, Yuria recognized who I was just by my words. After all, I merely needed to mention about the last remaining family member. Accompanied by Lucinil, I was led inside the Capitol building and soon saw various scenes unfolding within. Even at this hour, employees were discussing things in different offices, as if they were receiving consultations, and there were even people who didn't look like succubi. As soon as we entered a restricted area where only authorized personnel could access, we saw sights hidden from the outside. A succubus employee was informing a group of armed individuals about various precautions. Please be careful not to cause any problems. Of course, We all know that what we do is legal seizure. Let's stick to the rules. Yes, yes, understood. A debt collector, perhaps. The succubus employee seemed to be in charge of them and nodded, her arms crossed. People can get hurt, but if the seized items are damaged, that's a loss. If you break something like a trophy while trying to intimidate, remember that you'll be liable for compensation. Got it. Yes, understood. Of course, you should also know that if you don't resolve the debt collection within the deadline, there will be problems. Could it be? Were these debt collectors slaves as well? The silky smooth tone of their voices as they exchanged vicious words made my head spin. Iris. Did she have a talent for this kind of thing? I couldn't guess how she had come this far, as I was someone who had only written from the comfort of my room. Yuria climbed the stairs and headed upward. When we reached the fourth floor, there was a room with a sign that read President's Office. Clang. Yuria rang the bell to announce our presence and cautiously opened the door. What is it? I'm busy. An unfamiliar but somewhat familiar voice, now slightly sharper, came from beyond the door. President. A very important guest has arrived. I said I wouldn't meet with the royal family or the heads of the faiths yet. Tell them to leave. What was this about? One of your remaining family members has arrived. Family, family. You say, could it be? As soon as she finished speaking, urgent footsteps approached, and the door flung open. Since there was no need to hide anymore, I returned to my original form using Sakigar's ring. As Valia, the pink-haired succubus queen, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, stood there. Iris was there. Ah! As Iris quietly observed my return to Valia's form, she immediately embraced my neck. Wham! Valia! Have you been well? I knew to some extent how Iris felt about me, but I still found it somewhat awkward. She held me tight for a while, seemingly overjoyed to see me. While the office bore the name Angel Capital, the place seemed more closely related to demons than angels. Lucinil, Iris, and I sat at the guest table in the office. Soon, the secretary brought out some tea. Ah, I won't have any. You don't have to give me any. As Iris tried to pour tea into Lucinil's cup, Lucinil covered her teacup with her hand and shook her head. Over here. If you know about Elaris, you must know about the Vampire Lord. I am Lucinil, the Lord of Wednesday. Vampire Lord. At Lucinil's introduction, Iris nodded blankly. I didn't quite understand the meaning, but Iris seemed quite surprised to have received help from another Vampire Lord. Somehow, I ended up getting help. I didn't know what position Sakigar, lawyer, and Elaris held within the demon army. All I knew was that they were infiltrating the royal capital in the role of spies. Upon reflection, I realized I knew far too little about the demon realm and my subordinates. Iris looked intently at Lucinil before slightly bowing her head. It seems you haven't made a contract with Valia. My name is Iris. Iris briefly introduced herself and then looked at me. You must have many questions. Valia. Yeah, what's going on here? I had no idea what kind of business was being conducted, its scale, or its method. For the sake of monopolizing the financial world, simple business has its limits. That was an obvious statement, but pursuing that wasn't a simple task. Iris had ambitions to monopolize the empire's financial world and trigger an economic crisis. Of course, I only told her to do so because she needed a purpose in life, so I had no real expectations. However, Iris pursued the task seriously and had achieved far more success than I had anticipated. At first, I knew nothing, so I asked many guests for advice. It began with the tavern, and people gathered at the tavern. Although there were various problems in the early stages due to troublesome customers, Iris and the succubi had no problem subduing the drunken troublemakers. As word of mouth spread and more people flocked to the place, Iris created a VIP system, exclusive service for those who paid exorbitant prices for their drinks. Through conversation with these patrons, Iris deepened her understanding of capital, how to make money, how to manage it, and how they made their fortunes. There were those who inherited wealth, those who were born into it, but there were also countless people who had started from nothing and succeeded. I considered real estate and investments, but I judged that there was no better way to quickly increase the scale of capital in a short period. That's why I started. Is it really that easy to achieve? More important than money is the connections with people who have money. Iris had not only made money running the tavern, but had also built valuable connections. When needed, she could borrow, and if investment was required, she could receive it. All of this seemed to come incredibly easy for Iris. Of course, I do this for the money, but the main reason is that with money as a tool, I can ensnare people. Iris took a sip of her tea, and then, as she set down her teacup, Iris revealed a smile. By binding them with debt, you can turn them into slaves regardless of their status. It didn't matter if the other party was a noble, royal, or wealthy merchant. Money and debt are power in themselves. By binding the other party with massive debts, you possess them. Everything they have becomes yours, and they become slaves who stumble over your every word. The defanged succubus queen practiced a bizarre act of turning others into slaves with money as her weapon, rather than using her charm. While loan sharking itself has a negative image, Iris was involved in it for slightly different reasons. Not to make money. She loan sharked to ensnare people, to turn people into her own slaves. So, what's happening now? I'm no longer running a tavern, but I'm doing loan sharking targeting the VIP customers from back then. Lazark is a port city, and the harbor is always bustling with ships heading to or returning from the continent, right? So, the captains and trading fleets would load their ships with the most valuable trade goods to maximize their profits when heading to the continent. The same goes for when they return. Merchants would sell these goods for profits ranging from 4 to 5 times to even tens of times their original value. I see. To do that, of course, they can't rely on their own money, so they use massive amounts of debt to load expensive trade goods or receive investments on the condition of paying a certain percentage from the future profits. They probably received shares in the trading fleet as a condition of investing. Of course, he was aware of such things. Human greed knows no bounds. When they make a fortune from one trade, they don't try to trade safely without debt or just use the ships they have. When they see profit, they embrace more debt or receive more investments to increase the number of ships, hire more crew members and captains. This cycle continues endlessly. No one is an exception. Iris must have witnessed this behavior continuously. She had tasted people's insatiable desires through the stories of the captains who had returned from long voyages. According to the captains and fleet owners, loan sharks lend money to overambitious fleet owners at exorbitant interest rates. Then, if they can't repay the debt, they confiscate the ships or trade goods. From the start, the interest rate is high, so they're fine with repayment, and even if it's not repaid, they can confiscate the ships. As long as the fleet doesn't get wiped out by a storm, it's a structure where they can only make money. Iris had not only observed the captains, she had heard countless stories from various influential figures in the region. Captains who embarked on long voyages by ship for trade, ship owners who employed those captains to operate trade fleets, loan sharks who lent money to those ship owners, running a tavern. She grasped the structure of people making money off of those who made money. However, in Iris's case, it seemed to have a slightly different meaning from loan sharking, turning people into slaves. That was the implication of her words. So, I lend money to them, and if they can't meet the interest payment deadline, I either raise the interest rate, collect additional fees, or take a share of their fleet or traded goods. Iris explained. It seemed certain that Iris was making a huge amount of money. But at this rate, it would take too long. So, I'm using a different method. Iris's dream was to dominate the empire's financial market. She had already achieved considerable success, but it was still not enough. I intentionally mess up the financial situations of captains, ship owners, merchants, and traders who borrow money from the capital. I make them borrow money up to their limit and ensure they don't have any spare cash when it's time to repay the interest. What? In simple terms, I force them into bankruptcy. I tarnish their credit by branding them as incapable of paying, making it zero. Then I can execute a forced seizure. He was taken aback by the unexpected revelation. If one controlled the flow of funds in the market, they could achieve this by squeezing a particular route's financial lifeline in an instant. If I make 3 large trade fleets go bankrupt simultaneously, not only the loan sharks and merchants involved, but also the local fleets in the Edina archipelago will collapse. It's a chain reaction of bankruptcies. When large trade fleets face bankruptcy and seizures begin, not only the loan sharks who were supposed to collect money from them, but also the local fleets scheduled to transport the traded goods would lose their merchandise, causing those involved to sink together. The cascading bankruptcy of subcontractors due to a large company's bankruptcy. With large fleets ruined, merchants can't buy or sell trade goods, captains lose their ships, sailors lose their jobs, sailors without money can't drink, and then the taverns can't sell alcohol and go bankrupt. Like dominoes, they all fall in succession. The economy is paralyzed. Iris calmly finished the last drop of black tea left in her teacup. So, turning people into slaves wasn't the ultimate goal. Was she trying to bring the nation's economy to ruin? But why? You're not trying to make money but create an economic crisis. Why? At my stunned question, Iris smiled slyly. My goal is to eliminate the Edina Archipelago's trade fleet cartel. What? Another unexpected statement came out. How much money do you think I need to control the flow of funds in the market? No matter how much money I have, it's not enough. Iris looked out the window of her office. It's all possible because the Edina Royal Bank is backing me. A moneylender with unlimited credit. It's not that there's no massive warp gate connecting Edina Archipelago to the continent, but rather they can't build one even if they want to. If they simply installed a massive warp gate on an uninhabited island along the route, the problem of distance would be solved, right? No way. Exactly. It's the organized obstruction by the trade fleet cartel that prevents them from building one. The reason why it was impossible to install a massive warp gate on the Edina archipelago wasn't due to technical limitations. It was because of the opposition from large profit groups who made a living from maritime trade. It was too much even for the royals. Iris had a secret pact with the Edina Archipelago royal family concerning this matter. Once a series of large trade fleets face bankruptcy and cause an economic crisis, the Edina Archipelago will have no choice but to install a massive warp gate for overall economic improvement. That's when they will cooperate with the Empire to promote the construction of the massive warp gate. Wow. Although it was shocking and surprising, I had finally found a place without a massive warp gate only for them to attempt to build one themselves. It left me speechless. In return, I'll receive 90% of the shares in the operation of the massive warp gate. Not just taking control of large fleets, but collapsing them. And after that, monopolizing trade between the Edina archipelago and the continent. That was the picture Iris was painting. How am I supposed to accept that you're trying to build a bridge after I sent you to a place where the Empire couldn't reach? At my grumbling, Iris gave a bitter smile. You're walking on thin ice in the royal capital. I also don't believe that I would be able to help you solve any situation if I'm just stuck in this safe place. Iris wanted to believe she could do something, and she tried to do whatever she could. She even suggested selling themselves as slaves to humans to raise capital. In the end, Iris wasn't alone. She had connections to the Edina Archipelago royal family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to promote a project of this scale. Anyway, the Edina archipelago relies too much on maritime trade. If a massive warp gate is built between the continent and the archipelago, the social costs of fleet operations would decrease, and the economic situation would improve significantly. So, the royal family has wanted to build a massive warp gate for a long time. So the maritime traders have been blocking it. Right. Maritime traders are indispensable in the Edina archipelago. Whenever there's discussion of building a warp gate, maritime trade cartels would threaten to strike, paralyzing the national economy. It's happened more than once. A massive warp gate can't be built overnight, and they question if the economy can withstand the halt of maritime trade in the meantime. The maritime trade cartels had been holding the lifelines of the people of the Edina archipelago, constantly threatening them. Although their practical usefulness had vanished, they were still maintaining control over the archipelago through strikes and threats. The royal family wants to get rid of the maritime trade cartels completely. Of course, there will be bloodshed and chaos, but they've decided it's better to build a gigantic warp gate and collapse the cartels altogether. And well, if I fail, the royal family will just cut their losses. If it became known that Iris intended to collapse the entire maritime trade cartel, the royal family could simply back away if she became a target. It's too dangerous. True. Even if everything works out as you say, there's a definite possibility that the Edina Kingdom's royal family will stab you in the back later. If things went wrong, they could cut ties, and if things went according to Iris's plan, the royal family might still betray her. It was a situation fraught with excessive risk. No, Valia, that won't happen. However, Iris seemed confident that she wouldn't be betrayed. Why not? You know why, right? Iris showed a subtle smile. Being loved is too easy for us. By the cartel leaders she was trying to bring down, and by someone in the royal family who was secretly cooperating with her. Her eyes showed that she knew she wouldn't be abandoned because everyone loved her. The queen of the succubi, even without her horns, Iris seemed to have not lost that confidence. There might already be people who think my actions are suspicious and crossing the line. That's why I don't do business with ordinary civilians who don't know me well. She would only play with those who had already fallen for her. Iris assured me that there was no need to worry about that aspect. Chapter 348. Though Iris didn't possess the succubus's characteristic power of seduction, she seemed to feel it wasn't necessary. She successfully enticed local power brokers while operating a tavern. Iris claimed that the most important part was the initial stage, and that there wouldn't be much difficulty going forward. It was a matter of deceiving and manipulating the people whose hearts she had already won over, to drain them of their resources. How was she going to handle the malice she would receive once everything was settled? Was there already a plan in place? Like I was taking risks on my own, Iris seemed determined to take risks, even if I didn't want her to. Just wait a little longer, Valia. Iris looked at me and smiled. The day I dedicate the Edina archipelago to you isn't far away. She planned to swallow the entire Edina archipelago, not just monopolize the trade rights. When I first met the captured succubi, I wished for them to live peacefully. When I spoke of seizing control of the Empire's financial power, I thought it was fine to dream of such a goal if it gave my life purpose. But watching Iris's actions, it didn't seem impossible for her to achieve that goal. I agree, but let's refrain from doing anything too dangerous. All right, thank you for worrying about me. We were originally hostile towards each other, but after I saved her, Iris changed her attitude towards me. I never knew the history between us, so I didn't think much of it. I learned some unexpected things while checking on Iris's situation in the Edina archipelago. If Iris succeeded in the Edina archipelago, eventually, we would both have some use for each other. I couldn't know what that use would be right now. Anyway, I came here because I have a question. Finally, I could get to the main point. What are you curious about? I'll be returning to the Demon Castle soon, and I want to know what's there. The Demon Castle? Yeah, it's still occupied by Imperial forces, even if you're disguised as a human. There won't be a problem since I have the royal family's permission. Ah, I see, but what do you want to ask me? That's right, you lost your memory. Iris seemed to have an idea of what I wanted to find out by going back to the Demon Castle. In the Demon Castle, there's a restricted area accessible only to royalty, but the humans must have searched it thoroughly. I doubt there's anything useful left. Charlotte and Savelin Turner hoped to find something in the Demon Castle. However, I wanted to know if there was anything left in the Demon Castle, even if it had no connection to rescuing Charlotte. There would still be people in the Demon Castle with the purpose of exploration or research, and so it wasn't a place I could visit any time I wanted, even while assuming Reinhardt's appearance. Now was the only chance. According to Iris, there was a restricted area accessible only to the royal family. However, it didn't seem to have a physical barrier. If they assumed it had already been plundered, there would be nothing to gain there. Iris furrowed her brow, deep in thought. I'm not sure, but there must be a place in the Demon Castle where only the Demon King can enter. Of course, it would be sealed off to keep others out. It's possible that humans haven't found it yet. Iris said she didn't know for sure, but there might be such a place. How do you know about it? The previous Demon King used to take you to some place in the Demon Castle every now and then. Iris couldn't help but know about Valia's memories, which I didn't have, and the events in the Demon Castle. I don't know where it is either, and my mother never answered when I asked her about it. It seemed like she knew something, though, so there is some kind of secret space. Probably. I don't know exactly where, though. The place the previous Demon King used to take Valia every now and then. Iris's mother, who had been one of the 4 heavenly kings, seemed to know something but didn't tell Iris. There was a possibility that humans had already discovered the place, but there was also a chance they hadn't. The secret space in the Demon Castle where the previous Demon King used to take his son. There had to be something there. I had to find out what it was. My brief reunion with Iris came to an end. I can go in a few days. Iris looked at me with regret, as if she didn't want me to leave right away. I'm sorry, I don't have time. I guess so. Iris carefully looked down. Valia used to be a useless playboy who relied on his father's power, and Iris, the daughter of the succubus queen, was supposed to discipline him. Now, in the ruined demon realm, we were the last remaining royals of a destroyed kingdom. Iris approached me and gently held both of my hands. You have to be safe. Valia, facing her gaze, I felt an odd sense of discomfort due to some strange emotion. Was it because the succubus queen's race was naturally easy to love? No, that wasn't it. I wasn't Valia, but I had a strange feeling as if Valia was responding. Valia had been tormented by Iris, but somehow, I instinctively knew. A bizarre certainty that Valia liked Iris. The peculiar sensation I felt when looking into Iris's eyes gave me that certainty. If history had taken its original course, Iris would have become a slave in the Empire, and Valia would have died wandering the wilderness. Of course, I wasn't Valia. I wasn't captivated by the succubus race either, so don't push yourself too hard either. Okay. I only expressed concern for Iris that stemmed from a sense of camaraderie. In the blink of an eye, just as we had arrived at Edina Archipelago, our return was just as quick. Lucinil offered to watch over us if we were going to the Demon King's castle, but I declined. The area around the Demon King's castle was already tightly controlled by human forces, and we had Savelin Turner accompanying us. If she and Lucinil were to accidentally meet, something strange might happen. Thus, Lucinil decided it was better to stay in the royal capital and assist with Sarkigar's mission. There was a secret space in the Demon King's castle. However, neither Iris nor I knew where it was, and if I were to find that place, I'd need to avoid others' eyes and enter it secretly, but I still didn't have a proper plan for that yet. Fortunately, Charlotte's symptoms didn't worsen before our departure to the demon realm. At the royal class dormitory, Savelin Turner secretly called for me. The time was night. Outside the royal class dormitory, I faced Savelin Turner in a dark space. His Majesty has granted permission. We leave in 2 days. Yes, as I calmly responded. Savelin Turner suddenly grabbed my shoulder. She looked into my eyes with a serious expression. Reinhardt, I asked you to come with me out of selfishness, but I think you're not fully aware of the risks involved in this. Risks? Yes. Her Highness the Princess is very worried about you coming with us. Charlotte had thanked me, but she also said it was dangerous, and I didn't need to come. So she had been worrying about it for days. Was there still an unknown threat at the Demon King's castle? Did Charlotte think I was taking too many risks by going with them? If you mean that the Demon King's castle is dangerous. No, that's not the issue. As if I completely missed the point, she shook her head. I have no interest in politics, but I'm also in a position where I don't have to be involved in political affairs. It's not boasting, it's a fact. The strongest knight on the continent, thanks to her influence and authority, she could live without being involved in politics if she wanted to. But not me. Apparently, I knew that too. The weak living in the midst of politics cannot remain neutral. That's only possible after securing power or influence. When she mentioned politics instead of physical danger, I thought I understood what Savelin Turner was saying. Are you talking about Bertus? Yes, Bertus and Charlotte. I had somewhat forgotten about the issue between the two of them. Charlotte treasured me, and it had been quite some time since Bertus had taken any action against me. There are many people in the demon realm, and the fact that Her Highness and I are heading there directly is not something we can hide. So if you go with us, that fact will eventually become known. If I went to the demon castle with Charlotte, Bertus would eventually find out about it. Bertus would know that I had firmly sided with Charlotte. You have already received the royal emblem. His Highness the Crown Prince will soon know that you are the master of Tiamata. And there was the matter of being Toan's champion. It was not information that Bertus could miss, that Ellen and I had received the royal emblem together. Of course, my importance as a person had risen, and it was clear that I sided with Charlotte. This meant that just by going to the demon realm, I would inevitably make Bertus a certain enemy in the future. Savelin Turner was not ignorant of politics, although she did not get involved in political affairs. It seemed she was warning me, thinking that I did not know the real danger of this matter. This is the last time, Reinhardt. It's strange for me to say this after asking for a favor, but you don't have to come if it's too dangerous. Her Highness wishes for that as well. Charlotte seemed not to want to put me in any more danger. If I went to the demon realm with Charlotte, I would eventually make Bertus an enemy. But what would change if I stayed here and did nothing? It was bound to be known that I was Toan's champion anyway. I needed to find out not only about Charlotte's treatment, but also what remained in the demon castle. And I knew that the worries of Saverlyn Turner and Charlotte must be unfounded. The royal capital given to me. It already said everything. I don't think Bertus is foolish enough to carelessly lay a hand on Toan's champion. Treatment equivalent to royalty. No, even more than that. At this point, Ellen and I were more important to humanity than the crown prince, the crown princess, or even the emperor himself. In such a situation, if Bertus tried to kill me or cause me harm simply because I sided with Charlotte, he would face the wrath of the furious emperor. Ellen and I were expendable in the fight against the Demon King, but until the moment we became expendable, we had no choice but to receive the most important treatment on the continent. Lagan Artorius may not have used any political advantage, but I wouldn't be like that. Bertus wouldn't touch me. As long as it wasn't an event that revealed my true identity, he absolutely wouldn't touch me. So, I will go. But would my identity remain hidden once Bertus became an enemy? That was uncertain. All right, I'll pass that message to Her Highness. I knew that my predestined fate was approaching, and I couldn't hide my true identity forever. Champion of Toan. That would protect me in all circumstances and political climates. I had exposed the remnants of the demon realm's forces, escalating humanity's crisis, and through my status as Toan's champion, I had established political grounds to protect myself. It was quite a vile move, acting as the savior in a crisis that I had instigated if one only looked at the surface. In the end, Elaris's words about Tiamata's political purpose being greater proved to be true. The day we decided to set off for the Demon Lord's realm. It's really okay. I won't be gone long, and you don't really need to be there. Charlotte trailed off with a gloomy expression. She was always grateful, but felt sorry that she could only receive from me and never offer help. Even this task, despite having a strong political footing, carried great risks. So, on the day of departure, I could see her wish that I didn't go with them. When I hear such words from someone who came crying and clinging to me in their pajamas when things got rough, it's hard to believe. What? Caught off guard by my words, Charlotte's face turned red, and Saverlyn Turner, who had finished preparing for departure nearby, looked shocked. When things actually go wrong, whining and crying won't help. So, just quietly come along. What are you saying? Charlotte's face flushed as she began to wildly hit me. That's right. Get angry like that. What? Seeing Charlotte's apologetic expression made me feel even more miserable. It makes me feel more at ease. Charlotte stared blankly at me, her lips trembling before finally letting out a choked scream. You're really weird. You make people feel grateful, then hateful, and then grateful again. Charlotte stormed ahead, sniffling, and Saverlyn Turner let out a sigh as she looked at me. You casually talk about things that could get you arrested for lese majesté, and while you're strange for that, I'm even weirder for getting used to your antics. Under normal circumstances, she would have interfered and called my actions reckless, but I had been acting this way so much that she was now only bewildered and didn't step in. Saverlyn Turner seemed to find it strange that she had become accustomed to my antics. Chapter 349. One way or another, I ended up visiting the Darkland during summer vacation, and now, during winter break, I found myself returning. Of course, my companion had changed from Ellen, the next hero, to the princess and the continent's greatest swordmaster. The destination Ellen and I headed to was considered the outskirts of Darkland. The demon castle we had to visit this time was located deep within Darkland. The coalition forces had advanced in a single-point breakthrough, capturing the demon castle, but their marching route had left the surrounding areas unexplored. The Darkland Pioneering Project was being led by adventurers, but they still hadn't been able to cover a wide area. The departure party consisted of just me, Saverlyn Turner, and Charlotte. There was no need for additional escorts or attendants, and mobilizing a large force would only cause chaos. We'll have to pass through quite a few warp gates. Your Highness. Yes. The coalition forces had built warp gates at regular intervals during their advance to supply their troops. Naturally, these gates would have been key interception points for the demon army during the war. Our plan was to pass through a series of large warp gates to reach the Aegesian forward base, and then follow the coalition forces' advance route directly to the demon castle. It would take some time to activate the dormant gates, but with a warp gate, installed right in front of the demon castle after the war. Our actual travel time wouldn't be too long. Charlotte looked tense. The demon castle had been like hell for her. She was returning to a place she never wanted to see again, hoping that there might be even the slightest clue to resolving her condition. Charlotte's feelings were complicated, and I shared them. At this point, the demon castle was occupied by the Imperial army. They had thoroughly looted the castle, but the complete search and investigation of the entire castle had not yet finished. After passing through the Aegesian forward base and multiple warp gates, my party arrived at the demon castle much faster than we had anticipated. Both Charlotte and I were at a loss for words as we gazed upon the desolate site of the demon castle. The enormous grey castle stood beneath the clear blue winter sky. The traces of war still remained in the demon castle. The walls bore the marks of countless magical spells and siege weapons. Is this the demon castle? Evelyn Turner hadn't participated in the Great Demon War and was seeing the demon castle for the first time. I didn't know what emotions she felt as she looked upon the traces of humanity's great victory. We didn't plan on announcing our arrival, since it would inevitably become known to Bertus. A commotion would arise if high-ranking figures suddenly appeared at the garrison. Thus, the three of us flipped our robes as we approached the demon castle. Your Highness, I am Count Alfred, performing the duties of the overall commander of the demon castle garrison. Only the commander, who had received advance notice of our arrival, had come out to greet us alone. I sensed that Charlotte and Evelyn Turner were trying to prevent any unnecessary commotion. Ah, I see. It's nice to meet you, Count Alfred. Charlotte's power was related to the Demon King, and Bertus was likely aware of this. She simply wasn't using it as a weapon. Therefore, Charlotte had come to the Demon Castle garrison under the guise of inspection. She whispered a small explanation to me. Although it wasn't always active, there was a warp gate here, making the supply situation for the garrison look quite good. Instead of tents, proper buildings were constructed around the demon castle, and the army seemed to be more focused on exploration and research than combat. Following the lead of Commander Alfred, we headed for the garrison command post. Our visit was not exactly a secret, but it wasn't openly announced either. Only a very few people in the garrison, including the commander, knew that we would be coming today. Count Alfred seemed to think of me as a simple attendant. After a brief meal with the commander, he took us to the map room of the command post. Charlotte's apparent purpose was to check on the investigation status of the demon castle. In the middle of the map room, there was a model of the demon castle's architecture, and the walls were filled with drawings that appeared to be targeting the castle. The demon castle is very large, as it was the dwelling place of the demon king. Therefore, the exploration has not been completed yet. Is it only that much? Yes. The architectural model depicted the collapsed walls of the demon castle in great detail. In reality, the demon castle was quite large. Just as the size of the imperial palace was enormous, so was the demon castle. While the imperial palace had one palace in each of the four cardinal directions, the demon castle had a very large palace at its center, meant for the demon king, and was surrounded by numerous auxiliary buildings of considerable size. Actually, there are still areas where traps are active, so we are proceeding cautiously with the exploration to avoid casualties until we fully understand them. Whether Charlotte's words sounded like criticism, the commander muttered with a troubled expression. I think it's right to proceed cautiously, as there's no hurry. I didn't mean any offense, Commander. Thank you, Your Highness. The demon castle was so large that the exploration had not yet been completed. The reason was the presence of areas where traps were still active, although the exterior could be built as it appeared. Resulting in the construction of the model, there were still unexplored parts left on the targeting drawings. Nevertheless, the commander began explaining, pointing to the targeting drawings and the three-dimensional model of the parts that had been revealed. The auxiliary building, as large as the palace itself, was a barracks. It felt quite strange to hear about something I didn't know about the demon castle from the garrison commander, as I was a prince of the demon realm. It is assumed that the standing army was stationed in the barracks. However, no matter how large it could not have accommodated all the demons and monsters that fought against us during the Demon Realm War. Therefore, we presume that they summoned demons from other regions who were residing there. That makes sense. During the war, The number of troops at the demon castle had far exceeded the capacity that could be accommodated. The commander added that there wouldn't have been so many troops in the demon castle during peacetime. On the first floor of the Demon King's palace, there are facilities for living, such as dining rooms and ballrooms. And in the center of the palace, do you see this courtyard? Yes. The center of the Demon King's palace was open, and there was a wide, open space. There were broken pillars and statues there. Even the shattered debris was depicted in great detail. Although it was only a model, I could sense that an extraordinary battle had taken place here on a massive scale. Could this be? Charlotte looked at the commander, who nodded. Yes, the massive courtyard of the demon castle. This is where Lagan Artorius and the Demon King fought. In the center of the demon castle, the place where the hero and the Demon King clashed. Charlotte and I didn't witness the battle, but we heard a deafening noise that sounded like the world crumbling. Charlotte shuddered slightly, and I swallowed quietly. The traces of the Demon King. Charlotte had a vague thought that touching them might give her some insight or resolve her current condition. I need to see this place. So, it was only natural for Charlotte to say that. The demon castle was vast, so we each rode a horse to get around. I had learned to ride at Temple, so I could manage it without any trouble. The demon castle was a research area, so no one lived there unless they had a special mission. Thus, there was a large village called the Garrison surrounding the demon castle. It was impossible to know if there had been a demon village near the demon castle like the royal capital. If there hadn't been one, there never was, and if there had been, the traces would have vanished entirely during the war. Which areas have been secured as safe so far? The commander answered Charlotte's question. All the auxiliary buildings have been secured, and we have confirmed that there are no active traps in the above-ground part of the demon castle. However, the underground part is still dangerous, so please refrain from going there. As long as you don't go too deep underground, you should be able to move around freely without major problems. That meant there was nothing to gain from the demon castle's above-ground area. To discover what I needed to know, did I have to go underground? Charlotte asked the commander another question as she guided her horse alongside him. Have there been many soldiers caught in traps? Not just soldiers. Experienced rangers, knights, and even mages have been caught. If they only get injured, it's fortunate. But some have their minds shattered by mental magic traps. That's why we're even more cautious when exploring the underground area. I see. This wasn't some dungeon in the middle of nowhere. These were traps in the demon castle. Charlotte fell silent at the mention of the dangers of tampering with them, which could result in death or disability. Bertus's problem aside, the demon castle wasn't a particularly safe place. The commander repeatedly warned us not to venture into the underground area, as it hadn't been fully secured. But I, Charlotte, and Turner likely shared the same thought. If there were any clues, they would be found underground. We soon arrived at the entrance of the magnificent and grand demon castle. The girl who was believed to be a poor hostage taken to the demon castle turned out to be a princess. As soon as she was rescued, she had a premonition that she would die. I acquired a teleportation scroll upon returning with Dyrus and raced at full speed on horseback to escape from the hands of the knights of the Salarian Duke family. If I hadn't been there, Charlotte would have died. What was Charlotte thinking? Did she think about the fear, pain, and the terrible times she had endured? However, Charlotte's expression, which I caught a glimpse of, seemed full of sorrow. It didn't seem like she was thinking about anger or pain. I knew what she was thinking without asking. She must have been thinking about Valia. He had saved her, but then disappeared suddenly. They exchanged letters for a while, but then she cut off contact herself. Now she had to ponder his true identity in the midst of her pain, and I, as Reinhardt, was by Charlotte's side at that moment. Let's go in, Charlotte, who had dismounted from her horse, spoke with forced cheerfulness. The path leading to the courtyard of the demon castle wasn't too complicated. It was just that the scale of the place was so massive that we had to pass through long, wide corridors and several halls. There were still traces of battle inside the castle. Of course, your Highness would know better than anyone. After the Demon King died, all the demons surrendered. I see. As the commander walked through the castle, he pointed out the remnants of battle inside the massive halls. Most of the traces you see within the palace are from the hero's party. Ah, I see. The gates of the demon castle had not fallen until the death of the Demon King. And after the surrender, all battles ceased. so there were no conflicts between the Demon King's forces and the allied forces within the palace. The broken furniture, shattered statues, and collapsed walls were the result of the confrontation between the Demon King's forces and the hero's party within the palace. The commander gave various explanations as he walked through the palace. There was a sense of pride in his tone, the great victory of humanity, and the Demon Castle was a museum-like place that recorded that victory. It seemed that way, and his words weren't entirely wrong. Standing in front of the collapsed wall in what must have been a dining hall, the commander spoke. He suddenly performed a small bow in front of it. A single white flower was placed where he had bowed. Ragnar Alfi's body was found here, the place where one of the hero's party members' bodies had been discovered. After the Demon King died, they must have collected all the bodies, so the corpses of the hero's party members would have been found scattered throughout the Demon Castle. The locations where the bodies were found would also be recorded. And over there, one of the four heavenly kings, Arcurian, was found dead alongside him. Ragnar Alfi, the ranger of the hero's party. I had never heard of the four heavenly kings or Arcurian, as I had not set them up in my story. What I had set up was that, as the party defeated the four heavenly kings one by one, they also died one by one. And in the end, only Lagan Artorius was left to face the Demon King. The cliché of dying one by one as they defeated the four heavenly kings was something I had just come up with, without any particular thought behind it. Maybe there was a backstory to each of the four heavenly kings facing the hero's party one by one. It's something I couldn't know now. Savelyn, Turner, and Charlotte followed the commander and bowed their heads in silence at that spot for a moment. And so did I, although it wasn't like tourism. The commander led us as if it were his duty. This time, it was a massive corridor rather than a hall. There, too, a fresh white flower had been placed, as if it had not been there long. It seemed like someone brought flowers every day. The pillars in the hallway had collapsed, and somewhere among the fallen pillars, the commander mused again. The corpse of Mullerun was found here, a mage in the hero party, along with the body of the succubus Queen Rhaena, one of the four heavenly kings. Succubus Queen Rhaena, Iris's mother. It wasn't an unfamiliar name, so it wasn't a name that approached with a weightless significance. The commander spoke while gazing at the traces of the collapse. Succubus Queen Rhaena was a serious problem. On nights when she exerted her influence, tens of thousands of soldiers feared being enchanted by her dreams and could not sleep. Those who couldn't resist sleep and fell asleep often never woke up. He emphasized several times that the true fear of the succubus queen was that the essence of her power was dream manipulation. Though she might not be able to enter the minds of those with very strong willpower or those who had received anti-magic training, countless soldiers without such resistance became helpless victims of her dreams. In fact, excluding Larkin Simonstead, the succubus queen and her kind probably killed the most allied soldiers. Upon hearing the name Larkin Simonstead, Savelyn Turner flinched slightly. Was it a mistake? The commander spoke again and walked ahead. I think the problem was that she amplified her magic beyond its limits to save her companions from the powerful charm magic of the succubus queen. The commander, Count Alfred, then went to each place where the bodies of the hero party were found. The original purpose was to see the place where Ragnar Artorius and Demon King Valia fought, but Charlotte didn't say much. It was as if it was her duty to check on the people who saved her life. Passing the place where the cleric, Shadin, died, they reached the spot where the demonic swordsman Sage's area, who was presumed to be one of the last two remaining, had died. The commander let out a somber sigh. Here, the bodies of the first heavenly king, Larkin Simonstead, and the demonic swordsman Sage's area were found. It is presumed that shortly after that, the battle between Ragnar Artorius and the Demon King took place. Larkin Simonstead. I heard from Iris that we had learned swordsmanship from him. I was a slacker, and Iris was an honor student. Of course, I don't know much about him. However, Savelyn Turner stared intently at the scene where an incredible battle had undoubtedly taken place, her expression tense. I wanted to kill him with my own hands. Savelyn Turner's fingertips trembled slightly. Neither Charlotte nor the commander said anything. It seemed they already knew. It was clear that I was the only one who didn't know why Savelyn Turner said such a thing. Sensing my confusion, she gave me a bittersweet smile. He was my teacher. What? I was dumbfounded by the completely unexpected statement. Charlotte and the commander stared at me. No, you learned swordsmanship from a demon. Sava Linterna crossed her arms and muttered quietly. I guess you didn't know. Well, you might not know. It's possible. Larkin Simmonstit was human. One of the top 4 demon kings was actually human. My jaw dropped. Isn't it a big deal not to know this? Fortunately, as an orphan, I could just let it slide. A treacherous traitor of the Empire who deserved to be chewed up and killed. Sava Linterna's eyes burned with a quiet rage. Come to think of it. Yes, the prince and princess had learned swordsmanship from Count Larkin Simonstite, the former first heavenly king, the title of count. Upon reflection, it seemed fitting for a knight, didn't it? Chapter 350, Sava Linterna briefly explained about Larkin Simonstite. Larkin Simonstite was the leader of Shanapel when Sava Linterna was a newcomer, and even then, she was of considerable age. Just as Sava Linterna held the title of the continent's strongest swordsman, so had Larkin. Larkin Simonstite taught Sava Linterna many things to groom her as the next leader of Shanapel. After a grueling training that required even her immense genius to reevaluate everything she learned at Temple, she became the captain of Shanapel's first night squad. At the time Sava Linterna was a newcomer, Larkin Simonstite was already an old man over 80. Although his aging was slow due to training and magic usage, like Sava Linterna, he had long passed the age of retirement. Thus, after cultivating the next generation and seeing Sava Linterna's skills on track, he handed over the leadership of Shanapel to another and retired. It wasn't a strange occurrence. Everyone knew that he was living a quiet life in retirement. As the sense of crisis in the Demon Realm war escalated, the Empire needed power, and they wanted to borrow the hand of the retired Grandmaster. However, unexpectedly, Larkin Simonstite had become one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's army, holding the heavy title of the first heavenly king. It was surprising that one of the 4 heavenly kings was human, and he was even a mentor to Sava Linterna. In the original work, even the deceased Demon King was barely mentioned, so there was no reason to mention the 4 heavenly kings. There was no reason to discuss the 4 heavenly kings while living in this world, as the Demon King was only occasionally mentioned. Thus, was a bizarre situation where I was the only one who didn't know what almost everyone else did. As for why he became one of the 4 heavenly kings of Darkland, I don't know. Sava Linterna shook her head. I probably will never know. She was set up as a character who felt guilty for not participating in the Demon Realm War, but there was a hidden side to the story that I didn't know. Why did Larkin Simonstite betray humanity and join the side of Darkland? Could Lawyer, Sarkagar, or Elaris possibly know? I hadn't asked any questions related to the 4 heavenly kings because I wasn't curious about them initially, but now I became curious about the stories involving them, even though they no longer existed in this world. Still, it seemed he lived well in Darkland, receiving good treatment since he held the position of the first heavenly king and even taught swordsmanship to Iris. Sava Linterna had many questions for Larkin, who betrayed the Empire and humanity, but in the end, she couldn't head to Darkland under the pretext of protecting the royal family. That's why it couldn't be anything but bitter for her to arrive at the demon castle now that everything was over. We walked further and finally reached our intended destination, the center of the demon castle, a ruined, empty field. The traces of the battle still remained, despite the rain and snow that must have fallen since the fighting ended. This is where humanity achieved its final victory, the place where the battle between the Demon King and the hero had taken place. All the pillars and statues were destroyed, and the ground was deeply scarred. Despite the vast space, evidence of intense battles could be found everywhere, and the walls of the demon castle were either torn apart or collapsed, as if something had ripped them out. It's hard to believe that only 2 beings fought here. Even Sava Linterna, the strongest in the world at this point, seemed taken aback. Even after seeing this, I can't begin to fathom how powerful the Demon King was, and the same goes for Artorias who faced him. We walked towards the center of the clearing. I can't believe Lagan Artorias was this formidable. Sava Linterna seemed shocked for another reason. No matter how great Lagan Artorias was, he was not even 30 years old. He had killed a retired Grandmaster and even the Demon King with his powerful companions. Sava Linterna began to wonder if it was truly possible. We couldn't find the Demon King's corpse due to the intensity of the battle. But Artorius was found here, with Alspringer plunged into the ground as if he were sleeping. I didn't see the fight, nor did I describe it, but I knew the truth. I knew that it wasn't Lagan Artorius's power that defeated the Demon King. It was the power of Alspringer. No one knew the true purpose of Alspringer except me. The war guard Alspringer, it was, quite literally, a sword that could summon the war guard. From the start, it was Lagan Artorius, who had become the avatar of Als, who fought the Demon King. The price was his life. Artorius sacrificed his life to kill the Demon King. Ludwig would become the owner of Alspringer. Therefore, in the original plot, Ludwig eventually used the true power of Alspringer, which means, as a tragic romanticist, I ended up doing the insane act of killing the protagonist in a story that began as a slice of life. Charlotte sent the commander back, saying she had enough guidance now. From this point on, the conversations that he shouldn't be part of would begin. It was okay for her to wander around the upper levels, but he earnestly warned her not to venture into the underground. There were soldiers in the demon castle, but not many. If there were any, they would be focusing on searching the underground. The commander had told them various things, but they hadn't come to witness the turning point in human history. They came to find clues to improve Charlotte's condition. Your Majesty, do you feel anything? Not at all. The place where the Demon King had died. Charlotte seemed to feel nothing upon arriving there. In the end, it was just a random location. There was no trace of the Demon King's corpse, and if there was a spirit of the Demon King, it would be too vague to hope it was still lingering here. Moreover, too much time had passed. The place had witnessed a great battle, but there was nothing left besides its remnants. I guess we have no choice but to hope there's something in the underground. But it seems much more dangerous than we anticipated. You're right. There were not only traps that activated upon stepping on them, but also magic that attacked the mind. Let's start with the ground level. There might be something upstairs as well. Charlotte led the way, convinced that there was still plenty to see in the demon castle, even if they didn't venture underground. His memories of the demon castle weren't very clear. The situation had been urgent, and since meeting Charlotte, time had flown by like a storm. There was no room for leisure, as even the slightest mistake could have meant death, making him feel like he was sprinting on thin ice. His psychological state, pushed to the limit, had likely contributed to this as well. I should have brought Dyrus. Sava Linterna quietly said so. I don't think Dyrus would have had good memories of this place either, so there was no need to bring him. You're right about that. Just as my memories of the demon castle were hazy, the same must have been true for Charlotte. She must have spent most of her time imprisoned there. To Charlotte, the demon castle must have been nothing but a place of horrible memories, incomparable to those of Dyrus and me. Beyond the cruel experiences, she had ultimately awakened a strange power and killed everyone in the prison. The shock of cannibalism, the resulting despair, fear, and revulsion. In the end, Charlotte killed not only her mother, but everyone else who was trapped there. It was impossible to know if Charlotte was thinking about the trauma from that time. She just quietly walked down the corridor of the demon castle. I, too, found the situation somewhat surreal. I was neither being chased by someone nor facing a life-threatening situation. Although not entirely relaxed, I could observe the demon castle at leisure. The corridor's ceiling was high, and the overall passageway was spacious. I had seen various palaces before, including the Spring Palace, Central Palace Tetra, White Palace Arlania, and even High Fortress Epifax. But the demon castle had ceilings and passages that were larger and more spacious than necessary. The scale is immense. I wonder if it needs to be this big. It seemed that Sava Linterna wasn't the only one thinking this way. It's not meant for humans to traverse. The one who answered wasn't me, the demon prince, but Charlotte. Ah, right. No, I felt like a real fool because Charlotte explained something I should have known. I shouldn't know. I'm not actually a demon prince. Demons could be larger or gigantic, so it made sense for the castle to be built to accommodate them. Could ogres roam around at this size? Of course. Not all rooms were large enough for such giants to pass through. There were also traces of destroyed statues throughout the hallways. The destroyed pieces had been removed, but the size of the wall paintings suggested that there had once been statues of considerable size. Charlotte stopped in front of one. What is it? I remembered what I heard from Dyrus. Charlotte scanned the broken statue. Dyrus and, She was about to say that child, but Charlotte looked at me and stopped talking. Maybe she felt sorry for bringing up Valia after promising to forget about him. Just say it. There's no need to be that considerate. Ah, ahem. Anyway, they entered the Demon King's palace and took a teleport scroll to rescue me. But when they tried to leave the palace, they were attacked by the knights of the Salerian Duchy to silence us. I see. It seemed like this was the first time Charlotte had told Savelin Turner about what had happened in the Demon Castle. At that time, gargoyles suddenly activated and attacked the knights. That's how they managed to escape safely. The memory was still vivid for me. The knights of the Salerian Duchy had tried to kill us, and I had thought about the gargoyles. In a situation like this, usually, things like that move, that kind of feeling. As if reacting to my thoughts, the gargoyles activated and attacked the knights, killing one on the spot. So, they must have destroyed all the statues after that. Charlotte seemed to conclude that they had destroyed all the statues afterward, seeing the precedent. Savelin Turner remained silent, her eyes downcast. She had promised to maintain political neutrality. However, Charlotte, having suffered in the Demon Castle and finally being rescued, only to be nearly killed by Bertus's minions, must have stirred her emotions. Of course, she already knew about it, and it wasn't her first time hearing it. But seeing the scene and hearing it from Charlotte herself seemed to make it harder for her to maintain her composure. From the start, she was not neutral. Saving Charlotte's life and working for her continuous survival could never be considered neutral. Once Charlotte's safety was secured, it might have been possible to take a step back from her troubles, but that time had not yet come. Her neutrality had already been shaken, and it seemed even more so due to the terrible things Bertus had tried to do. From the events at the Demon Castle to the horrifying memories of being unable to free herself from the aftereffects afterward, it had been a dreadful journey back to the Demon Castle. Feeling sorry for Charlotte, Savelin Turner's heart leaned heavily towards her. Turner struggled to maintain her own belief in neutrality while her heart leaned towards Charlotte. "It's okay, Lady Turner," Charlotte said softly as she walked ahead. "If our situations were reversed, I would have done the same thing to myself that Bertus tried to do." Charlotte spoke calmly. "After all, that's why I knew something would happen to me in the first place. In the end, they were all the same. It wasn't that Bertus was particularly bad, it was just that in that situation, his actions had been the natural response. So, there's no need to pity me so much." "I'm sorry, Your Highness," Charlotte spoke as she slowly walked down the hallway. She didn't defend Bertus, nor did she belittle herself. Instead, she spoke to ease the psychological burden Savelin Turner was feeling. Chapter 351, The Demon Castle was vast and enormous, taking quite some time to explore each floor. Most of the rooms were either empty or filled with dust, since anything of value had been taken. There were spaces like libraries without books or wide open, empty rooms that seemed to be storage areas. A throne, presumably where the Demon King once sat, could be found as well. The throne room was larger than any other throne room I had seen before. That was probably because the demons who came here varied greatly in size. After exploring the first floor, we wandered through the upper levels. We even passed by the place where I had discovered the magic scroll. Naturally, it was empty. As we walked down the corridor, we inevitably arrived at that place, the prison cell. "This is," Charlotte nodded her head. "Yes, this is where I was held captive, a place filled with nothing but terrible memories. I don't think there's anything good to see if we go in there." Charlotte hesitated for a moment, then turned away with some effort. "Only trauma, not remnants of the Demon King, could be found here. Clatter, Your Highness." "Ah." As she walked, Charlotte suddenly stumbled and was supported by Turner. "Are you all right?" As I approached, I noticed cold sweat on Charlotte's forehead. Her body must have been affected by the resurgence of her traumatic memories. "It's nothing, just suddenly felt weak in the legs." It wasn't a memory that could be easily forgotten, and being at the scene made it even more difficult. Turner entrusted Charlotte to me by learning her on me. "I'll leave Her Highness to you for a moment. I'll find a place to rest." "All right." Charlotte leaned on me, holding onto my arm as Turner sprinted down the corridor. "Ha, ha," Charlotte panted as if she had been running vigorously. "Does it feel dangerous now?" "No, it's not that. It's just—" It wasn't a power-induced seizure, but rather something similar to hyperventilation. Charlotte took a few deep breaths, and soon her breathing stabilized. "I knew it wouldn't be easy, but it's harder than I thought." The mastermind who killed everyone in the prison was herself, a fact she had only shared with me. I helped Charlotte lean against the wall and offered my arm for support. After some time had passed, I found a suitable place to rest. Let's go there. Evelyn Turner, having checked the upper floors, approached us and said that. We went through a few more corridors and climbed a few more floors before arriving at a space that resembled a bedroom. Although no valuables were visible, the furniture remained in place. After opening the window and dusting off the sofa, Evelyn Turner laid Charlotte down on it. Charlotte showed a vague smile. Lady Turner, I'm not hurt. Even so, you should rest a bit. We've walked quite a lot today, haven't we? Ha, you're right. Charlotte lay on the sofa, catching her breath. It was a strange feeling, not knowing whether to worry about a trauma-induced episode or be grateful that it wasn't a power-induced seizure. Evelyn Turner quietly observed the bedroom. Seems like we've found ourselves in a rather high-class bedroom, even by Demon Castle standards. Ah, indeed. There were no valuables, but all the large furniture pieces remained, judging by their quality. Evelyn Turner's assumption that this might have been the bedroom of someone with high social status in the Demon Castle seemed quite plausible. Somehow, it felt strange. Because of the reckless looting, we can't even identify whose bedroom this was. Of course, it might not be that important. Turner seemed to entertain the possibility that this could be the Demon King's bedroom. In truth, the room was fitting for that idea. One of the 4 Demon Kings, or the Demon King himself, and another noble figure. Creek Turner searched the room, opening closets and rummaging through drawers to see if anything had been left behind. Charlotte, struggling to sit up from the sofa, watched her. Evelyn Turner rummaged through the drawers. Anything valuable would have been taken already, so there shouldn't have been anything left. However, an inexplicable unease had taken hold of me. Creak as Evelyn Turner opened each drawer. An intense sense of impending discovery filled me. The warning of my intuition felt like a needle piercing my heart. Creak. Evelyn Turner opened a drawer in the dresser and tilted her head. Sure enough, the things that don't seem valuable are still here. She pulled something out of the drawer. It was a high-quality wooden case. The lid was open, but the contents were still inside. Someone seemed to have left it behind after deciding it wasn't worth taking. Biscuits, ha! Charlotte stared at the biscuits, eyes wide. I clenched my teeth so hard that my jaw ached, trying not to show any expression. Can I have that, please? Charlotte, eerily calm, asked quietly. Your Highness, they must be stale by now. I don't want to eat them. All right, here you go. Charlotte took the biscuit wrapped in its packaging and gazed at it. Individually wrapped biscuits. Charlotte stared intently at them. Biscuits from that time. You must be hungry. Have some of this. Why you are. I'm fine. You eat first. Why you eat too. Biscuits. Found in the bedroom of someone who must have been a high-class demon. Wrapped in the same packaging as that time. Charlotte tore open the wrapping and snapped the biscuit in half. Your Highness. Crunch. Ignoring Turner's protest. Charlotte bit into the biscuit. What did she feel? Charlotte would never forget. She would never forget the taste and shape of that biscuit, even if she forgot everything else. She couldn't tell if it tasted the same as before. However, a tear rolled down Charlotte's cheek as she took a bite of the biscuit. Ha! Charlotte realized something. Ha! Your Highness, why are you behaving like this? Suspicious circumstances abounded, but in the end, she refused to believe and tried to deny something. There was a limit to denying an unpleasant truth. This biscuit wasn't definite proof either. However, too many things had piled up. Evidence and suspicions accumulated, stacking up, again and again. Biscuits individually wrapped in an extremely luxurious case. Could it be that such a thing wouldn't roll around just anywhere? Charlotte's thoughts finally connected and reached a conclusion. Ha. Your Highness, what's the matter? Now it became an irreversible certainty. Hee, heh. Charlotte, bending at the waist, laughed like a madwoman. It seemed likely, but she also had a faint hope that it might not be true. That vague thought vanished completely. What was Charlotte thinking? In the end, did she think she was merely used for the escape of the next Demon King? I couldn't know. Heh, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Charlotte's laughter eventually turned into sobbing. There's a slightly larger bedroom inside, which is presumed to be the Demon King's bedroom. Evelyn Turner, who had checked all the nearby rooms, spoke with an uncertain expression. Charlotte had asked her to confirm if there was a slightly larger bedroom nearby. There was only one room further inside than this bedroom. In terms of size, it was thought to be the Demon King's bedroom. I didn't know the architectural philosophy of the Demon Castle, but what would the second most luxurious bedroom right next to the Demon King's quarters mean? Charlotte sat blankly with the biscuit box in front of her. This wasn't definitive evidence either, but it seemed to be the final psychological proof for Charlotte. Charlotte had known for a long time that Valia couldn't be unrelated to the Demon King. However, the successor of the Demon King had only recently started being active. Charlotte gave no explanation, but it seemed Turner knew what she was thinking. I remained silent. There was nothing I could say to comfort Charlotte at this moment, and even if I could, it didn't seem like my place. Your Highness, I don't know why, but it's just a biscuit in the end. This is. Even if you have any thoughts, it's not enough to be sure about anything. Savalin Turner started to say something, but then stopped. She didn't know the significance of this biscuit to Charlotte. Hearing Turner's words, Charlotte slowly nodded. That might be true, Charlotte spoke calmly. I just gave up now. Charlotte stopped defending Valia even in her heart. The child who saved me is either the son of the Demon King or the successor. I wanted to believe it wasn't true, but now I don't want to anymore. This couldn't be considered strong evidence, but enough had piled up to build a wall in Charlotte's heart. The child who saved me back then was the successor of the Demon King, and the mastermind behind the demon attacks in the royal capital. Charlotte was certain. I couldn't help but wonder, why did he save me then? Why? Even though he could have escaped alone, he chose to save me. That's why I thought maybe it wasn't true, that there was no reason to save me. That's why I wanted to believe it wasn't true. At the point when I left the demon castle with the teleport scroll, all I had to do was escape on my own. But I took the risk and went back to save Charlotte with Dyrus. That must have been why Charlotte tried to trust me until the very last moment. There was no reason for the Demon King's heir to risk his life to save Charlotte. If anything, he should have let her die. There was no reason for me, who should hate the Empire, to save Charlotte. That was the last psychological barrier that made Charlotte think maybe Valia wasn't the Demon King's son, but now that barrier had crumbled. Now, I think I know why he saved me. So now, Charlotte thinks, the reason why the Demon King's son had to save her, a valid and rational reason for risking his life. Charlotte looked at me this time. It's either the power of the Demon King within me or his soul. That's why, Charlotte muttered blankly. Seeing Charlotte like that gave me chills. It seemed like I knew what conclusion she would come to. He didn't save me. He didn't save me. With a blank expression, Charlotte looked at Biscuit and spoke slowly in a voice filled with betrayal. He saved the Demon King's soul within me. Once Charlotte was convinced that Valia was the Demon King's son, the only rational conclusion she could reach was that. She could never reach the thought that he saved her out of pure goodwill or desire. There was no reason for the Demon King's son to save the Empire's princess. He had lost the war. The Demon King was dead. It was impossible that the Demon King's son didn't know the princess of the Empire was captured here and that the Demon King's soul resided within her. So, it was not to save the princess, but the Demon King's soul within her. She couldn't help but reach the conclusion that he risked his life to save her so that the Demon King could be resurrected in the heart of the Empire someday. Ha! He, thinking about it now, it was obvious. It was obvious. Charlotte let out a hollow laugh, seemingly unable to understand why she hadn't reached this conclusion earlier. I wanted to tell her that it wasn't like that she was misunderstanding, that I simply didn't want her to die, that I didn't know who she was at the time, and that I had no idea something like that was dormant within her. It felt like someone was squeezing my heart. The misunderstanding grew, and it was too rational a misunderstanding for me to deny. I wanted to tell her that I had been watching over her all this time, trying to protect her, and that I was still trying to do so. But if I revealed my true identity, I would die. If I revealed that I was Valia, Charlotte would feel nothing but betrayal. All the lies I had told her up until now were a problem, as was the way her thoughts were developing. She might even think that me controlling her symptoms was ultimately for the complete resurrection of the Demon King. Certainly, if I hadn't stopped Charlotte when she went on a rampage that day, there would have been casualties, but she would have ended up dead. No one saw how desperately I fought that day. It ultimately helped me hide my true identity, but it also left the problem that Charlotte herself had no idea how sincerely I had fought for her. Once she started suspecting Valia, if I revealed that I was Valia, Everything I had done as Reinhardt would be seen as being for the sake of reviving the Demon King. Ha 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 ha. In the end, I couldn't say anything in front of Charlotte, who was laughing without energy. Chapter 352, The Search of the Demon Castle's Surface forced Charlotte to face a truth she didn't want to acknowledge. She became convinced that Valia had been using her from the very beginning. The holes in her reasoning fit perfectly if it was all for the resurrection of the Demon King, rather than for saving her life. That's why Charlotte couldn't do anything more at the moment. Her motivation had vanished entirely because of the sense of betrayal. Did she regret warning Eloris to run away? At that time, Charlotte had been almost certain that he was the successor to the Demon King. It was just that her doubt about Valia's intention to save her had only come about now. Now it was clear. The moment my true identity was revealed, Charlotte would inevitably hate me, even if others didn't know. What mattered was, if I found and executed a way to completely heal Charlotte's condition in the Demon Castle, she would be able to recognize that my intentions to protect her were pure, even after my identity was revealed. Somehow, I was now thinking under the assumption that a situation revealing my true identity was bound to happen. There was no choice. If I had only intended to live a quiet life in Temple, I wouldn't face a situation that would expose my true identity. But I couldn't do that, which is why I was involved in various incidents. Despite knowing the dangers of having a long tail, I had no choice but to keep extending it. I wasn't in a situation where I could explore more, and there was nothing else to see since the surface was already uncovered. We discovered Valia's room, which I hadn't known about, and Charlotte gained certainty about something because of it. Thus, a natural question arose. The first place I regained consciousness wasn't Valia's room, it was the hallway. I was Prince Valia of the Demon Realm, but I wasn't Valia either. The real Prince Valia of the Demon Realm wasn't a good prince. He was a good-for-nothing, lazy, and incompetent fool. He was a pathetic man who only boasted by relying on the Demon King's power. Although I used the convenient excuse of losing my memory, I didn't know anything about Valia except that he was an arrogant and useless person. But Valia must have had a life before I became him. So, Valia must have been doing something just before the Demon King's death. That was the moment when I took over Valia's body. Today, I saw Valia's room for the first time. The first place I regained consciousness was the hallway, not a room but a hallway. It meant I was going somewhere. Where on earth was Valia, the one I took over, headed before me, to the battlefield where the Demon King was fighting, in the extremely weakened state that was the epitome of powerlessness at the time. A question I had never pondered before surfaced upon arriving at the Demon Castle, in the VIP room of the garrison headquarters. It seemed to be a room prepared in advance for high-ranking nobles or military officers who came for inspections. The interior was like a hotel, with several bedrooms, and it was a comfortable place to stay for a few days. Instead of using separate rooms, we decided to share a room, as we didn't know how Charlotte's condition would be in the middle of the night. Anyway, the bedrooms were separate, so it didn't really matter. I'll go and check on the underground search situation. Yes, Lady Turner. Rest well. Savelyn Turner briefly left the room. Charlotte, who had been wearing a robe all day, hung it on a hanger and stared at me. What? I want to take a bath. That's right. She was incredibly embarrassed about someone hearing her bathe. Right, I could tell that Charlotte wanted to say something to me but hesitated out of guilt. I'll step out for a bit. Considering her current state, it wasn't the time to bother Charlotte. I'm sorry. While Charlotte took a bath, I remained outside the VIP room, in the hallway outside the garrison VIP room. Through the window, I could see the towering walls of the Demon Castle, a secret place. The underground seemed the most likely, but how would we enter, and how would we bypass the traps? There were rangers and wizards, familiar with traps in the garrison, to uncover the secrets of the Demon Castle, but the fact that they were struggling meant that we wouldn't have any brilliant ideas either. Click, as I was lost in various thoughts. Time passed, and the sound of the door opening accompanied Charlotte poking her head out. Water dripped from her hair, and her face was flushed red. I'm done bathing. That's a weird thing to think. Charlotte, who had changed into a white dress, wore slippers and wiped the moisture from her hair while looking in the mirror. Usually, someone would do that for her, but since she had to live alone in Temple, both Bertus and Charlotte learned to do it themselves. The dignity or authority of a princess. I didn't really feel it from her appearance. She felt like a normal person of her age. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Charlotte asked, noticing my gaze. "Oh, nothing, just—" Charlotte returned to the mirror and continued drying her hair. After a while, Charlotte, who had roughly dried her hair, sat down beside me, the princess, wearing only a white dress and slippers. Charlotte leaned her head against me quietly. She must be physically and mentally exhausted today, so I didn't say much. "It's strange." "What is?" "The story I heard from Dedo. It keeps coming to my mind these days. The bizarre claim that we would get married. When I first heard it, I thought it was nonsense. Our statuses were vastly different, and while I thought you were a good person, honestly, I didn't have that kind of interest." "So, what? You're the champion of Toan." "That's right. Status, that's no longer a problem. The champion of Toan. Being chosen by the gods alone made my status more special than anyone else in the world. Something incomparable to royalty or imperial families. Something entirely different. I think emotions are no longer an issue," Charlotte said, matter-of-factly. Her plain confession lacked any strong impact, making it rather strange. "I used to think that prophecy was absolutely wrong. Now, it seemed odd to think that the prophecy would not come true. I couldn't find the words to respond, so I remained silent. Now I still think it's wrong, but the reason is very different from before." "What do you mean?" Charlotte leaned against me and looked up. "I never intended to marry you or anything like that." "I suppose not," Charlotte smiled as she looked at me. "But now, even if I wanted to marry you, it seems like you wouldn't agree to it." Her words left me feeling breathless. Her bluntness made it impossible to find a suitable response. "With your personality, even if the king commanded us to marry, I think you'd run away." What on earth are you trying to say? What was I supposed to do? As I struggled to find words, Charlotte suddenly hugged my neck. Fresh from a shower, the scent of her hair filled my nostrils. "You don't have to love me, Reinhardt. But promise me one thing." I felt a dampness on my neck. Charlotte was crying. "Don't betray me." She didn't ask for my love, only that I not betray her. It was a reasonable request. I could easily make that promise. It was a plea for compromise. Drenched in a sense of betrayal, Charlotte was emotionally vulnerable. And so, she asked me for that promise. I could easily make the promise not to betray her. Of course. However, the moment I said those words, I had already betrayed her with my dishonesty. As she distanced herself from Valia, Charlotte seemed to grow closer to me. And as she moved beyond letting go of her lingering feelings for Valia and realized that she had been thoroughly used, it seemed she couldn't help but cling to me more. My relationship with Charlotte only intensified my guilt. Just as Charlotte was fixated on me, I became fixated on her as well. A fixation mixed with a sense of duty to ensure her happiness. So, although lying to Charlotte every moment was difficult, I couldn't leave her alone. And yet, this room wasn't meant for solitude. That's when the problem arose. "Oops." As Charlotte clung to me, Evelyn Turner entered the room, frozen in place. Charlotte couldn't even turn to look at her. As soon as she opened the door, she seemed to turn to stone. I, too, was frozen in place, meeting her gaze. It was a situation ripe for misunderstanding. No, it wasn't just a misunderstanding. Turner seemed to hate herself for opening the door without knocking, and Charlotte seemed to hate herself for acting without thinking about the consequences. For the first time in a while, I could read the thoughts on Turner's face. What did I just see? Should I leave? No, I've already seen it, so what's the point in leaving? Should I intervene? No, why would I intervene? What should I say? What should I do, in the end? Turner backed away with a stiff expression and rigid movements, as if nothing had happened, and closed the door. Thump! Charlotte fell away from me, having made something like a confession. She seemed surprised that she hadn't considered someone might see this scene, and her face turned bright red. I'll go. All right." Charlotte staggered into the bedroom, as if her soul had been sucked out of her, and quietly closed the door. Some time later, knock, 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 a polite knock sounded quietly. "There's only one guest room, it seems." Evelyn Turner sighed, with an expression that suggested she had no idea what to do in this situation. No, had she intended to avoid the situation by sleeping in a different room? Weren't you supposed to prevent this kind of thing from happening in the first place? Aye. In situations like this, I don't know what to do." She seemed to have taken more damage to her psyche than Charlotte. Her lips trembling, she cautiously opened her mouth. You should make sure to use protection. No, what is this? Thud. No, no, it's not like that. I forgot what I was going to say because of the unexpected outburst, and Charlotte, who had flung the door open with her face bright red, screamed at the top of her lungs. It seemed Charlotte wouldn't be stepping out of the bedroom today, either sleeping or pretending to sleep, while Lynn Turner sat blankly on the couch. What on earth was I saying? It might have been something an adult would say, but it was definitely an overreaction. Words sometimes just slip out without us realizing it, and Turner's case was one of those moments. It could definitely be considered disrespectful in some cases. It was fortunate that Charlotte didn't make an issue of it and no one else heard it. If things continued like this, Turner would undoubtedly be out of it for the rest of the day. It was a misunderstanding, whatever you were thinking. Really? There were only the two of us in the room, a man and a woman embracing each other. Was it possible for there to be a misunderstanding in such a situation? She looked at me with that kind of expression. No, I mean there were all sorts of things you could think about, but not that. Let's talk about work. Work? Oh, right. Work. It seemed Lynn Turner had completely forgotten why she had come here in the first place. She cleared her throat a few times. I heard about the underground search situation from the commander. It was strange. When I suggested we talk about work, her attitude changed immediately. She spread out the map she had brought with her. Exploration up to the 5th basement level is complete. There were storage rooms, dungeons, armories, and even large-scale breeding grounds where magical beasts were raised or confined. The scale of the facilities is so large that the underground of the demon castle is actually more massive than the above-ground portion. The underground of the demon castle was indeed vast, even when viewed on a map. Most of the underground has been explored, and treasures have already been recovered. Is there more beneath? You said the search isn't finished yet. Yes, a few months ago. While exploring the 5th basement level, they found a secret staircase leading to the deeper depths. A 6th level. That's right. Where Lynn Turner pointed, there was not a circular staircase leading underground, but a new door drawn, and beneath it, another circular staircase leading underground was visible. However, nothing was drawn below that circular staircase. The staircase continues downward. You can keep going down for hours. Really? But if you take just a few steps back up, you arrive back at the 5th level. Lynn Turner spoke with a serious expression. In other words, starting from the 6th level, it's a labyrinth. A labyrinth. We don't know if there's a 7th or 8th level, or even deeper. Even after exploring the 6th level and drawing a map, it's useless. The structure seems to change every time we explore. Even after disarming the traps, they seem to be recreated as the structure changes. The commander had greatly simplified the explanation. The problem wasn't the traps, but the fact that the area below the 6th level was an unknowable labyrinth. The commander thought you would question him about the labyrinth, so he deliberately downplayed it. The royal family doesn't even know about this underground labyrinth. The exploration of the 6th level and below hasn't even begun. I see. It's understandable. The mages can't figure out the magic that's affecting the labyrinth, and there are too many casualties. The number of injured and missing is countless. The existence of a labyrinth beneath the demon castle, which forced them to abandon exploration, had recently been discovered. The commander had evaded mentioning the labyrinth, saying only that the underground was dangerous. He had not explained it fully to the princess for fear of being questioned, dismissed from his position, or worse. Since they thought this was just an inspection, they assumed they would take a quick look and return. But we were here to explore, not inspect. So, Lynn Turner had to know what was really going on and forced the commander to reveal the truth. An unknown labyrinth beneath the demon castle. The labyrinth's structure continually changed, and traps were regenerated, making it pointless to disarm them and move forward. So the commander was stalling for time, waiting for an order to withdraw, rather than pointlessly sending more people into the labyrinth and increasing the number of casualties. Although it was neglect of duty, it was a welcome one for the stationed soldiers. In the original work, the labyrinth would never have been excavated. The commander tried to cover up its existence, and if the royal family knew, they would have ordered more soldiers to be sent in, resulting in more injuries or deaths. While I agree that human lives are precious, it seems that the commander's fate is sealed now that Lynn Turner knows about the labyrinth. It's certain that something is hidden in the labyrinth. And it's also certain that it's connected to the secret area. But the problem is this. Her Highness, it's too dangerous for her to go there. The chances of me being stopped from going there myself are too high. It's a place that's too dangerous for such important people to go to. Chapter 353, should we venture into the labyrinth or not? Surprisingly, the answer came easily the next day. Let's go. It was because Charlotte, who had heard about the labyrinth, made the decision lightly. Your Highness, it's too dangerous. As expected, Turner shook her head and tried to dissuade Charlotte. If I intended to send someone else instead of myself, there would be no reason for me to come this far. I am fully prepared to take the risk. Charlotte's words were true. If she had come this far to entrust the task to others, she could have just given orders from the Spring Palace. She came here to do everything herself. Even so, we just discovered the existence of an unexplored labyrinth. We could take the time to uncover its true nature and enter safely. Couldn't we, Lady Turner? I'm not sure how much time I have left. Charlotte's heavy words made Turner bite her lip. It may take years to reveal the magic of the labyrinth, and there's no guarantee that I'll be safe during that time. Charlotte glanced at me for a moment. I'm not sure how long Reinhardt's spirit speech can stabilize my condition. I can't just wait and do nothing until this power completely consumes me. Your Highness, even so, there is no reason for you to go yourself, and there is no evidence anywhere that the labyrinth has a solution to fully restore your condition. There might be something, but no one knows if it's what you need. Savelyn Turner almost pleaded as she spoke. Charlotte looked silently at Savelyn Turner. Lady Turner. Yes, Your Highness. If I can't fully recover in this state, it would be better to die. Pardon, Savelyn Turner mumbled in confusion, as if she had heard something unbelievable. It's better to die. I clenched my fist unknowingly, understanding what Charlotte was thinking. That child, no. The current Demon King tried to save me with all his might, to protect the soul of the previous Demon King at the same time, because if I die, the soul of the Demon King within me would disappear as well. So if I die, the soul of the Demon King within me will vanish. So dying in the labyrinth due to a trap wouldn't be a bad thing, Charlotte said quietly. Your Highness, what on earth are you saying? If it's for the sake of the Empire, my death wouldn't be so bad. Hey! I couldn't hold back any longer and called out to Charlotte. She looked at me with an expression that seemed to realize what she had been saying and to whom. If you say things like that, I spoke with restrained anger. What am I supposed to be? I risked my life to save you. You say it doesn't matter if you die. Maybe it's even better to die. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Reinhardt. Hearing my words, Charlotte lowered her eyes and trembled. Having gained certainty about Valia's truth, Charlotte had also gained another certainty that the soul of the Demon King was within her. She thought there was no other reason for him to save her. So, Charlotte reached the natural conclusion that it might be too late and the Demon King might be fully resurrected through her body. Charlotte thought that maybe it would be better to die before that happened. But that was a terrible thing to say in front of me and Savelyn Turner, who had risked our lives to save her. Charlotte, perhaps realizing her harsh words, apologized to Turner and me several times. Still, I think I should go myself. But her thoughts wouldn't change. If the Demon King was trying to resurrect through Charlotte's body, she thought it was right to die for the Empire. She had to take the risk herself. Charlotte's thoughts stemmed from her priority for the safety of the royal family and the Empire. We couldn't blame her for that. We couldn't break Charlotte's determination, and we had no reason to do so. Although her words were painful to hear, I had to enter the labyrinth. Turner sighed deeply, watching Charlotte. Not everyone who loses their way gets hurt or dies. Many people wander a bit and then find their way back. It was true that there were injured, dead, and those who never returned, but they didn't make up the majority. If it's dangerous, we can come back out. In the end, Turner determined that she couldn't break Charlotte's stubbornness. It was possible that danger would arise someday, but nothing disastrous would happen within a few days. So, it was possible to explore the labyrinth slowly while being prepared for danger. Of course, when we mentioned heading to the underground labyrinth, Count Alfred, the garrison commander, tried to dissuade us with a concerned look. You mustn't. Your Highness, you don't know how dangerous it is to go there. Enough. But Charlotte coldly cut off the commander's words. I see that you're worried about what might happen to me if something goes wrong there. Of course, even if I go in on my own, you'll be punished. If Charlotte faced danger or even died because she went to the dangerous place, and the garrison commander couldn't stop her. Count Alfred would lose his head. So he had no choice but to prevent the princess from going to the labyrinth. But if you stop me from going, I will hold you responsible for omitting information about the demon castle's underground labyrinth. Hiding crucial information about the demon castle was more than enough reason for his head to roll. If he stops the princess from entering the labyrinth, he dies. If the princess enters the labyrinth and dies, he dies. Charlotte said to the commander, so don't bother with useless actions and pray for my safe return. There was nothing else the commander could do. He could only watch us, with a lost expression, as we headed towards the underground labyrinth. The morning after our arrival at the demon castle, we headed back there after having breakfast at the garrison. Although Charlotte could have received assistance from a mage, she was against it. No one at the garrison, apart from the commander, knew about the princess's presence. And in the labyrinth, Charlotte intended to solve a vital secret. There was no benefit in more people knowing, so the three of us decided to move together. To reach the entrance of the underground labyrinth, we had to descend the spiral staircase to the 5th basement level. It's overwhelmingly massive, Savelin Turner mumbled, dumbfounded by the sight before her. As befitting the demon castle, the hallways and passages were far larger than usual. The circular staircase was no exception, resembling a large building all on its own, and the underground space was vast and spacious. It wasn't an ordinary building's basement. Each floor was so massive that one had to descend the circular staircase for quite a while before reaching the next level. The search for the labyrinth had already come to a halt, so there were soldiers underground, but it felt more like they were passing the time rather than actively searching. Although not quite an underground city, it was surmised that the demon castle's military forces likely lived here rather than in the external barracks. That's how huge it was. After what felt like an eternity of descending, we finally reached the 5th basement floor, and the circular staircase came to an end. Climbing back up is going to be a chore, Charlotte sighed, seemingly exhausted just from coming down. Of course, Turner and I were unfazed. The 5th basement floor was illuminated here and there, and there were iron bars. Is this a prison? Charlotte glanced at the iron bars and the spaces beyond them. Savelin Turner looked at the map and shook her head. It seems it was a breeding ground for magical beasts, not a prison, a space for raising magical beasts. Charlotte nodded silently upon hearing that. That's why the sizes vary so much. That would be correct. And the magical beasts that were here, most were deployed during the siege, and the remaining ones have all been disposed of. I see. I recalled the procession of prisoners I saw when leaving the demon castle, the countless demon prisoners, including the ogre who broke its chains and charged to aid my escape. It wasn't a pleasant memory. Those numerous demon prisoners had lost their will to fight upon the demon king's death, and in the end, they pinned all their hopes on me, their last demon king, and died. I was orchestrating something completely unrelated to the hopes of those demons. I believed it was the right thing to do. I had betrayed Charlotte, and on a smaller scale, Sarkigar, and on a larger scale, I would betray Darkland. We passed the magical beast breeding grounds on the 5th floor, and Savelin Turner led us to a small iron-barred room at the far end of the area, a small room that felt more like a prison than a breeding ground. This is, yes, the entrance to the labyrinth, a recently discovered secret door. Through the opened stone wall, another circular staircase descended. Unlike the grandiose demon castle, the descending staircase's height was just over 3 meters, and its width allowed for about 4 people to pass through. The circular staircase we had descended thus far had railings and was open on all sides, allowing us to look into the underground space. However, the circular staircase before us now was enclosed by stone walls on all sides. It was a staircase leading to an unknown destination with no end in sight. The wall of the circular staircase was lit by magical lamps, casting a pale light on the steps. Your Highness, should I go down first to check? We might get lost. Savelin Turner seemed to want to take the lead and check for danger first, but Charlotte wouldn't allow it. If we get lost, it's less scary to be lost together. Although death might be preferable, fear wasn't absent. Charlotte trembled as she spoke. The three of us took our first step onto the spiral staircase that led into the labyrinth. If this place wasn't what I had hoped for, and it was just a maze, then we would have willingly plunged ourselves into danger. We had only descended a few steps when Sable in Turner murmured in awe, "The entrance is already." Although the spiral staircase continued downward, a passage had already opened up on our right. Since we had just been on the fifth underground floor, this place had to be the sixth. The opened corridor wasn't particularly wide. It wasn't too dark either, thanks to the magic lamps placed at regular intervals. And at the end of the corridor, there was a single, solitary door. However, we hesitated to enter the straight corridor. The staircase hadn't ended yet. We could either continue descending or enter the corridor and officially venture into the labyrinth. We could spend hours descending, but once we began ascending, we'd return to the small animal pen on the fifth floor we had just left. We couldn't be certain if there was something at the next passage or behind the door at the end of the corridor. Entering the labyrinth could mean we wouldn't be able to return. Since even the stationed mages didn't know about the magic cast over the labyrinth, bringing one along wouldn't change anything. Is it right to enter here? Save Helen Turner couldn't easily make a decision either. If we made the wrong choice, we might not be able to return. Charlotte stared at the door at the end of the straight corridor and murmured, "That door. It looks so inviting that it's actually off-putting." I feel the same way. The door at the end of the corridor. Walking towards that door to open it felt like we'd trigger some sort of trap. The door was too obviously placed, which left us with no other choice but to consider that possibility. Charlotte pondered, "We've come this far. We can't not check it out." Although it seemed like an obvious trap, we couldn't just leave it unexplored. Charlotte entered first, and Save Turner and I followed her. The inside of the labyrinth wasn't much different from what we had expected. We had thought that the landscape would suddenly change, or the exit would disappear. Because nothing's happening, it's even creepier. True. Looking back, the entrance we had come through was still there, and there were no incidents of the landscape changing suddenly or the group splitting up. Still, let's proceed with caution. Save Turner took a scroll from her belongings. It seemed she hadn't brought a mage because she already had an item that could substitute for a mage's role. It's a trap detection spell. Flash, a burst of light erupted from the scroll. It doesn't seem to detect any magical traps, but let's be cautious anyway. Although no magical traps were detected, there could still be physical traps. If detection spells could filter out all traps, there wouldn't have been any mages who fell victim to traps. Soon, Savelin Turner's body was covered in blue magical energy. "Keep your distance and follow me." All right. Whether she had heightened her senses or not, she scanned her surroundings and slowly moved forward. She would likely be able to react to any physical traps before they were triggered. She took careful steps, focusing on the walls, floor, and sounds as she walked. The corridor wasn't very long, but since we proceeded cautiously, step by step, time passed slowly. I can't tell if there are no traps or if we've already fallen into one. We reached the end of the corridor without feeling any sign of traps. The entrance we came through was still behind us, seemingly ready to let us leave whenever we wanted. Charlotte looked at the wooden door in front of us with a stern expression. This door might be the real beginning of the labyrinth. It was an ordinary door without any distinguishing features. Could Charlotte be right that the real labyrinth begins beyond this door? Charlotte placed her hand on the door handle. "Your Highness, shall I?" "No, I'll do it." Charlotte lowered her head at Savelin Turner's words, as if prepared to face whatever was behind the door. With a creak, Charlotte opened the door. Our assumption that the labyrinth started now was wrong. What? When we opened the door, there was a vast open space. It couldn't be called a maze, no matter how you looked at it, a space that could hardly be called a labyrinth. A massive magical light illuminated the ceiling of the cavernous area. We cautiously moved forward into the space. Such an open area couldn't be called a labyrinth. "What is this place?" Charlotte mumbled as she looked around. The space wasn't empty. On one side of the vast area, there was a magic circle drawn on the floor as if it had been left unfinished. In one corner, there were weapon racks with spears, swords, bows, and maces hanging on them. Nearby, there were a few training dummies. I've never heard of reaching a space like this before. It wasn't just an empty space. There were passages leading to different places from the circular open area. As we looked closer, there were no doors, and the insides were clearly visible. I had an idea of what had happened. We didn't enter a labyrinth. Instead, we were transported directly to a secret space without going through the labyrinth. Whether it reacted to me or Charlotte, it was clear that something had happened. There was no exit from the labyrinth in the first place, and only the archdemon could directly reach this place, not the labyrinth. The passages in the open area led to rooms, each serving different purposes. We moved slowly, checking each room one by one. A place that looked like a bedroom, a place that looked like a kitchen, a library, an armory, a room filled with countless mysterious potions, a cultivation area for growing plants, a storeroom for chemicals, a massive food storage. What is this place? Charlotte and Savelin Turner seemed clueless about the meaning of this place. However, I had a feeling I knew what this place was. It was a bunker. Finally, my questions were answered. Before I took over Valier's body, he must have been on his way here. In the original work, this labyrinth would have remained unknown to the royal family due to the commander's unilateral decision. No, it wouldn't matter even if the royal family knew. It's not a labyrinth in the first place. Whether it reacted to Charlotte or me, no one could reach this place without the archdemon. Soon, this bunker would be safe. All the premises we had considered so far crumbled. In the original work, if Valier had come here, during the Demon Realm War, Valier Jr. wouldn't have died. Chapter 354, the bunker was located in the underground labyrinth of the Demon Castle. Your Highness, it seems we didn't actually enter the labyrinth. It does seem that way, although I'm not sure if I should call it an exit. We've clearly arrived at a place beyond the labyrinth. Turner and Charlotte seemed to realize that this was their true destination. It couldn't be helped, as this place didn't look like a labyrinth at all. The reason we arrived here, maybe the labyrinth is designed to lead only the Demon King to the right place. Your Highness, understanding the implications of her words, Turner looked at Charlotte with a sad gaze. It seems I'm essentially in the same state as the Demon King right now. I didn't know whether the labyrinth reacted to me or to Charlotte. However, there was a path in the labyrinth that only showed itself to archdemons, and we arrived at our destination without wandering through the maze. Charlotte touched the wall of the bunker and looked around. If you think about it, we can't be sure if this space actually corresponds to the sixth underground floor of the Demon Castle. If the labyrinth was indeed the sixth underground floor, we should be able to reach it simply by drilling down from the fifth floor. The entrance to the secret passage looked like a simple passage, but if it functioned as a dimensional gate, there's a possibility that we've come to a completely different space rather than the Demon Castle. As Turner said, there was every possibility that this place was far away from the Demon Castle. Teleportation couldn't be used in the Demon Castle, but it was possible that warp gates were installed in a limited way. We couldn't know the actual mechanism. However, what was important was that if some point of the secret passage functioned as a dimensional gate, the likelihood of a system that sent intruders into the labyrinth while sending archdemons to the proper place was quite high. Yet, the principle wasn't such an important issue for us right now. We had arrived at the secret space of the Demon Castle. Should I call it a shelter? That's the impression I get. It does seem that way. This vast space had a large amount of preserved food stored in the food warehouse, not to mention the equipment for training in both magic and weaponry. There were even reagents and culture media for alchemy. I looked around the bunker with a different feeling than Charlotte and Turner. It was a space where one could live alone for a very long time. At the same time, there was equipment for training. The books in the library were mostly grimoires at a glance. Valier would have tried to come here and arrived. In the original story, Valier would have been alive here. In this bunker, that gave me a very ominous premonition. Valier had been alive during the original timeline, but that didn't necessarily mean he was responsible for the gate incident. There was no concrete evidence pointing to his involvement. If I did nothing, and the problem had been Cantus Magna and Akasha all along, the gate incident would still happen. But what if they were innocent? What if Valier's interference caused the gate incident to occur? In the original story, Valier would have been a useless character. My body's data from that time confirmed it. Could such a person, driven by mere revenge, become a powerful mage capable of causing the gate incident after only 2 years of study? It seemed highly unlikely. That's not even taking into consideration that my growth rate was incredibly fast. But could Valier have grown faster than me? That seemed impossible. My head felt like it was splitting apart. Never before had I been so terrified of the unknown future. If only the Demon King can enter this place, then the current Demon King could have entered as well, Turner pondered, absorbed in her own thoughts, while I was lost in my own dilemmas. But why didn't he come here? I don't understand. The bunker was prepared and ready, but I didn't know about it, so I couldn't have entered. Maybe he thought it was more important for the previous Demon King to survive than himself. That line of thinking made some sense. Instead of focusing on his own survival and growth, he had tried to revive the already powerful Demon King, thus saving Charlotte. So, the bunker remained in the Demon Castle, unvisited by its intended occupant. Charlotte examined each room in the bunker. It doesn't seem like there's any amazing treasure here. It's just a shelter. After all, there didn't appear to be any special artifacts. One would think some powerful weapons or artifacts would be stored here for Valia, but then again, if there were incredibly powerful artifacts, one would use them to win the war. Hiding them here would imply accepting the possibility of defeat. It was reasonable that there were no powerful artifacts stored here. Since the Demon King didn't hide here, this bunker must have been intended for Valia. It was a place for Valia Jr. to grow and bide his time, away from the immediate danger if the Demon King was defeated. Setting aside my concerns about Valia's actual capabilities for a moment, if Valia was indeed the mastermind behind the gate incident, he would have studied magic here. In that case, I needed to check the library. If there were any books on magic related to creating portals to other worlds in the library, I could simply burn those books. That would easily wrap up everything I had to do. Cold sweat ran down my spine. If this place was the starting point of all the problems, burning a few books would be enough to resolve everything. I wouldn't have to risk my life meddling in dangerous matters anymore. While Charlotte and Turner explored the place separately, I headed toward the library among the many rooms in the bunker. This was it. This was what I was looking for. If the books in the library were written in the demon language, it would be impossible for me to read them. So, it was better if they were written in a common language, so that Turner and Charlotte wouldn't suspect me when I read them. If language became an issue, I would have to take the trouble to come back here alone later. The library was quite large. Fortunately, the books were written in a common language, so I could read them without any problems. From beginners' books and introductory texts to very thick volumes, they were all neatly arranged on the shelves. I had no intention of studying magic. The books I needed to find were related to the other world, and, if possible, something about the magic that the Demon King cast on Charlotte, although I wasn't sure if Charlotte was really under a spell. There were many shelves, and it would take a long time to browse through all the titles. If the title of the book didn't imply anything about the other world, I would have to skim through the contents as well. It would be great if I could come back with someone knowledgeable about magic. Harriet would be fine, as would Elaris or Lucinil. This was Darkland. It's quite possible that there might be magical texts and secrets known only to demons. As I passed the introductory texts, other magical books began to catch my eye. Salamandra's Tome, Necromancy 101, Introduction to Soul Manipulation, Soul Manipulation. I couldn't help but stop in front of that book. It was a very thick volume about soul manipulation. It was a book related to handling souls. I didn't know if it was part of the general magic system or the Demon King's secret arts. However, if the Demon King's soul was inside Charlotte, it must be related to soul manipulation. I carefully took the book out. I wouldn't be able to understand the specific magical formulas, but I could read the introduction. Soul manipulation refers to the study of handling souls, and to master it, one must first understand the nature of the soul, Chinese letter. There were various things written about what a soul is, but I couldn't understand what it meant because it was written in overly technical terms. However, I soon reached the part I wanted. A person who has mastered soul manipulation can divide a soul that should be indivisible, manipulate the soul of another, mix souls together, turn living beings into ghosts, extract a soul and transplant it to someone else, and cause other things that are generally considered impossible. However, to perform such acts, perfect understanding of the following chapters is also necessary. Dividing a soul. It must mean dividing the soul of a being. Mixing souls. It must mean mixing the souls of different beings. The Demon King Valia must have been a master of soul manipulation. He divided his soul and placed a part of it into Charlotte. The magic used on Charlotte was undoubtedly derived from the field of soul manipulation. I hadn't yet confirmed whether there was magic related to the other world, but I found another magical book I needed. I started picking out the other related books from the shelves, one by one, as written in the footnotes of the introduction to soul manipulation. I had found more than 6 books related to soul manipulation, and their combined thickness rivaled that of 3 encyclopedias. What? What is all this? As I began stacking the books on the table in the common hall, Turner and Charlotte stared at them in bewilderment. I think the magic used on you might be related to these. Is that really true? Charlotte's eyes widened as she looked at the introductory book among the stack. Soul manipulation. Yeah, it seems this place doesn't have artifacts, but it does have books on the magic of the demon realm. To help Valia grow, the library contained books on powerful magic and visions from the demon realm. There might not be treasure here, but the real treasure would be the magic books in the library. This gave me another idea. If soul manipulation was a magical system unknown to humans, and if the books in the library contained visions and forbidden texts used by the Demon King and his demon followers, I might be able to lure Cantus Magna with these as bait. Of course, careful consideration was needed to determine whether or not it was the right thing to do. Turner and Charlotte were not magicians, but they began reading the introduction of the introductory book I had seen. It was clear that they were gradually feeling the same emotions I had felt. A magical system that deals with souls. Charlotte's fingers trembled, and Turner looked as if she doubted her own eyes. Soon, Charlotte read up to the part about what one could do once they mastered soul manipulation, and her jaw dropped. I found it. This is it. This was the key. The amount of information was not small. However, if anyone, royal magician or not, could master soul manipulation, Charlotte's condition could improve, and if that happened, even if my identity was revealed later, Charlotte would not think that I had helped revive the Demon King. Thank you. Reinhardt, trembling, Charlotte cautiously embraced me, and I embraced her in return. Charlotte could get better, but having taken on the new problem of the surviving Valia, my heart could never be at ease. There was no treasure in the bunker, but there were books more valuable than treasure lying dormant. Magic unique to Darkland, or perhaps only to the Demon King. There were certainly general magic books, but there were also forbidden texts and books with only the names of unknown spells written on them. Of course, my ignorance in magic could be a factor in this. This is, my problem aside, this is a huge discovery. Charlotte judged that the real value of the bunker lay in the library, and that was true. Turner, Charlotte, and I entered the library and began browsing through the magical books on the shelves. It might be a good idea to bring a royal magician here later. Of course, it would be a hassle for Her Majesty to come back personally. Only Charlotte could reach the bunker, and that would be true. Not only Charlotte, but I could also enter the bunker. If I brought an expert in magic with me next time, we could properly understand the value of the magic books here. First, let's take only the books on soul manipulation. We don't know what might happen if we carelessly release excessively dangerous magic into the world. Yes, Your Majesty. Charlotte's position was that caution should be exercised in releasing the dangerous magical tomes of the Demon King into the world, rather than recklessly retrieving them. That choice was better for me as well. If the magical tomes from this library were to be transferred to the royal palace en masse, they would slip out of my hands. These magical tomes might be important for their magic alone, but they could also serve as bait to potentially make contact with Cantus Magna in the future. Since Antarianus possessed numerous forbidden tomes, Cantus Magna had made contact with him, and I, too, might be able to make contact with Cantus Magna using these magical tomes as bait. So it was best for these magical tomes to remain here, except for the books on soul manipulation. It was still unclear whether Valia was the cause of the gate incident. Was it fortunate or unfortunate? At least, there were no magical tomes related to other worlds that could be identified by their titles alone. The possibility that Valia was the cause of the gate incident had decreased slightly with this information. Charlotte's expression as she scanned the bookshelves was very tense. If I return to my original state, I won't be able to come back here, will I? I can't be sure, but I think that's probably the case. If the Demon King's soul were to be removed, it would naturally be impossible for Charlotte to pass through this labyrinth, which only opened its way for the Demon King. In that case, let's retrieve these magical tomes before I remove the Demon King's soul from my body, and escape from the situation where her own soul was being eroded. Charlotte's expression upon discovering this clue was so happy that for a brief moment it seemed as if all my worries had vanished. Chapter 355. At that moment, Ellen had just returned to the royal capital after finishing her break in her hometown of Rizera. She was curious about the secrets of her hometown, but her parents kept saying it wasn't time for her to know yet. Nevertheless, Ellen, unlike her brother, ended up possessing two sacred relics, the cloak of the sun god. She could have returned a bit earlier, but her delay was due to getting accustomed to the usage of the sun god's cloak. Ellen wanted to show the cloak of the sun god to Reinhardt first and foremost. She had acquired another sacred relic in preparation for the battle against the Demon King. She hadn't yet decided how to explain the strange aspects of her hometown. After all, she had to explain something she didn't know herself. Reinhardt wouldn't talk about his own secrets, so was it okay for her to reveal hers easily? No. Rather, if she told him a secret, maybe he would feel obliged to share a bit of his secret as well. Ellen held onto that vague hope. To be honest, everything else didn't matter. She just wanted to see Reinhardt as soon as possible, having been away for too long. What had he been up to all this time? With his diligent nature, he must have been busy training in various ways. Ellen was eager to quickly return from Rizera. He had to practice swordsmanship in her absence, so he must have practiced with someone else. Only two people came to Ellen's mind as suitable opponents for Reinhardt. Lynn Turner, the freshman instructor, or Olivia Lands, the fifth-year student. The thought that Reinhardt might be training with an unlikable senior made Ellen want to return even a day sooner. After all, she was known for her strange behavior. As soon as Ellen passed through the warp gate in front of Temple, she quickly entered Temple entrance. She worried if he would scold her for being late, but she hadn't been away for that long. Feeling a mix of unfounded worries and impatience, Ellen took the tram to the royal class dormitory. Of course, Reinhardt wasn't training with Olivia. Reinhardt, I haven't seen him since yesterday. That was Cliffman's answer to Ellen's question about Reinhardt's whereabouts. Charlotte and Lynn Turner, along with Reinhardt, had gone to the Demon Castle, and there was no one who knew about it externally. Since it was a break, Reinhardt could have also gone somewhere to have fun, and he could be away for a few days. So, where did he go? Ellen didn't mind waiting in the dormitory for Reinhardt to return. Still, she was a bit restless. She wanted to show Reinhardt the new artifact quickly and share stories with him. And also, she was strong, and she had faith in becoming even stronger. Reinhardt would be angry to hear it, but he was still weaker than her. She could also give him the relic if she wanted to. She would feel really sorry for her parents, who had given her the treasure of the village, but she would rather die than see Reinhardt die. Wouldn't it be better for Reinhardt to have the cloak of the sun god? Ellen thought so to herself. She could give it to him if he wanted. She wanted to see Reinhardt quickly, even if only to see his expression upon hearing such a thing. Where had Reinhardt gone? It didn't seem like he had told anyone where he was going. She wanted to ask Harriet, but Harriet had left the dormitory, and it appeared that she didn't go to the Magic Research Club, since Harriet was researching magic at the palace these days. She didn't know what kind of research required going to the palace, but Ellen knew that Harriet and Reinhardt were not together at the moment. So the next step. Knock, knock. What is it, you? Fifth-year dormitory. Olivia Lands opened the door to Ellen's knock, and she stared at Ellen with a cold expression. Somehow, Olivia seemed different than before as she stared at Ellen. Usually, she was a person who would laugh even if things were annoying. But her current expression had not a trace of a smile and was utterly frigid. The feeling that Olivia Lands had changed in some way from before was only momentary. Do you know where Reinhardt is? Ellen wasn't particularly intimidated by Olivia, so she simply stated her purpose. Not in the dormitory. I've heard he's been somewhere since yesterday. I thought you might know. Tusk. He's out having fun without telling me again. Olivia grumbled as if she was hurt and then smirked at Ellen. At least it doesn't feel too awful since you don't know either. In the end, she picked a fight as usual. Olivia didn't know where Reinhardt was either. Ellen had no further business with Olivia at that point. If you don't know, that's fine. Yeah, get lost. Slam. Ellen stared at Olivia's door, which had been slammed shut. This person. Before, she had been like a rose with hidden thorns, but now she felt more like a hedgehog. Ellen couldn't help but feel that Olivia had definitely changed from before. As Ellen walked down the fifth-year dormitory hallway, she thought, Harriet was researching magic in the palace. Olivia was holed up in her room. There was no one in the dormitory who knew where Reinhardt had gone, so there was only one place left to go. If he hadn't left the royal capital entirely for another place, there was only one place worth going for Reinhardt, the rotatory gang. It wouldn't matter if he wasn't there. It would be an opportunity to spar with the white-haired old lady after a long time. Ellen, who had just arrived at the dormitory, left once again. Essentially, Ellen had little interest in other people. After getting close to Reinhardt, she changed a bit, and she tried to take an interest in his friends. However, fundamentally, Ellen was indifferent and insensitive to the events happening around her. That's why she paid close attention to only a select few subjects. As a result, Ellen didn't know much about the rotatory gang, except that it was a group led by a suspiciously strong white-haired woman. She had been curious about what the white-haired woman did, but she had never delved deeper into it. She was a woman who would get angry if you called her aunt. That was about all Ellen knew. However, she suspected that Reinhardt's secret was related to the rotatory gang. The rotatory gang was connected to a thieves' guild, and therefore, Reinhardt's secret was involved with a criminal-like organization. Ellen only had a rough guess about it. The white-haired woman used to beat Ellen up every time she visited, but recently, she had no reason to see her. Ellen left Temple and went to the new headquarters of the rotatory gang. Since Reinhardt's disappearance, Ellen had an uncanny connection with the rotatory gang. She now knew that their situation had significantly improved since they started opening stores on the magic train stations. However, what was hidden beneath the surface of the rotatory gang? Ellen thought that Reinhardt's secret was connected to a crime organization, and the suspiciously strong white-haired woman must be the leader of that dangerous group. Because of that misconception, Ellen overlooked a very suspicious fact. The leader was clearly a vicious criminal, but she must be an important person to Reinhardt, so Ellen decided not to be curious about her. That's why Ellen did not cross that line. She arrived at the rotatory gang headquarters. Oh, if it isn't Reinhardt's girlfriend. People who resided at the gang's headquarters had seen Ellen a few times before and said that when they saw her. Girlfriend. Ellen couldn't help but tilt his head at those words, but she bowed her head to the gang member who recognized her. Girlfriend, girlfriend, girlfriend. The words strangely echoed in her head. Then another gang member who was beside the person who called Ellen Reinhardt's girlfriend tapped their shoulder. Hey, what are you saying? Reinhardt never said anything like that. Oh dear. So is Adriana his real girlfriend? If he trusts her that much, hasn't he pretty much said it, Adriana? When that name was mentioned, Ellen tilted his head even more. Why would the rotatory gang members know about Adriana, a senior who had withdrawn from Temple? Bang! Eek! Suddenly the door burst open and someone rushed out. It was the white-haired woman. As if running from something, she dashed out in a panic. Her hair was full of white foam from whatever she had been doing. Why are you running away? Shouldn't you wash all the foam out? An angry shout came from inside. I don't want to. Why do I have to wash my hair every day? What nonsense is that? Ah, come back here. My hygiene is none of your business. At that moment, the white-haired woman cried out in shock, but abruptly stopped. Her eyes met Ellen's, who was staring at her blankly in front of the headquarters. Ah, you! Then someone rushed out of the headquarters. For some reason, the black dress she wore was soaked through. Ah, who are you? It was Adriana, a former senior from Temple. Adriana took Loya, who had run out with her head unwashed, and washed her hair again. Ellen was sitting quietly in the boss's office on the top floor of the rotatory gang headquarters. Ellen didn't know the details, but she was aware that Adriana had withdrawn from Temple. She also knew that the reason Reinhardt knew Harriet's parents was because he had visited the monastery Adriana had returned to after her withdrawal issue. That's because she had heard from Reinhardt on the last night of the festival that Adriana's original monastery was in the Saintoin Duchy. And on that night, she had also seen Olivia Lands and Adriana returning to the royal class dormitory late in the night. She didn't know what the situation was or what had happened afterward. However, since then, it seemed that Adriana was staying at the rotatory gang headquarters instead of going back to the monastery. It seemed like an issue Ellen didn't need to concern herself with, but a strange sense of unease was wriggling in her heart. Above all, the expression Adriana wore after encountering Ellen was unmistakably flustered. It gave Ellen a feeling that there was some kind of unusual secret. After some time had passed, Adriana, now wearing a clean white dress instead of her soaked clothes, came up to the top floor of the headquarters. The white-haired woman was nowhere to be seen, and Adriana was alone. Adriana and Ellen weren't particularly close. Of course, they weren't on bad terms like Olivia either, a senior who was close to Reinhardt, now absent from Temple. It was nothing more than a simple senior-junior relationship. Ah, Ellen, right. It's been a while. Adriana, feeling the same way, sat down across from Ellen with an awkward smile. Yes, it has been a while. Ellen had no right to question her. However, Adriana had come to meet Ellen, who seemed to be waiting for her as if she had to face her. I didn't know you were here. Ah, various circumstances brought me here, somehow. Adriana gave an awkward smile. Ellen was sure that she was a bad liar. Reinhardt isn't here, is he? Ellen brought up the most important reason for her visit first. By now, she couldn't tell if it was truly important or not. No, he didn't come here. Is there something wrong? At Adriana's worried words, Ellen shook her head. No, I just stopped by because I heard he wasn't at Temple. I thought he might be here. There's no problem. Although, if there is, it's something I don't know about. There was no particular reason to tell her, but Reinhardt had been doing various things in places unknown to herself. It was highly likely that Adriana's stay at the rotatory gang was due to Reinhardt's actions. Even so, Reinhardt had no obligation to tell her about Adriana's personal circumstances. However, the sight of Adriana and Olivia returning to the temple late at night, their frozen expressions, Reinhardt's reaction as if he knew something. What could it be? What could it have been? May I ask why you're staying here? At Ellen's question, Adriana fidgeted with her fingertips and grasped the hem of her dress. Well, I couldn't stay at the monastery I was living in because of some problems there, so I asked Olivia for help last time. And then Reinhardt said he could find a place for me to stay, so that's how I ended up here. Yeah, that's what happened. A terrible liar. Ellen thought so again as she looked at Adriana. Reinhardt wasn't at the rotatory gang. Adriana had lied to her. Ellen didn't press Adriana further, and there was no reason to. On top of that, the white-haired lady barged in with a towel around her neck and whisked Adriana away to somewhere, claiming that she had to play with her. Ellen returned to the royal class dormitory. Reinhardt had briefly left the dorm. It was a reasonable thing to happen during the break. However, Ellen intended to find out more about this strange situation. It was impossible to ask Adriana anything more because of the white-haired lady. But there was one more person to ask. Knock, knock. Ellen came to the fifth-year dormitory again and knocked on the door. Creak. Why? Again, what's up? I already told you I don't know where Reinhardt is. As soon as she saw Ellen, Olivia snapped at her with an irritated expression. Ellen pondered how to start the conversation. You were with Adriana last time, right? What? Olivia's expression hardened even more as the name was mentioned. I have something to discuss with her. Where is she? Olivia stared at Ellen intently. What is it? I can pass the message along. It seemed more like she was being cautious than annoyed. I'd like to talk to her directly. Olivia stared at Ellen for a moment and then threw out an answer. She went back to the monastery. This was also a lie. Ellen confirmed that both Adriana and Olivia lied to her. Is that so? Yes, it would be difficult to find her even if I told you where it is. If it's nothing serious, it's better not to worry about it. That's Senior Adriana. Ellen tilted her head. I just met her at the rotatory gang. What? At Ellen's remark, Olivia's expression turned even more hostile. Senior. Ellen looked straight at Olivia. She provoked her into lying, and then exposed her lie. Why didn't you come to the Miss Temple contest? Ellen asked the most important question. Chapter 356, Miss Temple contest. Reason for non-participation. Olivia, who had been acting differently lately, looked down at Ellen with an icy gaze. What does it matter if you know? I'm curious. Why should I tell you that? Olivia's demeanor was not just prickly, but seemed as if she would stab Ellen if she asked any more questions. Dangerous. Ellen was truly feeling threatened by Olivia right now. There's no reason you should know. We're not that close. After all, didn't you tell Reinhardt? So wasn't Adriana in the rotatory gang, which was related to Reinhardt? At Ellen's reasonable suspicion, Olivia dragged her into the room. Thump. Ellen, who was dragged into Olivia's room, was pushed against the closed door, facing Olivia's gaze. Sure, Reinhardt knows, but what's your reason for knowing? Riveria Lands is dead. Ellen stared at Olivia. And that day, your whereabouts are unclear. So what? Are you saying I killed him? I didn't say that. Riveria lands had been killed by an attack from the demons. If all I have are unfounded suspicions, then you just have to lie your way through it. If it was a lie, it was a plausible lie. Why had she returned to the royal class dormitory late at night with Adriana that day? And why was Adriana not staying at the monastery, but at the rotatory gang instead? Was it a coincidence or not that Riveria Lands died on a day when your whereabouts were mysterious? Why did she lie? What was the reason she had to lie? All she had to do was tell a story that fit those things plausibly. However, such a lie couldn't be created in an instant. Olivia, pushing Ellen against the wall, looked down at Ellen, who stared back at her without fear. If I killed you, Reinhardt would never forgive me. Even in front of the word death, there was no fear in Ellen's expression. Olivia's fingertips trembled. She could make an extreme choice, but in that case, she would lose what was most precious to her. Olivia had lost everything. She didn't want to lose the last precious thing that was left to her. This reckless junior was trying to grab her by the back of her neck. She didn't seem to have any intention of backing down. It wasn't clear what she was thinking, but she seemed to be making strange assumptions. If this girl spoke carelessly, not only herself, but also Adriana, and even Reinhardt would be endangered. What should she do? Watching Olivia standing at the crossroads of confusion and extreme choices, Ellen quietly opened her mouth. I'm no different. I don't like you, but if you get hurt, Reinhardt will be sad. Ellen looked at Olivia. I won't do anything to hurt you either. I'm just curious. What happened that day? Why is everyone lying? They didn't like each other. Yet, because Reinhardt would be sad if either of them got hurt, both Ellen and Olivia wouldn't do anything to harm each other. So even if she found something out, she wouldn't hurt her. Olivia had no choice but to believe that the words were sincere and true. Because of the strange resonance those words gave her, Olivia couldn't properly look into Ellen's eyes. With her head hanging low, Olivia spat out her words as if she were vomiting them up. Ellen. Yes, for the first time. Olivia called Ellen by her name. Promise me you'll keep this a secret. I promise, no matter what it is. Olivia's secret wasn't what interested Ellen. She wanted to know what Reinhardt's secret was, and it just happened to be entwined with Olivia's. I was there. Adriana and I were there when the demons attacked. The outrageous, vague suspicion. The absurdly outrageous suspicion, yet hearing the truth that surpassed even that, Ellen couldn't help but be astonished. Inside Olivia's room, Olivia sat on a chair, and Ellen sat on Olivia's bed, sharing their stories. Olivia told her everything, starting from why they were there at that time and all the events that unfolded afterward. The 5 great divine faiths, seeking independence. Yes, it seems that's what they were thinking. My stepfather tried to blackmail me into their fold and used Adriana's life as bait for it. That's why we were there. Ellen listened, dumbfounded to the unbelievable misdeeds of Riveria Lands. She had thought that perhaps Olivia was somehow involved in the incident, but she hadn't known that the two of them were at the scene. The vague suspicion was only due to the obscure common ground between the dead people, Olivia, and Adriana, but the following stories plunged Ellen deeper into shock. They saved you. Yes, I don't know why, but a winged demon saved Adriana and me. Then they left us far away and disappeared somewhere. That's the end of it. Why on earth? I'm the one who's most curious about that. Just as Ellen couldn't understand the situation, Olivia was still confused about the issue. You understand why we have to keep this a secret, right? Yes. It was clear that if someone found out about this story, regardless of the reason, they would face tremendous misunderstandings. It was certain that they would be tormented by vicious accusations and suspicions of colluding with demons, and the likelihood of death would be very high. The next day, Reinhardt came looking for us. He asked what happened, so I explained the situation, and he said he'd help Adriana. I see. Ellen felt a sense of discomfort at those words. She had thought that Reinhardt seemed to know what was going on with the two of them, but as she listened to the story, that was something Reinhardt couldn't have known at that point. Was it a misunderstanding? Just because you think you know someone well doesn't mean you really do. So the feeling she had gotten from Reinhardt that day must have been a misunderstanding. So then, Reinhardt not showing up at the Miss Temple contest that day must have had nothing to do with Olivia. In fact, suspecting Reinhardt of being the Demon King was not something that could come out of normal thinking. Reinhardt visited the two the next day and talked to them after a long time, knowing that such an incident had occurred the day before, and entrusted Adriana to the rotatory gang for protection. Adriana, in the end, wasn't completely lying. It was true that she couldn't return to the monastery. Newly discovered problems. The attack of the demons. Olivia and Adriana were there, and the demons somehow saved them. Why? What reason would the demons have to save you too? I don't know, Olivia frowned. Maybe they just pitied us. Ha! Do you think demons are always evil and wicked? Olivia was bitterly disappointed in humans. As a result, she had given up on human-centric thinking. There may be demons who are much better than humans, you know. There are countless humans far more despicable than demons or devils, like my late stepfather. Olivia spoke with deep disgust and contempt. Someone might get caught for advocating demons just by hearing what Olivia said, as it was dangerously close to that line of thought. Demons are evil. Because they are evil, they must be eradicated. That was an important and indisputable common sense among humans. It's natural to create an enemy as a hateful and intolerable existence. This kind of hatred regenerates and spreads infinitely among people without being deliberately incited. Demons are enemies. Therefore, the common sense that demons are evil is inevitable. Humans have the instinct to define enemies not just as beings they can kill, but as beings they must kill. Olivia and Ellen were relatively free from such common sense, but they could not be entirely free from it. However, Olivia was one of the few who had participated in the demon war and thought that demons might actually be good. Do you know why the demon attack happened last time, other than this one? No. Olivia was disappointed in humans. She couldn't even figure out what was better about humans than demons. Now, she was even leaning toward the idea that demons might be better beings than humans. You know that the Holy Knights were attacked at that time too, right? Yes. Olivia, arms crossed, narrowed her eyes as she looked out the window. The Allied forces divided the captured demon prisoners, and they tried to auction them off in a black market. Prisoners? Why? Ellen couldn't grasp any reason why they should distribute the prisoners or anything like that. To use them as slaves. There are demons that resemble humans. You know, among them, there are beautiful demons like succubi and incubi. They cut off the horns of those demons and destroyed their magic circuits. They turned them into disabled beings, like disabled humans, and planned to use them as slaves. Oh, of course, the Empire and merchants, as well as the Holy Knights and the 5 great divine faiths, all received their share of demon prisoners. They claim it's for research purposes, but that's just an excuse. There's no need to explain how they intended to use them, right? In response to Olivia's words about the repulsive treatment of the prisoners, Ellen could only nod dumbly. The demon raid back then wasn't aimed at the Holy Knights, but was actually to rescue the demon prisoners. And although there were injuries, the demons didn't kill any of the knights. A raid to rescue demon prisoners. All the factions had distributed the demon prisoners to use them as slaves. Only a fraction of the demon prisoners were rescued during that time. The Empire, the merchants, royals, and nobles are probably exploiting the demon prisoners in disgusting ways. They claim that they're the enemy and deserve death, but they really just want to satisfy their filthy desires behind closed doors. Isn't it repulsive and vile? Ellen was left speechless by Olivia's vehement words. So, whether the demon king was resurrected or had a successor, that demon ultimately couldn't bear to see the suffering of his own people and took action. With a small handful of demons, they attempted such a feat. And yet, they didn't hurt any of the knights. I think that the demon king's actions are far more noble, don't you? Senior, that's enough. As Olivia's expression grew more and more aggressive, and she even began to defend the Darklands forces, Ellen cautiously took hold of Olivia's hand. If Olivia were to go too far and act this way in front of others, it would be genuinely dangerous. Olivia, not expecting Ellen to try and soothe her in this manner, looked at Ellen with wide eyes. I think I understand what you're saying. Good. Olivia took several deep breaths to calm her emotions. This is what the demon who saved me said. As if recalling that time, Olivia muttered to herself, how can humans be so wicked? With those words, the winged demon appeared, killed the knight who held Adriana captive, and took Olivia away from that place. As Olivia soared through the sky, she could see the demons casting massive, destructive spells on the abandoned monastery. Maybe they didn't intend to attack in the first place. They might have just been watching, but they must have heard everything. The conversations that took place there. Using the novice nun as bait to restore their honor. The threat of killing my loved ones one by one until I surrendered. They couldn't bear to hear it anymore. Olivia, who had come to view the demons more favorably, wanted to believe that they were more benevolent than humans. As they looked at the nameless order committing blatant acts of injustice, she thought that they couldn't bear such heinous acts and attacked. So, I'm imagining that they didn't intend to attack the nameless order. But when they saw what happened while spying, they attacked to save Adriana and me. I'm having such absurd thoughts. She thought that perhaps they had attacked to save Adriana and Olivia. In the end, Olivia's thoughts were very close to the truth, even if some parts of the process were incorrect. Were the demons truly good or evil? Ellen couldn't make sense of anything anymore, knowing the disgusting stories that began with the demon prisoners and the truth behind the two demon remnant attacks so far. The stories she heard from Olivia were too heavy for her to think about Reinhardt's disappearance. Reinhardt tried to help Adriana. That's why Adriana was at the rotatory gang, not the monastery. The two were rescued by demons. Ellen couldn't deduce an even more terrifying truth from the relationship between the stories. The distance between one truth and the other was too far to find a connection. She learned for sure why Olivia didn't participate in the Miss Temple contest. It wasn't a situation where she could care about such things, even in her own mind. Olivia was uncomfortable that she had revealed a secret that many people shouldn't know, even though Ellen had some clues. Although she knew Ellen would keep the secret, she didn't like the fact that she told it to someone like, "You have to keep the secret." I'm not the type to take advantage of something like this. Ellen didn't like Olivia, but she didn't hate her enough to want to kill her. If this matter were exposed, not only would the consequences be serious, but Olivia and Adriana might also be accused of colluding with the demons and possibly executed. It might even spread to Reinhardt, but even if not, Ellen had no desire to use this secret. At Ellen's words, a frown appeared on Olivia's forehead. What? So, you're saying I'm that kind of person? I didn't say that. Why? Are you feeling guilty? No, I'm not that kind of person either. It seems like you are. I said I'm not, inadvertently. Olivia's face flushed with embarrassment from shouting. Frustrated, she crossed her arms and grumbled. Anyway, you should consider yourself lucky. It's because I couldn't make it that you became Miss Temple. It was hard to say what would have happened if Olivia had actually participated in the Miss Temple contest. But for Ellen, being Miss Temple was a good thing, regardless. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a pleasant memory. After all, she hadn't been able to show the person she wanted to impress the side of herself she wanted them to see. So, was it nice? What? Did you enjoy being crowned Miss Temple? At Olivia's words, Ellen stared at her intently. Was she being teased right now? What was the point of asking about her feelings on winning the Miss Temple contest? A contest Reinhardt hadn't attended. What did Reinhardt say? But to Ellen's eyes, Olivia's expression didn't look like that of someone who was teasing. It was an envious look, curious and jealous about how Reinhardt would have commented on her fully prepared appearance and being crowned Miss Temple. Ellen realized this as she looked at Olivia. He didn't come. Ah, Olivia didn't know that Reinhardt hadn't attended the Miss Temple contest. Reinhardt didn't come. Ah, Olivia couldn't help but be confused. She had assumed that Reinhardt would have attended the Miss Temple contest. After all, he had told her to wait in her room, as if he had something planned for her. She had no choice but to run out after receiving a letter from Riveria Lands. Why didn't he? How should I know? Ellen responded irritably to Olivia's question. Just like she hadn't been able to attend the Miss Temple contest, Reinhardt hadn't been able to attend either. Why couldn't he go? I don't know. Was she just saying she didn't know because she didn't know? Wasn't she curious? Olivia found Ellen's answer strange. Didn't you ask? No. It was a natural question. It would have been appropriate to ask why he hadn't come. It was something she could ask. But Ellen hadn't even asked Reinhardt why he hadn't come. She knew he wouldn't answer, so she hadn't even bothered asking and had forgiven him. Whether that was something to forgive or not was still unclear. She had let it go. Olivia looked at Ellen with her mouth slightly open. Wow, are you kind or just a fool? What? Reinhardt hadn't attended the Miss Temple contest, and Ellen hadn't even asked him why he hadn't attended. Olivia now knew that Reinhardt was involved with a strange organization called the Rotatory Gang. Reinhardt had his own secrets, and sometimes there were unavoidable incidents. It was likely that his absence from the contest was an extension of one of those incidents. Olivia could only vaguely guess. What made her angry was that Ellen knew more about Reinhardt than she did. That's why Olivia found it rather unpleasant that they had a relationship where they wouldn't ask and move on from the secrets they couldn't talk about. Of course. Olivia glanced at Ellen. who appeared to be lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing about the Miss Temple contest. Her eyes were downcast. I don't know about the rest, but Olivia showed Ellen a warm smile. As she thought about Ellen waiting for someone who wouldn't come, Olivia felt a mix of emotions, sadness, amusement, and pity. You sure are a piece of work. She concluded. Shut up. Can I cry? I mean, didn't you cry? If I were in that situation, I would have been so sad and wrong that I'd burst into tears. I said, shut up. Ellen glared at Olivia with clenched teeth. As expected, she really disliked this person. Chapter 357, Emperor's Palace, Magic Division Research Archive. The vast collection of magical research materials stored in the Magic Division was so immense that one might wonder if they could ever read through it all in their lifetime. This was true even when it was limited to the field of dimensional magic. However, being able to access the Imperial Magic Division's archives meant more than just browsing through valuable books in a library. One could also call upon professional magicians who had already fully understood and absorbed the contents of these books to help clarify any questions, and receive assistance from experts who could provide concrete research materials to address abstract inquiries. Harriet was, in a sense, studying like an emperor. Imaginary dimensions. Yes, Your Highness. So Harriet was once again reminded of the fact that she was a noble of considerable rank among the aristocracy. At Temple, she would be scolded and berated by a good-for-nothing beggar, but she was originally such a figure. The powerful and prestigious magicians of the Royal Magic Division Research Department would naturally revere her as Your Highness, being extremely cautious not to offend her and eagerly sharing their knowledge. Among her peers, there were princes and princesses, as well as the children of dukes, and even a prince from Kierstead. Although it was forbidden by the school's rules to assert one's social status over others, there were still classmates with equal or greater power and influence. Thus, Harriet was happily studying, feeling her aristocratic pride fulfilled after a long time. At the mention of the concept, Harriet frowned. Imaginary dimensions. As she was learning about the warp gate system, she asked for an explanation of an incomprehensible part, and that was the answer she received. It refers to the concept of a dimension that doesn't actually exist, but is assumed to exist. You assume it exists even though it doesn't. Yes. Why would such a concept be necessary? The researcher magician began to explain slowly in response to Harriet's question. Bidirectional. One-time dimensional gates do not require such a concept. Once activated, they close after a certain period. However, the warp gate system is a shared network of permanent, multi-directional dimensional gates. As if to simplify the explanation, the researcher drew a diagram on a piece of paper on the table. Gate. In this structure, it's easier to make it one-time use. There's no need to establish the concept of an imaginary dimension. Isn't the structure itself simple? Aside from the complexity of the magic, there's only one connection between gates. That's true. But if you have 3 gates, how many connection paths would there be in total? 3. If there were 3 gates, A, B, and C, then the connections between the gates would be AB, AC, and BC, totaling 3. The connections are bidirectional, so the order of the gates doesn't matter. And what about 4 gates? 6, in that manner. The more warp gates there are, the more exponentially the number of routes increases. Right, indeed. Not all warp gates are connected in this manner, but the number of intergate connections alone exceeds 200,000. That's an incredible amount. Harriet, unaware that the network between warp gates was so extensive, could only open her mouth slightly upon hearing the researcher's words. The warp gate system is the largest magical system in the history of the continent. As a result, a shared space perception system was needed to determine the routes for permanent dimensional doors, and which gates should be connected where. Thus, a virtual map called the imaginary dimension was created. A virtual map. There was no need to share a self-created dimensional door with anyone else. It was a magic structure based on one's own thoughts and was single use. However, the warp gate system was a collaborative construction made through the cooperation and collaboration of numerous mages. Everyone had to have the same map or blueprint in their heads to add or modify the warp gate system, and that's why it was called the imaginary dimension. Understanding the virtual map or blueprint called the imaginary dimension, which researchers have been building up to this point, a virtual dimension that is assumed to exist but doesn't actually exist. An understanding of that dimension was required to approach the magic of warp gates. This is the most recently updated map of the imaginary dimension. The researcher unfolded a massive flat map in front of Harriet that took up the entire table, and then some. It wasn't just a simple illustration of connected dots and lines. The map was filled with complex strings of text, describing each dimensional door's properties, connections, barriers, usefulness, and connection strength. Although it was a map of something that didn't exist, it had changed the course of human history. Harriet suddenly wondered, what exactly is another world? The researcher had said that the imaginary dimension was a non-existent dimension. So this isn't an actual existing dimension. It was merely a virtual concept created to help the understanding of both future mages and modern researchers, and should be understood as a blueprint. Yes, it's called the imaginary dimension for a reason. The researcher nodded in response to Harriet's question, as if to say it was obvious. However, there are now those who question whether we can definitively say the imaginary dimension doesn't exist. What do you mean? A dimensional door, after all, is magic that directly connects two spaces. The basic principle remains the same, even if there are hundreds of dimensional doors. Harriet understood that much. But isn't there a space between the connected dimensional doors? An in-between space? While we use gates, the gates themselves don't exist at either the entrance or exit. It's treated as a phenomenon, so to speak. The researcher, resting his chin on his arm, spoke as if pondering the concept. But the thing about gates is that you can only pass through them. You can't touch or interact with the gates themselves. You can control and manipulate them, but whether the phenomenon of the gate itself belongs to an alternate reality or something else is unknown. Among them are the warp gates, which don't actually skip over space, but rather pass through a sort of in-between space, according to the wizards who claim that space actually exists. Warp gates. It was possible to shorten the distance through them, but the gates were a strange phenomenon that could not be touched or interacted with at either the entrance or exit. One could use gate magic, but what exactly was a gate? A substance or phenomenon that belonged where? When crossing a warp gate, did the in-between space they briefly passed through actually exist or not? This question remained unclear. Some argue that the concept of dimensions has become twisted due to system saturation caused by the constant operation of warp gates, and that imaginary dimensions have actually emerged. But these are mere speculations. The researcher quietly gazed at the map of the imaginary dimension. What's important is that the warp gate system was rapidly and widely adopted because of its convenience. It was distributed without proper verification of any risks involved in using this large-scale magic. As Harriet had sensed before, the warp gate system was highly dangerous magic. Yet, its convenience had led to its rapid dissemination without proper risk assessment. That's why, even now, with the long history of warp gates, opinions varied among wizards. No one could predict what form the catastrophe it might bring, making the situation even more ambiguous. Moreover, Harriet looked at the vast virtual map before her with a fearful gaze. This map of the imaginary dimension is not something just anyone can see, right? Of course, the researcher spoke softly, without the royal family's permission. Even if the Duke wished to see it, he wouldn't have been able to. Though she appeared nonchalant, Harriet was looking at one of the Empire's most crucial secrets, the imaginary dimension. Understanding the imaginary dimension allowed one to interfere with the warp gate system. In other words, if one intended to use it maliciously, it could easily be used for ill. Therefore, if Harriet came to fully understand the map of the imaginary dimension and the warp gate system, she could manipulate the system as she pleased if she harbored ill intentions. Do you think I'm just being paranoid about the warp gates being too dangerous? I think so too, the researcher sighed. However, warp gates have already become indispensable to humanity. Warp gates were convenient. Therefore, even if people were aware of the risks, warp gates wouldn't disappear. This was the reality of the continent. After collecting books related to soul manipulation, Turner, Charlotte, and I returned to the royal capital. We told the commander that we hadn't found anything in the labyrinth. We only mentioned that we had returned safely. No one saw what we had discovered because we had stashed the magic books in bags tied to our horses beforehand. We decided to keep the underground labyrinth of the demon castle a secret. A newfound certainty had arisen about something we were unsure of before. The soul within Charlotte's body was indeed that of the Demon King. Charlotte's current state was no different from an archdemon. The Demon King had separated his soul through soul manipulation and fused it with Charlotte's soul. Charlotte planned to ask trustworthy royal wizards to analyze soul manipulation and find a way to separate it. You did well. Reinhardt, thank you. I didn't really do anything. I hadn't directly helped Charlotte. Turner and Charlotte seemed eager to return to the royal palace as soon as possible to start analyzing their new findings. There was no reason for me to stick around any longer, and there was nothing more I could do. Before attracting unnecessary attention, I went my separate way from the two of them. I had gained much more than Charlotte from our return to the Demon Castle. There was a bunker in the underground of the Demon Castle. Therefore, Valia must not have died, and through the numerous magic books found there, I could potentially draw out Cantus Magna. I gained much, but my concerns grew as well. What had Valia done in the past? It was possible that both Cantus Magna and Valia were unrelated. One of them was involved, or both were involved. Had Valia tried to contact Cantus Magna, as I was doing now? Let's assume. Valia used the numerous magic spells he possessed as bait to make contact with Cantus Magna, and Cantus Magna ultimately completed Akasha through that magic, carrying out something with it. That would be the gate incident. It was an excessive leap in logic, but I couldn't be sure that it wasn't the case. And one thing I regretted deep down, soul manipulation. There had definitely been a discussion about the fusion of souls. That's probably what happened to Charlotte too. Lucinil said she wanted a soul. Could the answer to bestowing a soul upon a soulless being lie in soul manipulation? At first, I thought of Charlotte, but after calming down and thinking about it, soul manipulation might be necessary for Lucinil as well. But for now, all magic related to soul manipulation had left my hands. If research on it is completed and a way to restore Charlotte's original state is found, could I get the magic books on soul manipulation back? If I do, what excuse should I use? I didn't think it a decision that I had to make any time soon, but I wanted to help Lucinil in some way since she was helping me. The underground labyrinth of the Demon Castle, the bunker. I would have to share this information with Lucinil and her collaborators and make a decision about Cantus Magna. Lost in such thoughts, I returned to the temple. As I returned to the royal class dormitory, Ellen was staring at me intently from the lobby. You're back. It's you who's back. Ellen looked at me with a puzzled expression. Where have you been? Another secret. As she asked, Ellen's demeanor seemed half-hearted, as if she didn't really want an answer. She knew better than to expect anything from me. It took courage to even ask, but she seemed to have accepted that such courage was ultimately futile. Shouldn't it be fine to tell her this much? Although it might be rude to Charlotte, Ellen already knew that I was helping Charlotte in some way because of the Emperor. I glanced around, making sure there was no one nearby who might overhear, and then whispered to Ellen. Well, it's hard to explain, but it's because of the Charlotte situation. Oh, okay. Ellen seemed genuinely surprised that I'd given her an answer as if she hadn't expected it. It wasn't dangerous or anything. Okay, got it. Looking up at me, Ellen spoke in a slightly choked voice. Thank you for telling me. What was the big deal? It wasn't like I'd told her everything, but seeing Ellen move to the verge of tears just because I'd given her a hint made a wave of emotion rise within me. Feeling a strange mix of emotions, I stared into Ellen's eyes. Anyway, did you have a good trip home? Oh, right. With a gasp, Ellen seemed to take a deep breath and then grabbed my arm. I have something to show you. Wow, wait a moment. Come on. Without warning, Ellen began dragging me somewhere. A short while later, I was in Ellen's room, staring blankly at the cloak she was wearing. What is this? Lapelled. Ah, yeah, that. The cloak of the Sun God. Yeah, that. My mind went blank. Why do you have that? I brought it from home. I don't think that's an appropriate response. Why was it at your house? I don't know. I'm getting dizzy. Mom gave it to me because I might end up fighting the Demon King. This is too dizzying. Chapter 358, Ellen confidently claimed that she received the sacred relic of the Sun God, as if she had simply gotten a lunchbox from her mom. The situation was so absurd that it left me feeling somewhat empty. Wasn't Alexion there? At my question about the relic of the God of Courage, writer, Ellen put her index finger to her lips and tilted her head. What was that about? It was usually a cute gesture, but not today. I don't know. I don't know if it was there and they didn't give it to me, or if it wasn't there at all. What on earth was she talking about? You said your family's from a rural area, right? Yeah. Why on earth would there be a sacred relic in some backwater village in Kerenstadt? Why would there be a sacred relic in some backwater village in Kerenstadt? Thinking about it, I blurted out the question that I couldn't help but ask. I don't know. My mom and dad just gave me this and didn't explain anything. The hero and the hero's younger sister. I had wondered if there was some kind of setup for them, but their mysterious background seemed evident. Now that I think about it, Ellen had mentioned that her family was originally very powerful. Was that a foreshadowing? As I struggled to find words, Ellen's lips began to pout. I'm more curious about it than you are. It's not that I can't tell you, but that I really don't know. She emphasized that she wasn't refusing to tell me, but that she really couldn't. Ellen looked quite hurt. I felt guilty. No, I'm not angry. It's just that I don't understand it very well. Would you believe it if you were in my shoes? A rural village in Kerenstadt, where two heroes come from. Well, even in the original story, the setting was far-fetched, so now that it's materialized, it's even more unbelievable. Maybe it's like this to give more coherence to the story. Anyway, the sun guard's cloak. On the collar of the flaming cloak that Ellen wore, there was a message that only I could see, as with all sacred relics. Incinerate with hatred. Hatred. The chilling word froze me for a moment. Now, I knew the meaning of the sentences carved into the relics. The inscription on Tiamata, purify the world with rage. In rage, I could draw out Tiamata's true power. I could use divine power even though I wasn't a priest. So, hatred was the sun guard's cloak, a thing that responded to hatred, and another one. I wanted to see it again with my own eyes. Let me see Lament. Okay. At my request, Ellen summoned Lament to her right hand, the moon sword. Lament forged in tears. Tears were synonymous with sorrow. The sun guard's cloak, labeled, incinerate with hatred, and hatred. Why lament, sorrow and hatred? Could the two coexist? It's just, I was curious to see how cool it would look to wear them both at the same time. They could coexist. I would be able to evoke both emotions in Ellen at the same time. In front of the new topic of Ellen's hometown, my imagination was tinged with a sense of foreboding. During the last Demon Realm War, Lagan Artorius had left a lament for Ellen. Since I hadn't set any intentions, I couldn't know why Lagan Artorius had left the lament for Ellen. However, there was even a sacred relic called the Sun Guard's Cloak in Ellen's hometown. With one more thing to take care of, it was rather odd that two relics had been left behind when facing the Demon King. What kind of place was Ellen's hometown? I could guess that it had something to do with some kind of secret society. Ellen was still young, so her parents might not have told her the truth about the village, suspecting that she couldn't keep the secret. Well, she did tell me she had brought this from home. Of course, I didn't know whether she would tell others or not. I had a bad feeling. Cantus Magna. There was no law saying they could only collect magic. In some sense, relics might be needed, and even if it wasn't magic, there was a powerful force within the relics. Ellen's hometown, it could be Cantus Magna. Then, what should I do? Ellen looked at me and spoke quietly. Did you miss me? What? I was taken aback by her sudden question, seeing me dumbfounded. Ellen's lips slowly pouted. I missed you, though. As if waiting for a quick response, Ellen looked at me. It seemed she wanted to ask something, but instead of asking, she had a different expectation. I didn't know why, but I missed you too, of course. At my words, Ellen bashfully smiled. Though it was brief, her smile made all my worries disappear. Ellen obtained a new sacred relic, the Sun Guard's cape labeled. With this, she became the only person on the continent with two relics since Lagan Artorius. It's better to keep this a secret. If people find out you have it, it will only cause more trouble. Yeah, I guess so. Ellen seemed to be contemplating something before she summoned Lapelt back. The Empire had set up the story that they discovered Lagan Artorius's origin and admitted Ellen to Temple. If I thought about whether the Empire knew that Ellen's hometown was an unusual place, I would lean towards them not knowing. So, if it became known that Ellen brought the Sun Guard's cape from her hometown, the royal family might unnecessarily pay attention to that place. If it was Cantus Magna, it would be better not to meddle with them, so it was better for the Empire not to know. If not, there was no point in stirring up trouble in a place where nothing good could come out of it. In the end, Ellen's parents didn't tell her much. Lagan Artorius hadn't originally set out for an adventure, but had left to find something. In the process, He learned too much about the world and thought he couldn't leave it alone, according to Ellen's explanation. Ellen's hometown clearly did not interfere much with worldly affairs. So, Ellen's parents must not have offered any special help when their son went to fight the Demon King. The identity of the mysterious secret group and Ellen's hometown. Even though I had a bad feeling, I had no choice but to keep it in the back of my mind for now. Ellen had returned, bearing the cape of the Sun God. Charlotte began researching ways to restore her condition using the soul manipulation book I had found in the Demon Castle bunker. And then there was Harriet de Saint-Ouen. The next day, I received a shared account of what Harriet had learned so far. A hypothetical dimension. Yes, hearing Harriet's explanation, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. It's like a theoretical dimension that doesn't actually exist, like a virtual map set up to maintain the warp gate system. I don't quite understand. Ah, you blockhead. What the hell? Caught off guard by her sudden insult, I was taken aback. Harriet grinned, seemingly satisfied with her surprise attack. Hold on. But at this timing, suddenly, hey, isn't that cheating? When the topic turns to magic, there's no way I can avoid being a blockhead, Harriet retorted at my words. So you're saying I called you a blockhead because I really thought you were one? No, I didn't mean it as if you were really dumb. Ah, yeah. I'm sorry. I had teased her relentlessly about being a blockhead, so it wasn't my place to argue. I'll explain it properly, so listen carefully. Harriet, now brimming with confidence, began her explanation. Knowing I wouldn't understand even if she rattled off technical terms, Harriet explained it step by step in simple terms I could grasp. Listening to her explanation, it was surprisingly easy to understand. It was like a subway map. Subway maps are created regardless of the actual distances and terrain between stations. As a result, they are designed for the convenience of the viewer, regardless of the actual landscape. The hypothetical dimension differed in that it was for the designer, not the user, but it was a map created for the purpose of being convenient to view, not unlike a subway map. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I got it. Harriet gave me a suspicious look as if she couldn't believe it. No, I can't explain what a subway map is, but I did understand. Anyway, there are a lot of formulas and magical equations that assume the existence of this hypothetical dimension, even though it doesn't exist. That's why wizards involved in maintaining warp gate facilities need to start by understanding the hypothetical dimension. The new concept of the hypothetical dimension. Wait, so if you become familiar with this hypothetical dimension, could anyone interfere with the warp gate system? In a way. My ominous remark made Harriet murmur hesitantly, as if she sensed a bad omen. But there's not much to worry about, because even if you understand the hypothetical dimension, interfering with the warp gate system isn't easy. Constructing a warp gate itself isn't that difficult, but only a select few wizards across the entire empire can interfere with the core operation of the warp gates. It seemed like creating or operating machinery wasn't that difficult, but tampering with the system itself was a different story. So I heard that only the elite of the elite and carefully selected royal magicians have the authority to interfere with the warp gates themselves. Considering how convenient and dangerous warp gates were, it made sense that the Empire would be committed to security. That meant that it was quite exceptional for Harriet to be able to access the concept of imaginary dimensions this time. Moreover, it was not at Harriet's request, but mine, as someone bearing the royal emblem. I could access even the highest levels of the Empire's secrets. I guess there was no need for trust verification once I had saved the princess's life. But there seems to be some disagreement among the experts. Disagreement? Some people seem to think that the imaginary dimensions might actually exist. What? At that, I felt chills running down my spine. It's not like there's been any professional research on this, so it's all just speculation, but Harriet talked about what she had learned, furrowing her brow. Where does the gate actually exist? It seems to be because of this question. Isn't it right in front of us? The gate is both an entrance and an exit, but it doesn't actually exist in either the entrance space or the exit space. It's like it's somewhere in between. But where is that in between? The gate existed simultaneously in both the exit and entrance spaces. By nature, a gate had two states in one space. So it's about which dimension the gate we see actually belongs to. And when we cross the gate, we experience a slight delay. Yeah, sure enough. I felt a brief sensation of passing through something when I went through the gate. That space we pass through, researchers call it the byway of space, but even the experts don't know where that space is. Though warp gates were used, it seemed that even researchers didn't fully understand the magic of the warp gate itself. So they created the warp gate system based on the hypothetical imaginary dimensions. But now there's talk that it might actually exist. Whether it's because there are more warp gates now or if it was always there, we can't know. Harriet looked at me with her arms crossed. So in the end, this is just an empty theory, and it's more of a guess than research. But if there's another world, and it's the imaginary dimension, wouldn't it be devoid of people or anything else? Byways of space. If such a thing truly existed, it would merely be a non-existent space that existed only as the concept of imaginary dimensions. While it could be another world, there would be no otherworldly beings, according to Harriet's conclusion. Anyway, there's nothing certain, so I'll look into it more. In the end, it seems like I'll only learn more about warp gates. Not that I particularly want to become a warp gate technician. Harriet had explained the uses and methods of the warp gates she had discovered, but the things she actually needed to understand would require a more advanced level of intelligence, and it was clear that she was grasping those things at a very fast pace. Is it boring? What? Who said it's boring? Harriet spoke, as if there was absolutely no reason to dislike the situation where she could casually eat the Empire's top secrets like snacks. Although she didn't want to become a warp gate technician, Harriet was a model student who believed that the more magical knowledge one possessed, the better. Anyway, I don't think the warp gate system you're curious about has much to do with the other world. No, I felt like I was actually getting closer to grasping the real thread. However, there were too many clues, and each event held its own risks, so I couldn't be sure which one was the real issue. Warp gates, false dimensions, Cantus Magna, Akasha, Black Order, Valia Jr., Ellen's hometown. There were so many clues scattered everywhere that my head felt like it was about to explode. Harriet stood up as if she had explained everything she needed to. I'm going to check out some progress at the Magic Research Club. Do you want to come along? Sure, why not? If either the power cartridge or moonshine were completed during this winter break, nothing could be more satisfying. So I got up and followed Harriet. As we left the dormitory to head to the Magic Research Club, a familiar face was waiting at the entrance. Professor. Harriet looked surprised and greeted Professor Eppinhauser, who had come all the way to the dormitory. I already knew that the teachers in charge of the royal class didn't really rest during the break, so his visit wasn't that surprising. As always, the cold and unapproachable Professor Eppinhauser looked at me and gestured with his chin towards the outside of the dormitory. Reinhardt, come with me for a moment. Harriet looked at me with an apologetic expression and whispered softly, I'll fill you in on the research club stuff later. Ah, all right. What could he possibly want during the winter break with no classes? Was it about Savelyn Turner or Charlotte's problem? The two of them had gone back to the Spring Palace for their soul manipulation research. My help might be needed if Charlotte's power caused an outburst, but for now, the soul manipulation research was their top priority. We left the royal class dormitory, and Professor Eppinhauser walked silently beside me, a troublemaker's instinct. Did I cause any trouble, by any chance? I couldn't help but feel nervous when my homeroom teacher called me. But I hadn't caused any trouble recently, had I? The last time I caused a problem was the incident with Oscar de Gardias. It wasn't exactly trouble, but would my participation in the cross-dressing contest be considered as such? As I was thinking about it, why did you cross-dress? Caught off guard by his sudden question, my mind went blank. Was it really about that? Did Bertus tell him, or did the teachers naturally know about it? Maybe those bastards from the student council. Professor Eppinhauser didn't seem to be scolding or probing me. It was as if he was just curious. Well, it was. Professor Eppinhauser watched me quietly and then shook his head. Never mind. If that's your preference, I don't need to worry about it. No, I mean, preference. It's not like that. I felt like I was going crazy. I couldn't believe I had participated in that damn cross-dressing contest. How long were they planning to torment me over it? Was it because I'd acquired the magic domination talent that I had to endure this? What other possible reason could there be? Ah, no, there's a reason for it. In the end, all I had was a pathetic excuse that it was all about money. Never mind, that's not what I really want to ask. Then what? Have you gathered any information on Cantus Magna? At that one sentence, it felt as if the blood in my body turned ice cold. Chapter 359, at the mention of information about Cantus Magna by Professor Eppinhauser, I found myself unable to reply for a while. Eppinhauser was a member of the Black Order. He didn't push for an answer. It seemed as if he thought it was only natural for me to be surprised, and he was waiting for me to calm down. The Black Order had seen me with a vampire lord. Since Aaron Mead's death, Professor Eppinhauser knew that I was not just a simple temple student. Did that mean that the someone in a black robe who had made contact with me back then was actually Eppinhauser? While it wasn't a suitable concern for the situation, was he the one who called me a pretty boy? Despite such thoughts, it felt as if a knife was pressed against my neck. With just a single word from Professor Eppinhauser, everything could have been over a long time ago. He might not have known that I was the successor to the demon realm, Valia, until recently, but deducing who I was in relation to the current Empire's situation wouldn't have been difficult the moment I started commanding a vampire. I should consider that my true identity had already been discovered. Professor Eppinhauser, known as a patriot, had left me alone. What on earth was the Black Order, and what did they want? I realized the obvious truth that I knew even less about the Black Order than I did about Cantus Magna. I had experienced a lot of fear. The fear of losing something, the fear of dying. I had felt all of it. However, although I thought I could lose everything I had at any time, when I found out that, at the mere decision of the Black Order, everything I had could be taken away at any moment, terror engulfed my entire body. In a dimension of fear completely different from what I had felt so far, I stared at Eppinhauser. Why? Why did you leave me alone? We don't act recklessly. Throughout all the ordinary moments of attending classes, training, and being busy during festivals, I could have lost everything. The Black Order had been watching me. There was no way they didn't know that I was the next Demon King. Is there information about Cantus Magna? If not, what would they do to me? Would they forcibly take it? Or would they threaten me by saying they would end my life at Temple? I had approached the Black Order as an equal, not using any honorifics. But Eppinhauser, in front of him, I felt suffocated, like a mouse in front of a cat. He wasn't particularly oppressive, nor did he show any signs of interrogating or intimidating me. Just like the first time our eyes met, he simply stared at me with a cold expression and calm eyes. That was what plunged me into endless terror. There was only one thing I knew for sure. The Black Order wanted information about Cantus Magna. I have it. I don't know how you'll feel about it, but I have the information you want. Is that so? I had the information they wanted, and what I wanted was information about the portal to another world. Unfortunately, we don't have any information or magic regarding the portal to another world. The Black Order didn't know about the magic I desired. However, the Black Order could force me to give them answers, or I should be prepared to reveal all truths and leave Temple. It wasn't because Eppinhauser was part of the Black Order, but ever since they learned that I controlled a vampire lord. They could have done it at any time, but I had an odd certainty that they wouldn't choose that option. You have information we need, but we have nothing to offer you. In that case, the deal should fall through. Then let me ask you this. Although we don't have the information you truly desire, if you provide information about Cantus Magna, the Order is willing to fully cooperate with you. You might find what you're truly seeking through that. The Black Order knew nothing about the magic of otherworldly dimensional gates, but if I provide information about Cantus Magna, they would side with me. What happens if I refuse? Eppinhauser looked at me calmly. Nothing will happen. However, we will be watching you. I shuddered at those words. They knew my true identity, and yet they were just going to watch me, not harm me or reveal my identity to others. What did they want? What kind of group was the Black Order? To destroy Cantus Magna, or something else? The Order was known to be indifferent to worldly matters and loyal only to their principles and goals. But if they couldn't obtain information from me, they would withdraw peacefully. What did it mean that they would continue to watch me even after that? I was the Demon King who infiltrated Temple's royal class. Their words implied they would keep watching me regardless of any deal. In a way, it suggested that the Black Order wasn't indifferent to the world. What is the purpose of the Black Order? Eppinhauser remained silent for a moment after hearing my question, then opened his mouth. I haven't decided yet whether I can tell you that or not. He didn't intend to tell me. However, we haven't judged you as an enemy yet. They were a cautious group, not making a move against me or deciding whether to do so. It meant they were still considering it. I had already entered the sphere of the Black Order's influence when I contacted them. I was prepared for such dangerous situations. I couldn't just deal with safe matters in safe places. I just didn't expect that the truth about Eppenhauser being part of the Black Order was hidden. If I pursued Cantus Magna with the Order, they would be on my side. Otherwise, they would watch me and potentially label me as an enemy to be eliminated. The hand of the Black Order. Was it right to take it? But my identity had already been discovered, and it was just surprising that Eppenhauser was the one who found out. I had been prepared for this situation to some extent. However, I had already created plenty of allies with uncertain identities. There was no reason not to accept an ally with unknown intentions. It wasn't like I could be picky about who to join forces with. Time was running out, and the gate crisis was approaching moment by moment. They probably had a clear purpose for joining me, like keeping an eye on me. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to say they would watch over me. All right, let's cooperate. For now, I would join forces with the Black Order and track down Cantus Magna. What comes later would be dealt with later. After the important, albeit empty, negotiation concluded, Teacher Eppenhauser looked at me with a serious expression. All right, then let me ask you again. Yes. Was I supposed to reveal the secret about Cantus Magna? But what if the Black Order just listens to the information and then abandons me? Teacher Eppenhauser asked me. Why did you cross-dress in the first place? No, please. Stop tormenting me. Teacher Eppenhauser and I went for a walk in an uneasy atmosphere. Eppenhauser didn't ask why I needed a spell to open a dimensional gate. The backstory I had written was assumed to be true. Eppenhauser was a patriot. That much was certain. So, if there was a connection between Teacher Eppenhauser being a member of the Black Order and being a patriot, could the Black Order be an organization related to the Empire? It didn't seem likely. Neither the Emperor, Charlotte, nor Bertus knew my true identity. Thus, even if the Black Order was related to the Empire, it must not be related to the royal family. Somehow, I felt like a mouse in front of a cat when I was around him. I had formed a strange alliance with the Black Order and the remaining demon forces, but fundamentally, I still saw this person as my teacher. And yet, the Black Order already knew my identity, my life was hanging by a thread, and we agreed to cooperate because, in the end, I needed their power. But instead of asking about Cantus Magna, why do they keep asking why I cross-dressed? Are they simply trying to torment me by ignoring more important matters and asking about that trivial matter? A demon king infiltrated the royal class in disguise and even went on to win a cross-dressing contest. Wow, even I would be curious about that. What crazy idea drove me to do such a thing? But still, there were positions and standings to consider. But instead of asking for information about Cantus Magna, why did they keep asking why I participated in a cross-dressing contest? Teacher Eppenhauser didn't press for an answer, and I walked beside him with a dying expression, not knowing what to say. As if I were a criminal, I wanted to die. I wanted to die on a different level than being caught by Bertus. At least with Bertus, it was a fellow student discovering that I had cross-dressed. The Black Order found out that someone that was capable of igniting a continent-wide war and daring enough to kill Aaron Meads, participated in a cross-dressing contest. Do I, really, have to tell you? If possible. But why, teacher? I think I'm going insane. Shouldn't you be asking questions like, what is your evil intention? Or what are you trying to achieve by opening the gate, etc.? Damn it. Why on earth do I have to explain to someone as suspicious and strange as a secret society member why I dressed as a woman, and why are they even curious about it? Eppenhauser looked at me and said, ashamed. Are you embarrassed to explain why you dressed as a woman? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? If that's the case, just kill me. It feels like I'm being mentally murdered. That's enough. Pardon. I said that's enough. I wondered if I had to go into such detail explaining why I dressed as a woman. But if it's embarrassing to say, then it's enough. What on earth do they want from me? Why is this question so important? Why are you doing this to me? I was just curious about how you feel about your life at Temple. Pardon? No way. Did he want to know whether I discarded the identity and dignity of the Demon King and dressed as a woman only for personal hobbies and desires? Were they curious about whether I was sincere about my life at Temple or not? Somehow. I'm not sure about the details. But by doing something like dressing as a woman, did I inadvertently give the Black Order the impression that I wasn't much of a threat or something like that? That guy's the Demon King, but he's a pervert who's serious about dressing as a woman, so he doesn't seem too dangerous. Something like that. If that's the case, it's good. But why does it feel so crappy? Chapter 360, the questions being asked were so bizarre. The atmosphere should have been heavy, but it didn't feel that way at all. The interaction between the Demon King and the Black Order member still felt more like a student and a teacher, but they couldn't talk about this forever. Before we share information about Cantus Magna, there are a few things I'd like to know. Ask away. If it's a question I can answer, I will. Sir, you're not a mage, are you? Eppinhauser. He wasn't a mage. So, first of all, the Black Order member I encountered right after I killed Erin Mead wasn't Eppinhauser. The person I met during the cross-dressing event could have been Eppinhauser, but it wasn't certain. The mage was Mr. Mustang, the B-class homeroom teacher. It couldn't be that since the A-class teacher was a Black Order member, Mr. Mustang belonged to Cantus Magna or anything like that, right? He wasn't a mage. So why was he affiliated with a magical group? There's no need to be a mage, necessarily. That was all Eppinhauser had to say. I didn't know the requirements for joining the Black Order. However, the previous Erin Meads was just the tip of the iceberg. If there was a hierarchy within the Black Order, I couldn't know where Eppinhauser stood, but revealing his face to me meant he was no mere pawn. What's the relationship between Cantus Magna and the Black Order? Cantus Magna desires our secrets. That's why they're so persistent in trying to find us. Are there actual fights between the two groups? Yes. The history of conflict between the Order and Cantus Magna runs deep. The long-standing conflict between Cantus Magna, who coveted the secrets, and the Black Order was intense. That meant Cantus Magna was the aggressor, attacking the Black Order. The Black Order was known for its negative image of using dangerous and wicked magic, while Cantus Magna had a positive image as hunters of mages who sought forbidden knowledge. Of course, it was true that the Black Order possessed dangerous magic, and it was also true that Cantus Magna attacked them, so the information spread among the public wasn't incorrect. However, it wasn't known that what Cantus Magna did was essentially no different from banditry against the Black Order. That's why one of the Black Order's goals was to find Cantus Magna's base and destroy it entirely, as they coveted their secrets. So, what's the information about Cantus Magna? It's the reason they collect secrets. At that, Eppinhauser stopped walking and stared at me. Their goal is to complete an artifact called Akasha. It was information Antirianus knew, so the Black Order might have already grasped it. He stared at me and spoke briefly. Akasha, that's a new story to me. Eppinhauser simply nodded. It was clear that the Black Order had no knowledge of this information. Then another question arose. Even the Black Order, which had been in conflict with Cantus Magna for a long time, hadn't known about Cantus Magna's true intentions until now. Antirianus had mentioned that he briefly infiltrated Cantus Magna. If Antirianus could discover the existence of Akasha just by being active for a short time, it didn't make sense that the Black Order didn't know about it, even though they were enemies. Antirianus might have been active in Cantus Magna for much longer than he had said. Where did you get that information? Eppinhauser asked. If Antirianus had been active in Cantus Magna for a long time, he might have hunted the Black Order under the name of Cantus Magna. Antirianus may be treated as an enemy that the Black Order had to eliminate, even if it happened decades or centuries ago. If someone who had been an insider of Cantus Magna was the source of the information, they might try to kill that person instead. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that. I couldn't risk worsening the already unstable partnership from the start. If we can't be sure of the source, the reliability of the information will inevitably decrease. I don't think this information is entirely reliable either. In the end, Antirianus might have lied to me, and the story about Akasha might not be completely true, as he wasn't a particularly trustworthy person. However, I know that Cantus Magna's goal is to complete an artifact called Akasha. It's said to be an artifact capable of containing magic. I don't know what will happen when it's completed, but it's definitely not something ordinary. Also, there might be something I want among the many magics contained within, so I think that way for now. I didn't know exactly what Akasha was, so it was inevitably like grasping at straws. However, considering that the Black Order didn't know about Akasha either, Cantus Magna had clearly kept their secret well for a long time, except for the single mistake of Antirianus. This is completely unexpected information, so verification is necessary, Eppinhauser said. I don't know about all of the different kinds of ancient artifacts, but I will check if there is any related information in the Order. In fact, Eppinhauser was a member of the Black Order, but since he wasn't a magician himself, he shouldn't know the location of the Order's headquarters, but there must have been more information there. Do you know any way to contact Cantus Magna? If I knew an easy way, I wouldn't have contacted you. He wasn't too disappointed by this anticipated answer. Sometimes they found us. Sometimes we found them, but just as they couldn't figure out our core, we couldn't figure out theirs either. There might have been small skirmishes and isolated battles, but there had been no full-scale war. Cantus Magna would want to raid the Black Order's headquarters, seize all their magic, and fill Akasha with it, and the Black Order would want to raid Cantus Magna's headquarters and annihilate those annoying people. But that hadn't happened yet. You must have heard the rumors about the Black Order conducting wicked dark magic or experiments. Yes. Is it possible that? Those are false rumors spread by the Order themselves to lure Cantus Magna into certain regions or places. It turned out that all the strange rumors about the Black Order were actually fabricated by the Order themselves. It was as if they were falsely accusing themselves to kill their enemies. The Black Order would go as far as damaging their own image in order to annihilate their enemies. So the Black Order only tried to lure Cantus Magna with the bizarre rumors they themselves had spread, not actually committing civilian massacres or anything like that. So you're saying you didn't actually use anything like a forbidden spell? Of course we did, to catch those bastards. The magic they don't know about has to actually be happening or existing in that place. They're not the type to just bite any bait. The result is both success and failure, but ultimately, we can't reach their core. Eppinhauser quietly gazed at the trees. Of course, I won't say that there were no casualties caused by the Order. Some forbidden spells inevitably involve sacrifices, but I have no reason to justify such things to you. Eppinhauser stopped talking as if he thought it was strange for the Demon King, who had infiltrated the human world, to worry about human casualties. No, being treated as an evil existence after all that cross-dressing nonsense was really ridiculous. Anyway, I didn't know the true purpose of the Black Order, but it was clear that the eradication of Cantus Magna had become one of the Black Order's important objectives, willing to even put aside their true purpose due to their long-standing battle with Cantus Magna. There was no big difference between this side and Antarianus. Using a forbidden spell as bait to catch Cantus Magna, it would be easier to cooperate with the Black Order, who had been fighting Cantus Magna for a long time. They don't fall for every bait, and if their goal is to complete some artifact, using too big a bait might lead to them completing the artifact. They had to consider the possibility of failing to respond to Cantus Magna's attack. As long as they didn't know what Akasha was, there could be an unexpected situation if they failed after setting a huge bait that they couldn't resist. First of all, it seems like the most urgent task is to find out what Akasha is, the cooperation system with the Vampire Council. In addition, we have to establish a cooperation system with the Black Order. It was a bit shocking that the representative of the Order was Master Eppinhauser. Each situation began to move forward little by little, but according to my intentions. This didn't make me any less anxious, though. Now, it wouldn't be strange for my identity to be revealed at any time. I had no choice but to expose myself to join hands with numerous groups. Master Eppinhauser watched me quietly. Reinhardt, not Valia, but Reinhardt. Of course, he wouldn't know that my name as the son of the Demon King was Valia, the same as the previous Demon King. Eppinhauser looked at me and spoke. I didn't know what emotions he felt within those emotionless eyes. However, he called me Reinhardt, not the son of the Demon King. Don't make foolish choices. At that single sentence, countless emotions, indecipherable from his expression, were felt. What could a foolish choice be? If it was a foolish choice, it seemed like I was already making one. He still seemed to think of me as his student. I couldn't figure out what Eppinhauser or the Black Order wanted. I didn't know what they expected from me either. However, since he still treated me as a student, yes, teacher, I treated him as a teacher as well. You've been a bit strange lately, haven't you? Liana de Grants, who just got back from home, struck up a conversation. What's strange? Well, you usually have a slightly off vibe, but lately it's like... Liana stared at me with her arms crossed, muttering. Should I say you're like water soaked in alcohol, or alcohol soaked in water? It wasn't a typical analogy for her age, but since Liana was undoubtedly gulping down alcohol in her room, it wasn't too bizarre. Maybe I'm just tired. Really, what's making you so tense during the break? Get some rest. I'll manage. Well, whatever. Liana walked away after saying that. It wasn't because of training, although I wasn't skipping it either. The anxiety that this life would eventually come to an end. It seemed that anxiety was what had been making my behavior seem strange lately. Did something get on you? No, it's nothing, staring intently at Ellen's face while she trained without doing anything. What is it all of a sudden? Do you have something to say? Ha, no. Geez, you startled me. In the Magical Research Society's mansion, Harriet and I were talking about this, and that when I suddenly patted her shoulder, startling her. Reinhardt, let's go on a date. All right. Huh, where are we going? Yeah, all right. I'll think about it now. Just like that, I accepted the out-of-the-blue invitation Olivia had thrown out, even though it seemed like it was meant to be declined. Even in my own eyes, I had been acting a bit like a screw had come loose.